if you're a CYO team. You practice certain inbound plays, certain inbound scenarios. You could say all these turnovers that they had, all the mysteries, totally true. Totally true. That game was horrible to watch. No passion, no drive. It was very frustrating for me. Missing Draymond Green, evident. That being said, there are certain things that I hold as fundamental principles to how I execute down the stretch. Fouling up 3 with under 10 seconds to go in that situation when a big catches the ball that far away from the three-point line, right, and you know his personnel, you know who's on the court, you have the data that tells you who to foul and who not. JTA should have fouled him. And Curry falling asleep on the inbounder. It's a no-no. It's the no. And the guy losing the ball just a little, it makes you turn your head. I understand from a player standpoint. You turn your head ever so slightly thinking you're going to get the turnover. It's an infuriating loss because it's one of those ones. And then overtime, it's just I knew they were going to lose in overtime. Why didn't you?
Well, they were up 5 right away. They're up 5 right away in overtime. You're thinking, okay, they stabilize. Going into OT, they come out of overtime. And they scored the first 5 in overtime. And I'm thinking, all right, they're going to stabilize the game and win the game. And next thing you know, the Pacers go on an 11-2 run. But again, JTA misses a layup at the end. He's right at the rim. You missed a layup. Curry falls asleep on the inbound play. I can hear Fitch right now in his sleep. Foul the three-point shooter. You're up 3.
What's your philosophy there? What's your personal philosophy?
I foul.
Because you have such great free throw shooters. If my best player was, I don't know, I'm just picking the old Nuggets team, when Andre was the number 1 player on that team. Okay, he's not a great free throw shooter. Maybe I changed my strategy down the stretch. But when I have Poole, who's I think 92% or whatever it is, 90%, and I have Steph Curry on the court, I mean, my God, you're going to foul me and I'm going to shoot free throws. I'm going to make you out-execute my team from the stripe.
It's interesting you mentioned how, situational basketball, and I agree with that. Everybody globs on to the end of the game. It's not the end of the world, though. But you know what? No, it's not the end of the world.
I don't think come off like that.
No. But it's also games like that are lost in the second quarter, in the third quarter.
Absolutely.
I don't just look at the end of the game and say, oh, they lost it right there because they didn't foul. When you don't play the right way, which they did Tuesday night against Detroit, you don't play the right way. 21 turnovers. Again, they're one of the worst teams in the league when it comes to turnovers. They're second to last, right behind the Houston Rockets.
Right? 4 of them that I counted, and there was probably more, in transition. Wiggins just dribbled one out of bounds. Horrible turnovers.
The turnovers. You think about the three-point shooting outside of Steph and Curry. There was a lot in that game where Steph Curry was the only one to hit a 3 in that basketball game.
Who else hit a 3? 2 guys? I think only
Damian Lee hit a 3
outside of Curry.
I blame myself.
Yeah, it's basically 2 threes out of Steph. What's that? Oh, I think we got Shasky. I didn't know what happened there. Shasky, you still there, Shasky?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what happened. I was like, what? I heard something in my ear.
I heard Steve Kerr fire off. He was mad at me from the heavens.
I didn't even hear that. But no, JTA, Damian Lee, and Wiggins, they hit 3 threes combined. They were 9 of 42. Steph Curry 6 of 16. So you look at Jordan Poole. 1 of 7, 0 of 5 from the three-point line, 5 points. You look at Andrew Wiggins, 5 of 15, 1 of 6 from the three-point line, 11 points. You look at Klay Thompson, 6 of 17, 0 for 7 from 3, 12 points. You got to play the right way. They did not play the right way. I thought at the end of the game, maybe they should have put the ball in Steph Curry's hands a little bit more. They couldn't find him. Just ugly basketball. The rotations, they were clunky. I wonder why Jonathan Kuminga only got 15 minutes. I wonder why GP2, Gary Payton II, didn't play in overtime. I wonder about all these things, but this is not just a head coaching thing. I want to debunk that right now. You want to blame Steve Kerr for losing to the Indiana Pacers? Well, be my guest. But you telling me these are pros who can't put away the Indiana Mad Ants reference to their G League team? They're basically playing the Mad Ants, not the Indiana Pacers. That's on the players. Players play.
Well, when you lose the way that they did, they look lifeless. That's the way I view it.
They took it for granted. They took the game for granted.
When you lose that way, coach, players, everyone deserves criticism in a loss like that. Will we forget about this down the stretch?
Absolutely.
Probably. But what it is to me is a microcosm. Bonte, it's a microcosm of not having Draymond Green, of trying to work in Klay Thompson. It's just Jordan Poole not having a very clearly defined role. I think they tried 20-something lineup changes last night or various lineups on the heels of 26 lineups against the Pelicans. So it's not for a lack of trying.
Right. No, you gotta find different combinations. We knew this would be a time when working in Klay Thompson, there would be some hiccups. There would be some bumps in the road.
Well, here's where I struggle.
Here's why I'm concerned a little bit, Shasky. One, the report about James Wiseman before the game. We don't know when he's going to go through contact. I'm a little concerned about James Wiseman. But two, how to get Jordan Poole acclimated back into this offense. Okay. Jordan Poole not being aggressive. There was one point late in the third quarter where he had one field goal attempt. And I said, what? I'm watching the game. I'm thinking, wait, what? One field goal attempt for Jordan Poole. They've got to get Jordan Poole to be the Jordan Poole he was in the starting lineup. How do you do that? Look, Bob said it on the Morning Roast Tuesday on the executive show. It's not easy for him. You can't imagine how hard it is for him to see your name in the starting lineup in the bright lights, and all of a sudden you're coming off the bench. You don't know when you're playing. Kind of like Harrison Barnes the year they brought in Andre Iguodala. They didn't know. He didn't know when he was going to play. And that is a detriment to a young man where it's like, man, am I going to come in at the 6-minute mark, the 7-minute mark, the 8-minute mark? And now he doesn't know when he's playing, and he's completely lost right now.
Yeah. Now, they have science behind why they're doing what they're doing with Klay, and I'm sure there's feel and there's intuition that's also involved. So I don't want to just say science is leading their – but, like, the way they're allocating Klay Thompson's minutes, 5, 5, 5, 5, like, and the way they're putting him in, like, I get what they're trying to do. I don't know necessarily that it's having the best benefit for the entire team right now. It might help Klay Thompson. It might get him ramped up, but I think there are some negative effects, if you will. The ripples are Jordan Poole looks completely lost. Bonte, I'm going to keep saying this. I would try and experiment with having him start. Clearly, he, for whatever reason, is having a very difficult time coming off the bench. I think if he was more of a veteran player, I would look at this situation a little different because he's really, really does not have his footing in the NBA. We think he's arrived. Monty, he has not put together an entire full season of great play. No. I want to think that he could be somebody. He's very inconsistent right now. He has shown flashes of what he can be. I think they have to be very delicate with how they nurture Jordan Poole this year. You don't want to alienate him, number one, and you definitely don't want to lose him in terms of his swag. Right now, he looks swagless.
He looks swagless. Jonathan Kuminga not playing in the second half when he got to the free throw line.
What happened?
In the first, I don't know. I don't know. But this was a team-wide loss.
Was it the Lance Stevenson bump and that was a soft tack?
It was a soft-ass technical foul, first of all.
Weak.
He got the technical because he's a rookie.
Exactly.
The fact that Lance Stevenson is getting the benefit of the doubt. Lance Stevenson getting the benefit of the doubt from the referees when he just joined the Pacers a couple weeks ago. Look, this is a team-wide loss. It was on Steph Curry.
I'm with you.
It was on Klay Thompson. It was on the players. It was on Steve Kerr. It was on all of them. It was the worst loss of the season. They'll get the bounce back tonight against the Houston Rockets on the back end of a back-to-back. And that's what made it so disappointing was that the Pacers were on the back end of a back-to-back.
And
they sat their top four scorers and no one played. And yet you got out-hustled by them. It was Festus said it last night on the post-game show. You can't underestimate NBA teams no matter what. They're pros. They get paid too. They're trying to put in good tape. They're trying to press Rick Carlisle, the coach of the Indiana Pacers, saying, look, we want to be pros. We want to be on this team. And Chris Duarte cooked yesterday.
I was just going to say, Bonte, I'm such a fan of his. I'm thinking out loud. Man, I kind of wish we would have moved up a slot and gotten him. You know what I mean? Like, he really could help this team now. He's older. I get that. Moses Moody's 19. He's like 24, 20. I think he might be older than Kevon Looney, or maybe Kevon Looney's
24, 25.
Yeah, like whatever it is. He's just a very seasoned, mature player, and his game really translates to the NBA. Got a great half-court game. I think he could really help the Warriors right now. It's kind of unfortunate he's not on the team. If there's a glimmer of hope I'm looking for, Steph Curry showed life last night. Now, I know at the end, it didn't look as good as we would like.
Right.
Just look at the raw number. Look at the way he was playing. And he was frustrated throughout the game. He showed 3 or 4 different times where he threw the ball against the padding underneath the hoop. He's yelling at GP2 when they didn't set up. He's showing a little frustration. I'm just the glimmer of hope that I'm clinging to right now as a shooting star is that Steph looks a lot better. Like, we need to get him going. Earth to Draymond. If you're there anywhere, please do get in the back to tank like Boba Fett or Darth Vader. Do whatever you have to do to get right and get back. Dear God, we need you.
They miss him, but they also need to figure out the turnover situation. I don't know how you fix that and clean that up. 21 turnovers last night. I can't get over it. I can't get over it to save my life.
The transition.
It's just dead live ball turnovers, silly turnovers, bad shots. Look, Comcast business text line is always open.
Yeah, are they rolling?
888-957-9570. They're rolling right now. 650 was at the game last night. Says, I don't think Poole likes coming off the bench. His body language says it all. Right now, it does. And he's got to figure out his role because it's not changing. All right, he's going to be coming off the bench. Klay Thompson will be starting. You got to figure it out.
Can I ask you a sincere question?
What's up?
Do you think right now, given where the team's at, like, we understand down the line, Klay needs to start? I'm just asking, and I don't want to be the jerk here. I'm just asking out loud. If we all are Warrior fans and we want the best outcome for the Warriors, why have we eliminated the option of Klay Thompson coming off the bench for the time being?
Because he's Klay Thompson, and he's a 3-time champ. He's a 5-time All-Star, and Steve Kerr loves his veterans. He loves veterans, and this was in the plan from day number 1. Now, I think about Jordan Poole coming off the bench or maybe starting like he did against Chicago, where he came off aggressive and he had one of his best games in weeks since the Miami game back on January 3rd. But what you just said a few minutes ago, Jordan Poole hasn't done what Klay Thompson has done in this league. Jordan Poole has to earn this. Like, the only reason why he was starting was because Klay Thompson was hurt. Now, did he play well as a starter? Absolutely. Absolutely. But Klay is a guy who the Warriors feel like is going to defend at a high level, and he's getting there. He's starting to shut off the rust. He's a shooter, a consistent shooter, a more consistent shooter from the three-point line than Jordan Poole. And that's a guy the Warriors want to get worked in. He's getting paid $37 million, all right? $37 million. Are you going to bring Klay Thompson off the bench? Well, you know what I'm saying?
But Bonte, everything you say is so valid. This feels sacrilegious for me to even question. I don't even want to be the anti-Klay guy. That's not what I'm trying to do, because I already know there's going to be somebody who's going to make that position their spot and try to rile up Warrior fans. Like, Klay's washed. I'm just asking out loud, what if he never becomes back to the dude that we all wanted? Like, what if we get a diminished version who's less efficient? At some point, I'm just saying, maybe it's something
you gotta
we
let it
might
play.
need to explore.
Yeah, breathe,
That's all I'm...
Shasky, breathe like a little bit.
I know.
Breathe a little bit. Breathe a little bit. It's been 2 weeks.
It just doesn't look good.
Well, he's missing a lot of wide open shots. He's He's
short arm to threes.
Guy hasn't played basketball in 941 days. You got to give him time. Let's get to the All-Star break and let's reassess the situation. This is experimental mode for the Golden State Warriors. They got a big lead in the Western Conference. I know they're 3.5 behind the Phoenix Suns, but they're in that top 4 where they want to be.
They do have a runway.
They're in that top 4. Let's get to the All-Star break and reassess the situation. And I think that's what the Warriors will do here moving forward. They get a get-right game tonight against the Rockets, but you can't call it a get-right game because of what happened last night. So let's see if they can bounce back without Klay Thompson tonight, without Andre Iguodala. Another guy they missed last night was Otto Porter Jr.
Yeah, they missed Otto Porter Jr.
Him. Could have used him last night.
I'm
So, look, man, they were in the groove. They were in the groove with Jordan Poole. There's no doubt about it. That's going to be a talking point, Shasky, from here on out.
100%.
How is Jordan Poole looking? The rhythm of the team, the way they were flowing with Jordan Poole in the starting lineup. Jordan Poole on the bench, how is he looking? Look, the second unit is his. He's got to be that playmaker. But also, I'm looking at other guys like Bielitsa. Bielitsa's in a funk, man. I don't know what's going on with Bielitsa.
Well, and
what is going on with him?
I don't think Damian Lee's playing great right now either.
No.
It's very lackluster. Like, I don't want to just isolate Bielitsa. Like, there's a lot to be alarmed with right now. I'm looking at this team and I'm looking at the way they're playing, and the best way to describe them is they look rudderless right now. There's zero passion. It looks very disjointed. They're not hitting shots. Their transition, their half-court offense looks very, very predictable. I mean, just that without Draymond Green, they don't have someone who can counter-move when teams jump certain routes. They don't have a lot of freelance playmakers. And so it just looks very stagnant right now, and I'm very worried. And I don't know when Draymond's coming back, if he is at all.
Oh, you're very worried.
I am very worried. I was worried last week, B. I am.
You were worried last week. No, I'm not worried.
Let's call it what it is. Like, I'm not here to be like Chicken Little. I'm not. I'm saying like something is off right now. And until I see like a concerted effort over a 3 or 5 game stretch, I'm not just going to sit here and give them the benefit of the doubt. There's a lot of new parts.
19-4 at home. I get it. They're 4-6 in their last 10. They're in the funk. Like, look, let's keep it real. That start that they had
was
30-9. Look, they overachieved. But they're 32-13 right now. They're 2 games up on the Memphis Grizzlies for the 2 spot here. They still got home court advantage throughout until they get to the Western Conference Finals against the Phoenix Suns. It's January. We knew there was going to be an adjustment with Klay Thompson. Did we think it would look like this? No. But we knew there were going to be an adjustment as he gets his minutes bumped up by the day. Jordan Poole's got to make his adjustment. The Draymond injury kind of came out of nowhere. And we expected James Wiseman to be back here. So until I see all the parts whole, I'm not going to panic yet. Let me see where they're at the All-Star break. And then once we get to March, we get to April. All right, where are they at then? But right now, it's January 21st. This team has won championships. The core group has won championships. Steph is still Steph. Well, I think they will be okay. I don't think there's any reason to panic right now.
Well, it's interesting you say the core group. So, let's peel this back. Looney has won championships. Steph has won them. Draymond, Klay, and Iggy. That's 5 guys. Right now, you don't got Draymond. There's a lot of guys on this team that you're relying on for heavy minutes that don't have that same pedigree and aren't as solidified league-wide as those other guys that I mentioned. And Klay Thompson, one of those 4 dudes with championships that's healthy right now. He's a version of himself that's not 100%. And I don't know if he'll ever get back there. So, again, it's the sky isn't falling. They're not one of the worst teams in the league. But in terms of where they were a month and a half ago, and just watching how they're talking to each other and the body language and the communication and the feel around the team, it doesn't look good.
They're fighting through it. They're in a rut right now. And they're 32-13. I'll take that. I'll take that rut right now.
Of course, I'll
get it out the way. Fight and I'll rather them go through adversity.
Championship.
What's that?
I had recalibrated back to championship, and now I'm questioning whether I jumped the gun on that.
Well, it's early, man. They're still one of the 6 teams that's in championship contention. They're still one of the 6 teams.
That's true.
And I'd rather them go through adversity now as opposed to April and May. When you get to the playoffs here, it's January. They have a lot of time to figure this out. The regular season is all about figuring it out, tinkering the rotations, seeing who's going to be playable, seeing who's not going to be playable, and jump-starting this team again. How do you get Jordan Poole jump-started? How do you get Klay Thompson acclimated here and get back into rhythm? How do you get Wiggins to remain aggressive offensively? All those things are in play here, so they've got to figure that out here, and they got a lot of time to figure it out here.
But B, that's a great point. He just needs to play better. I mean, yesterday he had 3 dribble turnovers. He just turned it over. 2 of them in transition. I'm like, well, you dribbled it out of bounds. Should have been a dunk.
An awful game. It was an awful game. It was the worst loss of the season, no doubt about that. What's coming up on the game brought to you by BMW Fairfield. We'll table the Warriors and we'll panic about them another time. Now, let's shift gears to Niners. No, I knew. Hey, Shasky, I knew you were feeling like that. I knew you were feeling like that, man. I could check. I checked the temperature, man. I could just tell.
I was going to throw the remote at the TV last night, dude. I was so angry.
Dude, I'm not throwing the remote at a January 20th game against the Indiana Pacers. It's a bad loss. But you know what? Hopefully they learned their lesson that they got to come out to play every single night. They didn't come out to play. They lost that game early in the game, man, not having the passion and not having that energy to put away a team like Indiana. All right, coming up here, Niners and Packers. We're going to break this down, man. We're one day away, Roasters. I see you on YouTube and Twitch saying, talk Niners and Packers. Well, guess what? We're going to do that. Let's just get the Warriors out the way. We got to vent about the loss. We did that. We're moving on here. Niners, Packers, Lambeau Field, brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address.
Now you're in control. 5G nationwide access requires a 5G capable device. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
95.7 The Game and McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin are giving away a $500 gift card to create your ultimate big game watch party. For your chance to win, visit the contest page on 957thegame.com and learn more.
Has this ever happened to you? I wasn't feeling so great, so I searched my symptoms on Google, and now I'm being followed by really uncomfortable ads. I hate feeling like my personal information is being bought and sold. I got DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. With one download, you can search and browse privately, avoiding trackers all for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Join the conversation on 95.7 The Game with the Comcast Business Text Line.
Get off me, text line.
Oh my God.
Text 888-957-9570.
888-957-9570. Yes or no, only the host should have access to the text line.
Text the text line at 888-957-9570. The Comcast Business Text Line, keeping businesses ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Monogram appliances. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. You can preheat your oven using voice control or check how much time is left in your dishwasher cycle with your phone. And now, receive up to 3 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits towards the appliances of your choice. You can see all of the Monogram appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or friedmansappliance.com.
Tommy Thompson's kick. And a good kick, considering the conditions by Thompson. Howard at the 29. Desmond Howard into 49er territory, and Desmond Howard may go all the way. There are no flags down. Touchdown, Green Bay. 71 yards.
Mike Holmgren said that field position and special teams were going to be a major player in this game. You can call him Isaiah because he was a prop.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
What's that? Matt Millen and Dick Stockton on a call for Fox Sports 96 divisional round game. The flakjacking game. Remember Steve Young got his ribs cracked against the Philadelphia Eagles in a wild card game, a 14-0 victory. He tries his goal against the Green Bay Packers. He had the flakjacking on. Flakjacking game. Basically playing like half a quarter. Elvis Grbac comes in. Niners get smoked 35-14 in that one. And the dominance of the Green Bay Packers was just starting to begin. That was 3 in a row for the Green Bay Packers against the Niners.
I was listening to our buddies, the Wendy's Big Show in Wisconsin. Our program director sent me a link to some audio, and he said Gilbert Brown, the big defensive tackle, had called in, and he was talking about that game. You know what he called it? The Mud Bowl game. And he said that at halftime, Jerry Rice had switched uniforms because he couldn't be dirty. I knew that guy couldn't stay dirty for a whole game, and he's talking in his twang. I mean,
he called him soft.
Basically.
Soft Californians.
And then the first play of the second half, the ball was like a run play or whatever.
Right.
Their safety in their corner just dragged Jerry right into the mud, and he was pissed that his jersey got absolutely mud-decked again. That was, that was a game I'd like to forget, Desmond Howard.
Yeah, and also Gilbert Brown on that Wendy, because I think that he sent it to me, too, and I listened to it. He was talking about Kevin Gogan. Kevin Gogan, how he was a dirty player or whatnot. So Gilbert Brown was talking that talk. Niners were getting dominated in that game. But look, right now, Shasky, before we get back in to Packers or Niners, it's time for taking them to school, presented by Evergreen Valley College.
Rebound, Looney. Up top, Curry. Back to Peyton. In deep. Dunked it over Batase and got fouled.
That was the highlight from last night. GP2 with a watch-ahead moment. Dunking all over old boy. The big, what's his name again? Batase Lemon? All right, yeah, whatever his name is. He got ejected out of the game. Fouled GP2. Got dunked on. Got thrown out. Got a technical. What a bad moment for him. Gary Payton II catches another body, and that is taking him to school, which happens the morning after every game paid for by Evergreen Valley College, home of free tuition for the 2022 spring semester.
2 points. Number one, GP2, I think we all would agree, needs to be on the court more often. I don't know what's going on there, especially to close out games. I mean, defensive stop in that situation, he's just got to be on the floor. He's a defensive playmaker, and he can lock down people. Number two, I do this for a living, and I couldn't name but a handful of Indiana Pacers last night, Bonte. I don't know how I don't know how anyone could recognize any of those. There's like 4 guys I recognized on the Pacers, and the rest, I had never heard their names ever before, ever.
No, it was a rough one. It was a rough one. I mean, that's a winnable game. Again, they were playing the Indiana Mad Ants, not the Indiana Pacers.
I didn't even know that was their G League. I like that name, the Mad Ants.
The Mad Ants is pretty cool.
It's a good name.
By the way, we're going to give away some tickets. If anybody want to go to the Warriors tonight. Last night, it was 50% off. Chase card holders for food and merchandise. Coming up at around 7:30 and 8 o'clock, we're giving you a chance to win a pair of tickets to Sunday's game and Tuesday's game as a thank you from all of us here at 95.7 The Game and Dub Nation. When you hear this sounder,
turns and fires. It's a 3-ball for Curry.
Be the fifth caller. Let's make sure we get the phone number right. It's 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-GAME. And as always, for tickets to future games, go to Warriors.com. Let's get into Niners-Packers. Packers, baby. It's happening tomorrow. And by the way, she asked me when I woke up. I'm not going to lie. I started looking at flights and tickets because the tickets are so cheap at Lambeau Field. You get a nice ticket for $300. But also, there's a way you can get to Green Bay without having to actually fly to Green Bay. You do you do a little shortcut. You fly to Chicago, and you either rent a car, drive up to Green Bay, which is about a 3 to 4 hour ride, or you fly to Chicago. You fly to Chicago and take the Amtrak and get a little train up to Green Bay, which I was like, man, I wish I would have thought this one out. I would have took my ass to Green Bay and sat in the cold.
Oh, interesting. I'm glad that you're now Expedia Bonte. I'm kind of feeling that. You're Mr.
I'm a Hopper guy.
What?
I'm a Hopper guy personally. I like Hopper.
Oh, okay.
It's another app.
Bonte
it's like
Hopper
Expedia.
Hill. All right.
Yeah, there you go.
I was looking at Green Bay. I keep looking at it from a 49er perspective, but I'm really familiar with this Green Bay team. They're on primetime all the time, right? And it feels like the Niners play them every year, doesn't it? Like, it just feels like the Niners and Packers play each other all the time. Now, I had forgotten that Bakhtiari didn't play in week 3. He has kind of been in and out of the lineup and in and out of practice all year. He took Tuesday off for load management. Then he did practice in pads on Wednesday, then didn't practice at all on Thursday. Today is obviously Friday. He's listed as questionable. No idea whether he plays or not, but he didn't play in the last game. And we talk so much about how Aaron Rodgers got rid of the ball so quickly. So I do believe that was part of their game plan because they had a backup left tackle that no one's ever heard of.
Third string left tackle. It was a third string left tackle that day.
Well, there you go. And so I don't know if they're going to employ that same exact strategy, but it did work for them. And then I look at the other side of the ball, another guy who's a high-profile, high-level player, Jair Alexander. He's their starting cornerback. He'd be either lined up on Debo or on Brandon Ayuk. He practiced it in limited capacity all of these days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. He has a shoulder injury right now, and so they're going to kind of see where he's at. They're not sure. It sounds like he'll be a game time decision as well. I mean, those are 2 of their premier players. And then I look at their wide receivers, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, who obviously he's
out.
Yeah, he's not going to play. He's doubtful. The back. And so that makes their already kind of thin wide receiver core even thinner. And then Aaron Rodgers has a toe injury. Aaron Jones has a knee. It sounds like they're going to play. Campbell, the guy that they hyped up yesterday, sounds like he's going to play. So it looks like the 2 big injuries on the Green Bay front are their left tackle, Bakhtiari, who's a local boy from Sarah, and Jair Alexander. I mean, the Niners are looking at what? Fred Warner and Bosa?
Well, they're good to go.
I think they're good, right?
They're good to go. Good to go. Although I haven't heard much about Ambry Thomas. Ambry Thomas, what's his situation? Because he had a knee.
See that.
He had a knee situation there. Ambry Thomas at corner. Man, I'm not mad at Dante Johnson. I actually feel. I can't believe I'm saying this. I actually feel a lot more comfortable with Dante Johnson
Things
than I do.
Thought I'd never say for 700, Alex.
Dude, I can't believe it. But no, it's looking good for Nick Bosa, looking good for Ambry Thomas. So we shouldn't have to worry about that. Josh Norman not going to play in this game. Thank the heavens. And that's what I was worried about with Ambry Thomas. Well, he'll suit up. I mean, he's got to play special teams, right?
Well, he's the guy on special teams that did not pay attention.
I mean, get him off the field. He shouldn't even play special teams. Just don't even play him.
I mean,
but no, Shanahan was optimistic. Shanahan was optimistic about Ambry Thomas, who's dealing with the bone bruise in his knee. Shanahan said he's hoping he'll go. That's why we've got him as questionable. I think he'll be all right, but that will come down to seeing how he is on game day. So how can he loosen up that knee in that cold weather? It's going to be. Looks like it's going to be like -4 degrees. We'll see about that.
Did you think that Fred Warner played well in the game against the Dallas Cowboys? There's been so much scrutiny on his play, over pursuing, not being at the same high level that he was in years past. I feel like a lot of that. I mean, it's not that he's been perfect this year. I do feel like we've over criticized Fred Warner at times.
I'll answer it after the break, but you know what? I could answer now. Let me save that for after the break. We'll break it and we'll discuss Fred Warner and his defense coming up here. 49ers Talk, Niners, Packers, 888-957-9570. Where the 49er fans at? Been quiet this week. Outside of Monday, Tuesday, when everybody was ripping on the Cowboys, how are Niner fans feeling about this matchup against the Green Bay Packers? Are Niner fans confident? I mean, honestly, Shasky, this could be the last time we ever see Jimmy Garoppolo in a 49ers uniform. You ever think about that one? I mean, this could be.
Do.
I mean, man, this could be it. This could be it. How are 49er fans feeling about that? 888-957-9570. That's a Comcast Business text line, our phone line as well. I'll answer that question about Fred Warner on the other side here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, and that's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Then cleaning the mop when you're done so it doesn't grow bacteria. A hassle on top of a hassle. Try Swiffer WetJet. With Swiffer WetJet, you start with a fresh pad and cleaning solution every time. And when you're done, you just toss the pad. Swiffer WetJet, the faster, easier, cleaner way to clean your floors.
Me again, Robert Johnson, Veritas Funding in Walnut Creek, California, talking about jumbo mortgages. Today, we are offering a 2.5% 30-year fixed rate mortgage at a 2.65 APR. Give us a call, whether you're purchasing a home or refinancing, home improvements, cash out. You can get 2.5% on a 30-year fixed up to $3 million with a 2.65 APR. Give us a call, 925-399-4041. 925-399-4041. Ask for me, Robert Johnson, Veritas Funding in Walnut Creek, California. Talk to you soon.
If you have a jumbo loan over 3%, refinance with Veritas Funding at 2.5% rate with 2.65 APR on loans up to $3 million. 2.5% on a 30-year fixed mortgage. Up to $3 million with a 2.65% APR with Veritas Funding in Walnut Creek. Call now, 925-399-4041. 925-399-4041. Veritas Funding is an equal housing lender. NMLS 252108. Rates and terms subject to change without notice. $3 million loan amount based on 50% loan to value with 780 credit score.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo.
This is not a drill. This is not a drill.
DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Even worse than threes is nuns.
Favre looks inside, hits Freeman. Antonio Freeman puts the Packers in.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Yeah, that was a 98 NFC Championship game of the 97 season. Boy, the Packers put a whooping on the Niners at Candlestick Park. The only touchdown scored in that game, Joe Shasky, was by
T.O.
Chuck Levy on a kick return.
Number 25.
Was he 25 or 32? Was he 25 or 32?
Oh, maybe he was 32. Maybe he was. Maybe Vinny Sutherland was 25.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm looking at Chuck Levy right now. Yeah, it looks like he was 32. Old Chuck Levy. Oh, number 32. Had a kick return. Niners got smoked in that one. Antonio Freeman beating Rod Woodson on that play. Oh, man, that was
Wasn't
ugly.
Chuck Levy part of the original NFL Blitz game, too? Wasn't he like the running back?
He was a running back on that team.
Yeah.
Boy. Yeah, that was rough. That was rough. Niners got smoked in that one. In that game, they were down 13-3 at the half. Packers ended up winning the champ. Ended up going back to the Super Bowl. Of course, they lost to the Denver Broncos. Gave John Elway his first championship. But Shaska, you asked me a question right before the break. You know, as the Niners get ready they're already in Milwaukee or Green Bay, wherever the hell they're at. They traveled out yesterday, got on the flights. You know,
Hopper Hill.
You asked me. What's that?
Hopper Hill with his telling. I wonder how they got their flight.
Hey, man, they got on the flights yesterday, man. Took charters here in Wisconsin right now. Getting ready for the cold. I love it. By the way, they got the heaters on the field at Lambeau Field with the tarp over it, keeping the field heated ahead of tomorrow night's divisional round game between the Packers and Niners. But you asked me whether or not Fred Warner had a good game last week.
Yes.
And I want to say he did. But there's one play that really irked me. It really irked me before halftime. A third one is Ezekiel Elliott. He gets to pitch out. If Fred Warner misses the tackle, he missed the tackle.
Yes.
Primetime players got to make primetime plays. I was a little disappointed in Fred there. But I thought for the most part, Fred had a solid game in that one. Week 3 against the Packers, I don't know. That was a rough one for everybody involved with the 49ers in that game.
Okay, so I've watched a lot of the games, pretty much every single game back at least 2, if not 3 times, sometimes four in cases. I do think it's fair to say he's had a big drop off from last year. He was so good last year. And I think since they've kind of fortified that front and found the right combinations at D tackle,
Right.
He's played a lot better. I think he was jumping the wrong gaps at times, over pursuing, picking the wrong spots on where to come in. A lot. You're right, 100%.
Yeah. Especially that Colts game. The Colts game, I feel like
he was bad.
I feel like that may have been his worst performance of the season.
Linebacker is such a tricky one because you want to play instinctual, but when your instincts are reading you in the wrong direction, you just look like you're jumping the gun and you're over pursuing or just picking the wrong spots on where to attack. And I do think that at times that's been there. The area that for me, I still think he's good at is coverage. I still think he's a really good coverage linebacker, which has been kind of his hallmark. I just think quarterbacks aren't targeting him in those one-on-one situations because he's so good. At times, yes, zone guys are going to beat them underneath and just sit down, and he's going to get, not just him, but just the defense will get picked apart at times. Like Schultz, it felt like was open underneath a lot. But I do think in the run game specifically, in the middle part of the year when they were trying to figure out who those defensive linemen were in front, I do think he was struggling. I think he's picked it up a lot in the last couple of weeks. He's important for me to be healthy this week.
No, he definitely is. And you know what? Our boy Splash Cousin on Twitter
Jordan
had
Elliott.
a video out the other day. Jordan Elliott, he's a funny dude.
He does a good job. He watches the games back.
No, he does.
I implore people to check out his feed. He's very analytical. I like his approach.
But he had a video of Fred Warner defending CeeDee Lamb on a drag route from the far hash all the way to the sideline. And Fred Warner did a hell of a job in taking away CeeDee Lamb. So to your point about pass coverage, that is still there for Fred Warner Jr.
Yes.
Remember, he's a natural safety, moving to linebacker coming out of BYU. So I thought he did a good job at pass coverage. The Cowboys really struggled when it came to pass defense. There was a couple times where I thought Fred Warner maybe could have got his hands on the football here and there on the picks. So I think Fred Warner having him back in this game, having him back in the lineup is huge for the 49ers. Greenlaw's ready to go. Al-Shaair is playing good football. This defense, this front seven is playing really good football. And I just look back to that Week 3 game against the Green Bay Packers. And there's a couple people on YouTube saying, our roasters on YouTube saying, look, man, we're down 17-0. Came back, should have won that football game. Yeah. You're absolutely right. They basically no-showed for the first, 28, 29 minutes of the football game. They no-showed. But with that said, I like where their run defense is at. Again, I want to keep the Packers one-dimensional. I want them to say, you know what? We cannot run the football. If we run the football, we're wasting downs. That's what I want this Niners defense to do, like they did last week against the Cowboys. Zeke and Tony Pollard were MIA. Why? Because that front four and that front seven got after the Cowboys in the run game and really dominated them. And I don't know if the Packers' offensive line is as legit as the Cowboys' offensive line.
Yeah, I don't know either, Bonte. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to know, the advanced analytics of the offensive line for the Green Bay Packers. That's a really good question. I would say this: I've been hearing a lot of criticism of Dak Prescott this week, and one of the things that they kept saying, again, quarterbacks and stuff that study the film, Orlovsky, for example. He was not identifying the one-on-one matchups, and they were giving so much cushion, it sounded like, some of the 49er corners, that they were surprised that Dak didn't try to exploit that more often. If they do the same, and I think their strategy will be more sophisticated against Aaron Rodgers, because he's a high-level quarterback who can pick people apart. Pre-snap, Aaron Rodgers is as good as they come. He knows what matchups he's looking for. He'll start right, knowing damn well he wanted to go left the whole time, right? He's a master at that. So if they give that same kind of cushion to Davante Adams, that back shoulder throw for 8-9 yards on an out will be there all day. I'm very concerned about how they're going to mix up coverages against Davante Adams specifically.
Yeah, that was Caleb Parscale on the YouTube giving us the shout out on Week 3 and how they played Week 3. But you're right about that. I read the same thing about Dak not finding a cushion there because Troy Aikman said something. He said, look, man, I would just run a comeback route all day long until they stop it. Now, I do think the 49ers will adjust because Aaron Rodgers in that first game in Week 3, again, we mentioned this the other day, he started off 12-12.
Yes.
All right? He was cooking. And he was 16-16 at like the 8-minute mark in the fourth quarter when it came to throwing the ball in less than 3 seconds. He was throwing the ball in 2 to 2.5 seconds. He was getting the ball out quick. I think the Niners and DeMeco Ryans will make that adjustment and make Aaron Rodgers hold on to the ball a little longer than he wants to there. So I think that may be the strategy here because you don't want to give Davante Adams cushion. You don't want to give Lazard cushion because he can beat you deep. Lazard's really come along here down the stretch for the Green Bay Packers. But one game I advise a lot of people to watch. if you want to get ready for this game and if you have time to watch the game. Browns versus Packers. Now, the Browns love to run the football. They showed a physicality in that football game that really bothered the Green Bay Packers. Nick Chubb ran hard in that game. Yeah. He ran for, I think, over 130 yards, if I'm not mistaken. That was a game. I was talking to Rob Lauder yesterday, who does the 49ers Strike and Goal podcast. In that game.
Damn, you're making appearances all over.
Dude, I got time on my hands right now.
You're on everyone's album.
Dude, it's Packers-Niners. You know what I'm saying? I told you last week, Shasky, they want to hear from the big dogs in the Bay, baby. You know what to call me, man.
Well,
it's pissing off in.
Are there any crumbs available for your boy over here?
I did recommend you for a couple hits, man. I don't know if they got back to you, man. Maybe they lost the phone number. I'm sorry, Shasky. Maybe I'll pretend like, hey, you're calling Bonte Hill, and I'll give him your number. You can just hop on and be like, hey, it's the Butcher Boy, whatnot. But no, that Cleveland game, remember Baker Mayfield? He threw all those interceptions in that football game.
Yes. 5.
But Cleveland really flustered the Green Bay Packers in that one. It was a 24-22 game, and the way Cleveland's built in the trenches, physical. I think there's a blueprint there on how to beat the Green Bay Packers, man. They don't like physicality. You look at the teams they played down the stretch. I mean, come on, man. Detroit, Minnesota. I mean, come on, man.
Just you and me right now. How many games of the Packers have you watched this week alone?
So I watched Packers-Browns. I watched a little bit of that.
One.
I watched the Packers-Niners, week 3.
Okay.
I watched the Packers-Vikings, the first one in Minnesota, the one they lost. Okay. But I kind of throw that out the window because it's a divisional game. And there was another game I watched with them. Oh, the Ravens game. The Ravens game when they won 31-30, and the Ravens went for 2 at the end. The condensed replays, man. They're 40 minutes. They're quick. Boom, boom, boom. You get them done quickly. Right there on the phone, baby. NFL replay.
I want to know. You're our Greg Cosell, and I love you for it.
No, I'm not, man. I'm not, man. I'm just doing a little study, and that's all. That's all.
I absolutely love it. I am a little surprised. You said something yesterday that maybe didn't hit me in the moment, but upon further reflection, I'm kind of feeling where you're at. It does feel like there is an emotional drop-off for the 49er fan base heading into this Packer game. It doesn't feel as big. It doesn't feel as big now. Maybe
that's what I'm saying.
Maybe the feelings will get there on Saturday. I don't know. Maybe it's because we've faced the Packers so many times in recent memory. Maybe it's because the Niners, essentially in the playoffs, have eradicated the Packers in recent memory. I don't know what it is. I still feel the same way. Like, I feel fired up. This is huge.
Right.
Jimmy's last game. Could be Aaron Rodgers' last game. I hate the Packers. Like, give me all that. Lambeau Field, the setting's going to be unbelievable. So I want to know where Niner fans are at. Like, I get it. Right. Cowboys meant something. Where's that same energy this week? Why am I not feeling it from the phone lines?
And you know what? Maybe it's because I've been in the house all week. I don't know. I just don't feel the same energy. I don't feel the same energy. Maybe it's because, Cowboy fans were calling the show talking that talk.
That's true.
Where are the Packer fans at? We heard from one Packer fan last week, Vinny. And he tagged us on Instagram, said, we're here. Where's Vinny at? Where are the Packer fans at? Do Packer fans exist in the Bay Area? Are they talking trash? Because a lot of Packer fans, every time I hear from Packer people, oh, man, we're extremely confident about Saturday. Leroy Bell, really? We're extremely confident about Saturday. Packer fans extremely confident? All right, where are they at then? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Tyler in Pittsburgh. Tyler, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you? So,
good.
I'm a Titans fan, full disclosure, but living in the Bay, you got to root for the teams, because the Bay is just so much better when the teams are doing well. And I think the Niners are the one team that aren't afraid to go into Lambeau and just punch some boys in the mouth. Because who's lining up to tackle Debo? I mean, seriously, in the cold weather, that's just going to hurt even worse. And as far as Aaron Rodgers, I mean, outside. If he hadn't made that Aaron Rodgers throw in the regular season, right, week 3, everybody would be talking about how the Niners own him and this and that, right? But he makes the throw. Aaron Rodgers is the greatest regular season quarterback. For a generational talent, he's only won 1 Super Bowl, right? So, to me, he's not generational. And as far as hearing from Packers fans, I grew up in a Chicago Bears household. Packers fans don't exist until after the game when they win. But just wanted to say before I get off here, I've been listening to the station for, forever. I remember listening to Shasky when he was on the nighttime slot. I would call in when it was him and Ryan Covey.
Thank you.
Fun to have listened to you, and now to hear you guys in the morning, man. Congratulations on all your hard work, and go Niners.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tyler. Very nice message there.
Go Niners.
That means a lot there. And he's basically calling Packer fans front runners. You hear that, Packer fans? You're front runners. Thanks for that, Tyler. Out there in Pittsburgh, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. Don't forget, coming up at around 7:30 and 8, we're giving you a chance to win a pair of tickets to Sunday's Warriors game against the Utah Jazz. And in Tuesday's game, it's a thank you from all of us at 95.7 The Game. When you hear this sounder,
turns and fires, hits a 3-ball for Curry.
Be the fifth caller. And as always, for tickets to future Warrior games, go to warriors.com. Again, the phone number, 844-999-GAME, 844-999-GAME. I shouldn't have to remind you, folks. You guys know the number by now as we talk a little Niners and Packers. Is Uncle Charlie still on the line? Uncle Charlie, what's he got today? Uncle Charlie, what's happening? Well, Uncle Charlie in Sacramento, going once, going twice. He gone.
Sold.
He gone. Sold. All right. Jimmy Garoppolo.
You sound like an auctioneer.
Yeah, I know, right? 500, I got 500 over here, 525 over there, 525, 530, 530, 535 over there, 540. Oh, do I got a 550? 550 going once, going twice. Oh, I got a 560, 570. Jimmy Garoppolo. I didn't know you had to do that, man. That's actually kind of fun. Yeah, I don't know how they do it, man. They're really on point. They be seeing everything, too. 500 over here, 600 over there.
My nose.
We got a 700.
My indicator that I'm putting a bet down, rubbing my nose.
Rub the nose?
Yes.
Rub the nose real quick?
Yeah.
I'm always scared. What if you make a bad move in an auction? You always see movies where guys like scratch their head real quick.
The fly
700 over there, 750. Somebody just picking something out of their eye book. Oh, we got 800 over here.
$750,000 debt.
Oh man, Jimmy Garoppolo. Look, I know we got some sound from Max Kellerman that we're going to play, and I think Max Kellerman is absolutely delusional. I really do. I don't think he knows anything about football. But this realistically could be the last game.
Just hit him with the chopper.
He needs to stick to boxing. He needs to stick to boxing. I mean, come on, man. If I had a shot, if I had one player I could pick to save the world, I want Andre Iguodala shooting. Iconic moment there. They basically got him fired off a first take.
No, Stephen A. got him fired off the first take.
Yeah, he did.
Let's
call it
cutthroat. What it is.
That was cutthroat, man.
I mean, I got to give Stephen A. credit, though. You know what I mean? Like, the man knows he's in full control of ESPN. Like, dude, he's the main character. He creates his universe.
That is cutthroat, though, man. He basically, I got him fired. It wasn't working. It's like, damn.
Well, I mean, Max is too, like, combative. Every now and then, you got to just take it. I've also noticed on those morning shows, Shannon has never looked better, and Skip has never looked worse. Something's good. Skip, I'm legitimately worried for Skip's health. This is not me ripping. I'm telling you, like, he's become an old man in front of our eyes, and I'm legitimately worried about Skip. He looks like Skeletor.
Dude, he, with the chain, with the Jays, and I've never lost to the Jays. Now he's got some little podcast that he's pumping, and he's talking about, I've never lost the debate. I came close to losing one. It's like, dude, you are out of your mind.
He's so old.
Dude, he's so old, and he's so wrong about everything.
Did you see the video he put out after the Cowboys lost where it was him and the sad face, and he didn't talk? Yeah. It was the fakest thing I've ever seen.
What about the Thanksgiving one when he's like breathing like... Like, bro, what is that?
It's so weird. All I keep thinking is, honey, take my phone and film this for me. I'm going to do this weird thing. Because believe me, your boy did that to my wife when I was down in Arizona. I was like, I'm going to oops right now and send a video for Masterclass to Bonte. And at the end of the video, my wife, you could hear her in the video like, why am I doing this? And literally just threw the phone to the side. I thought it made the video because it was authentic.
Dude, Anna, she's always like, what are we doing this for? Okay, maybe we should. She starts like trying to choreograph the whole video. I'm like, yo, I just need this. No, she gets into production mode. It's like, no, I think the lighting's good over here. Lighting's bad over here. I'm like sending these videos in the Warriors pre and post. No, you should sit right here. Show the microphone to the Comrex or whatnot. I'm like, people do not care, babe. It's not that serious. What about Skip? Sam Lutman. Sam Lutman is running the board. He's doing a fantastic job running the board for Stephen Langford. And our prayers go out to Stephen Langford. He'll be back soon. No doubt about it. But Lutman Tubman, he just was in my ear about Skip Bayless fake throwing away the Ezekiel Elliott jersey.
Oh, yeah.
Like, remember that?
No, the best part was the microwave was near where the trash can was. It was so low. I love how people identify things. When I used to do videos, they would look at my background like your bed's not made or whatever.
Yes.
Like, I'm sure people do that to you on your Zoom.
They look at the tabs, Shasky. They look at the tabs on the computer. Why is he looking at such and such? Why is he looking at that?
You got to close Pornhub. Huh?
You got to close all of them.
Get off of Twitter.
All right, let's play the Max Kellerman sound because I want to hear you ether Max Kellerman one more time.
All right.
Give it to me.
Let's do it.
Jimmy Garoppolo. They drafted his replacement, right? Look, if Garoppolo is not there, I've always looked at the Niners and Aaron Rodgers. He's from the area. He went to school in the area. He'd be going home. They have a very good team. If you airdropped Aaron Rodgers, airlift them out of Green Bay and drop him into Jimmy Garoppolo's spot, I think everyone would be picking them to win the Super Bowl right now, right? And so like Green Bay, that'd be a real good situation, it seems to me. If he does lose here, or whatever the outcome is here, I think there's a non-negligible chance these two quarterbacks could be playing for each other's teams next year.
So he'd pull a Durant and play for the team that beat him. There's a couple things here. Number one, it seems very unlikely because obviously the 49ers traded all those picks to get Trey Lance. And number two, Bonte, not sure how the whole non-vaccination thing would go in this market because the media would lose their minds.
Not a chance.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, think of what Andrew Wiggins went through.
Dude, Aaron Rodgers in this market would be box office.
It'd be crazy.
It would be great. It would be unbelievable. The takes getting out. Max Kellerman's off his rocker, right? The Niners, are they going to pony up $40 million a year for Aaron Rodgers? I was just talking to you, Joe Shasky, a.k.a. Charles Schwab, about the finances in the quarterback position. So you're going to move off of Trey and Jimmy and sign Aaron Rodgers, and that's going to work? Like, I come on, man. Let's be real. Like, that's the takes we're going out on ESPN.
But would you grant me this? Because I know we're hyping up the game. Grant me this. If Aaron Rodgers was on the 49ers, there's no doubt about it. They're the favorite to win the Super Bowl in the entire league.
Of course. I mean,
right?
What does that
so
do for
he
us?
is right there. He is right there.
He's right there, yeah. I mean, yeah. If Tom Brady was airdropped into 40, if Deshaun Watson was airdropped, if Josh Allen was airdropped in San Francisco, like, yeah, of course. If Patrick Mahomes was airdropped in San Francisco, they'd be Super Bowl favorites. Hell, they're damn near favorites now with Jimmy Garoppolo.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? I know the odds don't say it, but still, nobody wants to play the 49ers right now. You know,
you're in the Final Four. I mean, you can't get much farther than where they're at right now. And I'm just really excited. The guy we haven't talked about, Bonte, who I think is the biggest difference maker from week 3 to where we are now, Elijah Mitchell. They did not have a proper, sustainable running game in week 3. And it was so evident to me when you watch that game. It was just helter-skelter at best, hesitant running. I think Elijah Mitchell provides something that they dramatically need if they want to have the recipe to win in Lambeau. You got to be able to run the ball. And his toughness and his 80-something plus yards after contact in the game against Dallas proved to me this kid is playoff ready to tote the rock.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Kyle Juszczyk was getting carries in that game out of I formation. Kyle Juszczyk. So, real quick, let's go to a Packer fan. Lines are lit up right now. 888-957-9570. We got Laura Britt, the auntie of the morning roast. She's going to join us at 7:20. So, hang on tight, callers. I want to get to Justin in Oakland real quick, who's a Packer fan. Come on, Packer fan. Justin, talk that talk, man. Hype this up. How you feeling as a Packer fan?
What's going on? What's going on, fellas?
What's up, baby?
I want to say I listen to y'all every day, except for the weeks my Pack play the Niners. I ain't trying to hear y'all on those weeks. Ever. Okay?
All good.
Let me just say that I am cautiously confident. You know, Niners really been showing me something with that big Rams win, going down to Dallas and taking that. But I'm still feeling real good about this win. I think the conditions, I think Lambeau Field has a big part of that. And let me tell you who's going to be a difference maker, in my opinion, for the Packers, is that 1-2 between Aaron Jones and the speed and the bulk we have with A.J. Dillon. I haven't heard y'all talk much about A.J. Dillon.
I brought him up.
Playing real ball lately.
Hey, Justin,
I love A.J. Dillon. He's
I said you got to shut these guys down and make you guys one-dimensional. Shut the run game down because that was the difference in week 3. Aaron Jones got off against the Niners, and A.J. Dillon runs hard. You got to shut these two guys down, Justin.
Yeah, that's right. But Bonte, don't worry. Roger's going to get his, but that's going to be a difference too. Now I got my brats in the fridge ready to get boiled up in that Miller beer. I got my cheese curds ready to get deep fried. I'm not watching with none of my Niner friends. None of them. I'm not trying to hear none of their mouths at all game. Sitting on the couch, drinking beer. Man, I've lived in Oakland for 20 years. I got out of Wisconsin for a reason. It was that cold weather. I didn't want to get out of that real quick, too.
Yeah.
Go, Pack, go! Go, Pack, go!
All right, you out of here, Justin. That's it for you. Get out of here.
Hey, B,
going to Laura
you know what? I'm going to the grocery store right after the show. I'm going to the grocery store after the show. I think I might be getting myself some bratwurst. I think that's a good call. I think I'm going to go with some sausages, a little mustard, some sausages. You cut them up. You put the toothpicks out. I think that your boy Spread might have some bratwurst. That's a good point. I think I'm going that direction.
Yeah, you know what?
Guerras, here I come.
Yeah, you know what? I may have to order delivery, man. Whole Foods. Speaking of Whole Foods, what's coming up brought to you by Whole Foods on the game. Laura Britt, host of
Maybe I'll go to
49ers pre- and post-game. Let's get Laura Britt on here to talk Niners and Packers here on the Morning Roast. That's coming up here, brought to you by Whole Foods Market.
Save on your supplements at Whole Foods Market. Take 20% off Orgain and Navitas plant-based protein powders and superfood powders through January 25th. Plus an extra 10% off for Prime members while supplies last. See more on the Whole Foods Market app.
95.7 The Game presents Jerry Rice Unplugged.
I noticed that. I noticed it was something special, and it was all about family.
An in-depth conversation with the GOAT on all 95.7 The Game's social media. Jerry Rice Unplugged.
for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I need postcards printed and designed. Oh, and a targeted direct mail campaign.
It's possible at Staples.
I need my presentation printed, bound, and perfect.
Also possible. Your local Staples store can help your business navigate the future of work with custom printed sales and marketing materials. Now get 25% off custom printed labels, postcards, flyers, brochures, and more when you spend $60 or more. Explore what's new at Staples, the working and learning store. Ends 1/29 in store only. See staples.com/print for details.
With just one spray of Microban 24, your hard surfaces are sanitized for up to 24 hours. Touch after touch after touch.
So 6 hours from now?
Still sanitized.
12 hours?
Yep.
18 hours.
We're really doing this.
24 hours.
When used as directed, one spray of Microban keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria touch after touch for, up to 24 hours.
Wow.
Microban 24. The sanitizer 4 out of 5 doctors would use in their own homes. So why aren't you?
Welcome to Allstate, where saving on your auto insurance is kind of like a joyride. You, your car, and an open road. Maybe your best friend, too. The music is chill, and so is the traffic. You and your friend both look over at each other, and then he puts his head back out the window. Allstate. Here, better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click, call, or visit allstate.com to save today.
Allstate and affiliates offer products and services subject to availability, terms, and conditions. Let's be real. Mopping is a hassle. You have to fill the bucket, pushing a wet, heavy mop around, then cleaning the mop when you're done so it doesn't grow bacteria. A hassle on top of a hassle. Try Swiffer WetJet. With Swiffer WetJet, you start with a fresh pad and cleaning solution every time. And when you're done, you just toss the pad. Swiffer WetJet, the faster, easier, cleaner way to clean your floors.
Second down and 4. Kaepernick keeps it. Fooled everybody. Colin Kaepernick. What a game. Touchdown.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
This was the last ever playoff game at Candlestick Park. Colin Kaepernick against Green Bay Packers. Niners won that one 45-31 to advance to the NFC Championship, in which they beat the Atlanta Falcons, coming back from 17-0 and going to the Super Bowl, and we know how that ended.
Bonte, I've been to so many freaking Niner playoff games. I've been very blessed. That's one of the great ones of all time. It was a Saturday night game. It was cold as hell. My boy Rocco, after 2 plays, turns to me and goes, "He could run for 200 today. He could run for 200 today." And I'm looking at him like, shut up, dude. What are you talking about? He was right. Kaepernick ran for almost 200 yards in that game. And if he needed to, he would have.
Yeah, 181 yards on 16 carries, 263 yards passing. Remember that game started off with a pick six. He threw a pick six to Sam Shields, who returned it for 52 yards, and you're thinking, oh boy, the young man ain't ready for the playoffs. He ain't ready for the playoffs. Well, the Niners ended up going all one. They beat up on the Green Bay Packers, and Kaepernick, the legend, grew from there. Another legend in her own right. She's a legend here in the Bay Area now. By way of Alabama, it's Laura Britt, host of 49ers pre- and post-game show on NBC Sports Bay Area. 49ers Talk with Matt McMilka. Laura Britt, by way of Alabama. Alabama. I'm trying to do it like Keith Jackson. What? Whoa, Nelly, the boys from Alabama. I don't know. That's terrible. Sorry, Laura. Some introduction here on the Morning Roast. Hey, good morning, Laura.
Bonte, no. Wait, what was that?
I don't know. I just want to say that you're from Alabama. Alabama. How do they say it with the southern drawl?
Just play Sweet Home Alabama next time. That'll go better for you.
Oh,
no.
Wait, Bonte, do you remember who sang Sweet Home Alabama?
Leonard Skinner, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
He famously sang Maroon 5. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Chasky. I don't know what you're talking about. But Miss Alabama, Mrs. Alabama, Laura Britt, now a Bay Area native, to a 49ers pre- and post game. How about that win last week, Laura? Let's get that started before we talk about cold-ass Green Bay.
Wow, we're going to go back to the Cowboys game, huh?
I just want to roast him one more time before we move on.
Well, you were there. How was it?
Oh, it was awesome. I'm surprised I was able to lead the great state of Texas. I was surprised.
Oh, yeah.
I was bumping my gums a little bit, Laura. I was feeling myself.
Shocking.
That's amazing. No, that game was wild. You know, the Niners are just such a hard team to put your finger on, and I think that game kind of encapsulated, you know, the 49ers season. But ultimately, the Niners walk away with the win, and the Cowboys, man, they are one big old hot mess.
You know,
they are.
Laura, they are. They absolutely are. So's been the kind of the quarterback position for the 49ers this year. And I want you to take me behind the scenes because, you know, Dante's been very critical. Dante Whitner, who you do the pre- and post-game show with, has been very critical of Jimmy Garoppolo throughout his tenure. Takeo Spikes has said things. Joe Staley's even said things. And they've praised him. They're not, like, unfairly ripping him. They're just calling out what they see. When he throws interception late in that game, like what is the feeling in the newsroom when you guys are watching that game?
Well, I think it's a good point that you bring that up because they're honest. I wouldn't say like critical.
No.
They're critical at the right times, but Dante, surprisingly, over the past, December, the entire month of December, has been standing by Jimmy Garoppolo. And even in that moment, even in moments where he makes those mistakes, honestly, they're not calling for Trey Lance. There's no like, oh, they should have started Trey Lance. It is what it is. And the fact of the matter is Jimmy Garoppolo is dealing with a heck of a ton of issues right now. And I get every NFL player is at this point, except maybe the Packers, who have been sitting on their couches for the past 2 or 3 weeks. But they honestly weren't that critical of Jimmy in that moment. It is what it is. You know what you're going to get. You almost expect some of those things to happen when it's Jimmy Garoppolo, and I hate to say that, but because he's gotten them this far. Let's call it like it is. He's gotten them this far. They're in the divisional round of the playoffs. 2 months ago, would you have thought that the 49ers would be here? No, not even
close. Yeah,
not a chance.
Laura Britt here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game as we get ready for Niners and Packers up at Lambeau Field. And you mentioned Jimmy Garoppolo. And it's funny, like being at the game on Sunday, Laura and Shask and I talk about it all the time. They've put together basically one game where they've played all 4 quarters. I mean, this is just who the 49ers are, right? And that was the Monday night game against the LA Rams. It feels like if they don't play a full 4 quarters in this one, they may be packing because the Packers are a clean football team. They don't commit penalties. They don't turn the ball over. I mean, like, it feels like the Niners will never, ever play 4 quarters with this current team this season, but it feels like they have to tomorrow night if they want to be victorious tomorrow night at Lambeau Field.
Yeah, I think so, too. But the Packers did. If you go back to that Week 3 matchup, the 49ers had some bad PI calls. They had three penalties for 81 yards that totaled for their pass interference calls. But I was looking at the Packers stats from that game. You know, they had 7 penalties for 87 yards in that game in Week 3. So I thought that was a little interesting. Yeah. But there's kind of a lot at play here. And when you start to break down, you get into the weeds of it. Like the Packers are getting really healthy right now. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? You know, they obviously went 13-4 without a lot of these guys that are coming back. David Bakhtiari, Randall Cobb, guys like that are coming back at this time. Is it good to be changing something that worked all season for you? I don't know. I think that's something interesting to watch. But for the 49ers side of it, you look at Ambry Thomas. I think that's going to be huge. Obviously, Nick Bosa, if he's not able to play, but it does seem like, from what we heard, quote-unquote, looking good that he's going to be able to play on Saturday. That would be the biggest knock for the 49ers if he's not able to go. But I'm a little worried about Ambry Thomas because Aaron Rodgers, he targets. This is not some quarterback that doesn't know what he's doing. Like, he will know if it's Dante Johnson instead of Ambry Thomas, and you better believe he's going to target Dante Johnson every single time. But I heard you guys talking about Fred Warner and how he helps out in the coverage as well. So I think there are ways to get around that. You got to put pressure on Aaron Rodgers if that is the case, if Ambry Thomas isn't a full go on Saturday for the 49ers. So there's just so much at play. The Packers haven't lost at home this whole season. They're 8-0 at home this whole season. But I do, Bonte, I think you're right. The 49ers have got to put together a complete game. The special teams areas where the 49ers have struggled, I would say the most this entire season. That's no secret. But the Packers actually have too. So, could this game come down to special teams, which is kind of sad?
That is crazy. I mean, the 31st and 32nd ranked special teams, the Niners and the Packers. So that's the Spider-Man meme pointing at each other. You keep referencing week 3, which we've been doing too, and glaring. It's so glaring. They didn't have Elijah Mitchell, and I feel like that changes everything. Running back is one of those positions where sometimes if you're the fastest guy in the league, Chris Johnson, you could be one of the best running backs. If you're the biggest, strongest guy like Derrick Henry, you just stand out. Zeke Elliott for years, power and speed. I'm looking at Elijah. He's not the fastest total guy, but he's got good speed. He's not the biggest at all. He's got great vision, tremendous toughness. I love this kid, Elijah Mitchell, and I feel like for some reason he flies under the radar, yet he's so important to what they want to do on Sunday. How do you feel about Elijah Mitchell?
Oh, I mean, Elijah Mitchell has been absolutely key to everything that the 49ers have done this season. I think, you've got Deebo Samuel. I would put him up there with a Deebo Samuel. That's how important he's been for the 49ers this season. And you go back to week 3, like you're talking about with Elijah Mitchell, he wasn't there. Was Trey Sermon, who had 10 carries for 31 yards. The 49ers as a team in week 3 had 21 carries for 67 yards. That ain't going to cut it.
No.
In this game. And if when you have Elijah Mitchell out there, I for sure think that the Packers are obviously going to do everything they can to combat a 49ers run attack, but it comes down to this mastermind game between Matt LaFleur and Kyle Shanahan. And Kyle Shanahan, just like he is with Sean McVay, this is a little bit more. There's a little bit more. I don't know if you remember after the week 3 game, Shanahan and LaFleur had like a little frosty situation going on there. So this means a lot. And I go back to week 3, and Deebo Samuel wasn't who he is now in week 3. Brandon Ayuk was still in the doghouse in week. I mean, I don't know if it's fair to call it the doghouse, but was still being challenged by the team to say, hey, you're better than this. Practice harder, be better. He wasn't a factor. Juwan Jennings wasn't a factor. And you look back last week, and Juwan Jennings is a factor, and so is in the Week 18 game as well. So it's 2 completely different teams now when you look. It was so long ago. Week 3 was so long ago. It was before the 49ers were tested. And I think that's a big thing with Dante, Joe, and Takeo when I talk with them. The fact that this team is tested and didn't fail the test. They've pulled themselves out of it. They pulled their bootstraps up and figured out who they are. They figured out who their identity is in the middle of a season. That was something I talked to Jerry Rice about when the Niners were struggling in the middle of the season. Was it like, can you figure out your identity as a football team in the middle of the season? And he said it's really difficult, but this team did it. They did it.
Yeah.
Yep. No, you're right. Laura Britt here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Host of 49ers pre- and post-game coverage on NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll get the details for Saturday in just a second. Don't forget, we're giving away some tickets. As soon as we get Laura Britt off the airways, we're going to give away some tickets to Sunday and Tuesday's Warrior games. Sunday, of course, they play the Utah Jazz in a big-time Western Conference matchup. So you'll want to be listening. 844-999-GAME. That is the phone number, caller number 5 for that one. Laura, back to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Now they're like, get her off.
No. You're staying on. They can wait. They can wait for these tickets, man. They'll be waiting. Laura, when you think about Jimmy Garoppolo and he wins his game on Saturday, what do you think the narrative will be? Is there any way Jimmy Garoppolo can ever win over this entire fan base? Because I truly believe, I know he has his pitfalls, he has his limitations, but I truly believe he's one of the more underappreciated 49ers that I've ever witnessed. No doubt. He's been associated with winning here. And we know about the Jimmy O no throws and all that, but I truly believe he's underappreciated. Is there anything he could do to flip the fan base and be won over or win this fan base over if he wins on Saturday?
Yeah, you know what's crazy about this, Monte? And I know, Joe, you've been to a lot of games too. I'm in the press box, so I'm not, in the actual stadium amongst the people. And before the game, we're out on our set down by the Dwight Clark statue. So I think people do like him. And I get that he's got his faults, but is there a more popular person that runs out of the tunnel than Jimmy Garoppolo at the stadium? Maybe Nick Bosa?
Yeah, but Debo,
yeah, but Kittle. I mean, people go nuts. And I was talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider, about this, And on the road, Niners fans clearly travel really well. They've been doing that all season long. And he said on the road it's the same. So I think sometimes it gets back down to, people hiding behind their keyboards and saying stuff and trolls. And yes, he's got his faults. I'm not downplaying the fact that people get really ticked off when he throws costly interceptions at times that you really shouldn't be doing that. Mm-hmm. But I don't think there's this mass hatred for Jimmy Garoppolo that you get on social media when you're checking in on Twitter. I think he, playing through the shoulder sprain, playing through this thumb injury that he's got, I think he's doing that. And when you look back, after the season's over and 5 years have passed, I think 49ers fans will look back at his time favorably with the 49ers. And that's kind of been the case with, you go back to Jeff Garcia. Was he underappreciated when he was here? Alex Smith, was he underappreciated when he was here? It's kind of been a consistent thing. So I think people will look back at Jimmy G's time once some time has passed favorably. But I even think right now it's not as bad as it seems. I mean, Twitter is Twitter, Vontae.
Right.
So, come on.
Well, and when you're at the games and he does throw an interception and you're sitting there, people are just losing their minds. But they did that for Steve Young. They did that for Jeff Garcia. They did that for Ken Dorsey. They did that for Alex Smith. They've done that the entirety of their times. And you're right. We do misremember things over time. I mean, you talk to people now that you think Alex Smith was an MVP candidate. He had one good year. And I would even say that year he left a lot of meat on the bone. I mean, he had 18 touchdowns and 11 picks, whatever. But you talk about him now around with the media, oh my God, he bought my mother groceries and helped my grandmother walk across the street. Laura, one thing that I'm really excited about is just the Packers, Niners, the rivalry, the history. We had so much of that last week, and I know you were probably indoctrinated by a lot of the OG fans on Cowboys, Niners, and what it meant to people. And then you have a whole new generation of people raising their kids, being able to showcase Cowboys, Niners to the next generation. Are you getting that same feeling with Packers, Niners, or is there kind of been there, done that before? Because I'm a little surprised by how under the radar this game feels locally.
Yeah, I think I heard you guys talking about this as far as people calling in and not you don't have these nutto Packers fans calling in. But the Cowboys are the Cowboys, and those fans are they're nutty no matter if their team's good or bad. They're delusional sometimes in thinking that their team's good. But the Packers, I think, I don't know, maybe their fans are just a little bit more reserved. And I do think the recency of the NFC Championship game in 2019 season probably plays a little into that. I don't think that the 49ers fans are going into this going, we're for sure going to take down Aaron Rodgers. I think this is a really good matchup. And I think that's part of what, maybe the Packers fans aren't feeling as confident. I don't think either team should really be feeling that confident. I do think it comes down to tough, hard-nosed football. And if I had to give the edge to a team for tough, hard-nosed football, I'm giving it to the 49ers, because if you're an opposing defense, who wants to bring down Deebo Samuel when it's feels like negative 10 degrees? No thanks. I'll sit with my hot chocolate on the couch. I'm not trying to bring down Deebo Samuel or George Kittle they're just such a tough team. But one thing that I do want to mention, you guys brought up Dante Whitner, and I thought this was one of the most interesting things that he mentioned on our production meeting call. We have production meeting calls, during the week leading up to our shows on Saturday. And he talked about, this is something to watch. Aaron Rodgers will not snap the ball for as long as possible. He won't snap it, for 7 seconds or so. He's trying to get the defense to show him anything. So a big part of this game is how prepared is the defense in making sure that they're not showing their cards before Aaron Rodgers snaps the ball. Because he's trying to learn as much as possible before he snaps the ball and gather as much information as possible. And I talked to Jimmy Ward this week about that. That's definitely a focus for the Niners defense. But that's going to be a key. And over the past few years, anytime the 49ers have faced the Packers, Dante's put a big emphasis on that. So I think that's something to watch.
Laura, I got to ask you real quick before we go out here. It looks like you got 3 different spreads for your kiddos here. I see the lunches here on Twitter. The lunches are made here, very impressive. By 7:20 in the morning.
What are the lunch boxes? That's what I want to know.
She's got 3 different spreads here for the kiddos.
A little Boba Fett?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I want me making my lunch. The sad thing is I don't get as good of a lunch as my kids get. No, I got 3 different spreads. They're called the Bent Go boxes. It's all the rage now, Joe.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I mean, we used to...
Yeah, and you've got these like specialty toothpicks and little things that you can put in there. I go all out.
Does that go right into the dishwasher? I'm looking at there's a purple, blue, and a red one. Those go right into the dishwasher, huh?
I think you can, but I'm high maintenance and I hand wash them.
Oh, you're like me. Yeah, I'm OG.
I like that.
For years, we have a voice-controlled dishwasher. His name's Joe Shasky. That's what people would know when they come into my house.
Wow.
That's my wife. Go wash them dishes right now. Hey, dude, for years, we didn't have enough money to have a dishwasher.
Hey, I never had a dishwasher until I moved into this apartment that I'm in now. And I think dishwashers are a little overrated. I like hand washing dishes personally. You get all the germs out of there. Dishwashers don't get every single speck off the dishes. It's a lot of times where you have to rewash and go through another cycle with the dishwasher. I don't like that.
Oh, I've got a question for you. Are you a dishwasher before they go in the dishwasher? Because that's what I do. My husband will open it and go, are these clean or dirty? And I'm like, well, they're dirty, obviously. And he's like, no, they absolutely don't look dirty at all. They look very clean.
See, Laura, two men just cutting it up, you and me. I have to scrub them down. I believe that it needs to be as clean and as safe as possible before it goes into the dishwasher. I don't want debris going into the pipes and whatnot. Son of a plumber, you got to wipe off all that nastiness. You can't just throw it in there with pasta sauce all over it hardened. Like, that's the worst. No. And before we get out of here, Laura.
Actually, I try to do that, and I can't. I'm incapable.
That's hilarious. By the way, Laura, where can we watch you tomorrow? Packers Niners. Where can we find the coverage? Let the people know.
You guys know where it is. NBC Sports Bay Area. We're going to be on at 4 p.m. I'll be with Joe Staley, Takeo Spikes, Dante Whitner. We've been riding with you guys all season long. And then something that I think people will be interested in, on the NBC Sports Bay Area YouTube channel, we actually do a halftime show.
Oh, nice.
So it's about a 15-minute halftime show, so you can join us there at half, and no matter how it's going, we'll be there to break it all down.
I'd rather watch that than Kurt Menefee and Terry Bradshaw tomorrow. I'm tuning in to that.
Thank you.
I'll be on the couch. Let's go.
With the Band-Aid on his head, Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah. I mean, they're not aging well on that Fox pregame show.
Thanks,
but
Laura.
Great stuff as always. We'll be watching tomorrow. Niners and Packers. Great job as always.
Thanks for having me, guys.
The best.
Anytime. The great Laura Britt here on the
first mother of the Bay Area.
95.7 The Game. She's doing a fantastic job covering the 49ers, man. She's doing a hell of a job there with the 49ers Talk podcast with Matt Mayoko as well. But right now, we got to get some tickets out, Shasky. We got to get these tickets away. Where's the sounder at?
Turns and fires. Hits a 3-ball for Curry.
There it is. Caller number 5 right now to the contest line, 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. If you're caller number 5, you get a pair of tickets to Sunday's game as we honor you, the fans, here at 95.7 The Games. And for future tickets, or for tickets to future games, I should say, go to Warriors.com. That's Warriors.com for tickets. We'll give away another pair of tickets in a little bit here. But caller number 5, get some tickets to go see the Warriors and Jazz Sunday at Chase Center, 5:30. No Niners to get in the way here. No Niners to get in the way. You get Warriors and Jazz on Sunday.
All right, Bonte, I have a very specific question for you. Can the 49ers...
All question specific?
Yes. Can the 49ers win on Sunday with George Kittle catching 3 or less passes?
Not this week. Not this week. They got to get George Kittle involved. He's got to have at least 5 catches. He's got to have at least 70 yards. This has to be a big-time George Kittle game. I'm alarmed, Shasky.
I'm with you.
Last
I'm
4
really
games,
worried that he is. Yeah.
Dude, 9 catches, 78 yards the last 4 games. Now, I get it. You won the game. You went 3-1 over that stretch. That's not enough, though. It feels like this is a big George Kittle game because of all the attention Deebo Samuel will attract. Deebo Samuel's going to attract a ton of attention when he lines up in the backfield, when he lines up in the slot, when he lines up out wide. I need George Kittle to be a huge part of the game plan this Saturday night.
And we haven't talked about him all week. I mean, we talked about him Monday coming out of the game. I feel like Juwan Jennings is going to continue to be an important third down player for this team.
No doubt.
You want to talk about somebody jumping into their role? How incredible has Jennings been in clutch situations in the last month and a half?
You know, he's got such a good rapport with Jimmy Garoppolo.
It's incredible.
And you know what? maybe there was a sign in week 2 in Philadelphia. I go back to that touchdown right before halftime.
Yeah.
Who scored the touchdown right before halftime?
Jennings.
It was Jimmy Garoppolo to Jawad Jennings. And I was like, damn, Jawad Jennings in on a big down like that? Boom, big touchdown. Then he kind of gets lost in the shuffle as we went through the Mohamed Sanu saga. By the way, I saw Mohamed Sanu on the practice field yesterday. I don't know what's going on with that, but give me more Jawad Jennings. That's a great call. He's a big-time threat in this football game. And his physicality in the run game. Yeah. Like George Kittle's so good in the run game, but Jawad Jennings, man, he depleted Trayvon Diggs a couple times. He has no problem sticking his helmet in there and run blocking somebody. He brings a physicality to this offense that they were missing, and I think they thought they were going to get that from Jalen Hurd.
There was a video that was circulating that you're right. I do think they were going to get that from Jalen Hurd, and he's that big body receiver that they're looking for. A little smaller than Jalen, but he's definitely giving them better production. Right. There was a video circulating around the internet the week of Mike McDaniels, if you will. There's one of him saying, "Who? Mike Jones," which was absolutely hilarious. We can play at some point. But there was another one, an old video called The Coaching Collective, I believe, and it's him behind the scenes talking to other coaches. And Mike McDaniels, who's the offensive coordinator for the 49ers, he's got the beard. He very nondescript, small guy, seems to be really, really, really bright, connected at the hip with Kyle Shanahan. He's explaining to the other coaches what you emphasize to the players is what they're going to execute out on the field. So if you emphasize, which I guess him and Kyle do, to the wide receivers, the running game is about how physical you are. We could get a 3-yard run here, but if you execute your block, we'll get an 8-yard run. And there's no better person to look at than Jennings and how he's mixing it up with these corners and safeties because he's getting physical down the field, and he's saying, look, you are going to help, and he's telling these coaches, you as the wide receiver are going to help us break a big gain if you just hold your block for 1 or 2 extra seconds. And that's one area that I don't think normal fans from around the league understand about the Niners. Their wide receivers are so physical in the run game. That's what is really being emphasized in the in the coaching room. And I see Jennings mixing it up every week. It's like, well, that's what they're telling these guys. I love it.
And you look at the history of the 49ers, Jerry Rice, John Taylor. What separated them?
Great point.
Great downfield blocking for Roger Craig, for Ricky Waters.
Dwight
they were
Clark,
awesome
Mike
in
Wilson
that. Dwight
too.
Clark, Mike Wilson.
T.O.
Freddie Solomon. Terrell Owens is another good call. That's a big staple. That's what makes you a complete wide receiver when you can run block here. By the way, shout out to Curtis in South City. Curtis in South City. You were going to the Warriors game on Sunday against the Utah Jazz. Curtis, go out there and have some fun, man. Go out there and have some fun. Stop by the Gatehouse to say hi to me if you want to. Curtis in South City. We'll be out there at the Gatehouse Sunday for Warriors and Utah Jazz. Let's get back out to the lines. A lot to get to here. Niners and Packers. It's happening, folks. Tomorrow at 5:15 at Lambeau Field. The frozen tundra at Lambeau Field. Inject all that into my fades. Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Jose, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, good morning, guys. I have a cousin that lives in Chicago, okay? He was born and raised in San Francisco, and he went to Berkeley. For some reason, all of a sudden, just because of that connection with Aaron Rodgers, he decided that he was going to be a Packers fan. He moved to Chicago, and I remember we visited him 2 years ago, okay? And he was there with some of his friends, Packer fans. Let me tell you something. They usually come across as being real nice, real cool. Those guys are just like those guys on the movie Casino that were giving the cops a sandwich. You know how they're real nice? They probably offer you something, but they probably spit on it before they give it to you. So as far as Packers fans is concerned, they're not that nice. They're just sneaky, okay? They always show up. Once they won, then they show up and they start barking left or right that they're the best. Before that, they don't say anything, okay? Because they want to come across, they want your sympathy. They want you to trust them and to be happy, for them when they win, which is kind of stupid because I remember when they first came over to play in the NFC Championship game against the 49ers, it was the same thing. They pretty much took over Candlestick Park, and everybody was saying Packers fans are so nice. They're not nice. I'm telling you.
I love it. I love it.
I love that.
I love it.
By the way, are we going to see any Trey packages this week?
Well, I'll tell you, I have no idea. I'm watching the Joe Montana doc, and Steve and Joe, everyone's like, Bill was a genius, and he was on a variety of levels. But there were also times he just sporadically would throw Steve Young out there. He's lying to both guys.
He's lying.
And then, Randy Cross's room.
How good was that episode?
It was incredible. It was absolutely incredible. It was incredible.
Bill Walsh, dude, I'm like, dude, I kind of don't like Bill Walsh right now with the way he handled that. What a nut. He was an absolute nut.
But he makes a great point where you're trying to do what you believe is the right thing to do to win a game because you feel obligated to the other guys on the roster. And I know that we lose our minds about Kyle Shanahan at times, but maybe there's a spot on a 3rd and short where Trey comes in. Maybe. Right. I mean, I don't love it, but if that's what this coaching staff, who thinks way more about this than I do, and they're working with these guys, if there's something that they see, a tendency, and they think they can exploit it and help this team have a 1% chance of beating the Packers better because of this particular play, then who the hell am I to tell them that they're wrong?
Yeah, no, I'm with you here. Look, Marcos on YouTube, Bonte and Joe, would you fellas rather see a 49ers field goal win or Niners up by 2 points and a kneel to end the game, or Packers with ball with seconds left and we stop them? Hey, you know what, Marcos, that's loaded. I don't care.
I can't
just win the game.
Bonte, I can't stomach those defensive stops at the end.
Right, I need the ball.
I need the ball. Crazy.
I need the ball.
And then
victory formation would be great. All right.
And I have to say, even in my adult life, we've been better at the game-winning field goal because when I was a kid, Mike Kofer comes to mind like right off the top of my head, and so
oh my gosh,
I know, but but as an adult, they've got really good luck in these big time games trying to kick a game-winning field goal. You referenced David Akers, and we've had a couple of Phil Dawson wins. Robbie Gould's been money.
Cortez.
I gotta give Robbie Gould's been money.
Been good. Robbie Gould's been good. Robbie Gould's been really good there. The Trey Lance package, I wonder about that. I wonder if there's a time to sprinkle it in. Maybe it's because I've been anti-sprinkle, like what we saw in the Joe Montana doc, where Steve Young's going in the middle of a series, and I'm like, no, I don't like that stuff. I don't like it at all. I didn't like it when Trey played in Detroit. Let Jimmy run with the ball, but. You know what? This may be the week where you need to pull out all the stops. You may have to sprinkle some things here. Play action pass with Trey Lance, maybe a quarterback power, which worked at the end of the first half in week 3 against the Green Bay Packers. Oh, yeah, Pazzi and Pita, Jose Cortez missing down in San Diego still haunts me. Oh, I was in Humboldt County for that game. That one drove me crazy, Jose Cortez. Don't ask me why I was in Humboldt County. Just know that I was in Humboldt County.
That was when they were trying all of the kickers. It was Chandler, who they gave up on too soon.
Yeah, he was good. I like Chandler.
Was good. And then the Rams swooped him up. There was a lot of guys that went through.
Hands down, Jeff Wilkins. He was muddy.
Oh, Jeff Wilkins was great. Yeah, he was great. He was great. But they had a run. They had a run of some. Remember Poochman? Yeah, I mean, terrible.
Gosh.
Remember him?
Poochman.
Poochman. Remember Poochman? Number 14.
Dude, they've had some bad kickers. It felt like the Niners could never get the kickers right. Let's go to Paul in San Jose. Paul, you're on the morning roast.
Paul.
To win the game is 2 factors. Keep the ball out of Aaron Rodgers' hands. So time of possession is going to be key.
Yes.
The run game, we need to get that ready first and foremost. Secondly, honestly, I think keeping the ball out of Jimmy Garoppolo's hands is also key to win the game. Look, guys, 172 yards, 0 touchdowns, and a pick. That's not going to cut it against the Cowboys, all right? The Cowboys, they're a fraud. The Packers aren't, all right?
Right.
If you want to win this game, the run game, the NFC Championship, we got to repeat the NFC Championship where Jimmy threw for 7 passes, I forget. That's how we
8 passes.
Thank you.
I like it. Let's go to Doug in Kansas. Doug, you're on the morning roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. I was just thinking, I heard that question earlier about can we win surrounding how many catches Kittle gets. I think we can win either way. And I think it's because we're big and bad enough to run it down Green Bay's throat. Obviously, the more we get Kittle involved, the better from a fan standpoint, because we all love Kittle.
Right.
But I think we just do what we got to do to win. And I think this game calls for just punishing Green Bay all day long.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
I'm going to know how dead serious this team is by Debo and Trent Williams walkout. I'm telling you right now.
I mean, they're going to walk out something serious.
I'm getting a Trent Williams Jr. I'm getting a Trent Williams jersey. I'm getting one.
Dude,
he's my new favorite offensive lineman. Bob St. Clair, I did not think could be unseated as my favorite offensive lineman of all time with Forrest Blue in the number 2 hole. But I'm telling you, I'm very close to putting Trent Williams. He is giving me so many Suge Knight vibes on a weekly basis. I love Trent Williams.
How about the walk when he's got the leg out? What about the leg out when he's walking?
Oh my
He's got
God.
so much rhythm. For such a big dude, he's got so much rhythm. The swagger. And by the way, you bring up the walk out and the swag.
It's so sick.
How funny was it
It's
that
so
Mike
sick.
McCarthy said, I felt we were nervous in the pregame prayer. What? You Cowboys are the gift that keeps on giving. Oh, I can sense that our team was nervous in the pregame prayer. What was somebody doing? Oh, please, God. Oh, I want to beat the 49ers. Please, God.
Debo
Like,
and
how do
Trent
you even determine that?
Are walking out with a giant boombox swagged out of their mind. And by the way, I got to give it, Jimmy Garoppolo in the first 8 guys coming out had a lot of bounce. I was kind of surprised.
Hey, by the way, the guy who holds the boombox.
It's the
I think
sickest
that's
job.
the DJ. I think that's the DJ at training camp. Their first ever training camp. I told you the story, Sasky.
play
I went
bangers.
up to him. I said, bro, you're out here playing hits. And he goes, yeah. Shanahan always comes over and tells me, bring that juice. Don't ever keep bringing that juice. Play what these guys want to hear. And remember in training camp, they played that one song, Pardon Me. I'll look over to my left, Shasky's knocking his head. I'll look over to my right, the voice of the Niners is knocking his head. I'm like, oh, it's going down. And that's when Trey Lance really was, man. That was a day I'll never
Could
forget.
you imagine being on the other side of the field and here comes walking out with the boombox and the swag, Trent Williams, the largest human being in the NFL, and Deebo Samuel, one of the baddest dudes on the planet. Like, all I want to be is I want to go to a club and be a part of that crew because no one's messing with you ever.
Dude,
like,
nobody's
think of
messing with
having
you.
Trent Williams as your
Dude.
wingman with Deebo Samuel alongside of you. That's all I keep thinking about.
I got an assignment for Curly. Win, lose, or draw with the 49ers, and it can't be a draw because it's a playoff game, so win or lose. Find out who the guy is with the boombox. I want him on a morning roast. I want him on because this dude has been here for years, and he walks out. A couple years ago, it was Kendrick Bourne and Williams, Quan Alexander, who was walking out behind the boombox, knocking their head. So, they're upgraded. Dude, and he walks in with the boombox just stiff as hell. I need to know who the boombox is because on the video board at Jerry's World, they were showing the Niners starting to walk out the tunnel, and they put like intruder alert over the 49ers.
Yeah.
Intruders, which I thought was cute. But I said, there's my guy with the boombox walking out the tunnel, man. And you see Trent just like, that is the sickest thing. Real quick, let's squeeze in one more call here before the break.
Trent could kill me with just his index finger and thumb.
Oh, let's give away more tickets. We got tickets to give away.
More tickets.
Turns and fires. Hits a 3-ball for Curry.
That's right. Caller number 5 again. 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-GAME. 844-999-4263. Win a pair of tickets to Tuesday night's game. That's right. You get a little time to detox from the 49ers game. Warriors are playing the Warriors. Who are they playing on Tuesday? I need to check the schedule. I don't even know who they're playing on Tuesday. I got to figure this out.
Saturday first? Can I get through Saturday first before I get to Tuesday?
I mean, I can't even get through today. You know what I'm saying? All right, Tuesday, the Warriors are playing the Dallas Mavericks. You get to go see Luka Doncic and the Dallas Mavericks. They're coming to Chase Center. Win a pair of tickets to Tuesday's game as we honor you, the fans, here at 95.7 The Game. And for Dub Nation, for tickets to future games, go to Warriors.com. Caller number 5, 844-999-GAME. Phil Sims coming up at 8:30. We got more of your phone calls coming up on the other side, 888-957-9570. I want some predictions. I want to hear from Niner fans. It's time to get amped up. Game time's tomorrow, baby. You're going to the frozen tundra. Niner fans, where you at? Packer fans, where you at? I want to hear from you on the other side here, and that's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
New year, same headline. Real estate is crazy right now. Hey, it's
And HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Three-man rush, and Young stumbles on the way back and fires up the middle. Pass is caught by Owens. Owens made the catch. Oh, this is amazing.
It is amazing. Pat Summerall, John Madden, the catch 2 in the 98 wild card game against the Green Bay Packers. T.O., Steve Young, 3 seconds left. Oh, what a moment that was at Candlestick Park. It happened to be the last game coached by Mike Holmgren of the Green Bay Packers. He moved on to Seattle. Brett Favre was stunned. Antonio Freeman was stunned. What a day at Candlestick Park. I want to hear about your experience at that game, Shasky, because I was watching it in the kitchen on my 7-inch TV. And for the first time, I think, since I was a kid, I ran into my grandmother's room and kissed her on the cheek, the late, great Larry William Tyndall. And I almost cried because I thought we were going to lose to the Packers again. But it's going down as we say good morning to everybody out there on the roadways. YouTube and Twitch is humming right now. I'm looking at the Trent Williams video coming out of Tennessee. Look at that. I'm going to play right now for everybody.
So
look at him with the swag. Look at the swag.
Oh, my God. Him and Debo. What a motley crew, the two of them. And then I love that Laken Tomlinson's right there in front. Nothing is funnier, though, than seeing some of the white linemen walking by, just walking.
Stiff as hell.
Looking like stormtroopers, just walking down.
What about Mike McGlinchey last year? They're getting all fired up for the Jets. Trent's bouncing. They're bouncing. Kendrick Bourd's right there. And Mike McGlinchey's just standing there like all stiff. It's like, dude, Bobby head a little
Just
bit, dog.
lean into it.
Bounce your shoulders. Lean into it, man. But what was your experience before we go out to the phone lines and get some final thoughts on Packers and Niners? We got Phil Simms coming up at 8:30. What was it like being at that wild card game? Because it had everything. I remember Primetime did like a 10-minute montage highlight package on that game. Chris Berman and Tom Jackson. You had the drops. You had Steve Young trying to get the monkey off his back. You had Brett Favre throwing dime after dime after dime in clutch situation. What was it like there at Candlestick Park on that day?
I got chosen by my grandfather because everybody wanted to go to the game. My dad was sitting in the end zone. I went with my grandpa. It was one of the most electric, incredible games. I still have the ticket to this day. I have a whole book of tickets of all the games that I've been to over the years. And Bonte, let's put it this way. The emotional swings back and forth during that game were one of the great emotional swings of all time. Remember, the Packers had just scored in that game. I believe it was our guy, the wide receiver, who scored and was talking smack on the opposite sideline, Antonio Freeman. And Brett Favre was just in full command. I mean, he ripped my heart out so many years in a row. I assumed he was going to win again. T.O. left so much meat on the table. I remember in the first half that pass into the sun, because on the side of the press box, it wasn't that sunny, but on that opposite side, the pull-out side of Candlestick, the sun would shine over the hill, especially at that time of the year. And Steve Young threw like a fade pass to T.O., and he just missed it. He just flat out missed it. Now, he had other drops throughout that game. Bonte, it was full tension. And I remember standing. This section is a bunch of old timers. So you didn't stand.
Right.
You didn't stand a whole lot because you wanted, out of respect to some of the old timers, you might be blocking their view because they couldn't get physically out of their seat. Everyone standing the entire drive. And I remember Jerry Rice fumbling and then them talking about him fumbling on a pass to the left-hand side, 49er sideline side, and the tension and the back and forth. We thought they turned it over. There's no such thing as instant replay at that time. It was a swing and a range of emotions, and for that play to happen, again, 4 seconds on the clock? Was it 3 seconds on the clock?
3 seconds left, or 8 seconds when the play was
8
snapped.
seconds. Yeah, I know there was one full second left on the clock after that. It's one of the most incredible plays of all time. The only thing that comes close to it in Candlestick, and I think it was even louder, was the Vernon Post. That's the only thing that comes close for me at that stadium in terms of me being there.
Maybe Navarro Bowman. I was there for the pick at the stick.
That was pretty incredible.
Out the stick. That was incredible. I'm just looking at this box score from that game, and we'll go to the lines in just a second.
I remember
Young,
Terry Kirby.
32.
Terry Kirby was in basically the entire drive as your like swing back that you're going to throw the ball to. Yeah,
no doubt. Steve Young, 18-32, 182 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Who had 2 interceptions for the Packers? George Coots. Remember him? And
was
Darren Sharper.
Darren
Sharper had one of the picks.
I was just going to say, I think that was his final game in Green Bay, too.
Maybe.
Forgotten
Garrison
horrible
Hurst.
Human being and great football player.
Yeah, I mean, oh boy, he was going to go to the Hall of Fame.
I know.
Not anymore. Garrison Hurst, 22 carries, 128 yards.
Wow.
He ran hard that day. That was the first time the Niners really had a running back really go off against the Packers, which gave the Niners that balance. Dorsey Levens was a monster that game. 27 carries, 116 yards. He was a problem for the 49ers.
They had Ahmed Green and Dorsey Levens back-to-back. They were
unbelievable.
People don't remember how good those two backs were. And then I believe Najee
Edgar Bennett before that. And Edgar Bennett before that. Edgar Bennett was a good back.
34. Edgar Bennett was sick too. Good
Brett
call.
Favre, 20-35, 292 yards, 2 interceptions.
Wow.
The guys who got the 2 interceptions for the Niners, Lee Woodall and Darnell Walker.
Wow.
Remember him?
Remember him? Woodall looking dead on like Evander Holyfield, number 54.
And then Darnell Walker, number 38.
Of course.
Number 38. Oh, man, what a game that was.
Incredible.
What a game that was. I'm getting memories here.
I
We're
know.
looking at Trent Williams. Oh, man. By the way, that song, whatever is in the boombox, I don't even know if that's a good song.
No, I know what it is. The song, you talking about the Trent Williams song?
Yeah.
It's Kodak
Super
Black.
Gremlin?
It's Kodak Black's Super Gremlin. I've already asked our board op to get me that song right now. The way Trent Williams comes out and he's like pointing at his wrists and Debo and him, all I keep thinking about is going down a dark alley and there's Debo and Trent Williams and the boombox. I mean, you got to run in the other direction, right?
Here it is for the roasters here. Here you go, roasters. Look at Trent. Look at Trent. He just leading.
What is he, 6'7", 350?
6'7", 315, moving like that in the club.
I mean,
oh my gosh.
I got to say, he got more swag than any offensive lineman has ever had swag. Even the post game with like the first. Is this it? Here it is.
Is this
Here we go. This is it. So we're coming out. It's
you got
Saturday
Arden Key in the background. And you got Arden Key in the background, too.
I love
how Arden Key's now in the mix.
And Laken Tomlinson. Give it to me. Beat drops.
Say you might be your killer, no.
And then they're just coming out. Hands going up. The whole team. about Monte's on the scene right now in the nursery. I don't even know what it is. He looks like the Walkman. I don't even know what that is. Hey, when they come out to this, and I got to give Jimmy G credit, he leans right into it as the white guy with the Jordans. He is ready to go. I'm sorry, if you see Trent Williams coming out to this, how do you not get fired up?
Dude, we need the boombox guy on next week. We got to figure out who the boombox guy is because he stands right behind D-Boy and Trent.
I want to be that guy.
And he's like getting up too. Like,
yes.
I want to be the boombox guy.
I want to be part of the crew.
Dude, I want to be the boombox guy so bad. Hey. I remember at Washington, at Turkey Day, I sometimes used to hold the boombox when we come out for a football game. Yeah. It's not like being a boombox guy. Yeah. I got a little experience that with Chasky. Yeah. This one is big though. Hey. This is a big boombox, man.
Hey, when they came out to Dallas, there's the one where they're coming out to Dallas, and Trent comes out and runs onto the field and finger guns everyone. The whole crowd. Yeah. How about him flipping off the fan? Or pointing at the fan who's flipping off him, excuse me. Did you see that?
Legend. Just pointing at him laughing. Laughing. Dude, by the way, all right, Box Cav on YouTube. What up, Box Cav? Actually on Twitch out there in Vegas. That Ish Cray. That is his name on Twitter. I'm looking him up right now. Boombox guy. It's Nick Cray. Is that him? Chief of Staff, 49ers DJ Cray. That's him. Oh, my God. We got to get this guy on next week. Get him on. DJ, we get him on. We're getting him on next week, Curly. I don't care. Tomorrow, whatever they come out with, Super Grillin', I don't care. We're getting Boombox guy on. That is Craig Curly. I'll send you the information. Let's go back to the lines and go to our man, Chambry. He's been rocking with us all year long. Oh, Chambry's gone. All right, sorry, Chambry. Let's go to Antonio. Antonio in Oakland. How you feeling today? We got it. Just over 24 hours before game time, Antonio. What's happening?
Man, I can't wait, man. Like, Trent Williams is our physically imposing offensive line we had since my favorite lineman, Kevin Gogan. Remember Kevin Gogan versus Brown, those two wrestlers when they faced off? Man, that was crazy, man. But, yeah, we got to get George Kittle the ball, 7 for 100, and I predict Juwan Jennings will be catch 4. You know, we got Dwight Clark, T.O., Vernon Davis, 1, 2, and 3. Juwan Jennings, catch 4, baby.
Wow.
Touchdowns and a tipped interceptions, but we still win. Yes, sir.
Wow, you're going Juwan Jennings, catch 4. All right, Uncle Charlie and Sack. Uncle Charlie, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game, 888-957-9570. How we feeling, Niner fans? You confident? You a little worried? Who's worried out there about tomorrow night? Let's go to Uncle Charlie. I know he's not worried. What's up, Uncle Charlie?
Who got it better than us? Nobody. Bang, bang, not a game. Bang, bang, not a game. We're going into limbo, and we're going to win and go to the next. And then, well, you know the next is the NFC Championship. Bang, bang, not a game with trick plays with Lance make them dance. And Debo and Mitchell score touchdown. Let's go.
I'm so fired up. Bonte, the Niners coming out with the road whites, the gold pants at Lambeau Field.
Oh
I'm hoping it's snowing. I'm so fired up for this. And honestly, I believe in my core, this team's not getting blown out. This is going to be a one-possession game no matter what. They got too much heart. They got too much fight. They're coached too well. They got too many studs to go out there. And I think you're going to find out on that very first drive how clinical Shanahan's going to be. You know they're going to score on that first drive. I'm telling you, man, that this is one. I think this is going to be one for the ages. I really do.
This is going to be one for the books. This will be one for the books. By the way, we got to hear from Duke. Hopefully Duke has a rap out there. You got about, I want to say, 14 minutes, Duke, to get out here and bust a freestyle for us. Duke out there at Lakeview. I'm putting out the bat signal. I'm putting up the bat signal, too, for Javier in Vacaville. I need Javier's breakdown. Where has Javier been at? I guess I kind of shut him down a couple weeks ago when the Sacramento Kings, by the way, Sacramento Kings lost to the Pistons the other night. So how's Javier doing? I just want to see how Javier's doing.
You just got to just run over the Kings. They're already dead. Leave them alone.
Dude, I don't run over the Kings, man. The Kings, they got a special place in my heart, man. They got a special place in my heart.
What part in your heart are they?
Like the right artery, I think, right there.
Is that the clogged portion?
Maybe the clogged portion. There's a lot of nacho cheese and Taco Bell meat right there.
I know. Now that we've watched all the videos of Trent Williams and Debo coming out, it's hard not to see.
I'm so fired up.
Right? It gets me so fired up.
I don't even want to talk about the game no more. I just want to see the tunnel shot.
I can't wait.
That's all I'm waiting for tomorrow is a tunnel shot.
I can't
and
wait.
the bootbox guy, that is Cray. Nick Cray. We got to get the bootbox guy. Because he's had the bootbox for 4 years now.
How offended do you think the Green Bay fan base will be in general when they come out that way?
Oh, my gosh. They're going to be like, what are these dudes doing?
It's straight out of Hoosiers, right? When they go into the big city and play the black team.
It's just too much sauce because you get Trent and Debo, who are boys. They were sitting courtside at a Warriors game about a couple months ago, so they're boys. You get Arden Key now, who's come along. He's now in the background doing his little thing.
Yes.
You got Laken Tomlinson. You got Jimmy showing a little sauce, and then you got Tom Compton just walking short and stiff as hell. Like, what is going on here? I don't even know what this song is.
Brunskill right next to him, not moving a bit. The head, the shoulders, nothing moving. See, if I heard the music, I'd at least bop to it a little. Like, you got to move, man.
You got to move
Come on.
You got to move to it. Let's go to Jonathan.
Can we appreciate they have upgraded? You said it used to be Kendrick Bourne and who?
Quad Alexander.
They've upgraded.
But hey, you know what? Quad and Kendrick held it down, though. Quad and Kendrick held it down, though.
Okay.
They would be right next to the boombox, going hard.
Those are the Supremes, whereas Debo and Trent are Diana. I mean, come on, let's keep it real.
Oh, I'm not going to do that to Quad and KB, man. I'm not going to do that to him. Jonathan in the city. Jonathan, you're on the roast, man. How you feeling about tomorrow night's game? Niners and Packers.
Hey, man, I feel super confident. You know why? Because Shanahan schemes it open. He puts defenders in conflict. And for the first time, he's got a complete set of offensive weapons. I mean, he's got his running game going. It's very solid. And he's got a complete set of 3 wide receivers, right? Jennings, Ayuk, Debo. Debo is a complete stud and an X factor. I think Kittle, because they're gonna, the Packers are gonna be so preoccupied on trying to stop the run. I think Kittle's gonna go off in this game, and our defense is coming together at the right time. I can't wait, man. I mean, whatever LaFleur knows, football knowledge, came from Kyle Shanahan, so he knows exactly what that guy's gonna try to do. And, man, they've been resting since, that Detroit game. They didn't really go when they met Detroit Lions in the last game of the season. So, dude, it's been like 3 weeks since they played real football, and the 49ers are coming in red hot. Very physical. Physicality is not it's not a mindset, bro. It's either you are physical or you're not. Just go ask the Dallas Cowboys. So, let's go!
I still can't get over Mike McCarthy saying that during the prayer.
I felt they were nervous. How does that work? Can somebody explain that to me? All the Cowboy fans who called last week, where are you at? Can you explain that one? Your team was scared. They went back in the locker room, and their team was scared during the pregame prayer. Were they shaking? Yeah. Were they sweating? What was it?
Moaning and groaning.
Meanwhile, the Niners are coming out ready to put on a hip-hop concert for you in a heartbeat.
knocking Kodak Black out of all people.
I love it.
Kodak Black, he ain't the best human being either.
By the way, there's certain plays in that game where Debo hit the corner when he's like, give me the ball, and they throw it to him. The second he put his foot in the ground, he knew he was getting 6. He knew those corners weren't going to tackle him. I'm going to know right away, early in this game, if these guys want to tackle Debo Samuel, and he will too. He did it against Jalen Ramsey early in the game. Like, oh, that's all you got? That's all you got? There's just something about Debo. You want to talk about playoff-level physicality? That is Debo Samuel.
I'm waiting for George Kittle to set the tone. That's why I needed George Kittle, tone setter. He's from Iowa. He's from out there in the Midwest. Set the tone out there. The bat signal has been received here, Shasky. The bat signal has been received. Let's go out to Lakeview. Let's go out to our main man, Duke, in the city. What's up, Duke?
Yes, sir, man. We really at the workshop, man. I know y'all don't do shout-outs, man. Can I tell you, I got a lot of longshoremen that listen to y'all 95.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to all the longshoremen out there. Yeah, shout them out. We got love for the longshoremen.
Man, the Max Terminal, man. We out here, man, and we doing the do, man.
Is Mr. Francis out there today?
I know y'all busy, man.
Hey,
Go ahead,
dude,
Mr.
Mr. Francis out there, man? Big Sean?
Oh, yeah, Lonnie out here, man. Lonnie out here doing his thing. He out here bossing, doing his thing, man. And we do what we do on a daily basis, man. Just like y'all do, man. Y'all get it in. Just like I hate, I always give y'all flowers, man. And I'm not going to stop doing it, man, because I'm so proud of y'all doing what y'all do for the thing, man. And about that game, man, they can forget about that. That's why I ain't really called this week, man, because our D-line is so sick, man. They crushing it. When I tell you they crushing it, they crushing it. They talk about Bakhtiari. Last time he played was against Detroit. That's the last time you played against competition like that, man. They finna see some bestiality that they ain't never seen, man. I'm about to told you about it, man. That's how it's gonna go down. I know y'all busy, so we're gonna do it just like this. After getting hit by Nick Bosa, you're gonna need a mimosa. Debunk Ayuk in the red zone. They looking for bread. Use that check to get paid. Oh, we got kiddos for days. Oh, now one game at a time. We just surfing California living. Y'all just ride the wave. Now that's how we get out, and that's how we roast the Niners, baby. We gonna get that.
Let's go.
I was like Debo, like this, as he was playing that little freestyle. I'm ready for it. I can't unsee Trent and Debo coming out of the locker room now.
Dude, the way they turned that corner in Nashville, and they came out on fire in that game. They came out on fire.
They did.
I mean, they went right down the field and scored. They should have been up 14-0. We know what happened there. Jimmy Garoppolo with the interception, and they're all the rest is history. But you know what? This team's got swagger right now. They've won 8 of 10. The 2 losses they've had, they did suffer them on the last play of the game in Seattle and in Tennessee. They're playing good football. Do I want 4 quarters? Absolutely. But we may not get 4 quarters with this football team. It is what it is. It's supposed to be a roller coaster. It is what it is. I thought you made a great point the other day about this could possibly being the 2014 San Francisco Giants when they rode Madison Bumgarner and they rode him until the wheels fell off on the way to Game 7 in Kansas City. This team, they know Jimmy Garoppolo's beat up. They know he can't throw a long ball. They know the secondary is in shambles at the quarterback spot. It's E-Man and a who's who. They're writing a rookie in Ambry Thomas, for crying out loud. Down the stretch, they're writing Ambry Thomas, who people were ready to write off, and he stepped up his game. Josh Norman has been sent to the bench, and we try to plaster him to the bench. Dante Johnson is playing safety, playing corner. He's actually been a revelation down the stretch for this football team. And shout out to Dante Johnson. His mom passed away, and he's come back and play some damn inspired football. This team is just unbelievable, man. It's been a roller coaster, but they're mentally tough, Shasky. They're so mentally tough. That's what the Packers, I don't know. Like, it's one of those games, Shasky, where if the Niners get out ahead, and they're up 10-0.
Yeah.
And they're up 13-0. All of a sudden, the number 1 seed is like, oh, no, here we go again. Oh, no, here we go again. The crowd starts to get quiet. They get a little queasy. And you know what I like to call it? The lemon booty starts to loom large for the whole team. I'm just saying.
Hey, B, the one thing that I look at with the 49ers, what makes them different, the only other team that's as similar is Tennessee, but I would say Tennessee is so reliant on Derrick Henry, even though when he's out, they've done well, but they're so reliant on him. Are the Niners the least reliant on one player of the 8 teams that are remaining, right? Like, I look at Tom Brady in Tampa. They're so reliant on Tom being Tom for them to win. Now, yes, their defense is important. I'm not saying that it isn't. Kansas City, they need Patrick to be Patrick. Now, there's other players. Buffalo, they need Josh Allen to do everything. Cincinnati, they need Burrow. They need Chase. Like, those are their guys. They're going to ride them. Yes, Mixon's involved. And then I look at what's happening in the NFC, this matchup with us. If Aaron Rodgers doesn't have an Aaron Rodgers game, they are not winning. Green Bay's not winning with a B game or a B- game from Aaron Rodgers. We're too good. I look at the Niners, Debo, Kittle, Ayuk emerging, Elijah Mitchell. This defense, we rely on one player, I think, less than any of the other teams that are remaining. That's why I like our chances, because if one guy lays an egg, someone else can come and pick them up.
No, that's a great point. And that's an excellent point because, we were discussing this earlier in the week. You want to take away Debo? Well, I got Brendan Ayuk.
Exactly.
You want to take away Ayuk? Well, there's George Kittle. The fact that they've won these games down the stretch.
Without Kittle,
9 catches, 78 yards in the last 4 games. They're 3-1. It should be 4-0.
Exactly.
That's impressive. That's really, really impressive by the 49ers. And that's Shanahan. I got to give Shanahan his kudos, man. He's done a hell of a job coaching up this team and developing these players, man, especially down the stretch. Shanahan was in his bag last week. He's going to have to be in his bag this week. And you know what? He ain't forgot the McVay handshake. No. They're all giving up kumbaya and, hey, Matt LaFleur's my guy and this and that. Shanahan has not forgotten about week 3.
And don't sleep on the pressure for Mike LaFleur, for LaFleur. Like, I cannot...
On that entire organization.
No, but specifically him. You have the number 1 seed. You get a bye. All right, you have the number 1 seed. You have a bye. Are you going to lose again at home? Are you really going to lose again at home? Again to the 49ers? Like, to me, I think he's got tremendous pressure. Forget the organization. Just that head coach who's calling plays.
No doubt, no doubt. By the way, I guess rest in peace to Louis Anderson, man. Oh, man, that sucks.
What?
Louis Anderson passed away, apparently, today. Oh, man, Louis is a great one, man. Oh, man, but rest in peace to Louis this morning here as we go to Gene in Oakland. Gene in Oakland, what's happening? You're on a morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, fellas. So I'm mainly concerned about one thing, and that's the thumb. They're going to be playing in frigid conditions. 1 or 2 degrees and maybe a wind chill factor on top of it. And that's gonna get harder and harder to grip the ball, especially with that thumb. So they can keep that thing under control or get a decent lead early on so they can just run the ball down their throats. I really like our chances a lot. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, what has he done since 2010? He hasn't even made the Super Bowl. So, for all his greatness, he's tended to choke in the big games and the playoffs, including last year against Tampa Bay. So, anyways, I like what's there. If they can stay healthy, no screw-ups on special teams, and just control that thumb, I think we're good.
No doubt. Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. Thanks for the call, Gene. The thumb and loosening up that shoulder in the cold weather, that is a little concern of mine. No doubt about that. How loose can he get? Can he play through it? We'll see. We'll see tomorrow night. Doug in Berkeley, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. How you doing this morning? I love
good.
I love the energy. I love it.
Thank you.
Shasky, I gotta take a little question on what you just said about how we're at least relying on one player. Dial back 2 seasons. When we don't have Jimmy Garoppolo, when we have another quarterback, what's our record?
Well, that's obvious.
We got to give Jimmy a little bit of love because when he's there, we tend to win, and when he's not there, we don't. Everything else you said, I agree with. I'm with you. But we got to give Jimmy a little love.
No, I'm
out, guys.
No, it's
have a great
call.
day.
It's a good call. It's a great point. This is the context that I would add. They don't need Jimmy Garoppolo to throw for 300 yards on the back of his arm. Yes, they need Jimmy Garoppolo. I cannot argue that. I'm not here to argue it. But if he throws for 165, would anybody be surprised whether they won? Like, no. If they threw for 100, would you be surprised even if I told you, hey, he throws for 100 and they win? Probably not.
No, not at all. Not at all. It'd be nice. I want Jimmy to play a nice, clean game tomorrow. No doubt.
I want him to throw for 350. That's what
it'd be great.
350 and win just to shut people up like me.
How sick would that be?
It would be an all-time win for him.
Oh, man. If you're looking for all the best 49ers content from 95.7 The Game, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. Make sure to hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Phil Sims, Super Bowl winning quarterback. You can catch him on NFL on CBS. He's going to break down Niners and Packers coming up right here on the Morning Roast, and that's brought to you by Extragen Corporation.
Let's make them dance. And Debo and Mitchell scored touchdown. Let's go.
Mostert, left side. Another first down carry and more. How about a touchdown?
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
2019 NFC Championship game, Joe Buck on the call. Raheem Mostert rushing for over 220 yards and 4 touchdowns, and the Niners roll to a 37-20 victory as we played a lot of highlights from the time the Packers and Niners got together since the mid-90s. There's been a lot of history between these two organizations, and coming up in 20 minutes, we will bring you the Xfinity Flex moment of the show. Stay tuned to find out what we pick as a flex moment of the show coming up. 408 on the Comcast Business text line. You guys are underestimating Green Bay. They have Randall Cobb coming back. They will destroy the Niners secondary. Rodgers is going to get the ball out too quickly and is going to shred your defense. You guys are all hyped up after barely beating the Dallas Cowboys, and we'll be hyped up all week long. Nobody's underestimating the Green Bay Packers. I think we feel good about where the 49ers are at right now. Let's go to AT real quick, Shasky. AT real quick in Chicago. AT, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yo, I just want to say you had me hyped up last week in your video about the Tundra. We're actually going to the Tundra, man. I'm driving up tonight to Green Bay from Chicago. Speed. I'm trying to bring your same energy. I'm going to be peeking in the stands, cardboard under my feet, the whole 9 yards.
Hey, I love it. How long is that drive from Chicago to Green Bay? What, about 3 hours, 4 hours?
Yeah, it's about 3 hours. We'll probably stop in Milwaukee real quick and then end up – we're actually outside of Green Bay because the Green Bay hotel is too dang expensive. But we're going to be there. Don't worry. We'll be there Saturday.
Why cardboard under the feet?
Yes, sir. So the cardboard is actually under the feet because the freezing cement will take the heat from your body. So they recommend you bring cardboard to put under your boots so you don't lose heat to the stadium. It's like dang near a high school stadium that's the size of an NFL stadium because it's so old.
Huh.
Wow.
I'd never heard that. I mean, you're talking to a guy who's born and raised in San Francisco and seen snow like 7 times in my life. So I'm not surprised that I don't know this cardboard trick. Interesting.
Safe travels, AT. Safe travels up to Green Bay.
Call us on Monday.
Let's go. Let's go.
And go into that stadium looking like Trent Williams and Debo.
Yes. Bring the swagger. A guy who always brings the swagger. He brings the smoke. He wants to smoke. He's a Super Bowl champ, a Super Bowl MVP. Played his career with the New York Giants, and I'm seeing a lot of New York Giant highlights in that Joe Montana documentary. Phil Simms is a bad man. Yeah, what's up, Shasky?
He made a great throw to Mark Bavaro in that Peacock doc, and he's celebrating, screaming at the Niners sideline. But he picked the Niners to beat the Cowboys. I was watching.
Oh, Phil. Well, he knew he was going to join the show this week, so he had to pick the Niners to win that game. Uncle Phil, what's happening, my man? Were you looking good on NFL on CBS last week?
What's that again?
I said you were looking good last week picking the Niners over the Cowboys last week.
Well, I don't want to brag, but I went 5-1 against the spread last week. So, but, when you win one, you got to take advantage of it because you take a lot of beatings in between.
No doubt.
I got that one right. At the game, I'll give this just my first thought. The game shouldn't have been that close, but that's what happens. It was close. Got to give the Cowboys a little credit for hanging in there. But I thought overall, just coaching, players, it was a really good game, and I thought a great atmosphere. And watching that game, it was the most exciting, talent-filled game of the weekend by far.
Yeah, no doubt. I was out there at Jerry's World, and it was electric, Uncle Phil. I got to ask you, though, what's the coldest environment you ever played in, man, as a quarterback of the New York Giants? You guys, it was cold at the Meadowlands, we know that, but it's supposed to be, 5 degrees at kickoff tomorrow in Green Bay, and it's going to feel like -15. What's the coldest weather you ever played in?
Well, 85, I played in the playoffs down in Chicago on that AstroTurf against the 85 Bears, and it was so cold. It wasn't even it was cold, but we had 30 and 40-mile-an-hour winds. So it was brutal. I ran out in the field and said, I'm not wearing sleeves all show. I'm thinking I'm Mr. Tough Guy. I went out there, and 2 minutes into my warm-up, I said, I got to go back in. I'll be right out. But it was unbelievable. But then we played our championship game against Washington in the Meadowlands, and again, it was cold, but we literally, for the whole game, the wind blew 40 miles an hour. And you run out in the field, the championship game, and you go, you can't wait. The Super Bowl's on the line and everything. You go, and I got to play in this as a quarterback, but thank God we found a way to win.
Well, it's kind of piggybacking on that. How do you run your offense now? Because I'm sure you're game planning for those particular environments, that weather. How does that affect either the 49ers or the Green Bay Packers in terms of pass-run balance?
Well, listen, I think wind is by far the biggest factor in football games, and it can really put the game down to a two-quarter game for each side. Which I played in many of those games, and it's just try to survive when you're going against the wind because it's almost impossible to throw. But when you're downwind, of course, it's a little easier. But I don't think the wind's going to be a factor up in Green Bay. What is the last weather report? It's like 10 miles an hour, something like that?
Right.
Yeah, minimal wind.
Yep. Well, that's fine. I would take it. I would take that in a heartbeat this time of year in Green Bay to have that weather, the temperature, but the wind. The fact that the wind should not be a big problem. I don't think it'll hurt either team. I know this.
No, Phil.
It won't hurt Aaron Rodgers. That's for sure.
No doubt. No doubt. Phil Simms here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, Super Bowl MVP, had one of the best Super Bowls all time when the Giants destroyed the Denver Broncos down at the Rose Bowl in '86. Phil, I gotta ask you about the Green Bay Packers and this matchup with the Niners. Week 3. Should we look into Week 3? How much stock should we put into Week 3 when the Packers came out to the West Coast and won 30-28?
You know, the players can take a little stock in it, just knowing who they're going against and what their talent level was and all that, in case you didn't know, which they probably already knew. But I've gone back and looked at games, and I went back and looked at Kansas City and Buffalo when they played, and I wrote notes, and I just went, wow, that was a waste of 2 hours of my life. Because when you're talking about going back that far, both teams have changed dramatically, physically, what they do and everything. So I don't take a lot of stock in it when I look back too far. Now, if they played 3 weeks ago, I would look at it and study it like it's, one of my math tests in college or something. But I don't put a lot of stock in it, and I think you just learn a little bit about each team, about the players, and then you go from there because the atmosphere, what's on the line, everything is just so different, and the teams are, I think, much different now too.
Yeah, Phil, you've had the opportunity to share the field with so many different, like I call them evolutionary pieces of football. Like Lawrence Taylor totally changed the game, and he's a freak, and nobody's really come close. But some of the things that he does, that's what people are looking for in the modern day. Roger Craig, the ability to catch the ball out of the backfield, paved the way for the Marshall Faulks and LaDainian Tomlinsons down the line. I'm seeing what Debo's doing right now in terms of a wide receiver and then being able to run the ball. It's kind of a reverse Roger Craig thing. I don't know. He's so unique. Have you ever seen anyone like him on a football field?
I would say no. I've seen a few that I thought would be close to that, but I think really what it comes down to is just the way Kyle Shanahan is using him and just bringing it out to the forefront. Like, wow. And I think we're going to see this happen a lot more next year with wide receivers. Teams will actually maybe draft guys like this and put them higher up on the draft board because they can do both. I went back, and I think it's 2018 when he was drafted.
Yeah.
Just off the top of my head. I looked at what I wrote about Deebo Samuel. Said, I really like it. I'm going to paraphrase what I wrote because I followed the draft pretty close. I like him a lot. He's not a great route runner. I don't know. Would he be better at running back or wide receiver? And so it was very lukewarm. Now, physically, you love him, but where's he going to fit in? Well, we found out. Man. And to give you a point, I'm watching the Cincinnati Bengals this week, and all of a sudden I see Jamar Chase running sweeps from the backfield and coming in motion and going deep and whatever. And I just laughed and went, I wonder where they got that idea. Hey, it's a copycat league, and you'll try to do it, but the big thing is, can you find a talent like Jamar Chase, Deebo Samuel? I just say to all the teams out there, good luck.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about it.
For sure.
No doubt. How's Green Bay's defense stack up against the Niners' offense? Can they physically hold up against the run, against this dynamic run game of Kyle Shanahan's and the 49ers?
That's a really great question. If I had to just say yes or no, I think there'll be great emotion, all these other things, and about going in the game, and can the 49ers be right away engaged physically and emotionally, sometimes hard to do on the road with that crowd behind the home team. But if I had to say, can they hold up, I really expect the San Francisco 49ers to be able to run the ball on them. Everybody's been moving the ball on this defense. If you look down the last part of the year, Green Bay's winning close games. The Minnesota Vikings, well, that wasn't close, the quarterback situation. But, so I don't see why San Francisco should not have success against this defense, running and also having a chance to throw the ball, too. Now, I know they're supposed to, Zadarius Smith, Jair Alexander, do they come back? I'm waiting to hear that, I guess, the final word on it. But they're really good players, but they haven't been in the lineup in quite a while. So I don't know if you can just come in there and be full steam and be as great as you were before or as good as you were before you got nicked up. So, but, yes, I think they can run. And, I think the 49ers offensively will have a good chance to put up a good showing.
We've been talking about, is this Jimmy Garoppolo's last game with the 49ers? But on the other side, we've heard from the Green Bay people, and they're saying it might be Aaron Rodgers' final game with the Green Bay Packers. Does that mean anything to you as a player? Like, when you're in that situation, does that affect your play at all?
Well, I was never in that situation. I knew when I played in the Super Bowl back in 1986, that season or whatever, if we lost it, they were going to blame me, and my rear end had been I'd have had one step out the door. I'd have probably got another year, and they go, we got to move on. And, those kind of things. And that's just the truth. And, I knew that going in probably. Everybody would tell me, Phil, if the Giants lose, they're going to blame you. Hey, thanks for that information. You're a good friend. Thank you. But that's the reality. And, of course, whatever happens in the game, Jimmy Garoppolo will be talked about a lot, good or bad. But I would say this, Aaron Rodgers, I will be very surprised if this is his last game. If they lose, he will come back to Green Bay. Where is he going to find a better situation than Green Bay? So that's what I always fall to. And Jimmy Garoppolo, well, you guys know more about that than me. But what if the 49ers win this and go to the Super Bowl? Do you let him go and say, well, we're moving on? That'll be an interesting question. I'm sure the 49er fans would like to see that question come up if he gets them to the Super Bowl again. But Jimmy Garoppolo has played well, and I thought he played tough as heck against the Cowboys, but it is true. Maybe it's a cliche. I apologized to him weeks ago because he was playing great, and I'd kind of beat him up a little a few times early in the year. But there's going to be 2 passes a game or somewhere, which happens to a lot of quarterbacks, where the ball's going to get away from you. And a good example was the interception. That was a layup throw for him. And he didn't get out of the way, got in his own way, threw the ball, threw it high. And, when you overthrow in the NFL, especially, well, that was outside, but over the middle, it's usually trouble. So if he can avoid that, I'm not just picking it up on him as the sole person that's going to be responsible for winning and losing the game, but if he can just avoid losing control of the ball like that, it's going to give the 49ers a great chance.
We're talking to Phil Simms, Super Bowl champ. Now you can catch him on NFL, on CBS pre- and post-game shows. Of course, does a great job covering the league here. Our quarterback here on the Morning Roast, Uncle Phil. And looking at the Packers, you bring up Aaron Rodgers in that first game in Week 3. He got the ball out fast. I mean, he was getting the ball out in the second, 2 seconds. They had the stat there where he was like 16-16, getting the ball out in less than 2.5 seconds here. Now, I guess they're going to try to employ that same game plan against this ferocious front for the 49ers. They go 9 deep on that defensive line. Is that the same strategy? Is that going to get it done? How would you disguise things if you're the 49ers or D'Amico Ryans? How would you approach the Green Bay offense this week?
Well, disguising, you might confuse some offensive lineman or somebody with the disguise, but you're not going to fool Aaron Rodgers. And the Green Bay Packers, not doing analytics. I think they got the best short passing game in the NFL. He excels at it. I mean, it's hard to get hits on Aaron Rodgers. He's going to sit back on that back foot and flick the ball out to the sidelines, to the slot receiver, to the outside receiver, all those things, and he's great at it. And he's weatherproof. He can throw perfect spirals and spin it no matter what the weather is, wherever the game is. And, when you get aggressive with him, that's when he goes down the field. But you got to really force him to go down the field. He wants to just throw a bunch of short passes. He's not worried about getting in third down situations. They think 3rd and 5. They got a boatload of plays that they can run in those situations. So that's their game plan every single week, is get rid of the football quick. He doesn't take hits. This will be really interesting just to see what the San Francisco can do to maybe hold that football for an extra beat If they do, the pass rush will get there, and that would be huge, for the 49er defense for sure.
Phil, when you have two teams with so much familiarity, they played twice in 2019, played once in 2020. This will be the second matchup this year. Like, who do you give the edge to? LaFleur, Shanahan? Is there an edge to be gained?
Well, no, I don't think there is, because you've seen everything, and you got a great idea about the talent, and you know the plays, and what maybe to expect looking forward to. When we played teams a lot, I found it. I said this about Buffalo and New England last week. When you play each other like they did 3 times in a year, I said that means it generally brings the score down. Now, I didn't know Buffalo was going to score all the points, but but generally with these two teams, as talented as they are, that I would think just being familiar with each other would bring the scoring down a little bit, and the game can be really tight and played that way too. So that will be interesting. If it's tough sledding out there, then take no chances, drag the game out and wait for that one opportunity, see if the other team makes the mistake before you. But that would be my first thought, that being familiar with each other now it's hard to surprise the other team. You're not going to surprise them with your physical ability, and how many more plays can you draw up to fool the defense? Kind of hard to do, so we'll see.
Yeah. The average fan, you keep referencing the cold and the sledding and the footing and whatnot. Forget the wind for just a second. If it's just a frozen field and it's tough to cut and stuff, does that make you run more or does that make you throw more? Because I think the average fan thinks, that means it's a running game. What is it really, though, for these guys?
Well, I think it's a passing situation. Receiver knows where he's going. The defensive back doesn't. And that when you're telling me footing is like that, defensive linemen got to dig those 300-pound bodies into the ground and push. So I don't like their chances either. I think you can pass protect if the field's a little slippery or whatever. Makes it easier there. So I think it's a big advantage for the receivers and the quarterbacks, and that'll affect play calling too, for sure. So, yeah, it's not when the field is like that, I don't think it wouldn't even occur to me that it's a plus for the running game. I see it as a big plus for the passing game.
All right, let's do a little rapid fire here before we get you out, Phil. Sure. Niners-Packers, who wins?
I'm taking San Francisco. I took them Tuesday on the Paramount show that I do. I just have great faith in their run game, their defense. I thought last week against the Dallas Cowboys. Now, the Cowboys' offense, I won't get into that. This great offense and all these designs. Let's be careful on this great stuff. But I think they can run the football on them. And as I watch them, what a great game plan they had against that Cowboy offense last week. They were all over so many of the concepts they were doing, and that game was ferocious. It was awesome to watch, and I don't know, just maybe it's the playoffs and we just focus more on it, but even Boomer Esiason sitting across the desk from me, he goes, "Oh, my God." And and I said, "What?" He goes, "They're just killing the O-line." He was talking about the 49ers defense. He goes, "They're just beating everybody back there." And I just was sitting there watching and going, man, these quarterbacks now, they deserve the money too. That's for sure. Yeah. Because that game for the quarterbacks was dangerous.
Phil,
and I don't see a lot of those things changing a lot as we go down the playoffs.
I sense a little competitive rivalry between you and Boomer. Is that true?
You haven't noticed? It's been going on for 10 years.
I feel like you give it to him.
Well, listen, competitive, I don't know if I'd say that. I think it's pretty much, I'm wearing him out, so I don't know what else.
Phil does wear him out. Real quick, Titans-Bengals. Who wins that game?
Come on, come back with something. My God, when I score, you try to score. Let's see what you can do. But every once in a while, the show's tight. There's not a lot of time. But when I see a shot to be taken, I'm going to take it. That's for sure.
I love you.
You do take a lot of shots. Take a lot of shots. Titans-Bengals, real quick, and then we'll go to the Sunday games. Titans-Bengals, who wins that?
Yeah, I'm going to take the Titans just because their home crowd and their field, you guys saw it. When you're down there and San Francisco's dominating the game, I thought, okay, but the damn crowd stayed in the game the whole time, even when they were losing and getting their rear ends whipped, which I thought was really interesting. I don't remember Tennessee being that crazy with their fans, but they are. But I like Tennessee. Cincinnati is going to, the old cliche, they're going to have to crowd the line of scrimmage to stop the run. And Ryan Tannehill, A.J. Brown, and maybe Julio Jones he can come back and be in better shape and ready to play. He wasn't a couple of weeks ago against Houston. I think that could be the difference. I think Tennessee can beat them two ways, and I look at Cincinnati. They got to do it with the passing game, give Joe Mixon a run here and there, but they're not going to run and win the game against this Tennessee Titans defense.
All right, real quick, Bucks, Rams, and then Chiefs, Bills. Who you got that Sunday matinee?
Bucks, Rams. I'm going to take the Bucks. Just I know they could have some offensive line problems. They're big. They're tough down there. Matthew Stafford runs an offense that's got a high degree of difficulty. I've never seen a quarterback. He looks right. There's 1-2 receivers, and his outlet receiver is a 20-yard in cut from the left. My God, you got to stand there. It's amazing when I watch him, but he does a really good job. But I do like the Buccaneers, Tom Brady. If the offensive line can somewhat hang in there, the Bucs defense is big. They can rush inside and outside. That's why I like the Bucs.
All right, finally, Chiefs, Buffalo, Bills. Yeah.
Man, I might flip a coin. I took Buffalo on the air, but just watching it, just Patrick Mahomes, the toe was a big deal early in the year for him. That's why when I watched the game a little bit, I went, shoot, he's not even the same guy anymore. So, but I'm taking Buffalo Bills. Yeah, I think it really does come down to this. Which quarterback is just going to make 2 or 3 of those wow plays, and they will have opportunities. Because the old cliche, hey, if we keep Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes in the pocket, that ain't going to happen. You're not going to keep them in the pocket. I don't care what you do, what you plan. It's not going to work. They're going to get out of the pocket 8 or 10 times a game easily, both of them, because they got great feel for the game, great talent, and it's going to be a fun game. This is another one. They know each other well. I'm really interested to see the game plans and just see physically how they match up. But I'm taking the Buffalo Bills. I guess I'm jumping on that bandwagon like everybody else.
Uncle Phil Sims here on the Morning Roast, Chasky, bringing the heat again.
Where did this uncle come from?
Well, because you're the OG, man. You're an OG now.
Okay, well,
you're an OG now, man. You gotta wear that.
And I respect my uncles. I look for them for wisdom. I want perspective and wisdom from my uncles.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I gave you guys any, but I try. So, and you know when you said uncle, I just think, hey, are you making fun of because how old I am?
No.
We know we grew up watching you play, talking smack to our 49ers, so we got a lot of respect for you. Yeah, that may have been your best pass of your career. That was a tight spiral, man. And the Meadowlands, woo.
Oh, well, I'll just say this. It's a wonder somebody didn't knock me out on the field. I got lucky. Man. I've said to somebody, I'll keep it quick. Somebody one time, I said, look, if somebody said something to me, I'm going to talk back. You know, that's where I grew up. I got, come from a huge family. I had older brothers who beat my ass all the time. And so I'm going to talk back. And the only guy I never talked back to, one guy, who would that be for the 49ers?
Charles Haley.
Bingo.
Oh, yeah.
Bingo.
Did you talk to Roddy? You talked a lot of smack to Roddy after that Monday night game where you guys lost 7-3.
Yeah, well, he talked to me, too, so it wasn't a one-way street. So. That's the way it goes. I regret it, but I do things. But Charles Haley would whisper in my ear, and I'm not going to – I couldn't tell you exactly, but he basically – I'll give you a paraphrase it and not give you all the extras. I'm going to kill you. And he walked by me, and I see him coming behind me. I'm not going to look at him because I'm afraid he might knock me out, Charles, And he stops and puts his right to my ear and goes, I'm going to kill you. And I went, ooh, I'm not saying nothing because, but man, it was probably the only time I didn't say something back because I knew better to say it to Charles. But Charles was a pain in my ass as a rookie in 86 with the 49ers. And I'm telling you, when they traded him to Dallas, my teeth almost fell out. Are you kidding?
Worst trade ever. Worst trade ever.
Yeah, that was a bad trade. Did not
Thanks,
work out
Phil.
for the Niners.
I'll be watching you this weekend.
All right.
Keep up the good work.
Have me on.
Yep.
Thanks,
Love
Phil.
ya.
Appreciate you, man. Phil Sims, a favorite here on the Morning Roast, Super Bowl champ, always breaking down the games, and he picks the Niners over the Green Bay Packers. And Phil, he does his film study, man. He outworks the competition, man. He is sitting there in the lab all day long. You want to talk about a lab guru? Phil's in a real lab.
I have more respect for him now, having gone back and watched all of the stuff from the 80s over and over and over. In real time, I don't think I respected him enough as a player.
No.
And as a competitor. And he's an unbelievable storyteller as well. Charles Haley.
No doubt.
Steve Young said that Charles Haley would never have survived today's day and age because of the hazing alone that he did to some of the other people on the team. Primarily Steve Young. He would chase him at practice full speed, and you're not supposed to hit the quarterbacks even at that time, and he would chase him at full speed and deck him to the floor, and then they would turn around. Charles, why are you being so mean? I'm a Joe Montana guy, and he let everyone know I'm a Joe Montana guy, not a Steve Young guy, and he would say that to his face all the time. Charles was out of his mind. Obviously urinating on the owner's car, is maybe one of the worst moves you could do.
L.A. Memorial Coliseum when the Niners lost 12-6 to the Raiders. And Charles Haley went crazy and had to go grab Ronnie Lott from the Raiders locker room to go calm down Charles Haley. All right, now it's time for our flex moment of the day. You guys are getting on me here. The flex moment of the show brought to you by Xfinity. Hit it, Sam.
How offended do you think the Green Bay fan base will be in general when they come out that way?
Oh, my gosh. They're going to be like, what are these dudes doing?
It's straight out of Hoosiers, right? When they go into the big city and play the black team.
It's just too much sauce because you get Trent and Debo, who are boys. They were sitting courtside at a Warriors game about a couple months ago, so they're boys. You get Arden Key now, who's come along. He's now in the background doing his little thing. Yes. You got Laken Tomlinson. You got Jimmy showing a little sauce, and then you got like Tom Compton just walking short as hell. Like, what is going on here? I don't even know what this song is.
The flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
After all the flexes that went down on the show on a Friday morning, that's the one we go to, London. Okay. That's the one we go to.
It's a Kodak Black right now as we introduce Willard and Dibs. My favorite. I've been saying this, guys, and I want to hear your opinions. I got Bob St. Clair in my number one spot, pole position, all time, my favorite offensive lineman for the 49ers. I got Forrest Blue in there. Somewhere you got Harris Barton and Guy McIntyre and Jesse Sapolo. Trent Williams is steadily climbing the board as one of my favorite 49er offensive linemen of all time. And when he comes out with the boombox and Debo, and they're coming out of the locker room to this song right here, I don't know, I get all the feels. I'm getting Suge Knight vibes. I'm getting Wingman vibes. I want to be a part of this crew partying on a Saturday night after beating Green Bay. Come on, Willard. Bop with us.
Willard, look at Willard bopping. He ain't came bop, man.
He's doing the
look at him bopping. Dibley's like, what the hell's going on? Dibley's not impressed.
Yeah, Dibley learned how to he learned how to blur out his background. So we got more focus on you.
Exactly.
I'm into however you want to bop today, Dibs.
I'm just happy to be back on the cross, and just hearing this and the image you painted, Butch, was so good, and that's what culture looks like in a team, and the fact that it is a Hall of Famer and future Hall of Famer. Debo over the last 8 weeks is on a Hall of Fame track. I mean, he's bound for Canton if he can stay healthy and do what he's done. So it's a great image, and if it culminates in something more special than it's already been, well, then see you on Monday for a Victory Monday, hopefully.
Hopefully a Victory Monday here.
Tell him what Mike McCarthy said.
Oh, I know you guys read this, where Mike McCarthy basically said he could tell during the pregame prayer that his team was nervous. Now, Dibley, you coached a lot of teams. You coached a lot of volleyball. You coached a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Does the pregame prayer, do you ever just look up during the pregame prayer where you're supposed to have your eyes closed and your heads bowed, but you look around like, oh, boy, my team is nervous. They're shaking. Like, they're gripping their heads too tight. I mean, how do you tell your team is nervous in pregame prayer, man?
Well, it actually happened to me. Bishop O'Dowd, I launched the boys volleyball program there. They're coming up on their 4th year this year. I started the darn thing. We go 13-1 in league, and we make NCS. Well, here comes Deanza to town, and it was an 8-9 matchup. We were the 8. I fought for the 8 so we could get the home game, and they came in more seasoned, more ready, and by the time we got to, thou art my name or whatever, I looked up and my senior leadership was a little frazzled pregame. So, yes, I have seen it. Spoiler alert, De Anza swept us, and my NCS losing streak, I think, got extended to 5 over 2 different schools. So,
you're the Marty Schottenheimer of boys volleyball.
No, not so fast. I actually 3-peated at Drake. If you want to do your homework, you got to Google it. We went to 4 straight. Dublin got us the first year when Quest was still on the inside, by the way, 20 years ago. And I cried that afternoon. We took the first at Dublin. We were ready for the stunner. They beat us in 4. I wept. #red wept.
Not red wedding.
No, red wept.
Yeah. Willard, pregame prayer. Ever been nervous during the pregame prayer? Like Mike McCarthy sensed his team was tight during the pregame prayer. I mean, Dak Prescott was cursing up a storm in his pregame fire-up huddle right before they go back into the locker room before coming back out in the field. He's yelling and barking and fist bumping. Hey, wait, they're nervous during the pregame prayer? Who's the priest? I need to talk to the priest.
My high school basketball career, I did not have to get too nervous during the pregame prayer because I knew all I needed to do was go out there, sit on a bench, and cheer hard for my teammates. So that's really not something to be nervous about. What I do love about this story, though, is every day that goes by where we get further away from this game, the Cowboys have got a new reason as to why everything got all screwed up. And I'm wondering, what's the over-under on days until Mike McCarthy goes, oh, wait. It was me. I screwed this up. Like the team was completely undisciplined. We had bad play calls. All I wanted to do all day was keep looking up at the Jerry's World screen and not liking the replays. That's what he was doing the whole game. This is such a beautiful. There's no better playoff win. It's one thing to beat the Cowboys. It's another thing to beat them in a way where you can tell they are not going to be over this for months, if not years. I mean, did anyone see the Cowboys gripping this hard after the fact? I didn't. I thought they knew the 49ers were a better team. 49ers are better than Dallas. I don't know about that tomorrow, but I completely expected them to beat the Cowboys.
Right, and I think the Cowboys expected it too, and I think it crystallizes this weekend even more from the Green Bay angle because they kicked that to the curb. Jerry Jones got somebody else's refuse. There was a free sign on Mike McCarthy. Jerry picked him up, tried to reupholster him and make it work. And, well, McCarthy did McCarthy-an things. And now you've got LaFleur and Shanahan and, by the way, Taylor and McDermott to an extent and McVay. This is like the young guns against a couple of the OGs from a coaching standpoint. So this is like a young guy elimination game. You know, we talked about Arians and obviously Andy Reid as the two old guys, but you know, even down there in Tennessee, you've got an unproven, a guy who doesn't have it. So it's kind of fun from a coaching angle, too.
Yeah, no doubt. That's a great point, Dibs. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. 9 a.m. hour brought to you by our great friends at Timeless Coffee. What up, RJ? What up, Paula? Hit up one of their 3 locations out there in the East Bay. Timeless Coffee, the best coffee in the Bay Area. Vrabel, McDermott, Zach Taylor. No, there's a lot of great coaching matchups. I hadn't even thought about that, but we get LaFleur and Shanahan. I can't do it like you, Dibs. LaFleur. I'm terrible. With that one. That's about a half a one out of 10
in this walkout.
Yeah. Well, even if that was a turnover right there, you got another 22 before you matched the Dubs last night. I think they ended up, how many they ended up with, Bush? 30? 35?
The ones in transition drive me completely insane. And just, we're here again because it's been since 6 o'clock. I for the life of me, I don't care what happened throughout the whole game. When you have an opportunity to win the game, you foul. That guy catches that ball in that spot, you foul. And the fact that he loses the ball, Curry turns himself thinking they're going to get the turnover, loses Justin Holiday. Know the personnel out there. It's the one guy who can't get open.
Know your personnel.
Am I crazy?
Mistakes.
It drives me nuts in those situations when you don't. You have Poole who shoots 90+%. Curry shoots 90+%. Make it a free throw game. What are we doing?
Yeah, I can't believe all the people blaming Steve Kerr. I mean, they're playing the Indiana Mad Ants, and all of a sudden Steve Kerr's getting the blame for a loss against the Pacers without their top 4 scorers. Now, Steve Kerr wasn't perfect, and I know Steve Kerr took the blame after the game, which is a page straight out of Coaching 101. But come on, players got to play. Players got to hit open shots. Like Shasky said, the live ball turnovers. You're playing Indiana.
Yeah.
You got to take care of business.
You got no one who can initiate without Draymond.
They weren't even playing Indiana, Bonte. You know this. That's the point. They're playing Indiana's bench. They played Indiana's bench last night and lost the game. And you're right. I mean, people are blaming Steve Kerr because Steve Kerr blamed Steve Kerr. And Steve Kerr went on. He was very, very obvious after the game. He's like, please blame me. But come on. Yeah, you shouldn't even been in that situation. Yeah. Sure, they should have fouled up 3 with a couple seconds to go. But what are you doing in this situation? And here's my fear, okay? Because I'm taking the kids to the game tonight, okay? We're going to Chase.
Nice.
And we're going to check this thing out with Houston. Here's my fear. Last week, they get embarrassed in Milwaukee. Then Klay sits, and they embarrass Chicago. So now you've got the same scenario. This is not a dig at Klay.
No, it's the reality.
It's the reality that I expected. Too many people who are not familiar with what their role is supposed to be. Even Steve Kerr right now does not necessarily know what's the rotation, who's going to be in when. Klay, we're going to overtime, we got to sit him back down. All of that stuff that's taking place, they haven't figured it out yet. And if they go blow out Houston tonight, do we need to have a conversation? I mean, I don't know what the fix is. You can't not play Klay.
Already have it.
Why is it not an option? Like, if Iguodala can come to the Warriors and you put Harrison Barnes into the starting lineup to get the rook going and Andre Iguodala shows veteran leadership, I'm not saying you have to do it. You need to be open to anything that makes the totality of your team better. If Poole is just better as a starter, okay, then roll with that for the time being, because Poole is so important and he's lost right now, guys.
He's fragile. He hasn't yet established himself as an I can do it.
I'm with you there.
You know,
I'm with it. Yeah, he's got.
Would you be open to Klay? He's hot and he's cold.
And you got 37 million reasons why you're not going to bench Klay Thompson right now. You want him playing with his splash brother. You want him acclimated to playing with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And if Draymond Green's playing, this all probably looks different, right? It all looks differently because you don't have Draymond Green. So I think you got to wait and see until Draymond Green gets back, and then let's see what happens at the All-Star break and where they're at with Draymond Green back in the lineup. And what about James Wiseman? Is he ever coming back? Because that's another conversation in terms of verticality and size and spacing. Can you roll out Looney like this every single game for 82? I don't know, man. They're going to need some size because Bielitsa, he's not getting it done off the bench. He's not playing well right now.
He's not. And I'm thinking Wiseman in 2025 will be the new campaign slogan. 4 more years. Let's just rest him for 4 more years. Because think about it. When he's like 24, he's going to be strong, sturdy, and rested. And I'm only, trying to go tongue-in-cheek because it sucks that he continues to have setback after setback. And we've seen so many big men whose career was derailed before it even had a chance to start, including the quiet, underrated TV star Festus Ezeli, who obviously wasn't the same injury, and he looks good up on that set, by the way.
He does.
Joel Embiid lost 2.5 years of his career at the beginning.
Sam Bowie, Brad Millard at St. Mary's. Yao Ming's was cut short. We could go on and on with the big guys.
Don't say the name Ralph Greg Oden, though. Don't. I'm going to say it first because, please. I still got hopes for this guy, but it's scary. It's scary what he's going through.
And LaMelo's balling, and they need another playmaker in the half court. And the reality is, it's hard to not think about that. That's what happens. Willard, you can throw your shoulders up, but they can.
Here's why I throw my shoulders up. Yeah, go ahead, Bonte. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, LaMelo with the ball in his hands. Draymond has the ball in his hands. Steph Curry has the ball in his hands. I don't know if that's fitting. And then you get Klay Thompson back this year, and all of a sudden LaMelo's going to go to the bench. LaMelo's going to be a great player. I just don't think the fit was here.
My thing on that is you have full carte blanche to go ahead and criticize the Warriors for passing on LaMelo Ball if you also wanted him before the draft. None of us wanted LaMelo Ball. I've dug my heels in. I don't want anyone with the last name Ball, at least not in this generation, to play for the Warriors. And maybe that's not fair. They've turned into good players. The dad has shut up.
He's a great player.
He's a very good player.
And 8 this year.
Lonzo has changed his game. Lonzo is a productive NBA player. I don't know if he's number 2 in the draft good, but he's a very I know he's getting surgery now, but he's a good NBA player. They've become fine, but I didn't want any part of that for that reason and many more. Bonte, you're pointing out the fit. Yep. It didn't fit. Think about the trickle-down effect through the Warrior roster to try to inject LaMelo Ball into Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and Andrew Wiggins. Where does that go? I don't know. So I didn't want it then. Therefore, I'm not going to criticize the Warriors for not doing it either. James Wiseman made all the sense in the world. We'll see if it works out.
And we all know from years ago, if it does not fit, then you must draft James Wiseman.
That's your thoughts.
What's wrong with you people? What's wrong with you people?
With that said,
we get right into the end. So we say
that was a great hashtag right there. If it doesn't fit, draft James Wiseman.
Yeah.
Maybe let me go back to Joe Montana Doc episode number 1 to get a little dose of some juice here. That's it for us. I'm out of here. Night. You guys have a great show. Enjoy the playoff weekend, the best sports weekend of the year, divisional weekend, divisional round of playoffs, plus Warriors or Rockets tonight. Dibs, Willard, have a great one, man. Good talking to you guys. Roasters, see you next week. Have a good weekend.
I got this from OJ.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, brother. I hope you're ready. This might be it. Kenny Loggins, if this is it, okay, this might be your last. And I just thought of this, actually, especially for our callers. This might be your last chance to kick around Jimmy G.
Yeah.
This might be it. It's Friday. They got a playoff game tomorrow night. You want to take your shot? Today might be the day.
888-957-9570. Take your shot. Shoot your shot. Ultimately,
it's all you got.
It doesn't have to be like that. It can be Ariana Grande, thank you next, and you can depart as friends. You don't necessarily have to be enemies. You don't have to wish the worst upon him, nor will he on you. It was a good run. You got us to the Super Bowl once, and you were 1 or 2 plays away from getting it done. And you know what? You made a nice, quaint little second run that ended in Green Bay. Thank you, next.
Song of the day in moments. Thank you, next. Famously, Brandon Crawford. Well, Brandon Crawford, DJ BC Raw, who, as we all know, runs the music in the Giants clubhouse whenever they were victorious for the last few years. We haven't been allowed in the clubhouse now for a couple of seasons, but prior to that, prior to COVID-19 joining our lives, that was the victory celebration sensation song in the Giants clubhouse. Thank you, next. Although it doesn't always work in baseball, because when you beat someone, you usually play them again the very next day. Yeah. So thank you, next is just no. Actually, we're going to stay here. We're just going to come back here and do it again tomorrow.
And it's funny you say that, because I had when we recently had our rat issue that was embedded in our heating ducts under the house. We had the duct guy come out, and he actually. Yeah, we had to put them out on the table. He actually married the same woman 3 times. So, in fact, he did have a 3-game series, and I believe he's heading for divorce. Number 3.
Yeah, not 5, not 6.
Not yet.
Not 7. Gosh, I mean.
Not 6, not 7.
Would you go to the wedding if somebody invited you to the wedding and it was the 3rd time they're getting married? I'm like, I'm not getting you a wok. I'm not getting you any pots and I've already got you a microwave. We're not doing this again, Bob.
That's where you go same gift all 3 times.
Right.
And, think about all the great trilogies, Where would we be without Rocky 3? And
Star Wars
and all that.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't sound like this was one of them. Anyway,
Godfather 3.
Former Packer TJ Lang is coming up at 10. Sam Monson, Pro Football Focus at 11. And then, speaking of the pregame prayer, I'd like everybody to put your hands together and bow your heads. If you would, please remove your hats. I'll even remove mine right now, which is not going to go well for our Twitch and YouTube audience. I do have hat head, but let's bow our heads in prayer. That the great Brian Brian Baumgartner. Well, you can pull over. The great Brian Baumgartner, also known as Kevin from The Office, who is in the middle of an LPGA Tour event, Pro-Am, right now in the great state of Florida. But that's where he is. And he has promised, because he is a major cheesehead, he's a good friend of Aaron Rodgers and a Packer fan, and he and I have a tradition, which is that when there's a big game between the 49ers and the Packers, he gets on the damn phone and comes on our show. But he's playing golf right now with like Lydia Ko or something.
Yeah.
And so he has promised that the second he gets off the course, he gave his caddy my phone number, like we're texting the second, the second he gets done with the round, he told his caddy, we got to call Willard and Dibs right away. And so we all need to pray that happens by like 11:35 our time. And if it does, we will be treated to Kevin from The Office today.
Well, it's exciting to track. And yes, as I channel drop, I'm watching live coverage of said event on the Golf Channel.
Are you really?
On mute, so I'll be able to keep an eye on how he's doing, Brian Baumgartner, and whether or not he will come to pass. I'm a big LPGA fan. I'm sure that comes as no surprise.
No surprise at all. And I'm a big fan of The Office. So you blend it both together, and hopefully we get Brian Baumgartner. But first and foremost, as we head into a massive Friday and a big playoff weekend and Warrior doldrums for sure, that's all going to be here on the show today. It is time, as the 49ers take their stylistic stylings to Green Bay tomorrow night. It's time for our song of the day.
I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway.
Remember 8 throws in an entire game?
Much more than this, I did it my way.
Yes, Kyle Shanahan wears Yeezys, but in his AirPods on the team bus tomorrow afternoon, he's going to be playing this and playing it loud because we're going to run the ball left, guys, and then we're going to run it right. Oh, you want us to throw the ball to George Kittle? I have an idea for you. How about no? We're not gonna throw the ball at all. We're gonna run the wing tee at Lambeau Field tomorrow. And Kyle Shanahan, he's going to do it his way. Dibs?
Yes, and it's going to be Debo to the left of me, Debo to the right of me. Here I am, Eli Mitchell, 26 carries.
It's stuck in the middle with you. Yeah.
Exactly. It's going to be a dollop of Ayuk. It's going to be a taste of hey diddle diddle, kittle down the middle, as my boy Lo Neal always likes to say. It's going to be in breaking routes, and where is Debo? And by the way, we got 99 problems and a Mitch ain't one. And you've got a kicker who, coming back from injury, is swinging the leg with such poetic ease right now. Wow. You're in a spot where you might go 6 field goals. You might try to win this thing 18-17, which it would be his way.
By the way, have we ever talked about the stylings of the Robbie Gould kick when he is in a good flow? I don't think we've ever mentioned this, but I've noticed it. Robbie Gould's follow-through, very rhythmic. There's almost a little dance to it. When he's on, that leg swing, I mean, that confidence, it's almost like he's the cocky kicker. He's got a little vibe to his follow-through there.
So smooth, and you're right, Mark. He swings the leg through the ball, perfect contact, and you should give a shout out to the entire operation. Even when Juice was in holding when Mitch was concussed, I mean, the operation has been solid, knock on wood. You'd hate to see something like that rear its ugly head in a 2-degree day where it's going to be tough for Mitch to hold in that sort of weather, I would imagine.
All right, we're going to yell about the Warriors in a little bit, so don't worry about that. Perfect. TJ Lang at 10 o'clock, 888-957-9570 is the number, and we'll get to your calls shortly because they're already coming in. But we do wonder on a couple of fronts what's at stake this weekend. Like, to me, and you and I are both golfers, so you make the playoffs. That's kind of like getting a sponsor's exemption. Okay, you beat the Cowboys. That's making the cut.
Yes.
And so now you've made it to the weekend, but nobody wants a T42 and a check for $22,000. I mean, I'd take it. But anyway, that's not what any pro is looking for. This game tomorrow night, this is truly the one that launches you into contention. You're going to be in one of the final pairings if you win this one. I think even 49er fans, and I will raise my hand chiefly among them, I don't know if I truly, in the depths of my being, Dibs, I don't know that I believe yet that this is truly a team that could win it all. But my God, I will tomorrow night at 8:30 if they've got more points than the other team.
I think that this is absolutely a team that could win it all because you made the cut, to play the analogy. And it's like when you walk down Magnolia Lane on that Saturday in April, and you know it's moving day, Mark, at the Masters. It's the third round. You either win at Green Bay and you rocket up the leaderboard, or you lose. And like you said, hello again, friends. And
hello,
in the golf
friends.
world,
It's cold outside.
You would be the first or second game out on a Sunday morning in Augusta, and it wouldn't matter how you played. And the analogy for the Niners would be an off season. But if you win in Green Bay, well, the roars could be heard from Amen Corner all the way to Golden Bell and back again at the Masters.
It's so good. It's so good. Every
Mark,
time.
The NFC is open enough to where if they beat Green Bay, you could see them going to Tampa and maybe vanquishing Tampa Bay. And if they go to L.A. and face the Rams, you gotta be kidding me. Liquidate all assets.
If they go to L.A., Niners minus 11.5. Forget it. I mean, forget those posers. My point is this. Even though we've spent a lot of time this week talking about how these are football teams. I loved the John Bosa conversation. Might have been one of my favorite things we did this week. And he talked about the brotherhood in that locker room and how they're not, while they're aware of it, they're not thinking about the spread. They don't care about the jersey on the other team. They don't care what the building is. That's a team that believes they're going to win when they play football. And so I get that. I believe that. However, we're fans, and we also know what works in the NFL. What works in the NFL for most is putting a football team together with an elite quarterback. Look at the final 8 teams left. 6 of the 8, that's the game they're playing. They're like, yeah, we're kind of good over here. We got a little thing going on over here, but look at our quarterback. Quarterback's amazeballs. That's what 6 of the 8 teams are doing. So it's hard for me still in this moment to wrap my head around the 49ers going, and let's just pick a path. Aaron, Tom, Patrick, and winning all 3, knowing that they've struggled all year in the secondary, knowing that they struggle to get to 30 points. All of these things are true. I know Kyle's way. He's going to do it his way, and I believe in it. But, man, that is a hell of a tall order, all on the road, that the 49ers face.
The beauty, though, is you get to play them one at a time. Imagine if they had to go up against all 3 at the same time. Then I wouldn't like their chances. And that's
QBs at the same time.
Exactly. And luckily, you just have one at a time. And so far, you went to Dallas as an underdog in a matchup that you liked, and you got it done. It got a little bit wonky.
They weren't a dog. I was such a fake Vegas dog. Like, you and I knew that
Mark,
from the beginning.
if you would allow me just to continue laying it out, they were a dog. You don't set the line. Vegas does. The very nature of underdog pertains to the point spread. So you've done it once. Now you go to Green Bay as a dog. And are they really a dog in this one?
Yes, this one they're actually a dog.
This is a true dog.
Yeah. The dog. The other one was just a dog. This one's a dog.
Yes.
No dog now.
Yeah, and shout out Cliffy out of the cone. But you go to Green Bay and you get it done. Well, then who's to say you can't go to Tampa where would you be a real underdog at Tampa? Maybe on the same order as you are this weekend?
Yes. I think when you play Tom Brady on the road in the playoffs, that's actually a rule. You are an underdog.
It's actually not a rule. Last year, Tampa played the Super Bowl at home, and they were underdogs. So
yeah, but that was then. This is now.
I'm just saying. And shout out Guru for getting me involved in gambling based on me #fade the goo on that one.
You know what I mean, though. Like,
I do.
The second I saw the 49ers +3 last weekend, I'm like, money line. We're going money line because why wouldn't I get a better number because they're going to win this game?
So will you go money line on this one? That's the question because to me, Mark, this game comes down to a minute or so left. One of these two dudes is going to have the ball and need points. And either the Niner D bows up and stops Aaron, or Jimmy again finds a way to get it done.
Do you realize you just sent a shiver down my spine? Because both of those scenarios sound so uncomfortable. Minute to go, one of the QBs is going to have the ball and the needing points, and I'm like, I don't like either of those scenarios.
Which one do you like more, though? Which one would you pick?
I'll take the 9-point lead with a minute to go. That's what's making me feel good. Which one would I choose? I'll take the lead. I'll take the lead. And
so
I know
you want your defense trying to stop A-Rod with 51 seconds to go. They need a touchdown from their own 35 with no timeouts.
But just give me the lead. Give me the lead. Like, even if Aaron did this time what he did last time, I mean, you know what? I watched that drive again last night just because that's the kind of dummy I am. I watched Aaron's drive with a minute to go from week 3. And it really was based solely on 2 plays. You know, he had the beautiful, elite throw over the middle to Davante Adams to get the ball to midfield. And then the 49ers had two perfect plays. It was 3rd and 10. They went, well, I guess one perfect play because one of them was a spike. It was a spike, then they had an incompletion, and then on 3rd and 10, Aaron finds Davante for like 15 yards. It was just kind of a ho-hum play. Mason Crosby had to come out and nail like a 52-yarder. So we're going to do that again, except it's 2 degrees on thick Lambeau Field. Like, that's not a gimme. That's not a gimme. I'll take the lead.
888-957-9570. Which would you rather have? Jimmy G, and let's say 50 seconds to go, no timeouts, but you only need 3. And from your own 25-yard line, it's a touchback, and the Packers go up 31-29, or the Niners do. Which do you want? You got 50 seconds from your own 25, and you need 3 to win it.
I'm just vomiting listening to this. But yeah, this is what we're probably looking at.
Right.
So, and by extension, what's on the line for Jimmy G? You brought up a very good question. Like, if he were to win this game, where does that place Jimmy historically on the list of 49er quarterbacks and their accomplishments? Obviously, there's Joe, then there's Steve. No one's touching that. But who's next if Jimmy wins this game? 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And we are also sponsored by the Golden State Warriors, who are going to get back on track tonight. I have full confidence in that. We'll take your phone calls next. It's Willard and Dibs on a big Friday on 95.7 The Game.
The lights are brightest in the playoffs.
You know, I like to consider myself a connector. I can connect people.
Yeah.
I've connected Kyle with the Harry Kalish's people, and
Awesome.
apparently they're working on something to get ready for the game tomorrow.
That's good because we need appropriate preparation. We, as a show, have certain benchmarks. Yeah. Obviously, our benchmarks are still developing.
Obviously, when the 49ers play the Packers, we're going to call Harry Kalish and not to worry.
Exactly.
So, that's in the works. Just hang in there best you can.
Also,
TJ Lang it a little bit.
Your Brian Baumgartner, 11:30. We're hoping, fingers crossed. But based on my glance at the leaderboard, I don't know if he's going to be necessarily in the mood for a chit chat.
He don't care. He don't care. Listen, this is what he says to me yesterday. He goes,
he shot a 93 yesterday.
Yeah, he wasn't. He go. So he goes because he and I talk like every Friday. Anyway, so he goes. The good news for you, he's talking to me. He goes, the good news for you is I played really bad. So my time should be earlier tomorrow, and I'll get off the course earlier.
Yeah.
And then an hour later, he goes, okay, for some reason, my tee time's the exact same spot tomorrow as it was today, but I think we can do it. But yes, he knows he's not contending. Let's put it that way. He's well
Hilarious.
aware. Yeah. Not making the cut. Not like the 49ers, not making the cut. So
as long as he stays above the Mendoza line, which is Larry the Cable Guy, and right now he's got a narrow lead over Larry. So
every time the two of them are they playing together? Because when they're when they're in celebrity tournaments together, they get typecasted together. Like, I went to go see them in Tahoe at the big celebrity thing there, and we just went out and the kids wanted to go watch Steph Curry, so we got tickets to the event, and we go out there, and I'm just like, I want to go see Brian, and it was Brian and Larry the Cable Guy, and I'm like, that's typecasting. You're just like, both of these guys, know their way around a cheeseburger, and so you're pairing them together. Don't do that. Don't paint with a broad brush like that.
Well, you know how it works in these promotions. You always want to group celebrities together, but certain celebrities. Like, you're not going to put, Bumgarner or Larry the Cable Guy with John Smoltz or Marty Fish, who is the leader right now. Because those guys are pro athletes who are out there looking to win. And, they don't want to play with these duffers and hackers like me.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I sort of almost felt like, with these pairings in Tahoe, I'm like, you're attacking the human spirit. Baumgartner was with Larry the Cable Guy, and then two groups ahead, it was Steph Curry and Justin Timberlake. I'm like, oh, is this the svelte with cool belt group?
Exactly.
Stop, people. I'll give you one guess which group my daughter wanted to follow between those two.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy one. It's the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind.
She was out of her mind. She's like, Steph Curry and Justin Timberlake. She's like, Dad, this is the best thing you've ever taken me to in my life. This is incredible. So anyway, 888-957-9570, the number. Comcast Business Text Line. You crazy texters, don't do it while you're driving, but it's always open at 888-957-9570. And hello, Twitch and YouTube. Always, you can watch us too. Twitch.tv/957 the game. YouTube.com/957 the game. Hello, you will turn it on. You'll be like, wow, Dibs, pretty good looking guy.
Yeah, blurred it out today too. It's a blurred out Friday, which I think brings my more prominent features to the forefront.
Yeah, how do you do that? The only thing that's weird about it, when you turn to the left a little bit, the left side of your glasses disappears into the vortex.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I don't know, this is weird. Like, I don't know.
That was crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah, you turn to the left and your face is gone.
It was crazy.
Gone. Yeah, so your Twitch TV audience, go ahead and enjoy Dibs in the Matrix.
What NFC Championship game do you got? I mean, is Kelly Stafford doing a podcast next week or not? What's happening here?
She's going to be doing one about vacation destinations. It'll be a vacation destination sensation. Feel free to use that, Kelly. That would be crazy if she was listening and she actually went with that. But
pretty sure Kelly wants no part of this show. But anyway, go ahead.
But wouldn't that be crazy if she were? But I don't think that they win in Tampa, and I really think this Niner-Packer game comes down to the exact scenario I laid out. It's going to be within a score, likely a field goal, and one of these two is going to have to get something done. Either Aaron leads them over the Niner D, and it's deja vu all over again, which is the expression I hate, because it's just deja vu. The very nature of deja vu is it's happening all over again. So it's kind of like when people say something is very unique. That is very, very unique. Yes.
Well, the word unique means there's only one. So you can't be very unique. You're either unique or you're not. And that's
irregardless if they're aware of it, which just depends on
very good
on who you ask.
But
which would you prefer, A-Rod against the Niners D or Jimmy G, one last Jimmy G rabbit out of the hat? Because the Packers D doesn't scare you to the point where you could see Jimmy Garoppolo getting you 45 yards in 50 seconds, setting up a Robbie Gould 52-yarder, and you flip the script and you steal one at Lambeau.
I just don't. It's funny because what you're saying makes 100% sense. If we actually look this year, let's look this year at the moments when Jimmy Garoppolo has had the ball in his hands and he's needed to go on a drive. Like, he's really like, you need this. My gosh, his batting average is fantastic. I don't have the analytics in front of me, but he did it. Even though they lost, he needed to do it against Green Bay. He did it. He needed to do it at Cincinnati. He did it. He needed to do it in L.A. He did it. I mean, I'm sure there were a few where they were only down by a score and it didn't, run that way. I'm not remembering how Seattle ended. I'm not remembering exactly how the Tennessee game ended. But I feel like when you give Jimmy the ball and you're like, yeah, sorry, buddy, you're going to have to go on a drive right now. Really, really good. but there's still something in my belly here that tells me I don't want that scenario with a bum shoulder, a bum thumb, 2 degrees, Lambeau Field, a crazy crowd, cheese, brats. I don't know. Give me the lead. I want any scenario that means the 49ers have more points than the other team.
Okay, even though it's Aaron Rodgers against, and the secondary's played better as the front four has been able to get home, and this obviously is a huge key in the game. Can the Niners continue to cause havoc rushing 4? Because when you've got to bring that 5th, and occasionally, very rarely, they'll bring 6 to the quarterback, well, Aaron Rodgers is going to pick you and your secondary apart. So if they can get home with 4 and make him uncomfortable, they can pound the rock, they can keep the defense fresh. This can be a tight game, and I think it will come down to a final possession.
I'm totally with you that if you want to focus on one thing in this game, it's the 49ers defensive front 4. Are they in Aaron's face or not? If they are, they're going to win. If they're not, Aaron's going to pick them apart. That's my belief. Aaron doesn't turn the ball over. He's not going to mess up. You got to just stop him from being able to if he's got time, the Packers win. If he's got no time, the 49ers are going to win. And to your point about the other game, if Tampa Bay does win, boy, that idea, you just gave network executives a little reaction, because look at the 2 potential matchups if Tampa Bay wins. Nothing against LA, Matt Stafford, and SoFi Stadium and all of that. But if Tom Brady wins, you either have a rematch of last year's NFC Championship game in the exact same stadium against the 2 flagship quarterbacks of the conference, or you get Tom versus Jimmy.
Yeah.
I mean, these are delicious matchups. Yes. And so I'm with you. I like Tampa to win that game against the Rams, and I'll go 49ers, but it feels like a coin flip, and to me, the other marker is 30 points. If this game gets to 30, I like Green Bay. If it only gets to 25, I like San Francisco.
To me, it might come down to that opening situation where if the 49ers win the toss, they'll defer to the second half like he always does, which means defense, can you get us a stop? Because you want that offense out there the first time, not behind. It's fine if it's 0-0. If you lose the toss and you get the ball, I kind of like that. Kyle's been really good on the script lately. Jimmy feels comfortable running that opening 10 or 15. They've done well on opening drives, but of course you'd rather have the ball in the second half. So assuming you win the toss and you defer, well, now can you get a stop, defense? And by a stop, I mean hold them to 3. No touchdown on that first drive.
There's nothing more stressful than this. You're literally like, okay, what's the key to the game? Well, the coin flip. Let's just hope that the coin flip. I mean, like, holy hell. Okay. Listen to what, and we'll do this in just a little bit. You're going to want to hear what Mike Tomlin, Steelers head coach, said about his quarterback position in just a few. But let's go to the phones. Hey, Nick in Berkeley, you're on with Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Thanks for calling. What are you doing in Berkeley today?
Hello, I dug out a warning track around my entire softball field this week, so I'm kind of beat up right now from cutting like a 1,000 yards aside. But other than that, I'm doing great.
Oh, that's perfect. I've always had warning track power, so that's good.
What's that?
Yeah, I said I've always had warning track power, so perfect.
Yeah. So anyway, basically what's going to happen is we're going to play bump and run, and we're going to disrupt Rodgers' timing. And then at the end of the game, if it's close, that's when we put in Lance's package. And we have him ice skate down the field past the tired, worn-out Green Bay defense.
I love it. Shout out Frozen Ponds everywhere. Thank you for that. Frozen Tundra, throw some skates on him. I don't know if that'd be legal if you came out with ice skates on.
Not legal. And by the way, Dibs, yeah, it's a no from me, dog. I've given up on
Trey's
this.
package?
It's over. I don't know why we keep bringing it up. Kyle has told you straight to our faces, like we're not doing this anymore. It messes them up. They feel like it just kind of slows down all of their play calling. They have been very clear, for better, for worse, for shoulder, for thumb. This is now Jimmy Garoppolo's team, and that's it. We're not going to come in with the 2-yard line and have Trey try to run the ball in. And by the way, based on what we've seen the last handful of weeks, I've grown to totally support it. I think Kyle has solidified his quarterback decision-making process with the way things played out the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's been a validation sensation is what it's been, because he entered the year with a certain approach and he basically stuck with it, other than the time that Jimmy Garoppolo was hurt and he had to go with Trey Lance. He dabbled with Trey Lance's package a little here and there, and then realized that it was probably hampering Jimmy's rhythm and Jimmy's ability to just command the offense. He even admitted that he has to call plays differently, and there's different formations and whatnot, and it throws the offense out of rhythm when you make that much of a change. So it was a learning experience. He found himself in this spot where if something happens, we don't know for sure that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be able to make it through 4 quarters with 2 different injuries and 2-degree weather. So God forbid something happens, you at least feel good that Trey Lance has gotten some experience if you need to go to him in a pinch.
Aaron in Oakland next up on Willard and Dibs. Aaron, what are you doing today?
I'm actually headed to work. I'm picking up a coworker, and we're going into a at-risk school and work with some youth. But hey, I'm a long-time listener. I love you guys. I think you're the most objective radio show out there that I listen to. But I'm a diehard Dallas fan. But there is no dog in this next fight, man. San Francisco is for real, not just because they punched us in the mouth. And it's real simple. They got momentum. Green Bay's been sitting on their butt. The biggest wild card is the coin toss and some frozen ground. Jimmy's proven he can do it. This is not the same team that lost to Week 3. I was at that game. This is not the same team. And Rodgers had some stumbles there. I think this is San Francisco. And to answer the earlier thing, I'm not 100% bought in. This is a team to run the table. But I think they're going to the big dance, man. And one last thing. Jimmy Garoppolo leaves San Francisco after this. Whatever team gets him is a benefit. Jimmy's shown he can get it done, and a little bit of quarterback coach development. You're looking at a great quarterback, man. Yeah, injury prone, that's it. Thank you guys for the time.
Aaron, I appreciate that. I do, gosh, so don't you have so many questions? I've always wondered, so he's a diehard Dallas fan, and he went to a 49er Packer game. Like, does he just hate himself? Like, why would you? I'm like, you know what I want to do on Sunday? I want to go watch 2 football teams I hate play each other. There's always that one person, the TV cameras pan out.
Right.
And it'll
Marlon
be like
Man.
a game. It's like a game between the Rams and Seahawks, and somebody's there draped in Steeler gear. Like, what happened to you? Like, what led you to this moment in your life? I never get that guy. But anyway.
Well, somebody likes to just go for the big moments, and
Right,
you got a situation where it's a big game, and if you have the wherewithal to attend said big game, then go crazy. It doesn't mean you have to not be yourself, be an individual, and show up to the game and just drink it in.
I know. I imagine you're going to miss a Packer game to do it, though, or miss a Dallas game. That's what I mean. It wasn't, Dallas wasn't on bye Week 3. Maybe they played on Monday night. I don't remember. But anyway, it doesn't matter. The bigger issue that he brings up, Jimmy Garoppolo being proven, another team is going to benefit. Like, we had a conversation about this earlier. Kyle was kind of laying out the accomplishments of previous 49er quarterbacks. We'll never get to a convo about Joe and Steve, but if Jimmy wins this next game, it's pretty easy to make the case that he's the 3rd most accomplished 49er quarterback, isn't it?
Yeah, in the Super Bowl era, certainly, yeah. And you look at the accomplishments where he's already made the playoffs twice, and he's made 1 Super Bowl, which, Colin Kaepernick, Alex Smith, you give him, maybe not full credit for that because he went to the bench before they made it, but he was key in the regular season. So combo credit there. But if Jimmy G was able to get to a Super Bowl and then a conference championship, and God forbid what happens next weekend if they win this weekend, I mean, you wouldn't put that spread any higher than 5.5 or 6, even if Tampa were to roll the Rams.
Just straight across accomplishments, a win tomorrow equals Kaepernick. 2 playoff trips, 1 Super Bowl, 2 NFC championship games.
Yeah.
So that would equal Kaepernick if he wins tomorrow. He's already surpassed Jeff Garcia, who went to the playoffs twice and never went beyond the divisional round. You mentioned Alex Smith, same thing. He never got to a Super Bowl. So, and Kaepernick's run with the 49ers as the starter was a wee bit shorter than what it's ended up being with Jimmy, unless you sort of factor in all the injuries and whatnot. Right. But yeah, they're pretty similar. And like you said, I mean, if he does win this one, man, if he wins another one, well, then it erases all doubt. And so it's crazy to be talking about someone who's on that list and people can't wait to get him out of town.
Yeah, it's because the team can't wait to get him out of town. And the team is the one that traded the draft picks to move up and get the quarterback of the future. And you know what? Maybe they're playing possum this whole time, and maybe they do the unthinkable and they bring him back. If Jimmy's run continues, maybe they have a change of heart, or maybe all along they were going to sit Trey for 2 years. I mean, heck, we were lightweight joking about the sad state of James Wiseman's return and how I said, 2025, let's go ahead and bubble wrap him till then. What if the Niners do go for double bubble wrap, hubba bubba, double bubble wrap? And, if they, I don't know, there is still a small chance that they, in fact, don't move off of Jimmy Garoppolo.
I mean, there's a scenario. However, there will be suitors, and you can feel it with each passing week that goes by. His trade value, or just his value around the league, it does go up. I wonder how you translate this. Here's Mike Tomlin yesterday at his postseason presser, and he's being asked about Mason Rudolph and Dwayne Haskins, the 2 QBs on his roster. You tell me if he sounds fired up about these 2 dudes.
Both guys, Mason and Dwayne, have had their moments, but they'll have to prove that. And not only in the team development process, but through playing itself. They're guys that start that I wouldn't characterize as everyday starters, as you described. And so they'll be given an opportunity to establish themselves, and they're going to be competition. There always is. And so they'll write that story. But I think that both guys have positioned themselves to fight that fight with what they've done from a work standpoint and a professionalism standpoint in 2021.
Mike left that press conference, called John Lynch, and said, I'll give you a 2 right now. We'll give you a 2. We'll give you a 2 for Jimmy right now. Guys who aren't everyday starters, and then my favorite phrase, they'll be given an opportunity.
Yeah, wow.
The Steelers are at ground zero at this position.
They're fighting for the 2 is what they're doing. And, maybe part of that call is, look, we'll give you a second and either one of these guys, because, we're not sold on, either one of them. You want Haskins to back up Lance, or do you want Mason Rudolph to be your backup?
Not particularly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I'll pass on both of those, to be honest with you.
Is there anything worse as a quarterback than when your coach uses, he's a pro, to describe you?
Oh, man.
Just in terms of what they do with professionalism, ouch.
It's like when that girl that you really, really like says, you are such a good friend. I really value our friendship.
You're so nice.
All right. I hate nice.
I mean, thank God he didn't use the most. I mean, the worst word in the world when it comes to quarterbacks is manage. If he had said something like, look, they'll be given an opportunity, both of them manage the game well, it's like, oh my God, he hates him. He despises both of them. So he didn't use that word. But look, the Steelers, if I'm Jimmy's agent, and this all goes the way it appears it's going, I'm doing whatever I can to get that job right there next year. That's the job I want if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, it's going to involve a certain amount of maneuvering. Either the team finds a way to just outright trade him, and that new team takes on a guy with a 1-year contract. That's less likely than Jimmy G gets cut and bought out in a certain way, and then maybe it's a straight up trade or a sign and trade with the new team. All of that has to get worked out, but I think short of a real miracle run, and I guess if he's won 1. We said if he wins 4 in a row in the offs, well then maybe you have a conversation. Oof. I still don't believe you do, but as this thing goes on, that narrative does grow.
No, there's no doubt. Listen, it is a major national talking point if he wins tomorrow night. TJ Lang, former Packers, going to join us here in just a few. The Warriors, we've conveniently kind of forgotten about them so far today. They look back to get back in the win column tonight. Against the Houston Rockets. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. As always, it's right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Lives at 5:30 and presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. As I said on the crossover, one thing I'll really be watching for tonight, if the Warriors come out and look right, then it's fair officially after getting blown out in Milwaukee. Then Klay sits and they blow out Chicago. You lose a game against the Pacers backups. If you come out the next night because Klay's not playing tonight, and if they come out tonight and look right again, it's no shade against Klay. It's just a fair question to be like, look, how long does this process go of everybody trying to reshuffle the deck and figure out who's in what group and what minutes and what quarter? They're going through that right now, and it's causing them problems. It's clear.
It's causing them problems because not enough guys are playing well when they're getting those minutes. And offensively last night, that was a kind of watch it with one eye closed with your arm crunched over the top of your head, because every time they got across half court, every pass was like, is that going to be a turnover? Did he throw that away? Is he going to catch that one? Without Draymond Green, they're a tough watch in the half court, unless you can get Steph the ball and then you're waiting for the inevitable 28 to 32 footer, and then hopefully it goes in. He had a couple that I thought were down last night that would have been huge in that fourth quarter.
Oh, well, and he had the big look in overtime to tie the game, and he missed it, but he was fantastic last night. It was everybody else. The rest of the team was 3 for 26 from three-point range. Who does that in an NBA game anymore? That's a bizarre number. Okay, TJ Lang is next. Also, Sam Monson and Brian Baumgartner still ahead on the show. Harry Kalish is bouncing around the office here somewhere. It's all coming up on 95.7 The Game.
The lights are brightest in the playoffs. What a win for the 49ers! It's a rematch of the NFC.
He's a Super Bowl champion from Super Bowl 45, two-time Pro Bowler, and now Lions sideline reporter. You can also hear him on 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit, which is an Odyssey station. TJ, it is great to have you. How you doing, man? Thanks for coming on.
Hey, I'm doing well, guys. Just, it's been a rough day watching some old Meatloaf videos and Louis Anderson losing a couple legends out there in the world. It's tough, but you know what? It's freaking divisional weekend. I'm excited. This is one of the best. This is probably the best weekend in all of football, and we've got some really hell of a couple matchups.
Yeah, well, we trimmed the fat, right, is kind of what it feels like last week. And not to say that Dallas was fat by any stretch, but there were a lot of teams that showed they didn't necessarily belong. So in your view, going into this weekend, does that change at all? In other words, do the road teams have a lot better shot this time around?
Yeah, I think everything's much more evened out this weekend. Last week, I mean, the experiment with adding the 7th team to the playoffs has been great. I mean, Super Wild Card Weekend is fun, having the 6 games on, but pretty much all the games, with the exception of San Francisco, Dallas, were just not interesting last weekend. I mean, Cincy and Oakland was okay for a bit, but the rest of those games really got ugly. They really got out of hand, and I don't know. I mean, I know it's all about money, adding in the extra couple playoff games, but it seems a bit unnecessary. This weekend, though, when you look at the matchups, everything's evened out. I think you could make a case in every single game for each opponent. You can map out a roadmap of ways to win. I think that there's probably a couple clear favorites when it comes to Green Bay. I think they're the highest spread is on that game when they're playing San Francisco, and a lot of people still kind of riding high on what Tennessee's been able to do. But every other game, I mean, you can go either way with it. It's going to be interesting to watch, and it's always, as a player, this felt like the real first weekend of playoffs. This feels like when, okay, we're the 1 seed, but it doesn't matter. We've got a hell of a team coming in. It's not like you're playing a 7 seed, a 7-8 win team. Every team that's left is capable of going on a run.
Yeah, especially this year where just the one team had the bye. 3 teams emerge off of victories. You talked about blueprint to victory. As a former offensive lineman, you've got to like the way the Niners' blueprint to possibly win in Green Bay would go through the ground game.
Yeah, I do, offensively and defensively. I think if they're going to have a shot in this game, it's got to be controlled by the offensive line and the defensive line. And we saw that that's really their secret to success over in San Francisco. When you start getting behind in games, if you're San Francisco, I don't know if Jimmy Garoppolo is the type of guy that you really want throwing the ball 30, 40, 45 times to kind of crawl your way back into games. But you're absolutely right. I mean, they're doing a nice job out in San Francisco is utilizing Debo as the premier player on that offense. Now, I think the recipe has to be, how do you make it a 1-2 punch with him and George Kittle, right? Because Kittle, I mean, he didn't really do much against Dallas, and they still went in there and dominated the most of that game. That was the impressive part. If they can somehow find a way to get him back involved into a major part of that game plan to add into what they're already doing with the run game and with the play action game, that's got to be the secret for them. And defensively, that defensive line is scary, man. You look at what they did last week to a really good offensive line in Dallas, 5 sacks, I think another 15 quarterback hits with all the false starts they were causing, all the holding calls that they were causing. That's got to be an area of concern as well for Green Bay, because they're just getting a lot of healthy guys back on the offensive line. How are those guys, Dave Bakhtiari, Billy Turner, the rookie Josh Myers, how well are they going to be able to fit back into that scheme and that unit and have success after missing really a whole lot of time?
TJ Lang with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. TJ, us 49er fans like to say things like, well, the 49ers are actually built for the cold more than the Packers because they're the team that can run the ball better. However, we get it. 6 of the 8 teams that are still left in the playoffs are built around an elite quarterback. How would you describe the deficit a team is at in the current NFL in the playoffs if they don't have one of those elite quarterbacks?
Yeah, well, it's hard, right? I mean, it's hard. It's that's just the way the league has been going for, the last really 10, 15 years is it doesn't matter, about the run game. You've got to be able to still pass the ball. You still got to be able to go through that adversity when you're down 7, when you're down 10, to throw the football and get back into the game. That's something that obviously it's a huge emphasis. Now, I think you look at with all the teams left, you look at probably the 2 quarterbacks that have the most to prove, probably Jimmy Garoppolo and probably Ryan Tannehill, because they've had the luxury of having a really good ground attack, of not really having to put a majority of the game plan on their shoulders and say, okay, I got to go out here and I've got to be perfect for 50 plays and make the throws and not turn the ball over. Those guys don't necessarily have to do that. But when the question is, how far can you get by that style of football, right? And I think, look, I mean, the one big concern you guys probably talked about it at San Fran is the quarterback position, right? Jimmy Garoppolo last week, that all signs kind of pointed to San Francisco just beating the crap out of Dallas, and then Jimmy has 1 or 2 bad plays, and you're just like, what are you doing? And that's when you get this deep in the playoffs against these good teams, one mistake is all it takes sometimes for the game to completely flip sideways and get out of hand. So that's going to be the biggest key for the quarterbacks remaining that aren't necessarily the focal point of their offenses, is how well can they take care of the football? How well can they step up and make plays when they have to? How well can they face that adversity when you're down a couple scores to make enough plays to get back into the game? That's going to be the real big difference.
And the first matchup between these two, Jimmy Garoppolo did just that. He led them on 2 touchdown drives to take the lead, but ultimately too much time left for Aaron Rodgers and company. The cold weather, 2 degrees is what we're looking at. You're a former pro player. How much of that is obviously physical because it's freezing, but how much of that is mental when you got to go in and play in that?
I'd say most of it's mental. I mean, when you get out on the field in pregame warmups, and even when you're standing on the sideline, I mean, you feel it. It's brutal. It's cold. You can't feel your legs. You can't feel your hands. You got to find a way to just overcome it. When you're out playing, the 6-second snaps or plays, whatever it is, you don't really notice it because your adrenaline kind of takes over. But in between plays, when you're kind of going back to the huddle, I mean, you feel it. It's disturbing. It's not fun to play in. And even though Green Bay, the one big fraudulent statement a lot of teams make is, well, they're in Green Bay, they're used to the cold. Well, NFL teams Green Bay's probably got 30 or 40 guys from California, Florida, Texas. Like, those guys aren't used to it. Nobody likes it. It's something you got to deal with. And I think one of the coldest games I ever played in, guys, was either 2012 or 2013. We played at Lambeau against San Francisco. And it was about 5 or 10 degrees, but it was like minus 30, minus 40 with the wind chill. And it was absolutely brutal. I mean, nobody wanted to come off the ball. Nobody wanted to hit each other. It was really an offensive lineman's dream because the defense just couldn't move very well. But San Francisco came in and won that game. They walked off last-minute field goal against us, and they got out of there with the win. And they went on to make a run that year. But, no, the cold weather, I think, is definitely more mental. Once you realize, hey, it's going to be cold. It's going to suck. We're not going to like it. You got to get over it as fast as you can, and you just got to buy into it. It's going to be it's a rough 4 hours.
And that's coming from a guy from Michigan. Like you should be one of the guys who's like used to it. But even you're saying it stinks. So is there an advantage at all to anyone in this, or does it just stink for everybody?
I think it's just, look, I mean, the more experience you have playing in it, Aaron Rodgers played in a ton of cold games, and the veteran guys on that team, they played a lot of those cold games. I think the more you play in it, the better, more suited you are to understand, how you have to react to different things. I mean, there's times where, hey, the field, you might go through, hey, this side of the field's really cold, or hey, this side of the field, we're getting a little more wind and it's kind of bothering you a little bit. But I think the more experience you have, the better advantage you have. But I don't think there's ever been a game played where the team loses and says, oh, it's because of the cold. That's why we lost. We just couldn't handle the cold. I mean, everybody in the NFL, whether it's high school, college, or whatever games you've played in the NFL, you've played in cold weather games, right? It's not gonna be a major reason why one team wins or loses.
TJ, thank you so much for coming on. Just a real treat to get your perspective going into this game. Thanks, man.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Okay, TJ Lang, Super Bowl champion with the Packers, joining us here on Willard Dibs. I don't know. I feel like Mike McCarthy, that's something that he would have said. Yeah, we're the better team, but it was cold. So, we thought maybe the league office would do something about the temperature, and they didn't. So, we'll try again next year.
It's crazy that you brought that up in the crossover, how every day there's been a new layer of excuse making. It went from the umpire spotted the ball wrong to, Dak lost his cool, he got fined, and then the coach had something to say, and it just goes on and on. The one thing about a loss, you take the loss, and you might grumble and grouse in the moment or shortly thereafter, but then you got to turn the page because there's no time machine, there's no fix to it. All you're doing is chasing bad money after bad.
Again, there's one member of the Cowboys organization that has publicly stated the 49ers outplayed the Cowboys. One member. And his name is Jerry Jones. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. He's the only one.
Yeah, take your cue from the owner, too. And, the speculation that Mike McCarthy was going to be a victim in all this, and I guess he still could be at some point. He could be run off for this, but just a bad look when you are America's team.
So the 49ers, and I think on the other side of this, the Titans, are the two wild cards, and I don't mean that in a literal sense. I get that the 49ers are a wild card team, and the Titans very much were not. But they're the wild cards in terms of we don't know exactly what it is they're going to do. They're the ones that do it my way. They don't have elite quarterback play. They're going to have to find a different way. And the more I look at it, that December 23rd game between the two was perfect. It was perfectly imperfect, just like the 49ers. The Niners were the way better team and came out with fewer points. It was a frustrating Jimmy G game, as we found out later. There's something going on with his thumb there in the second half. But the Titans are one of those teams, really, really tough to figure out. I was diving into the 4 games, and last night I was looking at just the story of where these teams have all been. And the Titans have had the weirdest season that I can remember any team having. They ended up as the 1 seed. No one thinks they're the best team, but they ended up as the 1 seed. And this is their resume. This team beat Buffalo this year. They beat the Rams this year. They blew the Chiefs out, and they beat the 49ers, as we know. They also lost to the Jets.
Yeah.
They lost to the Houston Texans.
Happens.
And then they barely held off the Texans in a game where they needed it for the 1 seed.
Gutsy.
I don't know what to do with this team, and I have no idea what to expect as they go into their AFC Final Four.
Well, they win ugly, and Ryan Tannehill is underrated. Now, he's not going to ever make anyone forget Herbert or Burrow or Mahomes or Allen. He's not that kind of quarterback. He's cut more of the Jimmy G cloth, which is manage the game, maneuver the run game. He takes more shots down the field than Jimmy Garoppolo does. He has a bigger arm, and they have maybe more of a deep threat from an offensive standpoint, but it's the same mentality of let's protect the ball, let's keep our defense fresh, and let's try to win close games. And that's what makes the win over the Niners even more frustrating, because the Niners were up 10-0 in that game. They had complete control, and then it became the Garoppolo no moments, allowing them to get back in. But, you are what your record says you are. And Tennessee, you mentioned their resume, some very, very impressive wins, but also a couple of ghastly gacks.
Well, and a lot of people will want to tie that to Derrick Henry, who's going to be back in this game. But yes, their wins over Buffalo and Kansas City were with Derrick Henry. Their win over the Rams was not. Their loss to Houston was when Henry was gone. They got blown out in New England. Henry wasn't there. But Henry ran for 157 yards in a game where they lost at New York against Robert Saleh's Jets. So, I just feel like the rest of the league is looking at the 49ers and the Titans, and they don't always know what to do with them. And it's why I think it affects the spreads. We've talked so much about the spread and its movement this week.
Yeah.
Are the 49ers a dog? Last week, and here's what I meant by that. I know Vegas had them as a dog, obviously, but I think it's obligatory. When you're the home team in round one of the playoffs, you're the favorite. But there was zero moments last week where I'm like, the Cowboys are better than the 49ers. None. I would have been shocked. I mean, legit shocked if they lost that game. This one's different, but I still hear people. We had a caller already who's like, I don't expect the 49ers to play like a dog in this game because they're doing something totally different. And if they do get you said it, if they win that coin toss and if they get one defensive stop and then they go score first, that changes the whole everything about how you view that game.
And it's how they approach that game, and that's what Kyle Shanahan's comfort zone is, I think, anyway, but especially with a QB with a bum thumb and a bum shoulder. I know he's not in the injury report anymore, but Jimmy G is at the very least banged up, and at the worst, he might be hurt. Now, he's not injured, because if you're injured, you don't play, but he's either banged up, the next level is, he's kind of hurt, and hopefully you can keep him upright, because if it's 2 degrees and the Packers are up 14-6 at halftime and they get a stop and then they go up 21-6 midway through the third quarter, well, now all of a sudden it's going to have to be a Jimmy G game in the cold with a bad thumb and a bruised shoulder. So I think more than ever before, you need an early lead or at least a close enough game early to where you can Debo them into submission. It's Debo, it's Eli Mitchell, it's my favorite 21 personnel, Mark, with a little dink and dunk and some in-breaking routes. You stay ahead of the sticks. And, field goals are okay as long as they come off of 13-play, 8-minute drives that keep Aaron Rodgers in a parka.
I love 3 points. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers on the field in this game is just terrifying.
You need him in a parka. You need him in a furry parka.
It's like, Aaron, just sit over there with your kind of nap. He's got that hair going now that's just kind of flapping in the wind a little bit. He's
anti-vax and anti-haircut. That gets lost in the anti-vax.
He's anti-everything.
RELAX.
Yeah, that's right. Relax. No, it's relax.
NOVAX.
Relax. Don't do it. Don't do it. All right.
NOVAX. Novak.
Okay, I'm just hearing this. Is Harry Callis wants to do like 1040. Harry would like to do 1040. I think he's had officially enough cups of coffee, and then he also I think he just finished his second Manhattan. He's a 2-drink minimum. Yeah, 2-drink minimum. So I think he's warming up. Is what he's doing. He's almost ready to go, Dibs.
And I love it. His warm up involves usually a hot toddy or an Irish coffee, depending on the day. He's my kind of Callish.
Yeah, well, the 49ers are playing the Packers, and I'm drunk. So, he's ready. He's ready to go.
My tundra is not frozen at all. In fact, it's quite warm.
Frozen my ass. All right, so there you go. It's all sponsored by Mimecast. Safeguard your organization against phishing, business email compromise, and risks of ransomware. Visit mimecast.com. It's MIMECAST.com. Also, though, the Warriors are on our minds today.
Yeah.
I have every expectation they'll get back out there against Houston tonight, and they'll do the darn thing. And I'm bringing the kids tonight. We're all super, super excited. Can't wait to go and check it out. I know I haven't broken the news to all of them. The kids are going to be really bummed that Klay's not going to play. And it just got me thinking about a few of these guys, like even, and I want to make sure I wasn't missing something. Where was Otto Porter last night? Was that just not tonight? Like, is that what that was?
I guess just one of those load management deals where, you got so many games and such a tight stretch, and you have this great depth, Mark, so you can give guys nights off.
I know, except for it's Otto Porter. Like, I love the darn guy. How did Otto join Klay, Draymond, Steph, and Iguodala? How did Otto get in that group where he's getting load management games? I don't even understand it.
He's a veteran, and that's the way it works when you're a veteran in the association, because not everybody's going to play every game, with the exception of maybe one Andrew Wiggins, who he's out there. Give him credit for that. He is definitely playing. And, Otto Porter Jr. gets a day. Everybody gets a day, Mark. It's how it is in the NBA.
But I don't like it. So but here was my thought, because I get it, and we fought this fight, and the fans have lost. The guys are going to take nights off, and so we get it.
He's got a left foot officially. It's
okay,
DNP left foot.
Sure.
Hashtag Daniel Day-Lewis, my left foot.
Yeah, and my left pinky's hurting today too, but I'm still going to go to the game. So anyway, it's just like, I get it. We're going to lose that battle. There's analytics, there's doctors. They know more than us. Fine. Here's my thing, though. Steve Kerr's coming out after the game going, look, that was a terrible game for me. I couldn't really find my flow. I didn't get the right matchups in there at the right time. Well, yeah, Steve, how could you? How could you? Because you're being asked to reinsert Klay Thompson into the lineup with very strict minutes restrictions. You might have an injury or two at times. Draymond is out. You've got to some nights have Andre, some nights not. You've got to every now and again not have Steph Curry in the lineup. Andrew Wiggins is always going to be there. And then let's sprinkle in, Otto Porter needs a night off. How can you get your flow? How can you get your continuity when, yes, you're turning this great depth seemingly into a weapon for the other team, because you don't know who's going to be what, where, and when.
Well, last night it felt like it was an inch deep and a mile wide as far as the depth. Normally, while it's not quite Mariana's Trench, normally your rotation is pretty deep. But when you go to players in certain spots and they don't play well, then I don't know how that's on you. And I appreciate Steve Kerr taking the blame, but let's just pick through it just quickly. Jonathan Kuminga, a minus 16 in a start. He's a young player. He played quite poorly. Andrew Wiggins, soft and warm and gentle, your love songs all night right here on K-Wig. 5 of 15, 11 points. And I'll tell you what, Andrew, on a night we needed you to bring the thunder. Instead, you brought the heat like a double thick Afghan, your favorite slippers, and that electronic fireplace crackling as we dip in the night. It's K-Wig. I mean, honestly, you needed some help last night. Kevon Looney is Kevon Rodman from now on. The guy is just a rebounding machine. Steph was special. Klay's rusty. And the rest of them, you love watching JTA and GP2 no matter what. And how about the Gary Payton getting the guy thrown out after a stare down with the coup de boule, the headbutt. Right. Unbelievable.
You know what I think he told him as he was walking off the floor? He's like, "Oh, my fault. Yeah.
You want a Truly?
Sorry about that. You need a drink?
What'd you have? A Truly? My fault. You give him another beer.
I didn't mean to get you. I didn't mean to get you kicked out. Need a Truly?
What'd you have? A Truly?
I didn't mean to get you run. My fault. We were just playing ball.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
I just dunked on you and wanted to stare you down. My fault.
So good. All right. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Let's get back to your phone calls on the 49ers and Jimmy G. What's at stake? What's at stake for Jimmy? Are they true contenders if they can win tomorrow night? 888-957-9570 is the number. And then, oh, by the way, a special appearance is coming up next on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What'd you have? A Truly?
Garoppolo.
How does that feel?
Feels great, baby.
Jimmy.
at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the San Francisco Bay Area. I am a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy yours. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses, and I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you have a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-uppers too. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and foreclosure houses. If you or someone you know is looking to sell their house and want to sell it fast, call me at 925-490-2000. That's 925-490-2000, 925-490-2000.
I feel like I'm being haunted by a pair of headphones. Everywhere I go is a creepy ad for headphones I looked at one time. I hate feeling like I'm being watched. I downloaded DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. Take back your privacy with DuckDuckGo.
Take that for data. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Just a quick update, Mr. Dibley.
Yeah, we have an update.
We do. We have an update. And then we've got a birthday to celebrate, too. But, yeah, no, not breaking news. Just an update. Brian Baumgartner has fallen from 44th to a 45th place tie. At the LPGA Hilton Grand Vacations Tournament of Champions, being played at Lake Nona Golf and Country Club in Orlando, Florida. The great
it's beautiful
state of Florida. Anyway, Brian's out there, and he has already completed, and this is just based on the internet, which means he's further along. But the internet has him as already completing 15 holes.
Right. I'm looking at the leaderboard right now, which leads us to this, Mark. It's time to play America's favorite game. Does Mark have juice? It's time to play Does Mark Willard Have Juice? This is Brian Baumgartner, who played Kevin in The Office, one of our most beloved comedic figures of the 90s and the aughts. He's a horse. Mark alleges that he knows Brian Baumgartner. Does Mark have juice? We'll go to Kyle Madsen. Will he be able to pull a Baumgartner fresh off the course before noon, Kyle?
Yeah, I think he will. He's talked this up a lot. This was not a one-off, like this morning, saying, oh, hey, maybe this. He's been working on this for a while.
True.
I think he has the juice.
Spadone, you can't spell don't without Spadoni. Does he or does he not have the juice?
No, I think he's going to choke and not show up.
I love it. 888-957-9570. Baumgartner, by the way, making par on his 16th hole. Of course, he played the back first and the first on the back, so he's got 2 holes left. We'll find out if Mark does indeed have juice.
Oh,
it's a good take.
Boy.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's
great
gonna
bit,
be,
boys. Thank you.
I have a question about this celebrity board that we're looking at. I'm looking at the leaderboard right now, and as usual, when Marty Fish plays, Marty Fish wins. He's a phenomenal celebrity golfer.
Great.
He's right ahead of Joe Carter and another great celebrity golfer, former A's pitcher, Mark Mulder. And then right behind them in a 4th place tie, Jack Wagner, the famous actor who's another great celebrity
always
golfer.
Up there.
Derek Lowe, former Dodgers and Red Sox pitcher, he's up there. And then guess who's in 7th place? Wait a minute. Annika Sorenstam. How is Annika Sorenstam playing against the celebrities at an LP? I get that she's graduated / retired.
Yeah.
She was like the greatest female golfer of all time. How is she now just a celeb going against guys who got checks for throwing strikes on the outside corner? How does that work?
And I've had a hard time with this one myself as we go deep inside the world of celebrity golf. But as a former pro, but she did it on the LPGA, and now she's going up against the boys, and so I think it's really a good matchup. She doesn't dominate and they don't dominate her, and because she is a celebrity in her own right, it fits.
The Red Sox Yeah, go ahead, Kyle.
She's also leaving tee shots short of the green and then 3-putting once she gets on. I mean, it was just a tough last hole for Annika. She needs to club up. That's all I'm saying.
Boston Red Sox have an entire roster in this field. Have you noticed this?
Yeah.
Like, I can't tell you. So let me see. Can you name how many former Red Sox are in this field? Here we go. No, we can turn the music off. I'm just scanning through this thing. Yeah, Derek Lowe. And stop me if you can think of any that were on the Josh Beckett. He's in there. Former Red Sox. Tim Wakefield. He's in there. Kevin Millar. Kevin Millar's in there. John Lester.
Manny Ramirez.
He's in there.
Roger Clemens. He's in George's box.
Roger Clemens is playing golf.
Ted
Roger Clemens. Clay Buchholz is in there. There are so many Red Sox at this tournament. You know who else is playing? And right now in a tie for 22nd? The great A.J. Pierzynski.
Booyah. Giants legend.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Giants legend. Speaking of the Giants and legends, can I get a little Stevie Wonder, please, if you will? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if I may spend a minute or two to wish not just any birthday, but a happy 70th birthday to Mike Krukow.
Wow.
Turned 70 today.
That hits me.
You're a legend. You're the best. Keep doing it as long as you can. My gosh, no one's more beloved than Kruk and Kipe. And Mike's turning 70 today. He is a Cal Poly San Luis Obispo legend.
Yeah, he absolutely a San Luis legend in many, many ways. And, for me, Mike Krukow will always remind me of my youth, more so than all the great things he's done as a broadcaster, because 1986, my senior year, his 20-game win year, I would go along with Tom Avakumovitz, Steve Rabb, and Rick Barsati, three of my closest friends at the time. We'd go from Marin to the stick. We caught probably 8 to 10 games that year. We tried to get there for Krukow starts. We were hoping he'd got the 20, and he did. And that will always, Kruk always reminds me of my senior year in high school. So happy birthday, Mike.
Well, he's the best for all the obvious reasons as well, and because I do remember being a Cal Poly journalism student, and he came to talk to us, and that was amazing. And then the other Mike Krukow thing that brings me back a little bit, there was a big poster in my den as a kid. My dad, once upon a time, 100 years ago, was given the opportunity to throw out the first pitch at Candlestick Park, okay?
Wow.
Friend of a friend thing. It was something to do with Safeway. Somebody worked for Safeway, and so they were given the opportunity, and the guy wasn't much of a baseball player, so he's like, Tom, you want to do it? So my dad's like, yeah, I'll go throw out the first pitch. Well, who was the pitcher in that particular game? Well, it was none other than Kruk. And so there's this great picture because my dad is a total ham. So instead of just going out there and throwing the ball, and this was back in the day when they used to let you get on the mound, my dad, so Bob Brenly's behind the dish, my dad gets his foot on the rubber, and he leans in to get the signs.
No.
And then he comes back, and he goes to the set, and then the next thing he does, he checks the runner.
Let's go. Throw the ball, Tom. Throw the ball, Tommy.
Come on, Tom. Throw the ball. And then he rocks back into the windup and throws one right over the plate. And he said Brenly ran the ball out to him and said, way to throw it in there, Tom. However, Krukow, the picture of my dad checking the runner at first, and Krukow standing next to the mound looking at my dad like, you moron. We got a baseball game to play. Will you throw the ball, for crying out loud? I got to find my way. If we're ever allowed inside the Giants clubhouse ever again, I got to get that picture and show it to Kruk and get his reaction to it. It would be hysterical.
Absolutely, because, at that time, things weren't done with the same level of pomp and circumstance. And now it's like if your dad would have airmailed it, he would have been a viral sensation. If it came squirting out of his hand and hit the mascot in the ear or something,
Go 50 Cent and throw the ball over at the dugout.
Mariah Carey, whatever the result was. I'm actually 3 for 3 on my first pitches, having thrown 2 for the A's
Wow.
and 1 for the Giants. Yeah.
Wow, good for you. I'm 0 for on. I've never gotten to do that before. That's a moment.
I'll talk to my people. Yeah, I got the Giants one was in a previous gig. It was a classic. The PD calls you at about 4. There could be a free opportunity. It's September. Giants weren't very good. And,
first pitch.
We needed somebody with a pulse.
Tatis. Yeah, exactly. All right. Okay, let's go back to the phones. Harry Callis said he wanted one more Manhattan. We'll get him in just a second. By the way, thank you for listening. Celeste in Mountain View, who also is celebrating a birthday today.
Nice.
Celeste, happy birthday, and thank you for listening to 95.7 The Game. We appreciate the hell out of you. Let's go to Jay in San Jose. Hey, Jay, what are you doing today?
What are you doing?
What's going on, fellas? You guys sound like you're having fun.
Always, Jay, but the most important question is, what are you doing right now? He and I are just stuck in our houses. We need to live through you, Jay. What are you doing right now?
I'm taking an extended early lunch break. So my boss doesn't know, but
I love it. We'll keep that off the air.
Yeah,
exactly. You can give me my answer off the air.
Change your voice, Jay. Change your voice right now.
Will do. Well, so I remember watching the Niners game, obviously playing against Green Bay, and I'm trying to figure out, what was done different. And what was crazy that I pulled up, the Niners had the leading rusher, which was Colin Kaepernick, 98 yards, the leading receiver, Crabtree, at 125 yards, and Colin actually had more passing yards than Aaron Rodgers that game, and Green Bay actually had time of possession. So I don't know if we can go for the trifecta of this game. I don't see Jimmy G out-throwing, Aaron Rodgers for more yards, but I think Colin having that 98 yards is kind of like an extra spark of what Debo could possibly do. And I do remember Vernon Davis had a big touchdown that game. So if we can get Kittle involved, if we can get 2 of those, 2 out of the 3, I think there's a good shot we can pull this thing out.
Well, Jay, appreciate you so much. Hopefully your boss wasn't listening. Kaepernick was special that night. We know that. That was a very, very memorable performance from Colin Kaepernick and everything they did. But I'll just add
That's one for the playoff ages, quite frankly.
Totally.
I mean, not just in Niner lore, but in lore, period. And by the way, the 10:43 extended lunch flex is an impressive one from Jay. That needs to be at least noted here in the official show notes.
Jay is not calling from Denver. He's in San Jose. He's not an hour ahead. He started lunch at 10:30. That's fine.
It's a flex. It's an absolute flex.
I have lunch by 11 every morning. So anyway, but I'll add this. You don't want Jimmy Garoppolo. Thank you. You don't want Jimmy Garoppolo to out-throw Aaron Rodgers. If that happens, something's wrong. That means the Packers are ahead. That means that Aaron's just like, we're going to sit here with a cigar and watch Jimmy Garoppolo try to come back. I hope Aaron throws for 250 and Jimmy throws for 180. That's the script. That's the script the 49ers need.
Yeah, I don't think that you're looking at this as, Rodgers throws for 360, Jimmy throws for 390. I don't know if you feel like you're going to win that game. Now, if you can somehow contain Rodgers to the Jimmy G levels and maybe Garoppolo throws for 240 and Rodgers throws for 235, well, then, you probably won, but it would be more because of your defense containing Rodgers than it would be Jimmy G lighting him up.
Again, I'm going to set the number for the Packers at 28. Okay, if the 49ers can keep them under 28 points, I think they can win. If they get north of that and it becomes a 30-point game, I don't like it.
I would put that number probably at 24, honestly, which puts a little bit more pressure on the defense going into this matchup. But I don't think that I don't feel comfortable that the 49ers are going to be able to get 4 touchdowns. So a 28-27 victory, to me, that doesn't feel like that's a possibility. 24-21 would be more of the kind of ball game I think that the Niners can win.
Jim in South City next up. Jim, you're on with Willard and Dibs. And what exactly is it that you're doing right now?
I am all slaving away at work, but I'm taking a minute out to speak with you guys about a very important matter here. And that is, of course, the Niner game. But I'm just slaving away Friday, waiting for the weekend. Can't wait for tomorrow. bugging out of my head, you know.
Excited, a little excited are we about the game?
A little bit. So first, I just wanted to say happy divisional weekend, and as the late, great John Madden used to say, this is the best weekend of football all year because we've gone through the first round of the wild card and, taken out the chaff, and now we've got the best of the best going up against each other. And I will be watching every single glorious moment of the 12 hours of football that we have coming up here this weekend, and thinking about John and his wonderful voice and presence, of those days of yore. But the reason for my call, the main point, is that I've got the magic number for you for this game, and that number is going to be the over/under on Jimmy G's pass attempts. What we need is we need to replay the last time we met the Packers in the playoffs in 2019 with that fantastic Raheem Mostert performance where Jimmy only threw 9 passes, right? If we do that again, 9 is going to be very low. I would say the over-under on Jimmy's passes would be 20. If we keep it under 20 and ideally like in the teens or lower, I think that means that we've established a run, we're controlling the line of scrimmage, we're eating up the clock, we're going down, we're putting it, and as long as we're putting it in the house, or at least getting field goals, but we're controlling the clock, dictating the game on the line of scrimmage, and most importantly, keeping Aaron Rodgers on the sideline. So it doesn't matter, what Aaron Rodgers does. He's not going to get enough opportunities to run up the score if we're, like you were saying, Dibs, if we're having 12 play drives that take 12 or 13 minutes and can keep imposing our will on the Green Bay defense, which against the run, they're not very good. In fact, I think they are dead last in many of the DVOA.
Yeah, Jim, I'll buy in. I'll buy into
the 4 for the snore drop. That was
speaking
incredible.
of long, slow drives. Anyway, I'll buy into the idea of Jimmy's pass attempts, but no, I don't think they will be, nor should they be anywhere near the levels that they were 2 years ago in the conference championship.
Think
game,
about that game 2 years ago. They were up 27-0 in half.
Yeah, it was not. It was not 9 passes. It was 8. By the way, quick game show music, if you will. I've got the box score in front of me right now. Do you know how many yards Jimmy passed for in his 8 pass attempts? I'll give you plus or minus 9 yards in either direction of the answer for a correct answer.
Well, my gut was telling me 70, and maybe it's the fact that I'm so hungry that my gut's talking to me, but I'm going to ride with the hunger and the gut guess and say 70 yards.
Jimmy Garoppolo was 6 of 8 for 77 yards. That's correct. That's very good. And you didn't overbid, so you have won both showcases, Dibs.
It's big. It's big for me to be able to come away with both of those showcases. And you think about that game and the fact that they were up 27-0 at the half, and it wasn't long, slow drives. They were quick strikes, and it was just a complete domination sensation. I wonder if this defense can't do the same thing that defense did, which was really flummox Aaron early and allow the offense to get on top.
4 players caught a ball that day in the game. Their names: Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, Raheem Mostert, and current New England Patriot Kendrick Bourne. Those were the 4 people who caught passes in that game. Raheem Mostert, 29 carries for 220 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Wow, Raheem Mostert, man.
Oh, my gosh. So crazy. All right, very, very good. Sam Monson's coming up in about 10 minutes. We're feeling very, very good about my juice and Brian Baumgartner, Kevin from The Office, big Packer fan next hour as well. But I think that I think Harry's ready. Is Harry Kalish ready to go with a 49er Packer preview?
The 49ers and the Packers, always a tough call. But this is the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. Run the damn ball. The Packers think they're cool because Aaron can throw the ball, but it could set the Packers up for an early and unceremonious fall. True, if you throw the ball, you may get an invitation to talk on the Joe Rogan Show. That's a true immunization sensation. That's a buck. But so what? Big deal. That's not what wins the big game. It's January. It's cold. Throwing the ball is lame. The 49ers have Debo. The ground game is a lock. Throw the ball? I think not. The 49ers will pound the rock. Speaking of Debo, he's the man. I need something that rhymes with Debo. Can't think of a damn thing other than that other guy who couldn't throw, Tim Tebow. But let's not get off track. Let's stay focused on the thing that will decide it all. Jimmy, we love you, but do us a favor and just run the damn ball.
Wow. Harry Kalish.
Harry weighing in with a preview.
Very, very good. Jimmy, we love you, but just run the damn ball.
Run the damn ball, dude.
Yeah.
Just, you're hurt. It's cold. We can't take it. Just run the ball. Run the ball, and let's win the game.
And we can consider this one for the thumb. By running the ball, we're protecting the thumb. So this game plan is and of itself, it's one for the thumb.
Coach, congratulations. And I guess if things go your way, we'll see you back here. One for the thumb, huh?
Yeah. Well, I don't need one. I only got 4 fingers, so I'm good.
He's got 4 fingers. Jimmy Garoppolo, depending on how the thumb is.
He's got 4 fingers. He's got 1 shoulder. We're fine. What could go wrong? Yeah, relax. Don't do it. Hand the ball off to Debo, and let's move on to Tampa Bay.
Very good Harry Kalish performance there. Just run the damn ball.
Yeah, he's drunk, so that's when he's at his best. He's on his third Manhattan. It's only 10:53 in the morning, and that's what he does. He's ready for divisional weekend, and I buy it.
And I learned something there too. I learned that Debo and Tebow do rhyme. I hadn't made that connection. Tell Harry thanks for me.
Speaking of run the damn ball, remember when Tim Tebow used to try to throw a football? That was fun.
Oh, God. Heads up.
Seriously. How did he hit, and by the way, the now late Demaryius Thomas.
Man.
It's like he had one great throw in his career, but it was one hell of a throw.
Yeah, and it's in Bronco playoff lore now, just coming through with that win being that heavy of an underdog. And it reminds us that this weekend, you could make a case for any of the 4 road teams. We had talked to TJ earlier, and he was breaking down all of the road chances. And we, of course, look at the Niners, 5.5-point underdogs, the heaviest underdog on the Vegas board, but we can make a very good case on how they could go in and win. But you could make a case for all 3 road teams, I think.
I think you can definitely make a case. I've got 2 of them winning. I got 2 of them winning, and I will admit that one of the 2 that I have winning, I pick against the 49ers. I do believe that they're going to have a chance. I think this one's a lot harder than last week, obviously. I wonder, though, about the whole rest versus rust conversation, because you're talking so much about how the game starts. And how the game starts, that's when it may, in theory, be a little wobbly for the Packers in terms of timing, because not only did they not play last week, the week before that, they were in Detroit. They had their starters play for a half, but you could tell from the jump they were like, yeah, we're just kind of lollygagging around out here. Detroit ended up winning the game. It was all backups in the second half. So Green Bay has not put their pads on and gotten ready for battle in 3 weeks. Meantime, look what the 49ers have been through during that time. They've been around the world twice.
Yeah, been around the world in Lisa Stansfield. I think when you look at the history of rest versus rust in this round, the top 2 seeds that used to get the bye, now it's just the top seed that gets the bye. They win at about a 70% clip. So the stats, the history would show you that rest is much more valuable than any rust could be a detriment. Now, this matchup, this situation, considering what you said, it was light work against Detroit, but it was still work. You still went out and played football, and I look at the 2 key components, Devontae Adams and Aaron Rodgers and even Aaron Jones. You're getting help back on the offensive line. To me, this one won't be a case of rust for anyone. Bakhtiari, maybe he's a little bit stiff early, but in general, I think that the rest is going to help them a lot more than the rust might hurt them.
Well, and the rested team, in theory, is supposed to be the better team also, so that factors into those stats. It's all sponsored by the Exogen Corporation. Let's do a deeper dive on the matchup, shall we? The health, the players that are coming back. What about the specific matchups? We go into Pro Football Focus's realm with Sam Monson. Coming up next, Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Exogen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA, confirming that non-contact thermometers are not accurate and that their labels contain false information. Be sure, be accurate with Exogen thermometers, backed by over 100 clinical studies. Learn more at Exogen.com.
The lights are brightest in the playoffs. Rematch of the NFC Championship game.
Cuts back, rumbles.
there. Tune in each day for your chance to win tickets.
At the RV Super Sale, you'll get super pricing on travel trailers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers, as well as Class A and Class C motorhomes. The RV Super Sale at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 22nd through the 30th.
Hey y'all, Bonte Hill here. I wanted to share a little trick I recently discovered. If you're anything like me, you'll love a great cocktail. Okay, maybe several great cocktails. But there's a local brand out in Marin County called Free Spirits, and these guys have figured out a way of making all the spirits we love without the alcohol. Free Spirits, non-alcoholic spirits available at Bay Area Safeway locations. To find one closest to you, go to drinkfreespirits.com, and if you buy online, use code BONTE20 for 20% off at checkout. Offer only available through January 31st, 2022.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Ball control and ball security.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I need to geek out on some matchups. Everybody's getting healthy. I don't know that I've ever heard a build-up to a playoff game like this. Both teams are like, yeah, so we got everybody back. Everybody's back. Everybody who's been gone all year. The 49ers came out yesterday in practice, and all the beat writers were like, so everybody's practicing. They're all there. We've got zero people that we're worried about. Yes, there's some question marks.
Talking about practice.
We are, and everything was trending in the right direction, Nick Bosa and beyond. So let's dive into the matchups that matter for some full-strength teams. Sam Monson, Pro Football Focus, joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Sam, what do you think? Give us a little trench warfare here. When the Packers have the ball, the offensive line is getting healthy, assuming Nick Bosa plays. Who's got the edge?
Yeah, that's a really interesting part of this. The 49ers pass rush has been one of the best in the NFL down the stretch. Obviously, Nick Bosa is a huge part of that. The Packers' offensive line, personnel-wise, it's not great. And they're getting better with David Bakhtiari coming into the lineup, but we're not sure if that's really David Bakhtiari or if that's just what he can play at right now. But Aaron Rodgers is so good at minimizing the impact of his offensive line and kind of protecting them with the way he plays the game. So I think the 49ers will be able to get some pressure, but I think the Green Bay offensive line will hold up okay.
Assuming the Niners stick with their four-man pressure, which they most often do, occasionally they bring five, but if they've got seven behind playing a two-deep zone, what kind of advantage and what routes does Aaron and the Packers have to utilize to beat the 49ers if Rodgers doesn't have time?
Yeah, the problem with the Packers is that Aaron Rodgers to Devontae Adams just has that connection where if he reads single coverage at any time, it's almost like just a green flag immediately that the ball's going in the air, it's going to Devontae Adams, and he's got the kind of accuracy to just put it there. And whether it's back shoulder throws, whether it's dropping it into a bucket, the connection those two guys have is just phenomenal. So I think you're right that the 49ers have to leave it to their front four and try and get pressure with those guys because Rodgers is always one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL against the blitz. As soon as you send more guys, again, it's magnifying the opportunities that he has to hit Devontae Adams, and those guys are too good. So there's no real kind of individual routes that they excel at, but they're very good at down the sidelines, those kind of fade / back shoulder plays that become impossible to defend because if you play it too aggressively, they can hit you over the top, or if you do give it a little bit of a cushion and give it a chance for your cornerback to stay in phase, they just break it off for that back shoulder, and it's so hard to stop that.
Sam, if you go back 6 weeks ago, the 49er defensive backfield was just such a mess. All injured. Ambry Thomas was out there, looked totally over his skis. But now, something very different. Some health has been granted. Emmanuel Mosley is back. Thomas looks like a different player. Do you have any analytics that sort of compare the 49ers secondary now versus what it was just a couple of months ago?
Yeah, it's definitely improved, but I think a big part of that is the pass rush that we talked about. Those guys really stepped it up in the second half of the season, and pass rush and coverage is this kind of symbiotic relationship, right? The more that those guys can hold up on the back end, the more time the pass rush has to get there, but also the better the pass rush is generating pressure, the less time the coverage has to hold up on the back end. So it's very difficult to kind of piece out those individual elements and determine what's the driving force. But that 49ers pass rush over the second half of the year has been genuinely one of the best in the NFL. I think they're first in pressure rate over sort of the last 8 weeks of the season, and that's going to help any kind of secondary show up and perform better. And Mosley has definitely been a big part of that.
Taking that one step further, then the front against the Packers offensive line in the run game, do the Niners have the stout enough run game to basically make Green Bay one-dimensional?
Yeah, potentially. I think the Packers are interesting because they have this kind of thunder and lightning backfield now. Aaron Jones has got speed. He can get around the edge. He's a great receiver. But then they also have A.J. Dillon, who some would say has been drafted for these games. You know, I think people kind of forget that the 49ers' destruction of Green Bay in the NFC Championship game a couple of years ago, I think very firmly adjusted the course of where that Green Bay franchise was headed. Like, they saw what happened in that game, and the coaching staff sort of thought, well, this is what this team is supposed to look like. How do we get there? And that was when they followed that up with a draft that looked from the outside to be very weird relative to how the rest of the league is doing things and focusing on the pass. But A.J. Dillon was drafted to be that kind of running back, a guy that can get 4 or 5 yards a carry, 3 of which will be after contact in freezing conditions and ugly weather in late January. So that, I think, is going to be interesting because that guy has been just destroying any kind of run defense on the ground this year, generating an absolute ton of yards after contact. And I think that's where the key is. Whatever about being able to win individual matchups and slow down Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon is going to require some real effort to slow down.
Sam Monson, Pro Football Focus, with us. We've talked a lot about when the Packers have the ball. What about on the other side? Based on what you've seen from Jimmy Garoppolo, we know there's injuries on his throwing arm in 2 different spots, and so it's kind of hard to quantify that. But if you were the 49ers, I mean, outside of the obvious, they always like to run the ball, but what kind of a game plan do you expect in this one?
Yeah, this is where it gets interesting because I think the 49ers are going to be able to run the ball. They're going to have success. They're going to move the chains. That Green Bay defense, particularly against the run, has been very soft late in the season. So I think the 49ers are going to be able to move the ball pretty easily. The question with Jimmy Garoppolo always becomes, can you avoid or dodge the bullet of the eventual sort of meltdown play? You know, he's going to pitch the ball to the defense once in the game. Can you avoid that becoming a problem? Like, will you get away with it? Does the defense drop that pass, or do they intercept it and steal a possession from you? And even late in the game, even outside of trying to turn it over, Garoppolo is the reason that the Dallas Cowboys had that last drive, right? When they're sneaking on 4th down, Garoppolo snapped the ball before he let Trent Williams get set, and it was a false start called on Trent Williams, but that's Jimmy Garoppolo's mistake. That's his penalty. So, like, I think in this team or in this game, both offenses are going to have success. Both offenses are going to move the ball, score points. It's probably going to come down to like which avoids mistakes more than the other. And obviously, Rodgers is one of the most mistake-averse quarterbacks in NFL history, whereas Jimmy Garoppolo does put the ball in harm's way quite a lot.
Mistake averse is going to be my fantasy football team name next year, even though I made a mistake in my first pick by taking Christian McCaffrey. But thank you for that, Sam. It's a perfect nickname. The Packer pass rush, do they have enough weapons, quote unquote, up front to really give the Niner offensive line, which has been pretty solid of late, some trouble?
Yeah, I think they do, particularly if Zadarius Smith is back and if he's anything like, himself, then all of a sudden that becomes like a force multiplier for the rest of that defense. Rashawn Gary has stepped up and been really an elite pass rusher this season when he's been the number one guy. Kenny Clark can still get some pressure. Preston Smith chips in, but Zadarius Smith was their best pass rusher before he went down. And if he adds to that, and all of a sudden you've got Zadarius Smith, Gary, Kenny Clark, Preston Smith, that's a lot of guys that you have to worry about that can all get after the passer to a pretty good degree. They might not have anybody there that's, there's no Nick Bosa on that roster, but collectively that's a really intimidating group that can definitely cause some problems.
Sam, I just saw a little factoid on social media that Jimmy Garoppolo has never in his career at any level, I mean, at least maybe not NFL, but not playoffs, not regular season, he's never played in a game where the temperature's below 32 degrees. How's that grab you?
I mean, it makes sense, right? There aren't too many games in an NFL season where the temperature is below 32 degrees. It tends to happen in these rare games outside in the postseason. So it makes sense. I don't imagine it's a massive problem for him. Like, cold, I don't think is generally a huge weather factor anymore. Like, NFL players, NFL quarterbacks are too good for simple cold to cause massive problems. Weather that would concern you is wind, first and foremost, and rain, which can cause, those ridiculous games like we saw earlier in the season between Indianapolis and San Francisco. Cold, it's uncomfortable. It's, nobody likes playing in conditions that cold, but I don't think it's a massive problem. Now, with Jimmy Garoppolo, where it could be interesting is cold is the kind of thing that might mess you up with an injury, like a hand injury that you're dealing with. And having to kind of grit through the pain anyway, all of a sudden you put that thing in 30-degree weather, it's going to tighten up. It might get more painful or more awkward than it usually would. So that's something, but I really don't think it should be a big problem.
Sam, great stuff as always. Enjoy the divisional weekend. We thank you.
Thanks. Good, guys. Take it easy.
All right, Sam Monson, Pro Football Focus, best accent in sports media. And, he mentioned in there, he was answering one of your questions about the Packer pass rush, and he said if Zadarius Smith is back, the news just broke about a half hour ago. Zadarius Smith is being activated for this game for the Packers, and it will be his first action since week 1 of this NFL season.
So now we can talk about rest versus rust if you'd like. I think in this case, there's more rust.
Very rested.
So rested. Oh, he's so rested.
And so rusty.
Yeah, so much more rust than rest in this case. But again, you're not looking for him to go out and give you 60 snaps. You're looking for maybe 10 or 15 chances for him to pin the ears back and, as Lowe likes to say, cut it loose.
I mean, maybe this is unwarranted, but confidence in the 49er offensive line at an all-time high for the season, whether Zadarius Smith is there or whatever. I mean, Micah Parsons got all this pub coming into to the weekend, and he made a play or two, but the 49ers offensive line, Aaron Donald the week before that, they've been able to handle these stars.
Yeah, Rashawn Gary is at an 89.3 according to Pro Football Focus. He's the highest-rated defender. He's the edge, and you're going to have to deal with him. Preston Smith at an 80.8 with a good pass rush number as well. So, really it comes down to the guy we talked about before, Trent Williams, and the crossover, and not solely him, but as Trent goes, so goes the ground game. But when you're on the road, and by the way, Mark, you're going to have to actually deal with crowd noise this time. This is not going to be like being in Los Angeles or even in Dallas where the crowd didn't get that loud. Lambeau, it's going to be tough for them to hear the snap count. You got to avoid parking tickets, as I like to call them, which are all the pre-snap, the procedural, the delays, the false starts. You got to minimize your parking tickets at Green Bay.
It's going to be crazy. There's no doubt about it. It's going to be really, so crazy. The crowd noise and the energy.
It was crazy.
Yeah, the Cheeseheads will be ready for sure. Are you ready for giving props? It's back for round 2 of the postseason. And if you missed the free-to-play contest last week, well, then what are you doing? What are you doing? Get on the horn. Get online to betql.com/props. A new week, 10 new props. If you get more than anybody else, $2,000. It's that easy and totally free to play. Aaron Rodgers over or under 278.5 passing yards. What do you think? What do you think, Dibs?
278. That's a great number. It's set right about. It's great. I'm going to say, based on the Sam Monson interview, I'm going to go under because he's got me a little scared of A.J. Dillon. And I had to Google it to get the full dimensions, but they got him listed at 6 foot and 2 to the 5 to the O. And, they learned their lesson 2 years ago when they came to Levi's and they got Raheem Mosterted out of the building, and they realized we need to be able to get 3 yards in a cloud of frozen tundra. And so I think Sam's right about how they're going to use the thunder and lightning, and I think they're going to try to not beat the Niners at their own game, but they're going to try to really establish the run and make this game ugly. So I like a lower scoring tilt. So I'm going under on Aaron Rodgers.
Yep. I will too. I'll go under. And remember, whoever gets the most correct picks this week, $2,000 plus. If you just sign up and it's free, you're automatically entered into the random grand prize drawing at the end where someone's going to win $10,000. Yeah. Head over to betql.com/props to make your picks. It's betql.com/props. So we're going to do mad props in just a couple of minutes as we head into another football weekend. But first, we're not celebrating Mike Kruko's birthday and forgetting to celebrate this guy's birthday. Come on, Spadoni, let's hit it again, because January 21st is not just the celebration sensation for Mike Kruko. It is also exactly half Mike Kruko's age. Coming in at age 35 today is the great DJ BC Wrong, Brandon Crawford, your shortstop and mine, is 35 years young today. Happy birthday, Brandon Crawford.
35. Did you take an opportunity to reach out and text him directly? Because I know you guys are quite close. I mean, not close enough to get him on. And by the way, we have an update on Does Mark Have Juice with Kevin from The Office. Brian Baumgartner's round is over. He is now free to move about the country. And you boasted that you're buddies, and you claimed he's coming on. So the answer of Does Mark Have Juice? That's coming up in 10 minutes.
Well, we can. It is. All right, you know what? I'm not going to ruin your tease. Let's just say that your update that his round is over is superseded by a different update that I might have. But let's just keep it right there. Kevin from The Office. Stay tuned.
I'm getting dangerously close to adding juice to my shopping list because I'm not sure Mark has any.
Seriously, that's a solid 4.
I'm more of an Italian soda guy when I want a little flavor in my water.
Of course.
Yeah, blood orange. Hey, blood orange soda. I mean, that's a 4.
Not bad. Not bad.
No, but Kyle, I know you're all over this. The Italian blood orange soda at Trader Joe's, it's elite. It's completely elite.
Why am I all over this?
Because you are a Trader Joe's
What is
file.
going on here?
And there's no way you have not. You've
Coach,
not had that. You've had that.
I actually don't drink soda.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof. I was going to give you a Kirk Cousins. You like that, but apparently you don't like that.
No.
Man, what a weirdo.
Yeah, we're out
Slim
on
and trim Kyle.
corn syrup here.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. No,
As
it's
I
Trader
smash
Joe's.
this vanilla sweet cream cold brew.
Trader Joe's does not do high fructose corn syrups, but donuts. That's the whole point. They don't do
they
fake
just do regular
sugar.
syrup. Okay.
Yes, cane sugar, real sugar.
Back to Wiggins.
Inject it into my bones, please. The same way I would like. Yeah, give me some mad props and inject them into my DNA right now heading into the weekend.
It's a great transition by you.
Thank
we have
you.
the Warriors game on Sunday against the Utah Jazz, and the 49ers game, of course, Saturday against the Packers and the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. First, we've got Steph Curry 3-point attempts against Deebo Samuel touches mark. Deebo Samuel touches mark.
Hey,
sorry, Mark.
Wow, there's a headline. There's a headline. 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, wait a minute. Can I admit what I was doing?
Maybe not.
You I like to bring people behind the curtain. Can I admit what I was doing?
Yes.
I was reading text messages from Brian Baumgartner. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Nice.
Go ahead. What was the question, Kyle? What was
Mark. Steph Curry 3-point attempts or Deebo Samuel touches. Mark.
It better be. Oh gosh.
It's a great line.
I'm gonna go Steph Curry threes. I want it to be Deebo Samuel touches because I want him to get 40. But Steph has to gun right now. Give me Steph.
Dibs.
Diggable Planets had an album called The Blowout Comb. This is a blowout for the Warriors. Steph isn't going to be needed as much as he otherwise would. This is a Debo one-sided affair. They will pound the rock. Debo's going to win this one.
All right, next up, Jordan Poole threes, so made threes by Jordan Poole, or Jimmy G turnovers, Dibs.
Oh, crap.
Wow, I think Jordan Poole, without Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole is going to have to be more assertive and look to score more. And if Jimmy G goes with 3 turnovers, that's ghastly. They lose. I think Poole's going to win this one 3 or 4-2. Give me Jordan Poole.
Mark?
Yeah, my line for Jimmy is always 1.5, and I always want the under. So if I can send a little prayer up to the gods that Jimmy only has 1, we always give him 1. Give him 1. Jimmy, take your 1 and move on. I'll take Jordan Poole 3-1 in this one.
All right, couple weeks ago, this one landed bang on the number, so we're going to try it again, Mark. Steph Curry points, that's a 3. Steph Curry points or Eli Mitchell rush attempts.
Ooh, okay. Steph Curry points. Okay, listen. Last night, Steph found the flow. Yes, he had a lot of minutes.
Shout out progressive.
Boy, no Klay. They're gonna need.
Not bad.
They're gonna need him to score the rock. I will take Steph over Eli in this one.
Score the rock. Dibs?
Thank you. It's 25 is the number for both. Which one can crest that? Which one's more likely to fall short of it? I think Eli's more likely to fall short of the 25. Steph will get his 2-5, so give me the chef in this one.
All right, Dibs. Warriors team turnovers or Jimmy G completions?
This is Jimmy G completions. Even if it's a classic 14 for 21 Garoppolo snooze fest in a victory, then the Warriors are going to right the ship after that debacle. As I channel my inner Paulie Walnuts from The Sopranos, it was a debacle, Tone. I think that the Warriors are going to right the ship turnover-wise, so give me Jimmy G's completions.
Mark?
Oh, gosh. This one's tough because I'm having, PTSD from 2 years ago when he only threw the ball 8 times, and I'm sure Kyle would love to do that again if he can. I don't think he will, and I'd like to believe in the Warriors taking care of the rock in this one, so I'll go with Dibs on that one. Give me Jimmy.
All right. Klay Thompson 3-point attempts, Mark, or George Kittle targets? 3-point attempts for Klay or George Kittle targets?
George Kittle.
Well, George Kittle targets are now sitting on the Vegas line of 0.5. So they don't throw the ball to him anymore. How could I not go Klay? Give me Klay.
All right. Dibs?
Win the big Klay. I think Klay is going to try to Klay his way back into some comfort. So I think he's going to get his. And Mark's right about George Kittle. He's like a 6th offensive lineman right now, and it's working. So give me Klay.
All right, Dibs. We're going with Andrew Wiggins, points, rebounds, and assists. Points, rebounds, assists for K-Wig, or 49ers total points.
It's a great line, and I would like to make this my official bang on the number, brought to you by Kyle's Mad Props, because I could see this one being a 21-21 flat-footed tie. So I'm going to play the draw. If I hit one of these draws in 8 tries, that'll cash my 8-1 draw odds. I'm playing the push here, kid.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Taking the 3-way line, Willard.
Okay, it's Wiggins, points, rebounds, assists, and 49er points.
Yes.
I know we're sitting here saying that this needs to be a low-scoring game for the 49ers to win it, but Sam Monson got to me. Neither defense should be able to stop either offense. So, and with the way Andrew's been shooting the ball, give me 49ers.
All right, and the last one, we are sticking with our guy, Andre Iguodala. Andre Iguodala, Dibs, made field goals or Trey Lance snaps.
Oh, man. Now, wow. Niners could be up huge, and it could be garbage time for Trey. Andre Iguodala could get one of his classic 5 field goal nights, but I got to go Iguodala. It's going to be a classic 1-0, like when Real Madrid takes on Atletico Madrid, the
Just
people's
like
team. Exactly like that. Somebody's going to grind out a 1-0 victory. Soccer is great. Give me Iguodala.
This feels like afternoon soccer. Pick your battles from Dibs and Spadone. Give me the over a half for Iguodala field goals. Give me the 1-0. Trey's watching this game the same way he's watched the last 12.
All right, very good, guys. They're locked in.
All right, we are locked in, and so so is Brian Baumgartner, who joins us next on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Nikola Jokic has recorded.
Free car rental and free oil changes. Dial 800-279-2827 and never pay for car repairs again. Dial 800-279-2827.
Now through January 30th at participating Big O tires. Come in and save $100 instantly on select sets of 4 tires with paid installation. Plus, save an additional $50 when using your Big O credit card. See store for details and get cash saving offers at BigOTires.com.
Adios and vaya con Dios. Yeah, I'm leaving GA.
Zach Brown Band are coming to Oakland Arena on November 6th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Tune in each day for your chance to win tickets.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hang on, I got to finish my tweet where I'm retweeting 95.7 The Game's promotional picture of the great Brian Baumgartner, who is all done wiping the field with his golf talents at the Hilton Grand Vacations Tournament of Champions in Orlando, Florida. And that appetizer now being out of the way, the main course, our conversation here on Willard and Dibs on Niners Packers Week. Brian, how are you?
I am doing okay. Yes, I'm coming to you live
from the golf course here, well, the 19th hole at least, in Orlando. Very excited for tomorrow night. In fact, about 2 holes ago, walking the course, someone said to me, what's your pick for the game tonight? And I panicked and thought, is it Saturday already? What's happening? And then he screwed up. I was actually right. I'm very excited for the game tomorrow night.
How'd you hit him today, first and foremost, and then we can get into the 49er upset.
It's an amazing tournament. I loved, it is the format is hard to understand because it's hard to understand. It's not my explaining it. It is the LPGA Tournament of Champions tournament, and they are paired with celebrities. But we're not playing together or teams. It's basically 2 tournaments happening at the same time. So you get to watch amazing women golf, and then we kind of try to stay out of their way as much as possible. Today, I might have hindered progress a little bit. I did not play great.
Yeah, I've been watching the coverage all morning, waiting to see what the swing looked like. But I guess based on your position on the leaderboard, they've chosen to focus on other celebs, Brian.
I had a walk and talk yesterday on 17. I was really pleased about that. It made me feel like a legitimate athlete competing in an event. I know that I got a little coverage yesterday, but as I've slipped further down the leaderboard, they may not have been paying attention to me so much today. Yes,
you're saving your birdies for Tahoe. I know what you're doing.
I am. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
And hopefully tomorrow too.
Well, there's that too. Yes, as well.
Yeah.
But speaking of tomorrow, Brian, give me a confidence meter, 1 to 10. Where's it sitting?
I was going to ask you the same question about the city of San Francisco. Look, I think that the way the Niners run the ball is, will be a tough challenge. I think that the worst news for the Niners is, well, there's a couple of bad news for the Niners, but that the Packers, not only did they not play last week and so did not get any more banged up, they're actually getting really healthy right now, and a bunch of key players coming back who have been gone for quite a while, including, I don't know, the best left tackle in football, maybe? Bakhtiari. Jair Alexander, it appears, will be back as well. And, so if health is a thing, well, that's an advantage for the Packers.
What's your level of PTSD as a Packer fan, knowing that Aaron has lost to these Niners in the playoffs not once, not twice, but thrice?
My argument to that would be he has not lost to these Niners ever.
Okay.
This is a new team. It's a new year. And I think even the Packers, I think they're considerably better than they were last year. And again, health, they're really healthy. And I think, I think it's going to be tough for the Niners. I really do. I don't really have PTSD. I mean, if I was going to be there in Green Bay, I might have flashbacks because I attended at least 2 of those games, maybe all 3, and that was very difficult for me emotionally. But I feel good this year. I do.
Have you ever been to Lambeau for a playoff game when it's like this? Like I heard that they bring pieces of cardboard to put under their feet so that their feet don't freeze to the ground. Like, have you ever done this?
That I was there the other Niners game. That was the really cold one too, right?
Oh, you're talking about the Kaepernick game.
Yeah, well, the one that was in Green Bay.
Yes.
That they won. It was the close one. Right?
Yes, that was Kaepernick.
We call it the Kaepernick game because, as you recall, number 7 was running by your Packers and kissing his biceps along the way.
You know what? You guys you're gonna wish that you had Kaepernick tomorrow. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, wait. You mean that you, just like us, by the way, don't have confidence in Jimmy Garoppolo, Brian?
You know, I have a song. Do you ever watch the old Muppet Show?
Of course.
Every night. I want this to be in every Niners head tomorrow during the game. Garoppolo. Do 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 do. Hello. Do 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 do. Garoppolo. Do do. You remember that song?
Oh yeah,
I do.
Think of that one as he's running around back there. Yep. Think about that.
Oh, gosh. Brian Baumgartner, you know him as Kevin from The Office. He is America's favorite celebrity golfer, by the way. Doesn't win all the tournaments, but he's way more fun. You look like you have more fun than Marty Fish and Jack Wagner, don't you?
I definitely have more fun than them. Yes, that is true. Look, I do take it seriously. Like, it's not a joke for me. Like, I try to play well and stay focused. I don't always, but I really enjoy it. And for me, look, as you know, Mark, I'm a huge sports fan, and so getting to know so many of these guys. Obviously, more of the football guys are in Tahoe when they're in the off season and stuff. A lot of baseball guys here, but guys I grew up watching. Originally I was from Atlanta, and so. There's Tom Glavine and Greg Maddux and John Smoltz who are all here, and Brian McCann, and so it's that aspect of it is fun to compete with them and put a few shekels on the line and try to get as many points as I can
nice.
As an advantage for handicap. But yeah, the thing about it is there is no handicap in these tournaments, right? So. I come in knowing I'm not going to win, right? But it's really about trying to do better than I did the last time or, better than I have before or, like tomorrow, try to do better than I did today. And that's why I enjoy it so much.
I was mentioning to Mark the Mendoza line is Larry the Cable Guy. So right now you got him by a couple of points. So as long as you stay ahead of Larry the Cable Guy, I think you can, yeah.
Yeah, did he play well today?
No, I think he thumbed it around a little bit. I saw you throw up a second consecutive 93, which is respectable on a course that difficult.
Yeah.
No, it's really not. I will tell you it's really not. But I will say of these guys, now I just saw, I just came off the course, but I did see that Marty Fish did shoot 2 under. But, like in Tahoe, he has the course record at 61 or something? The leader yesterday was just on the celebrity side, right? They have Annika Sorenstam playing on the celebrity side. She was leading with a 75 yesterday. So this course is not a joke. It is not a joke. The rough is U.S. Open-esque.
Yeah, Larry got 11 points today. You added 16, so you extended your lead on Larry today, Brian. You're fine.
That's all I need to hear.
Yeah.
That's all I need to hear.
I do want to throw this at you.
I'm going to chase down Clemens by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, get that guy. It'd be a great weekend for him. He won't make the Hall of Fame, and you'll catch him.
I'm going to leave you to inform him of that.
You got Charles Woodson and Vince Carter right in front of you too. I mean, you could track down some you could get some legitimate pelts on your wall, Brian.
I know. Well, again, like that's really, really fun for me. I was in. I have been to Green Bay one time this year. The Rams game just after Thanksgiving, and yeah, like Charles was there and being inducted into their ring of fame or whatever in the stadium and having his number retired or whatever. And so it was fun to be there and be able to talk to him and talk about golf and these other events that we play. And so, I mean, for me, that, again, I feel like the luckiest guy in the world to be able to do that. So, yeah.
And I wanted to ask you about that because they see you and it's like, oh my God, it's Kevin from The Office, yet you're so much more than that. How do you balance being super well known for the one thing while also being like, I have a career here too, people?
I in the beginning, it was obviously mostly all about
that. But, again, it's, some of these people I count as friends, and we keep in touch throughout the year, and we're both supportive. And, a lot of the retired guys are they're known for their one thing too, but are doing other things now and stuff. And so, yeah, it's really fun for me. And, by the way, just yesterday, just sitting right, like, I'm talking to you now, but like yesterday it was Josh Beckett and John Lester and a couple of other guys that it's escaping me right now, but 4 baseball guys sitting around at the table and, talking about, I said, who's the greatest, I'm not going to say who I asked, but one of them, I was like, so who, they're all pitchers, by the way, and or most of them, and I said, who's the best one you ever saw? And they said, oh, Kershaw. And then started talking about the playoffs and what happened, in St. Louis, and maybe some inside baseball stories. I mean, so that stuff is really fun for me. And, I feel, again, incredibly lucky to just even be a part of those conversations and in some small way be a part of the crew.
The great Brian Baumgartner is joining us here on 95.7 The Game, live from Orlando, where he's participating in the Hilton Grand Vacations Tournament of Champions, LPGA, and also getting ready for a potential upset loss for his Packers tomorrow night at Lambeau Field. Brian, before you go, we'll have you react to this text that we got from a listener. The Packers O-line is going to be like Kevin when he brought chili to the office. What's your reaction to that?
Their O-line?
Yes, the Packers O-line is going to be like Kevin when he brought chili to the office.
Maybe one sack. Maybe one sack. And you can take that for whatever it's worth.
Yeah.
I thought the listener would have said the D-line, by the way. That was where I thought. That's why I asked to be repeated. Right. But no, I think, look, there's a guy back there who knows how to get the ball out quickly if he needs to. And on the other side, who do we have again? Oh, that's right.
Oh, wow.
Garoppolo.
All right, Brian. Do we have a charity bet? Do we want to do a little something here?
Whatever you want.
Okay. All right. Whatever. $50 to $100, whatever you want. Favorite charity of the other side. Is that cool?
$100. Yeah.
Okay. And with plus 5.5, of course, right?
Is that the line now?
Yeah.
I'm kidding, but yes, that's the line.
Mark's a tough guy, Brian. He wants to take it straight up. He doesn't want any points. He thinks the Niners are going to take this one straight away.
So let me ask, so now all your listeners are going to be really bored because I'm sure you've been talking about it for the last 3 hours. But again, I've been on the golf course the last 2 days. How are the new injuries for the Niners? Is everybody fine? Everybody's good?
No, they're good. They're good. Warner, Warner's good.
Yeah.
Bosa is trending, and everything is fine.
Shocker. By the way, I want him to play. I truly. But again, I'm here with all these athletes, and they're like, "Yeah, how do you test for a concussion?" A week later.
Whatever. He's playing, Brian.
He's playing. He's fine, Brian. He's fine.
I know, of course. I never, ever, of course. I want their whole team there to cry together afterwards.
Brian, it is. Make sure you get off the golf course tomorrow in time to watch the game, okay?
You have no idea how happy I was when I saw that 8:30 p.m. start.
Right.
Right. It'll be well dark. It doesn't matter how bad I play. I will be off the course.
You would have withdrawn if this was an early game tomorrow, but it's not. All is good. Brian, thank you as always, buddy. It's great to hear you.
Thank you. And the last thing I will say is night game at Lambeau.
I know.
It's going to be cold.
It's going to be cold. Yeah. But, those are humans in Packer uniforms, too. They don't like cold either. So we'll...
Some of them are human. Some of them.
Some of them. All right, B, hit him straight.
Hit him straight, Brian. Hit him straight.
All right. Best you guys. All right.
All right. You too, my friend. All right, there he goes. Brian Baumgartner joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Pick your battles next. And yeah, I think I might crow a bit. That's next on 95.7 The Game.
The lights are brightest in the playoffs.
to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that was fun. That was fun to have Brian Baumgartner live from the golf course in Orlando, Florida. Man, he is feeling confident. He's feeling good. Jennifer Lee Chan tweeted out earlier today, she overheard some Packer fans at the airport. This is a very different vibe, just for whatever it's worth. Like, the Dallas fans were clearly scared. They did not like the matchup. I don't think the Packer fans are nearly as worried.
Because the Packers went through a tough NFC and emerged as the number 1 overall seed with a quarterback who entered the year in such a weird funk. I'm going to retire. He goes out and stinks to high heaven in the opener, and you think, how is this thing going to end? Turns it around, goes on an MVP VAX avoidance campaign of lies, deceit, podcasting dominance. The year he had, and put aside the fact that Devontae Adams is maybe the most underrated superstar in all of pro sports. The guy is just an absolute machine, and they've got a ground game now. You got home field advantage on the frozen tundra at Lambeau Field in a Saturday night spot against the Niners. How could you not feel confident on that side?
I guess because I would think that Packer fans have the PTSD that you asked Brian about. Like, I tried to get him. They lose this matchup. That's why. Historically, if I'm a Packer fan, I would have thought the presence of just the logo of the 49ers would be like, oh gosh, I don't want any part of that. If you're the 1 seed, I think that and maybe this is different now because there's only one seed, but only 1 bye. I feel like you're used to your first playoff game being a little easier than this.
Yes, but when you look at this year in the NFC, you kind of knew that it wouldn't be. Even if it were the Rams, I guess the Cowboys would have been the, quote, easiest. But we said this back in the beginning of the year, back when I was in a different day part. It's the NFC least this year. Whoever wins the least is going to be one and done. And we saw that with the Dallas Cowboys, even though they were sorry, Goo. I actually saw a funny meme or a tweet where they put up the Cowboy logo and said, this isn't a logo, it's a Yelp rating, as in 1 star out of 5. I thought that was pretty funny.
That's very good.
Yeah,
that's
not mine.
That's very good. That's very good. All right.
Not bad.
Can I get a virtual high five for Brian's appearance? Can I get a little something? A little something? Come on.
Yeah, you know what you get, Mark? You get, that was a warm ovation. Turns out Kyle wins because Kyle thought that you did have juice. Spadoni was playing the contrarian. I love you for that, Spadone, because it's cool that you have a lot of celebrity friends, but it's even cooler that you share them with us. So
I don't know that I have a lot. I have Brian, and when the Packers play the 49ers, that works out well. So it's all sponsored by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables, harvested to the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they are perfecting the art of fresh. Steiny and Goo already flanking and ready to go, which means let's dive into the final frontier of Pick Your Battles. Kyle, can I get a standings update if you would?
Yeah, Mark, you're still in first at 11-3. Spadoni's in second. He's up to 8-6. I fell into third place last night with my second consecutive loss. I am sitting at 7-7. Dibs also lost last night. He is sitting at 5-9.
It's over.
Okay, so it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
It's over. It's over. But
I'll say it. I stink.
But let's pick anyway. I will say this. So quick story on this. My pick last night was the Warriors over. The number was 218. The game was sitting at 217 with 2 seconds left to go. And then, for crying out loud, the Warriors didn't foul. The Pacers hit the 3, and I hated it. I got the pick right, but I'm like, God darn. That
Captain
was
Horseshoe strikes again.
Don't you hate when you get a pick right?
No, for real.
Worst.
Like, come on. If I could go
So
back and do
bad.
that
I
again,
hate this.
please give me the
That is
give me the Warrior win.
crazy.
Dibs, do you want to make a pick so this guy will stop talking?
This might be the worst story I've heard all week. Oh my God! I actually I left my car and I looked down. And I found $100.
Okay.
I was
On the-
losing
on
and
the
then I ended up winning. It was the worst.
On the real, I bet the over for real. By the time I got to my site to bet it, it was down to 216 at a hook. So I had already won the real one.
Nice.
So I wanted no part of that 3-pointer going in.
Cool. So there's just nothing you can lose at right now. Must be nice.
It sucks to be you. Just really.
Wasn't that cool? That was cool when Brian Baumgartner came on the show, wasn't it?
Meanwhile, I stagger into I think my fifth
Palo Alto guy myself.
My fifth straight loss, my sixth straight loss.
Only your third.
Oh yeah. No one kicks you when you're down like Mark Willard. But you know what, Mark? I'm about to kick you back because there's one thing. There's one thing that you don't want a mush or a cooler to do, and that's pick your team. But you know what? I'm taking the San Francisco 49ers. I'm ice, baby. I couldn't be colder, and I'm on your team. Give me the Niners and the 5.5.
No,
Sorry,
I
faithful.
I like it. No, I love it. Dibs is on the Niners. Kyle, you're up.
So cold.
I am heading to the hardwood because I've lost 2 straight hockey games in bad fashion. So we're going to try basketball. The Jazz have not been playing well lately, but they welcome in the Detroit Pistons. I have the Jazz minus 13 points. I think it's a get-right game for Utah, and I think they smoke Detroit.
Woo! Oof, yeah, that one's a tough one because it's Detroit. They're awful, and Utah's been down, but okay. Utah's the picks. But Donuts, what are we doing?
By the way, just what a gutsy cover last night from the USF Dons.
It really was.
16.5. They were down 5 in the last minute to Gonzaga.
Gutsy.
It was gutsy. They started off, I think, like they had a 14-3 lead to open up the game, and I was feeling great. And then you look in the second half, like an hour later, and they're down like 18. So I was struggling there, but they pulled it out. We're going to go to the NFL, though, and I hate to do this because I hate this team so much. I hate the quarterback. I even hate the head coach now. But I'm taking the Kansas City Chiefs money line against the Buffalo Bills. Yeah, I hate to do it, but I think the Chiefs just eked this one out. So, Kansas City.
You hate Andy Reid? That's weird. That's weird.
And Pat Mahomes
now.
Yeah, that's an odd thing. Okay, Steiny and Guru are ready to go. Let me just throw my pick in there. I like the Charlotte Hornets tonight. This is a rested team, the OKC Thunder. It is. It's completely random, but I dig it. OKC Thunder late in their road trip, tired. Hornets laying 9. I think the Hornets win this one by double digits tonight. That is Pick Your Battles for the week. And you're also listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. Steiny and Goo in the building. In the building. Except for Goo is still testing things. Are you testing? 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2. Okay. All right. So, Steiny, what you doing, brother?
Spadoni, how can you hate Andy Reid? Come on, man.
Can't answer this question. Trying to get Goo connected, Steiny.
It's poor time for Q&A.
I've got the answer for you, Steiny, because he's the head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, and he's a
Raiders fan.
Yeah,
he's a Raiders fan.
And the autumn wind is not a lovely Valentine or a hug. It's a pirate, and that's the Raider mentality.
Yeah, how you feeling about that 6-1 road trip, Willard, or homestand? Boy, that took a hit last night.
Yeah, it sure did, but I'm feeling great about it. I'm going to go I'm going down to Chase Center myself tonight and straighten
they're getting
these
beat
boys
again
out.
tonight.
No, they're not. They're not. I mean, come on. You want to put? How about money where mouth is on that one?
No, I don't bet on the Warriors. It's too emotional.
Oh no, it's not. Stop.
Oh, you've never seen me bet.
Well, come on.
1-800-bet. 1-800-bet. Punch.
Willard wins.
Yeah, tempers can run high. Did you ever tell? Does Mark know the story about your over/under pandemic debacle? I don't think that Willard.
This is one I don't like to even talk about because it's one of those things that I just put out of my head, and I've said, you know what? That's the way that one went.
It is, but it's so fascinating because he had a season total over-under on the Warriors in the pandemic year. And as you recall, KD was gone and Klay was going to be out, but you had Steph and Draymond, and the number was set right around 500. And Steiny was thinking that maybe he liked the under, and it turned out it was an absolute certifiable stone cold lead pipe lock. But then the pandemic hit, and the season was not completed, and thus no action on the season under total.
Yeah, the number was about 48. I had
it was that high.
The
Wow.
Warriors won 15 that year.
It was so high.
I won no money. Absolutely.
I remember we were, I think we were with the big fella down in the Diamond. We were just strolling and chatting, and you had an epiphany where you felt like you needed to fire away on that one again. So you broke out the big guns, as I recall.
Yeah, it was a tough loss, but I've gotten over it.
Good.
By the way, well, I'm hearing an echo on my end, so we got to fix that. But well, I'm not going to
way to fight through it.
I mean, can you mute your Zoom?
Guru,
Steiny? Do you know how to mute your Zoom, Steiny?
Yes. It's muted.
Okay.
My mic is off. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Are you sure?
Are you want me to do it now?
Blaming me for that, were you?
Okay. There's the moot. Okay. The point is moot.
Go. And
by the way,
the echo
real
is
quick,
gone.
before,
Isn't that amazing?
42 and 41 Warriors without Draymond Green over the years. It's pretty amazing if you think about it.
Well, when you look at just last night, you can see why. They can't initiate, David.
Nice.
When Draymond is not facilitating the offense, you've got the accidental Iguodala bumble turnover. You're feeding balls to guys who can't catch. You're throwing good passes to guys who aren't open. You're just carelessly throwing it away, and that's where it becomes a little bit of a tough watch.
Dibs, but you're up 5 in overtime.
Here we go.
The chef had a shot to win the game.
Yeah.
And real quick, we love the JTA story, guys. Willard, help me. What was that on the layup? That was a cinnamon. How did it not hit the rim?
If you go to the playground and right, like guys are picking teams, if you ever have a drive through the lane and you put the ball up off the backboard and catch nothing on the other direction, you're like, that guy's not on my team. I'm not. We got next.
We're not Fitz off guard. Fitz didn't even know how to call it.
He was going too fast. That's just one of those ones where it's like, wow, he was going so fast.
He was going, but you got to hit something. You can't just run up there and bang it off the backboard and send it the other direction. You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Curry shot that he had would have tied.
Yeah,
I think they were down 3 at that point.
That's correct. Right. That is an accurate statement. That was not. It was not a game-winning shot.
It was not. No less a big shot. That. Yeah. Boy, he had a good look too. Boy, missing open shots. That's
I know,
all
but
it
see,
is.
those are the things we focus on: the non-foul and regulation. I keep going on to all of the rest of the game. Like, what are you doing in this situation, even in overtime? Right. Soon as you go up 115 to 110, ball game. You don't, and they never. It's like they never scored again. They let the Pacers uncork a 10-0 run in overtime, and it was their backups. That doesn't make any sense to me. That's multiple possessions. I don't understand how that happens.
Well,
you can't get a bucket.
The one thing that happened is Duarte comes down on the one end and scores on Iguodala.
Yeah,
he scores on Iguodala, and then Iguodala turned it over.
Yeah,
it leads to a dunk, and boom, it's a 1-point game. And now, it gets a little bit dicey. Obviously,
Jordan Poole, Dibs, he was forgotten about. And I know this is the first. This is the first game of many. I'm not panicking, Steiny and Willard and Dibs, but he was forgotten about. And this is, do we see a scenario to where Klay might come off the bench until he's ready to go 30 minutes, and then he comes back into the start lineup?
No chance.
Yeah, you tell Klay that.
Well, and Poole has got to take the job. Poole is not playing like he wants to snatch the job. He's playing like he's not sure where he fits anymore, and that's what's troubling to me. Because the one thing we've said about Jordan Poole, hot or cold, he's going to go and try and get his. And right now he's not playing with that same aggressiveness. We did a little K-Wig earlier. I don't know if you guys heard, a little throwback homage. But
I gotta go.
I mean, of any game where you needed him to play like the number one overall, take over, Andrew. But instead, guys, you remember Goo. Soft like a nice blanket. Your feet are up and the hot cocoa is going down smooth with a little bit of rum. It's K-Wig.
I'm not making excuses. I love it and I miss this. Willard, is Wiggins affected by Klay coming back?
Of course.
And I'm not blaming anybody, but how long is this going to last?
They all are. Steve Kerr is affected by it. His rotations. Okay. However, you can't go put him on the bench, because then what you're doing is you're giving up later for now. And I would rather do what the Warriors are doing, which is give up now for later, because later is more important than now. We know this. So you have to start moving Klay toward the idea of being his regular self in April and May and June, not right now. And so I know it's frustrating. I was as frustrated as anybody when they lost that game last night.
Frustration sensation.
It is. They shouldn't lose that game. But you're gonna have a few of those, I would imagine. We've already had a few. There's going to be more, because Warriors are getting themselves right now for what they want to be in May. And so that's what it's going to be.
You got to get through April to get to May, though, before we start talking about June. I mean, It used to be June references now. Last April, Steiny, didn't it? Yeah,
I mean, here's the bottom line. All Klay does is shoot right now. That's all he does. And he's not shooting well. He's averaging 25 shots per 36 minutes. The most he's ever averaged per 36 has been 19. So he is clearly shot hunting in a big manner.
Yeah.
And I think Wiggins is like, he's only been here 2 years. Here comes Klay. What's he supposed to do? Hey, Klay, cut that out, man. What the hell's going on? I mean, no. So he's got to kind of chill out and see what Klay's going to do. And Klay's looked fine. He just hasn't made shots.
Right. And
they'll figure it out.
Meanwhile, you've got the snipers in JTA and GP2 drawing a tech and an ejection on just a look. I mean, that was pretty hard, Goo. When he was able to that was like mind games, complete mind victory in that moment.
Hey, I'm giddy. Oh, go ahead.
I mean,
go ahead.
My fault.
I mean, who
thought
Wanda Sykes is going to make two big jumpers to put that game away? I mean,
look at you going to your Wanda Sykes material early.
I'm going to give him a 3. Hey, Willard, I'm
Steiny
smiling ear to ear. Not for the Niner game, which I'm nervous for the Niner faithful, but season 4 of Ozark dropped today. So that's all I'm doing tonight.
Oh, my God.
I know you two are, season 4 already.
What do you mean that's
Why
what
does
you're
that
doing
make
tonight?
me feel good, Steiny?
You got a Warrior game tonight. It's not a binge watch Friday. You got to beat the
after
Rockets.
the Warriors.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to sleep after the Warrior game. That's what I'm doing. But all right, what do you guys got coming up as you get ready for the biggest Saturday in the history of Jimmy Garoppolo's life?
Andrew Brandt coming on at 12:30, former vice president of the Packers.
He's great.
Yeah, he's really good. He does. He's writing for SI now in the Athletic, and then Sean Salisbury from the Football Hour. He's going to join us at 2. So we're going to talk a lot of Niners and Packers. We're going to talk some Golden State Warriors, obviously, and we're going to take everybody into the weekend really, really on a positive vibe. That's what we're going to do.
But there you go.
Ba-doom, boom, ba-doom, boom, boom. No pack, no. That's the new chant this weekend during the game at Lambeau Field.
We limp to the weekend and with a
That's
2.
a half.
You're damn right, yeah. All right, a half?
That's a mini. That's a tiny T, dude.
I'll take the over,
not the big
and
T.
And I'm leaving. I'm out.
Have fun tonight at that game, man.
I will.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're going to talk a lot of 49ers, Packers. Got a couple great guests to do that with. Andrew Brandt, former vice president of the Packers, at 12:30. Sean Salisbury at 2 p.m. We're going to start out with the Warriors, though. That's the worst loss of the year. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And I'm looking at that game last night, and they're playing without Draymond Green, and it's becoming more and more obvious. They're going nowhere without Draymond Green, right? They're going nowhere without Draymond Green. He is so important defensively. He is Steph Curry's security blanket on the offensive end. He is a playmaker that gets guys easy shots. I mean, this homestand is a 7-game homestand, and you're thinking, hey, maybe do some damage on this homestand.
Yeah.
Take 6 or 7. I think they'll take 4 and 3 right now.
And I'll say this, partner, happy payday. You probably didn't know it was payday. Playoff eve, Packers-Niners. But I got to say this. I'm so with you about Draymond, Steiny, and I used to fight you left and right about just how valuable he was and initiating the offense like Dibs just talked about. But there's a trend that's been around the Golden State Warriors, and I've ignored it the last couple of years, Steiny, even with Dre on the court. And last night it bit him in the ass. That's turnovers. There's too many turnovers. And I'm asking you, the basketball aficionado, one, how do you fix it? And two, What's driving me crazy, Steiny, I'm not panicked, I'm passionate, is even if Dre, let's just say he was on the court, would Wiggins be going through what I think he's going through? And I know they'll get it rectified. And Jordan Poole, because to me, moving forward, Steiny, if you lose to that version of the Pacers, the Bulls come in here looking like the Phoenix Suns. Like, that's feasible for them to come give you that work tonight. After losing to that team, and every opportunity they had that you thought, okay, here we go, Warriors going to bring this home, they just couldn't do it, Steiny. And I'm going to end it with this. I'm no coach. Used to coach CYO, shout out Eddie House. But Jonathan Kuminga, he didn't have the best game. He's young. But I would have liked to see him finish that game, Steiny. Even if you didn't win, you would give him some of that experience of, can we call it high leverage, game on a national televised game. And I guess I was a little disappointed that he didn't get any run in the end.
First of all, it's they play the Rockets tonight, so they got a good shot of winning. Yeah. But Kuminga, I mean, to me, I'm looking at last night's game, and first of all, the foul, the non-foul. Okay, two things. First of all, Juan Toscano-Anderson messed that play up because he had to go for a steal when you didn't want to go for a steal. All you wanted to do there, even if Kerr says don't foul, which he admitted he doesn't even know why he didn't foul there, but okay, he didn't. Okay, so what do you have to do there? You have to not let him get a three. Well, Juan Toscano-Anderson goes for a steal on the inbounds, gets compromised right off the bat, and Steph Curry sees a ball there that, turns his head, and now they got Holiday taking a three. So you got one guy making a mistake by gambling at the wrong time. You got another guy making a mistake, your best player, turning his head and losing one of the only shooters that team has. And so, you're supposed to be a championship team, but you're not even executing down the stretch. And listen, hey, people can tell they're going to make shots. We're over halfway through the season, all right?
Yes, we are.
And Curry's not shooting well, and Poole's not shooting well, and Klay Thompson's not shooting well. And you want to know what I'm worried about? I'm worried that we're seeing that Klay Thompson, his return or his it's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take he's going to be a better player next year than right now. And the fact of the matter is right now, and listen, Klay Thompson's a Hall of Fame player. He's a great player.
That's already done.
One of the great. Right. He's hurting them right now. He's hurting them in a big way. He's taking the most shots. He's missing the most shots. Defensively, I'm not I guess he's been okay defensively, but there hasn't been one game where you see, look at Klay. He's kind of shutting down that number one again. He doesn't get to the line, so he's not being efficient when he's not making shots. He doesn't rebound, and he's not a huge playmaker. So if Klay Thompson's not making shots, I mean, like, I'm sick of talking about Kuminga and JTA and Gary Payton II. The reason this team's struggling right now is because their best players are not playing well.
Wow, Steiny, that's heavy. And I'll say this, because you haven't made a judgment on what you want to happen. And, like you said, Klay has earned this to come and start right back. We love it. But you are right, Steiny. There are two scoreboards in this instance. And when I watch the Warriors, we're happy for Klay, and then it's the residual of how it's affecting everybody else. But what I'm getting a little nervous in is I thought it would be a week, Steiny. I thought it'd be 2 weeks. But when you say a lot, and then we got to hit the reset button when Dre comes back if his injury isn't too serious. So my question to you, Steiny, is he's earned this. I don't know if Kerr and Myers and company thought it would be what it is through umpteen games, but what's the alternative? And that's why I wasn't saying him coming off the bench right now, since he's not playing 30 minutes, is a demerit. No, not at all. But Jordan Poole's special, Steiny, and he's special in regard to when he's hot, he can put the ball in the hole. He knows what he wants to do, and it seems like him and Wiggins simultaneously are thrown off. I get it, but I'm not too sure that it's coming right back. So when you say or emphasize a lot, that's what has me a little nervous, Steiny. Like, when is that going to happen, especially since we don't know when Dre's coming back?
Of all the Warrior players, the one guy I would actually worry about asking to go to the bench would be Klay Thompson. I do not want Klay Thompson to go to the bench. I do not want to ask Klay Thompson to go to the bench. And I certainly don't want to appease Wiggins and particularly Jordan Poole. Hey, Jordan Poole, you're playing with Steph Curry and you're playing with Klay Thompson. Come off the bench and do your job. Plain and simple. Like, he hasn't done enough to think he's earned the right to be a starting two in this league. He's shooting the ball terribly. And what does Jordan Poole do? Well, how does he help you if he's not shooting well? See, that's the problem. So, like right now, as it relates to Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole, if they're not making threes, how are they helping you? They're not creating. They're not rebounding. They're not defending great. So, Jordan Poole, he's the one who's got to figure it out. I don't think Klay would respond well to coming off the bench. I don't.
And I'll tell you what, I like that. And, Steiny, what about Wiggins? I'm not saying everybody has a bad game regardless of who's out there, but he had 15 shot attempts last night, so you got to make the best of that. But, I mean, again, Curry had a chance to be a hero, Steiny. I'm not doubting the chef because I love him, but there was a sequence where he came and took almost a 40-footer right past half court, and I'm just like—
Was he open, though? He's just missing open shots, right?
You got me there. But, yeah, I can't believe they lost that game, partner. I really can't.
I actually can't either. I thought at about eight different times they were going to win that game. I think
Wiggins, he's a baller.
I think Wiggins.
I didn't know he was that good.
I think Wiggins is going to be fine. Like, to me, what Wiggins is going through right now should have been expected. And the bottom, I mean, look, Klay is taking a ton of shots. He's turned into a ball stopper. See, that's the other thing about Klay Thompson. He's a shooter. We all know that, but he's a catch and shoot shooter. He moves without the ball, catch and shoot. Move without the ball, one dribble, shoot. He's dribbling. He's creating on his own, and he's getting his shot off, but they're not going in. Bottom line is, I think he has the ball in his hands way too much.
Wow,
and Wiggins has only been there. He's only been here 2 years. Clay's a legend around here.
Yeah.
What's he supposed to do? We've got to wait for Klay to settle in. Plain and simple, I think, if you're the Golden State Warriors.
We're not mind readers. I know how you feel. You know how I feel, and I love Klay. Do you think the Warrior brass or even players may be a bit perplexed as to a lot of dribbling and a lot of shot attempts, or do you think this is status quo and they put this in the equation when Klay came back? Because something's eating at me, Steiny, and again, I love Klay, but I don't think they thought it would be to this degree, the volume of shots.
And you know what? Klay can be defiant.
What did he say when
almost.
Durant was coming? I ain't changing my game for
Well, and he
weeks.
also said, I don't care if I miss 100, I'm going to keep shooting. And, like, that's the thing. That's the thing we love about Klay.
Love you, Klay. Yeah.
But you keep throwing up 6 for 17s, and guess what? This team's going to start racking up the losses. I mean, he's just got to be a little bit smarter. Look, he hasn't played in 2 years. He's obviously trying to go back and come back and show everybody he's got everything that he had before. I just think that's going to take time. And right now, he's not the player he was, and a big part of it's just because he's not shooting well. But none of them are shooting well, and that's my biggest issue is...
No, you're right.
People can say till they're blue in the face, they're just missing open shots. Okay, well, guess what? You miss open shots in the playoffs, you're going to get beat. So I don't think they're all open shots. I think the Warriors' shot selection in general has been worse than years past. That includes Curry in a big way. I think he's taken tougher shots this year. And Jordan Poole, he's never shown that he can be a 40% shooter from three-point range. So until I see differently, he's a 33 to 35% shooter. I mean, what you can't have is Klay shooting 30%, and he's going to pick that up. But there's been a ton of 9 for 42s this year, which is what they shot from the three-point line.
Now, you are right, and that's true. And let me put another rat on the table, Steiny, or the first one of the show. What we can't put at Klay Thompson's doorstep or try to equate to him coming back, and I brought it up earlier, and I just want your thoughts, this turnover problem. Like, what's going on? Do you think that is it suffocating defense, ball pressure, or just lackadaisical, but it's happening more now than it's biting them in the tail now than, to me, it has in the past, and maybe because they haven't been playing playoff basketball the last 2 years. But you just mentioned one thing, Steiny. You said we're past the halfway point, and I just want to share with Dub Nation what has me a little nervous. We're always kicking the can down the road, waiting on somebody. The bus is at a different bus stop every time, every month, every week, waiting on something. We finally get Klay back, and Dre goes out. I come on and tell you, hey, I'm a little nervous about the calf. Now it's a disc. So there is no for sure, Steiny, that they're going to get this continuity in 2 or 3 weeks. So now I'm looking like, when is that day going to come where we say, you know what, and Wiseman's back, they're whole. That's what I'm getting. The trepidation in my voice is starting to, it's starting to take over a little bit because I'm getting nervous by playoff time. That's April. Who's to say that still ain't, those aren't question marks?
They might be. But the team's getting older. This is what happens. Klay's coming off 2 years of injury. He's 30-plus. Draymond's 30-plus, and he's had to play bigger guys his entire career.
Curry played 44 minutes, Steiny.
That's crazy. I mean, that's just absolutely ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I don't know what that is at this point. But you're right about the turnovers. Wins. Right now, the Warriors are second to last in turnovers. They average 15 a game.
Man.
So they're
not the best free throw shooting team either, Steiny.
Not when Curry or Jordan Poole or Klay Thompson shooting them, or not shooting them, I should say. But they're out of sorts right now. They're not shooting the ball well, and I think they've become a little easier to defend. And I'm not exactly sure why. Look at the turnovers last night. What, Looney had 5 last night? So it's like, where did those come from? I mean, Juan Toscano-Anderson, he's mistake-prone, so he's going to – but keep in mind, they're playing without Draymond, and Draymond leads their team in turnovers because he's involved in so many plays. I mean, last night Curry didn't turn the ball over. So that to me is like the whole team's got to try to button it up because their turnovers, it's not just one guy game in and game out that commits 5 or 6 turnovers. Iguodala last night, I mean –
ouch.
And see, I just feel like they can win it, but they need everybody to be healthy and at the top of their games.
Yeah.
And they're not there yet. I mean, Iguodala has struggled. There's just no doubt about it. Klay can't make shots right now. So we'll come back to the Golden State Warriors on the other side. But next, we're going to talk to Andrew Brandt. He's a former vice president for the Green Bay Packers, now works for The Athletic and Sports Illustrated. Real knowledgeable guy. Looking forward to talking to him on the other side. And don't forget, we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to twitch.tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to subscribe for all the latest content. We'll be right back on 95.7 The Game.
The last time they met in the playoffs, the 49ers' run game was unstoppable.
Garoppolo's still only thrown 6 passes. Mostert, left side. Another first down carry and more. How about a touchdown?
This time, the Niners are the underdogs.
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Can the red and gold pull off the upset?
Over an hour and a half of real time since Jimmy Garoppolo last threw a pass.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Thermador now features smart kitchen appliances enabled with a Home Connect feature. Smart kitchen appliances for a fully connected experience. You can see all of the Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live, working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at Friedman's Appliance.
Game.
All righty, welcome back, Steiny Guru. We're joined by Andrew Brandt. He is the former vice president of the Green Bay Packers. He's written for Sports Illustrated and The Athletic, and right now he's a professor of sports law at Villanova University. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, happy to be with you guys.
Let me start out with the big question, obviously out here in the Bay, and it's about Jimmy Garoppolo's future. I'm sure you're familiar with the drafting of Trey Lance, what they gave up for Trey Lance, Jimmy's contract situation next year. How do you? And now he's got him in the division round, Jimmy Garoppolo. How do you see this playing out?
Well, it's so interesting, this game, for a lot of reasons. It really is two quarterbacks that have been, I guess, let me put it this way. These two quarterbacks, their replacements, their succession plan is in place, and it has been in place. The only question is when, right? The only question, when Jordan Love replaces Aaron Rodgers, Trey Lance replaces Jimmy Garoppolo, we know those are going to happen, 100% in my mind. The only question has been and continues to be when. In Garoppolo's case, it's obviously more of a factor than in Rodgers because of the resources. When you take a quarterback that high in the draft and you trade up, meaning that you had to give up another number one pick to get there, that's a serious commitment. And that commitment means he's going to play. I would guess that would mean next year, because it's rare indeed for a quarterback to sit 1 year. You know, all the other quarterbacks, as everyone knows, in the 2021 draft were playing by early in the season, except for Trey Lance. So this is something I would expect them to move on. And then it becomes draft choice compensation. What can you get? How high can you get for Garoppolo? How does that go? How's the trade market? All of those things.
Andrew, let's talk Aaron Rodgers. We all know he had the rocky off season, and I'll never forget. I was telling my partner week one, people were doubting him if he was invested in football because they lost. And now, as spectacular as he is, here we are. But I'm talking about the podcast. The innuendos in regard to his future. How do you think he's endured himself to Packer Nation, or how would you grade how he's handled his future off the field this season?
Well, I think let's go back, because we'll go back all the way to 2020. They take Jordan Love. I was there 15 years ago. We took Aaron Rodgers. Brett Favre was livid. His agent was livid. They called me right away. It was very uncomfortable for a long period of time. Aaron, the best we can tell, was a good soldier the entire 2020 year, and then started making noise in 2021. And I think what he was asking the Packers, who couldn't answer really, it's like, what's the plan here? You know, you drafted my replacement. What's the plan? And I think the plan for the Packers was, we don't want to move to Love yet because we want you. You're going to take us to a Super Bowl, we think. You're the MVP. Why not? But Aaron would probably say, well, it doesn't help me much, right, if you're going to replace me. So I never thought that Aaron would not play for the Packers this year because he had no options, right? He he was not going to retire, and Packers weren't going to trade him. So there you go. Now we get to next year, and who knows? I mean, I have been kind of holding my guns to the fact that I do think the Packers' plan has been to move to Love in 2022. And I know everyone's coming at me, well, they're getting along so well, they love each other, the team's so great, how could they move on from Aaron? I get all that, but that's kind of a fan media point of view. If you're in the front office, you have a plan. And I think the plan has been to move to Love in 2022. Again, that's 2 years. Like I said, I don't think first-round quarterbacks ever last for more than a year since Aaron Rodgers. But I think that was a long time ago. So I still see him moving to another team in 2022.
Former Green Bay Packers Vice President Andrew Brandt joining us on 95.7 The Game. You got me a little bit curious now about the Favre situation. Did you tell Favre, and was his agent Bus Cook back at the time, if I may have that right, but did you tell Favre, hey, look, this is what we're going to do, try not to worry about it?
No. Well, first of all, yeah, Bus. I dealt with Bus hundreds of times over my career with Brett. I mean, and no, you don't tell him, and I don't think the Packers told Rodgers about Love. We were in a situation differently 15 years ago, 16 years ago, where two things happened that night. I've told this story many times. Number one, all the players we had rated first round, except for one, were off the board. And the other thing that happened was that one was a quarterback where all these teams that promised him they would take him never did. So we're looking at taking a quarterback. Right. We have the most durable quarterback in the history of the sport. He's 36 years old, and he wasn't happy. Of course, we didn't tell him. We didn't know we were going to take a quarterback. So we took him because he was the best player available, even though we had absolutely no need for that position. And, of course, it turned out okay. We turned out the best player in football fell in our lap. But these things happen. And I spent 3 years in my career taking calls from Brett's camp every week. Like, this stinks coming into work every day and sitting with my replacement. And taking calls from Aaron's camp, like, what am I ever going to play? And I would think this has to be going on with the Packers again and with the 49ers. Yeah. And it happened with Garoppolo in New England. These are tough situations that teams have to manage.
Well said, Andrew. Let me ask you about Deebo Samuel. I told my partner he's so unique, Andrew. When you watch him play the game of football, is he opening up a whole lane for receivers to come out / running backs? Because I know he's not Devontae Adams or Jerry Rice, but what makes him so special? And do you think we're going to see more Deebo Samuels coming out of college?
Yeah, I mean, I think the word that scouts use talking about him that have told me about him is ferocity and velocity. There's just he plays the game like a defensive player. He just sort of really goes at people. And that's a unique talent. What's amazing about Samuel, and we're going to see if it lasts through tomorrow night, is that defenses know it's coming, right? Yeah. So the 49ers have been successful with not a lot of options, right? They use Samuel, they use Kittle, they run with Mitchell. This is not a diverse offense. So, it's going to be interesting to see if the Packers key on Samuel, but you would think a lot of teams have tried that. It did seem the Cowboys took away Kittle, but they obviously couldn't handle Samuel.
Andrew, let me ask you this about Kyle Shanahan, and I've kind of been poking around with this question because I'm kind of interested in it. The 49ers obviously lost Mostert before the season started, and then Mitchell, their rookie, got a little banged up early, and that's when Shanahan started using Deebo Samuel in the backfield. Would any other coach in the NFL, you think, have tried that or would have done that?
Not sure. Good question. I mean, I think you operate talent wherever you got it. I know the Packers have used Randall Cobb in that role. It's a different kind of role because Randall's more of the shifty kind than the physical kind. But, yeah, you see Cordell Patterson now with Atlanta. You just see teams operate with talent at different positions. You know, the whole idea is get the ball in the hands of your playmakers, see if they're better athletes than the defense.
Andrew, I need your help. I really do, because you mentioned, the media, talk shows, basically what me and my partner do. And Aaron Rodgers, when you talk about just physicality, the thrower of the ball, the no throw he can't make, the ability to run and throw, he's done it all. And yet all this week I've been hearing he's only got one Super Bowl. I mean, at what point? And I don't know why that is, but I know he's one of the best quarterbacks. I've laid eyes on him. Do you think there's any merit to people questioning the greatness of Aaron Rodgers? Let's just say the Packers don't get it done and he only has one Super Bowl. Where do you come down on talk like that, or do you call it nonsense?
Well, the way I come down on talk like that is, do people understand that football is not tennis? Football, it's not golf. There's 22 players on the field. Aaron plays in half the plays at best. And I think the most amazing stat I've seen about Aaron Rodgers to this day is points scored against him in playoff games compared to points scored against Tom Brady. I think it's something like 34 average points against Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs, 18 or 17 average points against Tom Brady in the playoffs. Now, if you put that stat up there, you're going to win a lot of Super Bowls with going against 18-point teams versus 34-point teams. And you guys know it well. San Francisco is beat up on Aaron Rodgers' teams with Colin Kaepernick, with Jimmy Garoppolo, with that running game a couple years ago. And here's the breaking news. Aaron was never on the field for any of those plays against the defense. So I think you have to look at it both ways.
Andrew, thank you so much. That's very interesting, because that's you would think that'd be a known statistic, really. I mean, like, for example, I don't know, in baseball, the pitchers that get the least amount, let's say, a run support, and it's kind of a similar situation, but it does feel like in the NFL, it's all that doesn't matter. That's just nuance. You win or you lose. That's it.
Yeah. Well, it is a team sport. I try to tell people that all the time. People ask me who's great, who's Hall of Fame, who's MVP. I just think it's kind of all like, how do you know? Because how do you know if a running back gets 1,000 yards, whether it's the running back or the line? How do you know if a receiver's killing the D-backs, if it's the scheme or the quarterback? Or I've been around football my whole life. I don't know the answer to those things. I think there are special talents. We've talked about Debo and Aaron, but again, you're only as good as the team.
Andrew, thank you so much for joining us. Great insight. We really appreciate it, and look forward to talking to you again soon.
All right, guys, I got some tweets about my newsletter, so you sign up.
Yeah, give it to me.
Andrew-Brandt.com is where you sign up for the newsletter every week.
All right, you're back in my neck of the woods outside Philly, huh? Are you from back there?
I moved here after moving my wife to rural Wisconsin for 10 years. She got to pick the next stop.
Okay.
She's from back Philly area.
Yeah. I love it back there, so have fun and good luck to you, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Andrew Brandt, former vice president of the Packers, drafted Aaron Rodgers, told Brett Favre to go pound sand. He did.
No, I love, what would you do if you were I would be pissed off too, man.
Yeah, you know what, though? That's very interesting to me, because the 49ers called Garoppolo and said, we're taking Trey Lance, after they made the trade to move up.
Okay.
So that's why I kind of asked him if he traded he told Favre, and I was kind of surprised when he said, no, I didn't tell Favre or his agent. But I think one of the reasons that he didn't tell Favre was because going into the draft, he didn't know he was going to draft a quarterback. They got down to 24, And all of a sudden, Rodgers was there, and he was too kind of dynamic to pass up at that point, whether you had Favre or not. So that's probably why he didn't tell Favre, whereas the Niners, they knew they were moving up to get a quarterback. They probably figured, let's go ahead and tell Garoppolo.
In what, Steiny, I came in the other day, I believe it was Tuesday, and I told you I was emotional just about how you can look at one thing and 10 different people can have 10 different views. And I'm not hating on Love. He may go on to be a Pro Bowler, Super Bowl winner, but in what world is Aaron Rodgers' time expired? So it has to be personal, right? It has to be a rift with the front office and Aaron Rodgers. It can't just be football related. Like, why? There's major gas left in this tank. He's not, and we don't know how long he wants to play, Steiny, but he ain't nowhere near Tom Brady's age. So you look at that like, oh, he's got some gas left. Like, why would Jordan Love or any exec look at Jordan Love is, hey, we want to go away from Aaron. Like, what's behind that?
Because part of the general manager's job is to prepare for the future. I mean, you got to prepare for the future. And if you watch football, very rarely can you, well, you know what? Hey, boom, we need a quarterback. Okay, let's go get a quarterback. You got to plan for getting a quarterback. You got to scout the draft. You got to look at free agency. I got no problem with any team drafting a guy's backup or drafting a guy's heir apparent. I mean, what are you supposed to do?
But
here's the other thing about Aaron Rodgers.
He said 2022 that Love may be the option. Now, like, to me, that's way too soon.
Well, why?
Because A-Rod is still playing at a high level.
Let me tell you something, and I'm being dead serious here.
Yeah,
Aaron Rodgers is working on, like, losing the Packers fans. I know a bunch of Packer fans, man, and they're like, well, one of the reasons he's never won a Super Bowl is because we can't afford to pay anybody else because of all the money he's making. You know, Tom Brady takes pay cuts. Aaron Rodgers never taken a pay cut. But like, all that aside, how old's Aaron Rodgers? 37?
Yeah, I keep looking at I don't know.
And here's the other thing about Aaron Rodgers.
44, right?
Here's the other thing about Aaron Rodgers. He's hosted, and you might be like, that doesn't matter. I think it does. He's hosted Jeopardy. He's got an eye toward after football. There's no doubt, and he's also made it known that, you know, if he doesn't, he'll walk away at any time.
Right, man.
So what are you going to do? Let Aaron Rodgers leave you high and dry?
Well, I was looking at it like this, Steiny, and this is just me. If I was a GM or owner, hey, man, when you're ready, hey, how about this 2 or 3 year deal and you write off when you're done playing football? But I need to know you're going to honor this contract. And then he can go, you know what, Steiny, I'm here for the 3 years. Let's go do it. See, that, to me, he's earned already. And, you know, I'm still flabbergasted that Brady's not in New England. I get what you're saying about the backup, Steiny, and prepping for the future. But if this dude ends up going to the Vikings and they go to the Super Bowl like Tom did with Tampa Bay, back in the old school, that would never happen. Terry Bradshaw would end with the Steelers, Staubach with Dallas. Not no times have changed. I'm just one of those dudes, Steiny. If you've done a lot and we got a great relationship, let's ride this to the end.
I mean, that's the other thing. And you said, is it personal? And my first thing is, no, it's not personal. But I guess it is kind of personal because Rodgers has made it clear to the Packers he's not altogether happy. Yeah. So you can't, yeah, is Rodgers a great quarterback? Yes, but he's old, and I don't know if he's going to play 1 more year or 4 more years. Yeah. So you have to have somebody, I think, ready to play. I mean, I don't know who the Tampa Bay Buccaneers backup is, but they need to stay. If you're the Bucs, you don't think you're looking at a quarterback? You're not going to go look for a quarterback right now. either if Brady gets hurt or Brady walks away.
I totally get that. I get that. Especially
and to me, there's a lot of quarterbacks like that. To me, Rodgers is Russell Wilson. You got to get a quarterback up there in Seattle. He's getting too old.
Yeah,
you know, Atlanta, they got to get off Matt Ryan.
No doubt. But you and
I
have
and you know what? And Green Bay's the same, but just Rodgers playing at a little bit of a higher level.
And Steiny, we had this debate. We really did. When it went down in real time, Aaron Rodgers is looking at it like, hey, I got forever and a day to play. And you go draft or waste a pick when I'm doing my part and we're kind of close, you go waste a pick. Now, it's about timing. So I get him being mad as hell. Like, what the hell you guys doing? I'm still in my technical prime and you're going wasting a pick on something that ain't going to see the field. Like,
this is
where I can buy that.
This is where a player's got to stay in his lane. And Aaron Rodgers has been reckless for the last few years. And here's what I mean. Remember Joe Lacob? And I can't remember the interview. It must have been with Us in the Morning, and they were saying, well, Draymond's got input. And how much input do you take for the big three? He's like, well, we listen. Yeah. And then at one point, Joe Lacob said, with all due respect, they're just players. They're just players.
Right.
They don't dictate anything. Because you can't have your players dictating anything. If the Golden State Warriors, let's say the Golden State Warriors would have drafted LaMelo Ball, who's a point guard.
All right.
You think Steph Curry would have been like, I'm out of here. Get me out of here. I can't believe you drafted a point guard. No. They'll play together until Steph retires. So, and we kind of saw it with Garoppolo, who's not even nearly at the stature of Rodgers. Why would you worry about, if Trey Lance couldn't beat out Jimmy Garoppolo, how long is it going to take Jordan Love to beat out Aaron Rodgers? Probably as long as Aaron wants to be the starter, I would think.
And when I saw Love play, Steiny, I know he's a pup, but it wasn't like, oh, my God, this is the next Aaron Rodgers. Now, he may be in 3 or 4 years, maybe even 2, but I just – and I say all this to say people are going to say, oh, Guru, you're defending or caping up for Rodgers. Steiny, I wouldn't hang out with the guy. And that might be prejudice, but from what I think I know of what type of individual he is, I wouldn't hang out with him. I get that. But as a quarterback, giving you all that I got, and I'm still kind of young, my birth certificate a little old, but I'm still balling, I would be PO'd. You go bring in Love to just sit on the bench when that could have been a DB. That could have been an O-lineman. I get that part of it.
I mean, I get it, and you can be a little upset about it, but you want to kind of, and I'm not saying he did that, sabotage his situation, because obviously he's been playing great this year. 888-957-9570. Let's continue with this 49er Packers discussion. Here's a question I just off the top of my head just thought about. What quarterback situation would you rather have right now? The Packers or the 49ers? Today and 5 years from now.
Boy,
888-957-9570. That's what we'll talk about on the other side. And it's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
With school back in session.
Odyssey Station, presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers against the Green Bay Packers. And I know we're going to get to that in a second. I'm just looking at minutes here. What's Steph up to?
It's got to be 38 now. It was 37. It was 34. It's got to be 35. It's got to be 35 now.
It's got to be 35. Why don't I see him here? Steph Curry, 34.6 minutes, 20th in the league. That's too high. That's just way too high.
But again, if he is okay with it, you know what I'm saying? Like he would tell the coach.
Nope. Disagree.
A couple times he got past some defenders, Steiny. They caught up with him.
He's not the coach.
From behind.
Sometimes you got to protect the player from themselves. You think John Stockton wanted to come out after 6 minutes every night in the first quarter?
Michael either.
John Stockton played until he was 40 years old. So, man, you know what? Maybe that's what we're seeing. Maybe what we're seeing is a manifestation of too many minutes for Steph Curry.
He had 39.
But he didn't shoot it well again. So that's the
16
problem.
From three.
That's
well,
bad.
The rest of the team is the problem. And Wiggins in a little slump for his 3-point shooting.
Yeah, he is. And but again, though, I look at last night. I can't
believe they lost that game. Go ahead.
I look at last night's game, and you have Steph losing his man. Steph's your best player. He loses his man on the game's most important possession, and then he's got an open three to tie it, and he doesn't make it. And we're just not used to those. We're not used to him not coming through and making shots.
Oh, what about when Klay lost the ball, Snotty? I was like, if he did lose it, that was going to tie it up. But he lost it, and they went to review. Stan Van Gundy, I heard him. He's a treasure, man. I was watching TNT broadcast. He's good.
I think a lot of Warrior fans aren't crazy about him, though, because they think he's too critical. Like, he gave his all-star team in the Western Conference, and he listed like 11 players, and then he said in the last spot, I'm coming down to 6 players, and Wiggins was one of the 6. But he said, actually, I'd take DeJounte Murray.
Don't forget the MVP didn't have Curry either in his top 5. His top 5. Yeah, he didn't have Curry in the top 5.
Well, the difference there is now several people don't have Curry in their top 5.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, all right, Goo, 888. Well, first of all, 888-957-9570. A lot of complaints about Jimmy Garoppolo. We've chronicled them all season long. They drafted Trey Lance. Played a couple games this year, and here comes Aaron Rodgers. So what quarterback situation would you want, Goo? Aaron Rodgers, one of the greatest of all time. I'll give you your choice. Do you want Garoppolo, Lance right now, or do you want Rodgers, Love right now?
Okay, well, I'm going Niners, and the reason I'm going Niners is they got their guy, the guy that I deem they mortgaged their future for, and Trey Lance. So they got their guy. And before it's his turn, they got a guy that's already taken him to the Super Bowl. So bam, bam. And I think Rodgers is leaving, and I don't think Love will be anything remotely close to him. So it's a turnoff for me, Steiny. So I'm going
Let
Niners.
me rephrase the question. Because I kind of agree with you and I want to disagree. But you're right about the fact that part of this is Rodgers' relationship with the Packers. Let's assume that Aaron Rodgers and the Packers
are good.
And Rodgers
then
is
it's
like,
Green Bay.
It's
Green Bay.
Yeah, see, I still would take the San Francisco 49ers. Because
But you're saying – oh, go ahead.
Just because, to me, the best Rodgers is going to do is play 2 or 3 more years. And Jordan Love, I'm under the assumption that he ain't that good.
Okay.
I'm not under. So you give me Garoppolo for the rest of this year, and then you give me Trey Lance for the next 10. I got to take that over Aaron Rodgers for 2 or 3.
I don't know why the old adage of the bird in the hand is better than 2 in the bush is in play here, because I got a Hall of Famer. I know what I have in 12, and again, he could play. We don't know if he's mentally invested. He can play, for 5 more years, and you're hoping that Trey is able to take the baton and be what he is. But I'll say this, Steiny, and I'm rooting for Trey. It could be a lot of turbulence in those 2 to 3 years of Trey. And, nowadays, 1 year, 2 years, 1 year is like 5 years. People they're ready to rush to judgment. So we'll see. But I take 12, Steiny. I think this season and tomorrow's game, and I know we'll give our predictions before we get out of here. I hate to say this. And Brady's year was last year. There's something eating at me that this is the middle finger year for Rodgers to everybody, and that'll catapult him to the highest of heights this season. I don't know how tomorrow's game's going to play out, but I just feel like he's got good energy from the football gods.
Here's what where you and me are different is you look at Rodgers at 38 and say, and this is why you're an optimist probably and I'm a pessimist, and say, yeah, he could play for 4 or 5 more years. Well, if you take Tom Brady off the planet, what quarterback's ever played till 43 at a high level? So
I can't name one.
So, my feeling is Rodgers is 38. He's 38 years old, and I just can't expect him to be Tom Brady. So I'm going to assume that he's got just a couple years left. And so if Rodgers has a couple years left, and here comes Jordan Love afterwards, that's not enough. You know what I mean? That's not enough. Rodgers isn't giving me enough years to make it worthwhile. Now, if he plays till 43 and he wins 2 or 3 titles between now and then you're right on the money. I just especially in football too, where there's so many injuries.
But now you can't even.
Never.
And it's easy for me to say.
Play so long, yeah.
Yeah, Steiny, it's easy for me to say this, but I definitely mean it. I mean, if this is not the easiest or softest time to play quarterback in the NFL, that's the only reason Brady, along with his great conditioning and house and all that, but you know what I'm saying, Steiny, you can't even breathe on these quarterbacks.
That's true.
And injuries still do happen, but my goodness, that arm doesn't look like it's slowing down at all, man.
No, and I don't. And by the way, if you're just joining us, 888-957-9570. I'm giving you the opportunity to have either the Green Bay Packers quarterback situation or the 49ers quarterback situation. So you're sitting with Aaron Rodgers, who's 38, and you got Jordan Love backing him up. How long can Rodgers play at a high level? Or you can take the 49ers, where you got Jimmy Garoppolo right now, maybe next year, but then you got Trey Lance coming. I'm just because Aaron Rodgers is so old, I got to go with the 49ers situation. But 888-957-9570. Guru's got the Packers situation. I think it's a good debate. Let's go to Rob.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead, because it's Rob and Sid.
No, I wanted to ask you the question I asked Andrew. I thought you would be proud of me that I came in here and was able to, Aaron Rodgers only has 1 ring. That's a bunch of hogwash to me. That's not all on him, but how do you look at that? Some people say it's a waste. Why did he? But that 18 to 34, see, people don't read the fine print. Like, you put him in New England with that defense, hey, I bet he got more than 1, Steiny.
But by the same token, I mean, it is a, what is it? It's a make or miss league. And that stat to me is like, okay, that is interesting. But that means there's a stat like that for every quarterback. And because we don't know what that stat is for every quarterback, I'm just going to have to go on what I've always thought. Right. So Aaron Rodgers has won 1 Super Bowl. Do I think he's a little overrated?
Right. I
think he's a little overrated. But all right.
Because if I went in the lab and you told me, hey, Goo, what you want your quarterback to look like and physically, and it's him.
Right.
It's him.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go to Rob. Rob's in San Bruno. What's going on, Rob? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey,
look, I'm taking the Niners situation because I'm a big believer in Lance, and I feel like we've proven that we don't need the best quarterback to beat Aaron Rodgers. We beat Aaron Rodgers, Kaepernick. We beat him with Jimmy Garoppolo, and it's basically with the run off everything based off the run game. So we've proven we can beat elite quarterbacks with run game. At least Aaron Rodgers with a run game. And plus, Aaron Rodgers is 38. I mean, everybody's not going to be Tom Brady. So we can't expect him to pay the 42. If I'm Green Bay, I'd have traded his ass last year for 2 first-round picks. Now, I don't know what Jordan Love looks like. I've never seen him play, so I can't comment on him. But what I'm going to say is, Aaron Rodgers, you got 1 Super Bowl, but that's about it. And that year you won a Super Bowl, you had Charles Woodson, Defensive Player of the Year. You had a defense. So it's like either going to take all the money or you're going to do like Tom Brady, give some back, which I don't advise you to if you don't complain about not having more rings. So if you take the money or you give some back so you get better players around you or better defense so you don't have to depend on you all the time. But you can't have both of them. So me personally, I take this situation. And one more thing is Jimmy Garoppolo, ego not that big. Aaron Rodgers is. That's the difference. So I'm taking a Niners situation.
Appreciate the call. Aaron Rodgers has a reason to have a bigger ego.
Well, he's a jerk.
The 408 saying Steiny's tripping. I guess you mean I'm tripping because I would take the 49ers situation at quarterback. Let me just say again, the reason I taken the 49ers situation is because Aaron Rodgers is 38 years old, and I wouldn't put it in the bank. He can quarterback 4 more years. 3 or 4.
But it sounds to me, Steiny, you got him mentally checked out. Like he may not want to play that long. Like, even
there is
if he
something
could,
about that. There is something about that. But like how long? Like to me, if Rodgers said I can give you 2 more years, I'd say I'll take the 49ers situation. Oh. I need more than 2 more years. I need at least 3. I need at least 3. If Rodgers said, if you're telling me, hey, I can guarantee you Aaron Rodgers is going to play 3 more years, then I'd take the Packers. I just don't. At his age, I got to take the 49ers.
So you're saying I'm doing a disservice to myself by looking at the Brady model in 44. Like, that's an anomaly. Like, you're telling me don't do that because that never happens. The dude's 44.
Yeah, until there's another Tom Brady, I gotta assume there's only one Tom Brady. Oh, the guy said I'm tripping about saying Aaron Rodgers is overrated. I said a little. He's a little overrated. Tell you what, we may have to get John Dickinson on the show. He'll be stronger than that about
it's like
Aaron
a little
Rodgers.
piece of you died.
Did you text him during last night's game? I heard him ask Kerr a question in the post-game presser.
That's crazy.
I told him after watching 5 minutes of the Warriors game that I was going to turn it off and watch a movie because I thought the whole thing was disgusting.
That's amazing.
You know what pisses me off?
What do you got?
Listen, man.
First 5 points in overtime. They're up 5, and you give it away.
I'm talking about the first 5 minutes of the game.
Oh, no, I get
where
that.
I saw the lineup that the Pacers threw out there. And you know what? Last night's game is a big reason why some people just tune it out. And I'll tell you what, and I was me, Goo, I love basketball. Yeah. But I'm looking at the Pacers, okay? And they beat the Lakers. Okay, they got a 2-game back-to-back, Lakers Warriors. They beat the Lakers. Okay, nice. And the bottom line is, and I get it, Sabonis got hurt. Rick Carlisle punted. He punted on last night's game, and that's what I can't stand. That team should have never won. But did he really, Steiny? Yes, he absolutely did. They should not have won that game.
Oh, okay.
That was an anomaly. That game is won 1 out of 25 times. That game was a game where Rick Carlisle said, you know what? I'm going to get guys rest because that's even more important than the loss, which we're certainly poised to take. And you know what? You think, but they won? Good. Throw that lineup out there again, see what happens. And then throw it out there again and see what happens. And you win 11 games. So, I just can't stand that. And you know what? I'm not crazy about, but Iguodala probably won't play tonight. And Porter didn't play last night. Hell, I'd rest Curry tonight, and I don't even like the idea of resting players.
But you got what Indiana has going on is Sanford and Son, a bunch of junk. And they got some players, but, the Warriors, they got championship aspirations, Steiny, and they got to work on what word am I looking for? Identity. So Curry can't sit. And if you're playing him 44 minutes, and I know it was overtime, that's let me know that Kerr's invested. Steiny, I got to add this to the people, too. I'm just a guy that would never foul up 3. And I want to tip my cap to Kerr and the Warriors for going the man route and D'ing up. And, yeah, backfired and they got off to 3. It was fluke, but I hate the foul and don't give them no temp. Hey, how about you play some defense and earn it? And I appreciate that last night.
10 years ago, maybe. I think
Indiana had like 5 candidates that can't shoot free throws. It looked like a CYO game. Oh my God, they didn't foul.
I've come full circle on that. You got to foul. You absolutely have to foul. Because we've just seen, look, even with you got to. I just think you got to foul. Especially in this day and age where there's 53s a game, and then also you got to risk. You can't really, even if you're like, okay, let's play defense. Okay,
right, yeah.
I dare you to contest the hell out of this 3-point shot because you can't afford to get a foul there. Like you can't foul in the act of shooting. You got to foul as soon as the guy gets it on the inbound. So once he gets it on the inbound, and you've decided we're not fouling, and they go up for a 3-point shot, you better be careful. You better be careful about contesting that shot.
And I love Drew. I'm calling him Drew Steiny. What about the Wiggins 3? It reminded me of the one in the playing game against Memphis where it hit the side of the backboard. This one went over the backboard. Like that, it ain't your night tonight, man. And then Curry didn't make his at JTA. They had chances. That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask you this: Why would you not foul?
Because I'm taking something from the street or the playground to where I got to choose my verbiage correctly here. I don't want to win it the weenie way, and hide behind the rules. And I get it, especially if you're desperate. But Steiny, how about you D up? D the 3-point shooter up, and then you look at him like I beat you fair and square. And people are going to come down my road, but to me it's just something about taking the hard way and man up and stop the team from getting that 3 off.
Yeah, see, it's funny because I look at it completely different. Like when you say, well, I don't want to win kind of the weenie way, which, by the way, I know what you mean. Like, I definitely know what you mean.
Meyer.
But here's the bottom line. The game's a weenie game. It's all 3-point shooters. Everybody's just taking threes. Guys can make threes. They're calling BS fouls on contest. It's like they've gimmicked up and babied up the game so much. Wow. That's why you have to foul. You have to foul because if you don't, you're going to get beat by one of these 3-point shots that everybody agrees. It's like if you're going to make the game like this where teams are taking 53s, guess what? We are going to start fouling. And the other reason why I would play that game is because you have Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Jordan Poole on your team. They're all 90% free throw shooters. It's like if you foul them, they make 2. You inbound to Curry. Exactly.
If you were selling a car to me, Steiny, and you said what you just said, give me the pen. I'm buying it. I appreciate what you just said. But what I didn't add, and what's really at my core too, and it just came to me, Steiny, is you rob the fans and you rob the said player being clutch. Like making a 3 in that moment is clutch. Down 3. You got seconds left. And let it go. Steiny hits the 3. So I don't want that part of the game taken away to where, we'll just CYO foul. You didn't get a chance. I'd like to let it go and see who's clutch or not.
Austin's in San Jose. What's going on, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas, happy Friday, Guru.
Hey.
Steiny kind of stole my thunder, but I think, hey, guys, I think Steiny kind of stole my thunder. But, Steiny, I appreciate you saying what you really think, man, about the game today. And sometimes I agree with you. It's kind of ticky time. I call it ticky time basketball. You know, we all grew up, at least I did, older than you guys, but I grew up with the old school basketball. When you watch some of the stuff like we saw last night and the foul calls, and here we go with the refs again, but it was very uneven. They were giving out calls. You're like, what is that? As far as the old school, Guru, I think Kerr was thinking more like you. I think Kerr is more old school in terms of not wanting to foul. But I think last night it was clear. Steiny just hit on it, though. There's no way you don't foul because two things. One, it makes basketball sense to foul. It's given the time it was on the clock. And secondly, the rat on the table is that the Warriors had old guys out there on the court. The last thing you wanted to do was go to overtime. I mean, those young guys from Indiana, they can run long. I mean, you playing Curry 44 minutes and losing? I mean, man, that's a no-brainer. Kerr blew that. The coach has got to make that decision. You foul, you win the game. Weenie or not, Guru, take the W and go home, man. That's what
Austin, let me give you this before you hang up. And I told Steiny this because I do miss the old school post game. But you know what I love now? And I appreciate two guys that I didn't, and I apologize to both. And I know how great they are, but I didn't appreciate watching them. That's Chris Paul with that mid-range game and DeMar DeRozan. And there's nothing prettier than a mid-range shot. So when I watch those two play and get down and they're hot, the mid-range is a beautiful thing, and I miss it, man.
Well, the last thing on that is, real quick, guys, is the one thing the Warriors lack, and we know we don't want to go back to talking about KD again, but, you know, it goes back to that bucket. Somebody needs to get a bucket, and KD was that guy that could get you a bucket. We need it. And right now, I hate to say it, but we don't have that guy that can go get us a bucket when everybody's struggling. So that's something that's going to be a problem for us in the playoffs if we don't get that fixed, guys.
Appreciate the call, Austin.
Wow.
You know,
Curry tried the mid-range, Steiny. He did a mid-range in clutch time. Missed it, but he took it.
The other thing that I think is, so Steve Kerr says after the game that he usually fouls in that situation, but he didn't tell his team to foul, and that's one of the reasons he said, you know, I stunk last night. But here's the way I also look at it. When you say not – like, it's funny how I can look at something completely different. Like, I get what you're saying about not fouling. Like, that's the right thing to do. But in this day and age, I actually look at not fouling as you're trying to take the easy way out by not fouling. Because what you're saying, if you're Steve Kerr, is, you know what, we're up 3 right now. Just one stop, and the game's over. A stop and a rebound, and we can all go home.
Right.
As opposed to, well, if I start the fouling game, they're going to go to the line. We're going to go to the line. They're going to try to score quick again. We're going to have to make foul. Like, it's still a lot of work. Like, the game's
not over. You know
what
you're describing to me, and it's my nightmare, Steiny, is college basketball. That's what it essentially would be. And I get why they're doing it, but it's just an eyesore. That's how college basketball, the end of games are played. Oh, 17 seconds.
Well, you know why?
30 minutes in real time.
Well, you know why? Because the 3-point line is a 20-footer, which is a joke. So, I mean,
I get it, man.
I think it's a no-brainer at this point. You have to foul in that situation. I mean, that's just me. But we could talk more about it at 888-957-9570. On the other side, I'll tell you what, we got some Warriors to get into. What's going on with Draymond Green? And, you know, we didn't even get into the news on James Wiseman. And Sean Salisbury at 2 o'clock. We're going to get back into the 49ers and the Green Bay Packers. We're going to have a lot of fun today. Take you up to 3 o'clock. And look, the Warriors, they look to get back in the win column tonight against the Rockets. Tip-off 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live, 5:30. It's presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Steiny Guru here. 2 o'clock, Sean Salisbury. Get into the Niners, Packers. Big divisional game from the 510. You guys both missing the point. Curry left Holiday, and he had an open shot. Curry stays with him and defends him. My guess is he misses. Yeah, I mean, Curry owned up to that last night. Curry said he turned his head and he lost Holiday, and that was on him. But the sequence, the chain started with Juan Toscano-Anderson going for a steal there when I don't think he needed to. And then the ball was kind of in no man's land, and that's where Curry saw it. Got to see the man, got to see the ball. He sees the ball, and he's got to his instinct is to go try to get the ball. And he didn't get it, and it ended up in Drew Holiday. It ended up in Justin Holiday's hands, or whatever Holiday
I was switching.
Was.
Yeah. I love it. Billy, I was switching between broadcast and Kalina and Fitz. They wanted the foul. They were clamoring for the foul.
Fitz is a big foul guy.
Let's get out of here with the dub. And they didn't do it. So, you know what, Steiny? I'll leave this with Dub Nation. Again, I really wanted to see Kuminga in a high leverage situation. It wasn't the finals, but didn't he kind of deserve that type of seasoning to be in a game in crunch time? Not that he was balling and not that he was playing bad. I just thought, like, Curry, you missed the boat on that one. You should have gave a young fella time to play in that type of game where it was high leverage.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm not going to disagree. How many minutes did Kuminga even play? I don't even know.
I got it right here. Hold on. But still, it was he played Jonathan 15. Steiny?
Well, who the hell
and
is
went
Kuminga?
To the foul. Yeah, he went to the foul line six times early on.
I hear you with Kuminga. But look, here's what it feels like to me. It feels like to me the Warriors have internally acknowledged that they made a mistake last year with Wiseman, that they handled it the wrong way. And the wrong way was giving that kid a big role early and saying, show us what you got. And he wasn't ready for that. And I think this year with Kuminga, and it's partly the circumstances, and the circumstances being that they're good this year, and last year they didn't know they were going to be good or not, and they're just in more important games this year, and so they're going to bring Kuminga along slowly. Certainly more because I mean it's going to sound nasty, but what the hell did giving Wiseman the keys do?
Right. Well, again, I get that point, and I'm looking at it like, not to be negative on this playoff Friday, Steiny, but what if we get some news that Draymond's out longer?
Well, then you know what
I would like to.
It's like I always
get him some.
Yeah, I always feel like I'll be watching a basketball game, and they'll put up the graphic foul trouble. Okay, and it'll be like Draymond Green's got 5, and they'll put like Kevon Looney with 6. And I'm like, well, he's not in foul trouble anymore. He's out. That's no longer trouble. You know what I'm saying? And that's the way I feel with Draymond. It's like if in 2 weeks the Warriors say Draymond Green's got to undergo surgery and he's going to be reevaluated in 6 to 8 weeks.
Oh, that ain't go. Yeah.
Well, then there's no sense in worrying about anything because they're not going to win it if that's the case. They're not going to win it if Draymond isn't a big part of this. So that's why I kind of don't worry about injuries. Steph Curry gets hurt, they're done. So, if they get bad news on Draymond Green,
they better not. Yeah.
Then they'll have to go from there. Scott's in Marin. Hey, Scott, what's going on, man? Oh, we dropped him. I think he wanted to foul. He wanted to foul.
I'm getting a lot of that, yeah.
JTA. Spadone, where are you at on the fouling late? And Evan? Hello?
Well, he's a Laker fan, so LeBron and Westbrook can't shoot free throws, so that might have something to do with it, Steiny.
I mean, the one thing I do think maybe you could ask her would be, why no Gary Payton?
That
use
was on
Toscano
my list.
Anderson instead.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one. And then, they also they ran up against Klay's, 23-minute cap.
Sorry, Steiny, I was drinking some water right when you asked me. But no, I would not have fouled.
Thank you, Spadell.
You would not
school,
have.
baby. That's my dog.
Really?
I feel like we as a society always say we're going to foul, but we never do. Like, when's the last time the Warriors are in this situation they actually fouled?
I'm sure it's happened more than we can just remember off the top of our heads, I think. But
I think Steve Kerr's from the old school. We'll find out, though. We'll put on our crack staff in the back, and we'll find out.
Yeah, I thought he acknowledged after the game that he is a fouler in that situation. I know Popovich still doesn't like to foul in that situation.
Yeah.
And I used to not like it, but I just think it's kind of like I just kind of feel like the verdict's in on that one. Even if you don't like it, I think you gotta.
How about you play 7 seconds of defense?
You're melting my heart.
You're asking way too much there, you dog.
Well, the other thing is, what do they say? Great offense beats great defense. You can do everything right, and a guy knocks down a 28-footer.
Yeah, but and I'll say that you know what else they say? Americans like the path of least resistance. So that's kind of fouling's the easy. It's not facing your fear. It's not facing your fear.
I look at it the other way. I look at it the other way. I look at it the other way. I look at it as you foul here. You're going to elongate the game. There's going to be some variables in there, but if and here's the other thing, and people, they may love me for this one because I'm going to say it. You know what I'm not doing in that situation?
What?
I'm not deciding not to foul and then allowing the ref to make a terrible call when their guy shoots a fadeaway three and flails, and then they get that crap call that they don't even deserve in the first place.
It's kind of dying,
now you got a timed game. Well, until it's dead, like a baby seal, I got no interest in doing that.
Yeah, it's going away a little bit. I've seen a couple, but I ain't seen like the rep. They're not swallowing it. They're just like, we're not falling for the banana in the tailpipe.
Well, I mean, they're going to need to prove it to me for more than half a year that they can refrain from making that call. What do you make of the Warriors being a 500 team without Draymond Green over the years? 42-41.
Wow. You know what? I apologize to Draymond. I even sent Brownie something on it, IG. Steiny, he is the engine. And remember, you were telling me that, and I was kind of like, okay, they can still go to the same plateau without him. But defensively last year and what he's been this year, Steiny, he's everything. And now it's just hit me in the face like a frying pan when you talk about what Dibs brought up, initiating the offense. He's a maestro with that. And I guess I just took that for granted. Like, you just come down and get in your – no. And they're missing that. But I want to let you know and the listeners, Steiny, I'm so concerned – about other things outside of Draymond that is the rest of the season enough time to get those things reconciled. And that's nothing's worse than the mind. And Bob Myers told Bonte and Shasky on the executive show, no matter who you are, Steiny, if you start and then you go to the bench, that's going to be an adjustment. But I understand that. But will it work to where Jordan Poole is an A+ at that? Wiggins being an A+ at going down in the batting order or the shooting order maybe just to tap it. All those things are scaring me. And with Dre not being back, I don't think you get the answer to those questions. And that's what concerns me until Dre gets back.
Yeah, I actually think on this one, Wiggins shouldn't take any heat for where he's at. You think about his season, Everybody's talking about him being an all-star, him being a two-way player, shooting the three ball well. He's been efficient. So now here comes Klay, and it's like there is no adjustment for Klay. It's boom. He's taking shot after shot after shot. So here's Andrew Wiggins, who everybody's saying is having a career year and is worthy of being an all-star. And now here comes Klay, and he's taking shots from Wiggins. So now everyone's like, all right, Wig, you make
like
do
you
with
better
less shots.
super duper make this right.
So
right. This could have went somewhere else, right?
And I think Wiggins will get more accustomed to playing with Klay. Klay will settle in more to his role. Let the game. He's got to let the game come to him a little more, I think, than he has.
Yeah. Klay 17 shots in 23 minutes, and he ain't even playing. He ain't even back to 30. So what's the domino effect, and who's affected when he gets up to 30? Steiny, when he gets his real minutes, how's that going to affect the JTAs or the? Because I'm telling you, last night in the third quarter, Steiny,
JTA to me is becoming less and less important. It's more about Poole, Wiggins, and to a little lesser degree, Payton.
Don't forget Poole, because that third quarter, Steiny, I thought Kerr had forgot about him. And I know it's just one game, but I was like, man.
I mean, that's what it's going to – I mean, Payton's a really nice role player, but Poole, think about it. Poole and Wiggins were big reasons why the Warriors started 18-2.
Yeah, I know.
And now they're not as effective, and it's coincided with Klay coming back, and they got to figure it out. Joe's in San Leandro. What's going on, Joe? How you doing, man? Joe, San Leandro.
I wanted to touch on the defense.
Okay.
I wanted to touch on the defense part of the aspect of it. No fouling. You got to play the D, but you got to play that perimeter three-point line. And Curry, I know he saw that ball get knocked out, and he lost his focus. He needs to be draped. I mean, if it was Curry and it was flipped around, he'd be draped on him. He wouldn't even be able to breathe. And that's the kind of defense they needed to play against him in that aspect right there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think Dre on the floor, and it just changes the whole dynamic. Maybe the play doesn't come down like it came down.
What about this, Steiny? We buried the lead. Here I go, Dr. Phil, Dr. Darryl. Did you see Curry lighting cats up in the huddle? And part of me was like, I think he was telling them, okay, Dre ain't here. That ain't no excuse. And I could be totally wrong. He comes out, buries a three. I'm like, oh, Curry's about to win this game. And even Fitz said, this seems like the type of game Curry's just going to win it for the team. And then he got that shot to tie, Steiny, and I felt like, man, you don't see Curry that demonstrative. I thought he was burying that three to tie it. And I just hated for him, no biggie, that – you did the Russell Crowe and you let the guys know what's happening, and then you had that shot, which I deemed wide open, and you missed it.
Yeah. What do you say? Well said.
I wanted that thing to go in.
By the way, the one thing, and it's by the way, Sean Salisbury coming up at 2:00. Get back into the Niners and the Green Bay Packers. A lot of people thought it was interesting when Steve Kerr was basically like, he took all the blame. He said he didn't have him prepared, said he stunk. And I think I know why he fell on the sword, to tell you the truth. And I didn't think about it until kind of last night. But I think he realized that it was kind of that you can't lose to the Pacers B-League team a day after you play home run derby at the Chase Center instead of practicing. I think he put those two together and was like he did not think they were going to lose that game. I guarantee you, he thought they were mentally fatigued. Let's have some fun. It's like when you take the team bowling or out to play paintball. Yeah. I think in general it's kind of harmless. But the fact that they lost, and then you see Klay Thompson hitting balls into the upper deck, I think that's why he came out of the gate and just said, "Look, this was on me."
Yeah. I retweeted that, Steiny, but I always tell you, why don't the reporters ask this or that question? I forget the young lady's name in the post-game presser, and to her credit, I'll find it before we get out of here. She asked Steve that. She said, do you think that had something to do with the performance? And to Steve's credit, Steiny, he kind of doubled down on, and he had me believe it because I retweeted that video. I thought it was like, oh. But that ain't why they lost to the Pacers. That ain't why they had 21 turnovers. And you said it's a make-or-miss league. You had the stars with the shots. They threw that game away, and I just got to believe, Steiny, playing home run derby had nothing to do like this of what's going on with the mental aspect of it. They weren't going to fix Wiggins and Poole and their new role, and I'm going to put the right on the table. At what juncture, if any, do you talk to Klay about how aggressive he's been, or there's nothing to see here, and this was built in? It just doesn't look like Warrior basketball that we seen before he got back, and we love Klay to death.
I'd like to think Klay deep down knows. I mean, if he looks at the numbers, he's got to know. But again, the one thing I've always thought about Klay Thompson is, you're up 20, you're down 20, you're up 1, you're down 3, you're up 7. He plays the same way every single game. Like he doesn't feel pressure. He shoots when he's open. He'll shoot early in the shot clock. That's kind of who he is as a player. Like, I don't think he's a big introspection guy, particularly when it comes to his shot. I just think he's got to settle back in. The novelty of playing is going to start wearing off, and he's going to get back into, it's not good enough just to be out there. Now it's time to win, and all that I think is pretty normal. Moose in San Jose, Steve Kerr, it's his fault. What's going on, Moose?
Yeah, guys, I really don't care about the home run derby thing. I think that actually helps alleviate some of the mental stress, and I'm okay with that. It has nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with Steve Kerr playing his superstar player an entire fourth quarter and then not going out there and doing the simple thing of fouling when you're up by 3 with 8 seconds left, 9 seconds left, whatever it was. And you even had Bob Fitzgerald saying on the telecast, I think Steve only fouls like under 8 seconds, whatever it was. I don't care what the time is. You got to foul. I don't care if you're in the bonus or whatnot. They can't put up the 3 points. You foul them as soon as they touch the ball, off the dribble, before the shot, and you save your superstar player from having to play an extra 5 minutes against the varsity team with their best player out. You had Chris Duarte running him up and down the court, who by all means had a great game. But this is by far on Steve Kerr. I mean, absolutely. That's a textbook thing. You call the foul the guy. The Pacers did it to us at the end of OT, made us look like idiots. And then the other thing on Klay Thompson, I want to say, you give him his just due because he's a champion. But I think you got to take him off the bench, man. If he's only playing the 23 minutes, what are you doing starting him for? Let him come off the bench. Let Poole do his thing the way he's been doing, and let him acclimate with the team. I mean, it's a team sport. I understand you want to get him back in and make him feel good and all that, but he's jacking up shots left and right, and I think he does need to draw it back just a little bit. I love the guy. I'm happy he's back on the court. I was very emotional at this loss last night. This to me is like the Niners losing to Seattle. You should have went in there and won this at home, and you guys dropped it playing your star 44 minutes. I didn't like that at all.
Yeah, and I'll meet you halfway. I'm with you. I just think you've got to foul. You've got to foul. Now, here's the other thing I was thinking is sometimes, Goo, I look at teams and like they're not smart. Like part of saying, hey, we got to foul. Like you got to foul early. You got to foul before a guy starts to shoot. Like you got to be smart. And so some teams, I think, they're not smart enough to know when to foul and maybe when they miss their opportunity. But the Warriors are supposed to be really smart. They're supposed to be one of the smartest teams in the league. So, and I know this is a little thing. I don't understand why Toscano Anderson was on the court rather than Peyton. And here's why. Because, JTA, he gambles a lot. He really does. He gambles a lot on defense. He reaches. He wants to make something happen. At least Gary Payton II, like, he doesn't gamble, but he'll foul. Like, he'll reach for the. So it's like, if you put Gary Payton in there, he's either going to play straight up or he'll foul the guy just because that's his normal defense. But I thought JTA set the table for disaster when he overplayed the catch and then made Curry have to make an unwinnable decision, essentially.
Okay. I got two things on that. I think it was notated who did what and how it all played out. And maybe tonight, if that situation is the same, we see GP2 in there. I think it's just in flux right now, and the names will change. My question to you, and I've been saving this, Steiny, but I need you. That JTA shot, that wasn't his shot. And I know a couple years ago they were playing the Wizards, and I think it was Damian Lee didn't get a shot off or he went to the rim. Like, so you're telling me the Pacers played such good defense on the Warriors that Curry couldn't get that rock? Like, to me, that was Jordan. Kobe, they would have got Bird, they would have got Durant, that Harden, that ball would have went to them. Especially you playing the JV version of the Pacers, Steiny. And am I looking at it too simplistic? Like, throw the man off you, Steph, and come get it. And you came out of a timeout. So, like, that play is for Steph.
But this is where – this is the difference between – but this is the difference between Steph and Bird and LeBron and Magic. It's just totally different. You could put Bird down the post, give him the ball, then they're going to double team, and then he can pass. Curry, where's he going to get the ball? He's going to get the ball at the top of the circle. You're going to try to run a pick and roll for him. He's going to have a guy or two chasing him around. It's just harder for him to get a shot off, and it's harder for him to create like those other guys who just wait for the double team. They're just sitting in a stationary position.
Interesting, man.
And I don't...
No, I get it. I get what you're saying.
Let's go to Scott. Scott's in Marin. Hey, Scott, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I just watch the basketball for 2 or 3 hours in an evening. These guys are living it 24/7, and I'm saying you got to foul there. I mean, look at you even said it, Steiny. First of all, they had no timeouts. Second of all, you got 90%.
exist.
You know, Spadone, I didn't realize that you were a man of perfection.
It's called the commitment to excellence, Steiny. Shout out Al Davis.
And he may be having a new football coach. Steiny Harbaugh said he'll take it if offered.
Yeah,
God,
you see
Vic, my man
Vic Tafer from the Athletics said, "Relax." Spino, do you think it's going to happen?
I have no idea what to expect with Mark Davis. I'll just say that.
Hey, you never know unless you shoot. Shout out to Russell Westbrook.
Oh,
you guys, man.
Somebody was telling me Russell Westbrook for John Wall. Woo! Jump on that, Lakers. And I don't even know what Wall's got left. But jump on it.
I think they played together in Washington when Wall came back last year when he was part of the Wizards.
There you go.
Yikes.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Let's have some fun. I'm going to take some predictions. Let's just run through.
Save ours for last. Yeah, I'll get yours last.
Maybe in the middle. Let's start out with Eric. Eric's in his car. He wants to talk about Shanahan and Debo. I'm sure he'll give us a prediction, too. What's up, Eric?
Hey, this is Eric, the porta potty guy. How y'all doing?
Oh, hey, what's up, Eric? Good to hear from you, man.
Good to hear from you guys, too. My prediction is 30-27, 49ers. Debo has 100 yards rushing. All-purpose yards. And lastly, you guys keep forgetting, the decision for Shanahan to put Debo in the backfield was easy. Debo was a running back. He switched over to wide receiver because he got tired of getting beat up in the backfield.
Yes. And no, you're right, Eric. And if you remember earlier in the year, I want to say Damon and Ratto had Debo on, and
yeah, I remember.
I think Damon said something like, "There's a little, some running backs are banged up."
He couldn't reveal it,
and he said, "No comment" or something like that. So
yeah.
All right. So Eric's got 30-27 Niners. Let's go to Chris. Chris is in Walnut Creek. By the way, I'm writing all these down. So now I got Chris in Walnut Creek. All right, Chris. What's going on, buddy?
All right. Hey, how's it going? So just a quick prediction. I don't even have a horse in this race, but I'm going to go 20-17. It's going to be the Pack. Niners are going to have a lead late, and they're just not going to be able to hold that. With a little less than 2 minutes, Rodgers is going to do his thing. 2017 is going to be the final.
All right. I got that down. 2017 Packers, and I have Rodgers comeback from Chris and Walnut Creek.
Do his thing.
Yeah. Dave's in the city. Dave going to make a prediction. What's going on, Dave? How you doing?
Hey, I'm good, man. Hey, long-time listener.
Sweet.
First-time caller.
Nice.
Let me tell you guys something, man. This is revenge game written all over it. Come on now. It's not going to Chris. Your one number. It's 20-23 Niners. We're going to do to them what they did to us earlier in the season. Come on. Let's go, Niners. Faithful. Let's take this home to the bowl again. Let's go. All right, I'm out.
Thanks, Dave. 23-20 Niners.
Yeah.
And I would assume he means the Niners come back because he said do what the Packers did to them. So I'm going to say 49ers come back, Dave has. Let's go to Drew. Drew's in Oakland. Those aren't boos. Those are Drews. What's up, man?
Nice.
What's up, fellas? Getting ready for this big game. Hey, I'm going 27 Niners, 24 Packers, and the Niners will be up by 10 in the fourth quarter. The Packers storm back, and the Niners will make a big defensive play on the last drive of the game to seal the victory.
All right.
Wow.
All right. Let's go to Carlos. Yeah, Jay, Goo, jump in anytime you want. Carlos in San Bruno. Carlos in the Bruno. What's up, man?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. So the last guy took the same score. I am going. They're going to go into the fourth quarter, 49ers 24, Packers 21. The Packers will go down. Niners will stop them for a field goal, 24-24, leaving too much time for the 49ers. And Robbie Gould will remain perfect for a field goal, 27-24 Niners.
Okay.
Wow.
You know what's interesting is my score, it's funny, a lot of the scores, let me, hold on, I'm taking this serious.
And I want to know what's behind it.
Game-winning field goal for Carlos.
Is it Robbie Gould or Robbie Good? Because that dude's been on fire, Steiny.
Yeah,
I thought that's some of my best work. Wow.
So here are the scores so far. Wow. And I have mine. I got my buddy Dan Daly texted in. He said double. He said 27-23 Niners. Eric, the porta potty guy, 30-27 Niners. Chris in Walnut Creek says Packers 2017. Dave
objective
in San Francisco 23-20 Niners. Drew in Oakland and Carlos in the Bruno 27-24. Let's go to Redwood Dave. What's up, Redwood Dave? Everybody thinks this is going to be a close game. What's up, buddy?
It's going to be a close game because of the cold. It's going to be 49ers 23, Green Bay 17. And the way they're going to win is because of the inside pass rush. And it was genius to move Eric Armstead in the inside.
Man.
Because we're not missing Buckner anymore.
All right, so the defense controls that game. Only 17 points for the Pack. That seems
bad day for Aaron if that happens.
Yeah, that seems a touch low, but hey. Let's go to Ryan.
Let me give you. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Let's go. Get you after Ryan, Goo.
Yeah.
Ryan, San Jose.
Yeah, I got. I think it's going to be an overtime win. I got 34-27. I think it's going to go to the last couple drives. We're going to get the ball, let's receive it, and just score on that first returning drive.
I tell you what, Ryan.
It's going to be a close one.
Yeah, you have this game in overtime. You don't have to give me any details because you're the first guy who said this game's going overtime. That's detail enough. 34-27, 49ers. Let's see. Leo. Oh, go ahead, Goo. What do you got, buddy?
Get Leo, and then I'll do mine.
Okay, Leo in the city. What's up, Leo?
I think this is going to be an old-time rock'em sock'em. I think surprisingly the Packers are going to really gear up that running game too. It's going to be a battle on the ground. Defense is certainly going to stand up, I think, especially in the red zone. I'm looking for Packers to come back at the end after the Niners take a 20, got in front, and the Packers end up winning 21-20. I'm thinking Niners up 20-14 late, but Rodgers brings them back, and it's 21-20, very close game. And again, I think it's going to be a lot grinding out and a lot of defense.
Yeah, you're on the low end right now, Leo. But he's got 21-20 Packers with Rodgers leading a late score. All right, Goo.
So let me just give you real quick the theory behind my score. Niner fans are going to be happy, Steiny. I think Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady are on a mission to get part 2 of what we saw last year in Green Bay. And this time it'll be in Tampa Bay. And I hate that I want the Niners to win, but Steiny, I'm going 31-20 Packers, and it's bigger than the Niners. It's bigger than Jimmy. Jimmy has an okay day, but this is about Rodgers, his future, but it's also Rodgers, Brady, and the Niners are in the way. I'm going 31-20 Pack. Niner fans, you might be happy because I was wrong last week, and hopefully I'm wrong this week. But, Steiny, that's how I look at games. What's the fallout? And I just feel like these two quarterbacks are destined to hook up again.
All right, 31-20. Guru, right now, his prediction has the Packers winning by the most amount of points, 31-20. By the way, Ryan in San Jose, I'll tell you what. Let me tell you something about our listeners. They're unreal. And I guess I would have figured this out if I'd thought about it. Ryan predicted 34-27 in overtime. It can't be 34-27. It would have to be 33-27.
That melts my heart. Did you catch that, or the guys told you that?
Oh, I didn't catch it. No, I didn't catch it. I'll tell you who
caught that.
I'll tell you who caught it right now. I'll tell you. Let me.
To tell somebody. Okay, I appreciate that.
I want to give this guy the credit. Oh, here it is. 650. 650. I'll give out the other 7 too if it's 7 did.
Wow.
He says if the game goes to OT, it can't be 34-27 because a touchdown would seal it with 6, not 7. And when I read that, I thought, but if the 49ers don't go down and score first, then but no, he's right in any event. 650. I love it. Okay, let's go to Fillmore Mike. Fillmore Mike in San Francisco.
How you doing? How you doing, Steiny? How you doing, Guru? You know, Martin Luther King birthday was earlier this week, and I have a dream that the 49ers is going to win 30-20. Wow. I want the Cheeseheads, and I want the 49ers faithful after the game to come together and watch their back, please. Please watch your back.
That's a great Dr. King, Steiny. Wow, Mike. I'm giving him a 8. Well, we do. I'm going to give him a 3.
Fillmore, Mike, I got 30-20, and watch your back as a detail. Yep. All right, let's go to Spaz.
I had a dream
Spaz
that one day I would do a show with Steiny. That's my Martin Luther King.
All right.
What's up, y'all? Happy Friday. How y'all doing?
Oh, dynamite, man.
Fired up.
Good. I hope y'all good. I just want to say we're going to beat on them. I don't think it's going to be as close as everybody think. I just what did Guru say earlier? He was itching or had a feeling it was going to be Rodgers here. Stop it. Okay, let me tell you, as a Niners fan, we're never happy when you be talking about the Niners because you always got a messed up scenario. But Niners going to win, I think, 34-17. We're going to have over 200 rushing yards, 5 sacks, baby. Y'all have a blessed weekend.
Thank you. That's Spaz in there, 34-17.
I predicted the Niners to beat the Chiefs. Let that caller know, Steiny, in the Super Bowl a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I might have picked the Chiefs. I can't remember.
Let me see, 200 rushing. I'm telling you. See,
damn.
Dude, this is good stuff I take seriously, man. I got my list. I'm not messing around. I'm gonna anoint a winner.
What's the prize though? What you got, Steiny? Some Cubans?
You know what? That's not a bad start. I think it's a day out with you and me.
Yeah.
On us. Well, on me, but yeah. Let's go to Rel. Let's go to Rel in the 650. Is there any chance this is the famous Relaford?
Nah, he too shy.
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing, man?
Yeah, hey. Yeah.
I'm doing good, but I got two bold predictions for y'all today. One is the Niners winning 36-20 blowout. And the other one is Zebo get 100 receiving and 100 rushing yards.
Oh,
that's never happened, right? That'll be the first. I gotta imagine, Steiny. Check the right. No, nobody's ever got 100 receiving and rushing. Maybe Roger Craig.
I was thinking that's the first. That's the first guy that came to mind. But I mean, even his season was what, just 1,000 and 1,000.
Yeah.
So he was only averaging, I should say, 100. About
Christian McCaffrey did it.
Oh.
Wow. The win, Spadoni,
Don't you think, you know what? Here's this thing about Spadoni.
I love Spadoni.
And I love it
do you
too,
know how fast that info came?
He's not just telling you that McCaffrey did it. He's telling you.
I know.
I know more than you guys.
I got that, Spadoni.
I know more than you guys. I paid more attention. You know what I mean?
I do that a while ago, right?
It's good for him.
Let us have fun thinking about it, right?
So, I mean, Spadone, did you look that up, Spadone?
I just know these things.
Did he really know
that
it?
game? When was that game?
It was within the last 5 or 6 years, probably.
A regular season
not the
game?
last two, because he ain't played a whole lot of games. That's a joke. But yeah.
All right, Joe. Joe's in American Canyon. Oh, he's going to make a prediction, and he's the guy from last week who rapped. That's right. All right, Joe in the AC.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yo, what's up? Hey, I'm thinking it's going to be 31-24. Niners score a late touchdown, hold them off, or late field goal, hold them off. And that's it. And Niners get about 4 sacks, 4.5 sacks.
Okay.
And control Rodgers the whole game. Most of the game.
Yeah. Well, I think Joe's got a
verses?
Spadone.
I thought he was going to bust
We still got Joe?
I got Bert.
I see.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I do my rap real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yo, a running game is above par the day to 60. You got no.
Hey, Joe. Joe? No, he didn't choke. That was on his line. Hey, Joe,
he was
American Canyon.
Last,
His line
888, you know the number. I'll try to squeeze you in. All right, let's rip off these last 4. Rich in Fremont. What's up, Rich in Fremont?
What's up, Steiny? What's up, Guru?
I know you're Mr. Objective. I can't wait to hear your prediction, baby.
Okay. You know what? Hey, I'm going all in, man. 31-17 Niners. I don't believe Aaron Rodgers is going to escape that defense. And if he can't throw, he can't score. 31-17, that's my prediction.
All right, it's noted. Alex and Hayward. What's going on, Alex and Hayward?
Everybody talks about Aaron Rodgers versus, Tom Brady. I'm thinking the master versus the student. I'm thinking it's going to be 29-21 Niners. And I'm going to tell you how it's going to happen. It's going to come in late at the fourth quarter, and it is going to be the most epic fifth quarter.
Wow.
That's what it's going to be.
Thanks for the call. Yeah. I guess somebody might go for 2 in this game. Yeah. 2. Fred. Fred's in San Francisco. What's up, Fred?
What's going on, Guru? I called you last week and told you shouldn't be at the station, but I'm glad you're back. I'm going to go ahead and make a bold prediction for everybody and drop the mic. 24-9. Niners pull it all the way. The defense is going to crush Aaron Rodgers. Everybody's talking big about him. He's a vet. I give him all my respect. But the defense is about to have their best year. Interceptions, 4 sacks. Watch we get it in. Let's go Niners.
When did you stop at 9, though, Steiny? Is that a touchdown, mixed extra point, and a field goal, or 3 field goals?
Look, if the 49ers win 24-9, I just have defense. Okay, he'll be right. He'll be right. Whether it's 3 field goals or a touchdown, missed extra point, field goal. Let's go to Ralph. Ralph is in San Jose. What's up, Ralph?
Yeah, I got 24-23. I got the Packers trying to come back late. Crosby missing the field goal, or Rodgers getting picked or sack fumble to finish the game.
All right, so 49ers win that game in dramatic fashion. Okay?
I'm excited, Steiny, and we ain't got to wait till Sunday. We got it tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm going to – all right. Here's mine. Come
on. Yeah. 10-10 tie.
I've got to be true to myself, even though I love the Bay Area. It's my home. The one thing I've been maintaining all season is it is just tough for a wild card to just keep winning on the road. So I hope 49er faithful will forgive me, but after a tough game on the road against the Rams and a tough game on the road against the Cowboys, I think the Packers get them 30-23.
Wow. That cashes the over, I got to believe.
Yeah, so I'm sorry about that, but what do we got? 2 or 3 minutes left?
3 minutes.
Oh, I can take a couple
but listen
more.
to this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, get it. Yeah, no, I'll say this after.
All right, Young Cuz. Young Cuz is in Brentwood.
Uh-oh.
What's up, Young Cuz?
Niners! Joe Buck's going to be on the announcing with 45 seconds left. Jimmy Garoppolo goes down the field. Touchdown pass to J1 Jennings. 17-24 Niners.
24-17 Niners. Thank you.
Wow.
Mark in Concord. What's going on, Mark?
What's up, Steiny Guru? I got the best prediction for you. Aaron Rodgers is going to have a great day, but Jimmy G is going to have an even better day.
Oh, my.
He's going to score 4 touchdowns and go off and have the best game of his career to shut up all the haters, shut up all the Jimmy haters, and we're going to take this game 30-24 Niners.
Thanks for the call. And I didn't hear – so technically if Garoppolo throws for 2 touchdowns and rushes for 2, then Mark's going to be right on the money. I'm going to let him 4 rushing, 4 passing. Jose's in the 408. What up, Jose?
What's happening, guys? Love the show. I think the Niners are going to take it 21-17, man. They win the battle of possession. They're going to hold on to the ball most of the game, running the ball, and keeping that ball out of Aaron Rodgers' hands, man. That's the way to beat them. Let's get it.
Great stuff, Jose. I'm going to put 21-17 Niners with no turnovers for Jose.
Go.
All right, let's go to Joe in American Canyon. He's back. What's up, Joe?
Yo, back. Okay, here we go.
Give it to me.
Yo, Our running game is above par. This ain't the 60s. You got no Bart Starr. I'm a Niner fan. I'm a finer man. A coach got a tighter plan. Debo's our igniter, man. He'll run circles around the floor, looking like a blur. He'll need more steroids than Victor Conte. Go ahead and target Devontae. We'll give you the full Monte, hitting you like Ronnie Lott. Roger's going to retire, and he got no shot. Let's go beat those Packers so we can hang some more banners. Go ahead and eat your cheese. We'll have Aaron Rodgers on his knees begging, please. Packers about to freeze. I heard A-Rod's relationship's on the rocks. Well, your run is about to flop. Eat your mozzarella. We from the Bay where we say hella. I smell an upset, fella. We regret losing to Favre and Freeman. So watch out for both of that demon. Speeding around the corner. And don't run into Fred Warner. Who's that coming out the backfield? Oh, it's Debo. Armstead will eat like a burrito. Our team's under the radar like a torpedo. We'll send Aaron Rodgers back to Chico. So when the quarterback gets hit, the ball's getting stripped. Jimmy G has to be precise or close enough.
What we got, Spino?
This is like Montana's rice. Niners will tell the Packers, night-night. Green Bay's tough. Don't make me giggle. You better watch out for Kittle. Green Bay's run will fizzle. We ain't scared of the snow, sleet, or drizzle. Robbie Gold won't fold.
10.
The cheese is stinking. I think you got mold.
9.
Yo, I hope nobody gets COVID. I heard Rodgers has that COVID. Here we go. 6. The quest for 6. The lock.
He said
Hurry.
Conte.
After this game, Rodgers will wish you his back because he'll be feeling the sting from all those sacks. We'll destroy you in Lambeau.
All right.
We'll
Thanks. It's like it's Inagata Davida. I thought he could finish up by the end, but great job. Great job. Ratto and Damon Bruce are next. Everybody have a great weekend, and Baldy at 4:15, and can't wait for Monday to talk about what went down over the weekend. See you, everybody.
Garoppolo.
How does that feel?
Feels great, baby.
Jimmy.
Rodgers.
RELAX.
Niners.
Debo Samuel.
monster game for the 49ers, 49er fans, the franchise, the future, the present. Whole lot of things are going to be decided, or maybe nothing gets decided about this team's future. Coming up tomorrow, who the hell knows? Look at the shot that they've got, though. They are 4 quarters away from, my goodness, a second NFC title game in the last 3 years. You'd think that if that's the way things are going around here, it must have been smooth sailing. Everybody's really happy. No, not at all. It's been mind-numbing at times, but here the 49ers are with a massive opportunity in front of them. Ray Ratto, hello. How are you? I'm still safely secure in my house. There you are in studio because your internet at home stinks. How are you, man?
I'm fine. My internet does stink, but someone is coming out tomorrow to fix it, I have been told.
Ooh. Little at-home service repair. Very, very nice.
If they don't take care of it, then I'm never dealing with the text line again.
Fair enough. Not that you deal with them much right now. I
will just simply ignore them completely.
The Comcast business text line. Let's at least sneak that sponsor in there. Ray, I'm in a very good mood. I don't know if Warriors fans are in a very good mood after their basketball team absolutely blew it last night. My basketball team, look at it this way. Indiana won such a big game, Ray, last night. I thought that I would wear, just to change it up, a Hoosiers t-shirt for today's program. I never wear Indiana gear on the show, so I thought today would be a nice change of pace.
You never don't wear Indiana gear. I believe that was the outfit you wore at your wedding.
It was in the room, let's just say.
Yeah,
there was something borrowed, something blue, something old, something new. Something Hoosier, something Big Ten, something Bobby Knight, something Steve Alford.
I need to have a talk with your wife.
Big win last night. Hey, when your team wins a big game, it's an exciting thing. I'm in a good mood. I want 49ers fans to be in a good mood. Man, if you're a Warriors fan last night going to that game, you probably walked in there and you might have even been in a good mood right around halftime because things were clicking. Things looked like they were heading in the direction you expect them to head in when you're playing a team as depleted as the Indiana Pacers were last night. Ray, not chasing wins is bad enough. You know, Steve stepped into that saying last year, and I'm sure he's regretted it since. Not chasing wins is bad enough, but when you do chase a win and you don't catch it against a bad basketball team, it might be even worse. Curry played 44 minutes last night into overtime. Wiggins with 38. Klay got his doctor-prescribed 23. But it was all for naught. You want to talk about wasted effort? It did not happen. The team went ice cold from its open looks to its three-point shooting. Certainly its three-point shooting in overtime. Just awful, like historically awful looks being missed by the Golden State Warriors. They got to be flummoxed, man. I know everyone's remaining calm. I know that Steve Kerr last night stepped in front of a couple of buses to protect his players from getting the lion's share of criticism. And that's great. It's why he's in year 8. It's why his voice still matters. It's why the players like him. But, Ray, they're missing shots, like wide freaking open shots every game.
Since game 20, they ranked 27th in offensive rating. That's right there with Oklahoma City, Orlando, and Detroit. That's over 23 games.
That's bad.
No, that's awful. And
it's bad, and it's almost inexcusable for a group of basketball players this good, this well built on a team.
But here's the thing. I think it's on their mind so much, and it really struck me last night, is that they can't figure out how to regain their rhythm. So they're trying too hard. They take the first good shot they get rather than waiting for the best shot. You know, they don't trust the offense. And I don't know why that is, but they don't look comfortable running the offense. And this is not just one guy shooting poorly one night and then two guys shooting poorly the next. They're not doing the one thing that Steve Kerr has relentlessly preached, which is to get the best shot. Don't wait. Don't just jump at the first good shot you get. That's what it looks like to me. That's what it's looked like to me. They're trying to score on more possessions than they have the ball. It's like we have to get something up quickly because that's the only way to break out of a slump. No, it's the best way to extend a slump. And now it's more games that they haven't shot well than games they have.
I think Steve a couple of weeks ago said that they've got to get back into the rhythm of going from good to great. Yeah. Get out of the good shot and get into the great shot. There is no greater shot in basketball than wide open. They got a lot of wide open looks. I mean, I think they're hiding behind some semantics talking about how this isn't happening. Straight up, knock down your shots. It is a make or miss league, and this team is missing its shots. The quality of said shot being missed, I don't even care. Because they're getting wide open looks, and they're just not knocking them down. I also don't understand how Kuminga gets a start and only plays 15 minutes because Steve, I don't know, just wanted to ice him, wanted to sit him down, didn't like a handful of possessions. What's the point of declaring somebody Draymond's understudy as a starter for the duration of a homestand if you're going to yank him and treat him like JaVale McGee? This guy's too important to the future of the franchise. Let him make a few mistakes and play through it. Let him get out there and stay out there unless he was hurt. And look, I texted Anthony Slater this morning. I'm like, is there something about Kuminga I'm missing here? Was I chasing Jack around the living room trying to get stickers off the couch when he might have gotten hurt or twisted something and I'm unaware of it? Is there something that I'm not computing? Did I miss a defensive possession that would have gotten him benched at a YMCA game, much less in an NBA game? Did I miss something terrible? And Slater's like, no, not really. No. I don't understand why you start Kuminga and then treat him like a slappy. I don't get it. I don't get that, and it was a frustrating night of Warriors basketball. We got more Warriors basketball to talk about in this show before we get to Warriors Live tonight than I thought, considering it's the Friday before the NFL divisional round, for goodness sakes. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. So you get... You basically get brunch, Ray, or lunch maybe even at 1:30, starting tomorrow with the NFL playoffs. It's Bengals and Titans. Derrick Henry is going to be playing in that game all of a sudden. At 5:15, 49ers at the Packers. First game's on CBS. Niners-Packers is on Fox. And then on Sunday, we got Rams and Bucks at noon. Bills and Chiefs. That game's just going to be a monster at 3:30 on CBS. Also Sunday, it's going to be Jazz at Warriors. And we'll see what kind of status the Warriors are in by the time the Jazz get here. They just lost in embarrassing fashion to a depleted Pacers team. If they lose back-to-back tonight to the Rockets... I mean, I don't even know what to tell you at that point.
Yeah, you'll just drink through it. You'll man up.
It's a Friday.
Yeah, the Kuminga thing makes perfect sense to me because he was awful defensively. You can't be minus 16 in 15 minutes. And I think that's part of the message that he was trying to send him, at that game in the G League. It just, you earn your minutes. And I thought last night that Kuminga didn't earn the minutes. That's why he got 15. You don't just sit there and go, well, he's got to get, learn how to do this, make mistakes. No, he's, there's a standard you have to meet, and he didn't meet it last night.
Ray, he was 5-5-3 in those 15 minutes as well. I understand if you just want to concentrate on defensive possessions as if that is the basketball player's only attribute. But, I mean, he was 5 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists in 15 minutes. He was 5 points without a single bucket from the floor. That was all from the free throw line. He was being aggressive. He was getting to the rim. I mean, I'm surprised he gets benched. I really am. I'm surprised he got benched. And if that is enough to bench rookies, are we going to hold anyone else but rookies to this standard? Damian Lee, I'm good. I think I've seen enough. I mean, the guy just does not help this team win. And Steve can say, well, he does all the little things. Here's what he doesn't do. Hit shots. He doesn't. He doesn't hit shots. Guys go after him on defense. I mean, I'm going after Damian Lee, too. more Jonathan Kuminga, not less. Especially in a game where you're struggling against a young team, and you think you got a little wiggle room. I mean, I'm really surprised.
Against the young team, that's when you want your young guy to step up. This was not a good game for him, and so I mean, it makes sense to me. I don't have any animus toward him at all, but sometimes you learn by playing through it. More often, you learn by sitting and watching when you're 19 years old.
It was an ugly night of Warriors basketball. Can they get better tonight? Let's hope so, because the team coming in tonight is mathematically, technically, spiritually, factually worse than the Pacers team that was here getting the upset win last night. And given all the circumstances, that's the worst game of the year for the Golden State Warriors. The worst game of the year in terms of opportunity missed, opponent quality of, and minutes burnt chasing the outcome you did not get. Not a good night for the Golden State Warriors. It can only get better tonight, and we are going to have Warriors Live coming up at 5:30 this evening. We know that Jim Barnett is going to be joining us. Coming up next segment, we're going to be talking to the king of Milwaukee sports talk. Whenever we got a question about the Bucks, the Brewers, the Packers, we call our friend Bart Winkler. He is going to join us at 3:30, getting into what Green Bay needs to do to win this game. Ray and I have put together lists of what the 49ers need to do to win this game. Call it the Packers hit list, in honor of Charles Martin. And for those of you who do not know, we'll explain what that was a little bit later on today. So it's good to have you here. It's a Friday afternoon ahead of a huge weekend for the San Francisco 49ers and a big game tonight against the Rockets of all teams for the Golden State Warriors. Can they get it right? They did not last night. So we are just underway, and we're brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Come rain or shine, high winds or mild breezes, blue skies or gray, it's a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID-19. You see, Meatloaf died? Meatloaf said he'd rather die than have anyone infringe on his freedoms. Well, deal.
Well, death just did.
Yeah. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, guys. It's Joe Shasky. There's a local brand out of Marin County called Free Spirits. These guys have figured out a way of making all the spirits we love, but without the alcohol. So whether you love a good Manhattan, a gin and tonic, a margarita, or whatever, now you can stay in the game and keep drinking great cocktails and feel like a champion the next morning. Free Spirits, non-alcoholic spirits. Available at Bay Area Safeway locations. To find one closest to you, go to drinkfreespirits.com. And if you buy online, use the code Shasky20 for 20% off at checkout. Offer only available through January 31st, 2022.
If you were designing the next generation of luxury crossovers, you'd want it to have everything that's important to you, not just an available 14-inch touchscreen.
I think they had a fundraising campaign, for lack of a better word, and allowed more people to buy $1 worth of stock or whatever it was. That was a few years ago. I doubt that it was bequeathed to him. I think season tickets are what gets bequeathed to you, but well, he'll know better than I. I don't know why I'm bloviating.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll just ask him, and he'll tell us. We can speculate all we want, but we'll have the man breaking it down in just a minute. Someone from the 650 on the Comcast text line didn't like my comment about Meatloaf. Look, it's a rough day to be an overweight male entertainer. Did you see that Louis Anderson also passed away? Louis Anderson actually stopped by the studio a couple years ago, and we had a great interview when he came in to do a set at the Punchline or Cobb's. He was working one of the clubs, and he came in. Could not have been a nicer guy, man. He was wearing like a Kirkland T-shirt, just salted the earth. Louis Anderson. What a shame that guy passes away. And look, it's never good when anyone dies, but I'm going to tell you right now, I am all out of sympathy for the I dare COVID to kill me anti-vax crowd that dies of COVID. Like that to me does border on comeuppance.
I have heard, I don't know if this is true, but that Louis Anderson died of blood cancer. I'd never heard of that.
Yeah. Well, that's what leukemia is.
Okay.
Isn't leukemia blood cancer of the blood? That's what I pretty much think
I've always
it is.
thought it was just a leukemia. I mean, I don't know. It might be, but I didn't see the word leukemia attached to his death.
Maybe there's different versions.
Maybe.
I don't know. I'm certainly
Either
not
way,
going to be playing a doctor.
It's profound suck.
Anyway, it's it's never good when someone dies, but when someone who is morbidly obese, which is part of his appeal, says, I don't care. I'd rather die than have anything put upon me. Well, I'm glad you made that deal, because that's the deal you got. So you go out doing what you want to do. It's really a triumph if you think about it.
You're going to get more angry texts. You know that.
I don't care.
See, that's where I was from the start.
So, look, we have a Warriors team that we do want to talk about just for a little bit before Bart Winkler joins us when we get into the 49ers-Packers game tomorrow. Old man Iguodala was plus 16 in 31 minutes. Drive home safely, everybody. At least he got the job done. Not going to go tonight, because if Andre Iguodala were asked to play tonight, I guess he'd have to end up in traction at Zuckerberg Medical? If I were Steve Kerr, these nights, I'll say this. Ray, of all the nights to have that game, the fact that they have that game the day that they make public, we canceled practice and had tennis ball home run derby at Chase Center. It's a bad look. That's a bad look.
Only if you believe that every off day should have practice. I mean, it's.
No, I don't believe every off day. You don't need to believe that every single day of off day should be practice. But you can't say, we skipped practice before we got our ass kicked by the JV Pacers. That's not a good look. Come on.
It doesn't bother me. I mean, what bothers me is they still can't figure out how to run the offense that has served them so well for 7 years. Because I think that's the problem. And I don't know that gets fixed in practice. You have to fix that in games by just relaxing and let the play come to you instead of deciding, I'm going to dictate how this possession goes. Because I think they are shooting too early in the possession. I think they're settling for the first thing they see rather than the best thing they see. And I just think that, a motion offense that doesn't have a lot of motion doesn't function well. And like I said, over the last 23 games, or 25 games really, they're fourth from the bottom. They're lower than 20th, I think, in both field goal percentage and 3-point percentage. That tells me that they are rushing shots and that they're in a hurry to try to fix a slump that's going to fix itself if you just trust the offense, because the offense has worked for as long as it has.
Everyone playing the blame game after the game, Steve Kerr said, put it on me.
Number one, I didn't think I did a good job preparing the team to be ready to play. Anytime a team has half their guys missing, it's like the same old story in the NBA. All the guys who play, they can't wait to get out there. And, they made 15 threes. They just took it to us all night. And I did not do a good job of preparing the group. And, it was a struggle. I mean, we just we couldn't really get stops consistently. And I give Indiana great credit. Their guys stepped up and made plays, made big shots. And, we had some huge turnovers in the second half. I think we had 14 in the second half, and those really hurt. So just kind of a combination of all that.
Look, it's embarrassing to lose to the Pacers, even when the Pacers are good. When the Pacers are bad, you can go ahead and multiply that by 5 times. When you got the JV Pacers out there like you had last night, the embarrassment, it goes 10x. I mean, that was front page of ESPN.com level of embarrassing loss for the Warriors last night. And, I love Steve. Steve is going to jump in front of the bus. I know that he was asked about not fouling up 3. Which, let's face it, I mean, he should have to say the rosary with Bob Fitzgerald. I mean, that's breaking one of Bob's ultimate commandments. You always foul up 3. Last night, Steph got caught ball watching and didn't. I don't think the plan was to foul, but you didn't want to give the wide open look to Holiday that he actually got off. And Steve jumped in front of that bus too last night. He says, I'm a foul up 3 kind of guy. We just didn't do it last night.
The 3-point shot that tied it. I'm normally a fouler, and I take the hit on that one too. So this was my night to stink it up. So.
I love that he jumps in front of the bus that's coming for, criticizing his own team. This is my fault tonight. And maybe in some way it is. But he's not out there missing wide open shots. Steph Curry missed a wide world of sports open shot last night that, he normally makes in a big situation. The rest of the team around him was awful. The Warriors were 9 for 42 from 3, including a 1 for 9 sizzler from downtown in overtime. They're the first NBA team to miss 8 threes in an overtime in like 25 years. Warriors, not named Steph Curry, were 3 for 26 from downtown. That's an 11%. That's going to get you beat by just about anybody. I mean, it
just did.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, guys, it's your gym. How do you shoot 11% in your gym? It was bad. It was a bad night. It was just a bad night for the Golden State Warriors, period, end of story. How did they start getting it right? Hit shots. There you go. I mean, we could sit around and come up with the best way to answer that question. You're not going to find a better answer than hit your shots.
Well, and take better ones. You can rush an open look, and that's what they do a lot. I honestly believe that that's what they look like right now. They're a team in a hurry to shoot the ball. I mean, it's like they decided that the Houston Rockets of 5 years ago are the best offense to emulate, and we know how that always ended up.
Look, Sam Esfandiari. I want to, and I didn't check the numbers, so if the number's wrong, it's his fault. But I saw him tweet last night. He's everyone's favorite Twitter nut job. Steph is shooting 37% on open or wide open threes. His same percentages for the same wide open looks over the last 5 years were 44% a year ago. 2 years ago, he only played 5 games, so who cares? The year before that, 45%. The year before that, 45%. The year before that, 44%. You combine all of the years, you get a 45% wide open shooter who's at 37% this year. That's a big, big step down for Steph Curry. And he is the guy who paces this entire team in shots, in shot taking, and shot making, and shot selection. So when he's off, it's all off. So the guy who, has more responsibility to get the win than anybody else, has to start living up more to his end of the bargain. And look, there were moments last night where Steph was spectacular. Really, some great basketball. But when he was needing to knock down a shot the most, the one that was wide open at the top of the key that he got 2 looks at, he kind of reloaded that 3. Did not happen. We'll talk a little bit more about it because they got the Rockets in town tonight. That's another bad basketball team, so I think that they underestimated their opponent a little bit last night. Can't do that again tonight. Obviously, underestimating the opponent for the 49ers is something that they won't even bother doing. This is a great Packers team. This is a Packers team that is now in the, looking to get its ticket punched to the NFC title game for a 3rd straight year. That hasn't happened since Jim Harbaugh was the coach of the 49ers. It is hard to be this good, sustained over as many years, but will this be the year Green Bay finishes it off? Or do the 49ers have a little bit more misery for them in the playoffs? They have served that up to Green Bay many times, including the last 2 that they've actually played in the postseason. To talk about it, we bring in Bart Winkler, who is a morning show host on 1250 The Fan in Milwaukee. Whenever we need anything Milwaukee, we go to our man Wink Thinks. It's where you find him on Twitter. Hey, thank you very much, Bart, for joining us here. Damon, Bruce, and Ray Ratto, it is great to have you on once again. What's going on, man?
Yeah, it's good to be on. The Packers have had, they've had such a nice run of success, but they're like the Patriots if the Patriots never won Super Bowls. They've been good for 30 years, the 2 quarterbacks, and it's just NFC Championship game. And you talk to some of I know, San Francisco gets to Super Bowl recently, and you talk to some of these other franchises, they're like, oh, we'd love to have the Packers last decade. No, you wouldn't. There's heartbreak. There's anguish. They lose football games in the dumbest ways. And now we're so scared about this team. A game that I think the Packers, I'm an owner, I told you that. The Packers should win. But everyone's like, oh, but remember 9 years ago, Colin Kaepernick? It's like we all got this PTSD about every time we've ever played San Fran.
The 49ers are a win away from a 2nd NFC title game in 3 seasons. But if you took the overall level of happiness of 49er fans, it's not been, you wouldn't think that, a chance to go to the NFC title game 2 and 3 years, everybody here's thrilled. It's not been that. It's been painful at times. It's been frustrating at times. And I imagine you're dealing with the same thing. Like Aaron Rodgers just took whatever love you wanted to give him and made it harder to love him in a year where he's probably going to win another MVP. It's one of the weirdest situations. And I really do think your drama queen quarterback ends up going back to Green Bay because I don't know if he can put himself in a situation that's better than the one he never stopped complaining about all gosh darn year.
It's really weird with Rodgers because from a personal standpoint, I have probably called him every name that I can on the radio without dipping into the FCC waters, like in a negative way. This guy's a weirdo, okay? I'll keep it very PG. But on the football field, I love him more than ever. I think that he's a whack job, and then on the football field, I love him more than ever, and I do think that he ends up finding his way back to Green Bay. But the problem that I think is looming over his head and the Packers' head is that Rodgers, this is going to be, to me, no matter where he plays, he comes back to Green Bay or he goes somewhere else, this will be the best last team he's ever on. He'll never be on a team again, whether it's in Green Bay because they got salary cap issues or whether he goes somewhere else miraculously. This will be the last best team that he's ever on, and there is a very heightened sense of urgency, not just because we don't know where Rodgers is going to play, but we don't even know that the Packers can afford Rodgers, and if they can, who they're going to afford around him. So this last dance thing that they tried to make a narrative at the beginning of the season, for a lot of reasons, that absolutely is what this is, because there's coaches that are going to be picked away, there's players that aren't going to be able to be re-signed. Some of these guys that have been so good off the scrap heap, Rasul Douglas, the cornerback, off the Cardinals practice squad, Devondre Campbell, who the Packers give a $2 million contract to a linebacker. All of a sudden he goes all pro. There's a lot of reasons why this Packers team, if they don't get it done this year, I don't know how they ever win a Super Bowl again. Everything's laid out for them.
Historically, people around here are, talking all about how, the 49ers have the Packers number in the postseason and blah, blah, blah. What's making this Packers team better? What is the difference between this team and the one 2 years ago that got boat raced here?
Well, I would say I think LaFleur is a better coach for sure. That was his first year. I think Matt LaFleur is a really good coach. I think he's also showed sometimes that he's a first-time coach. There's some learning experiences he's had. Last year's NFC Championship game, they go for a field goal for some dumb reason, and then they never get the ball back for Aaron Rodgers. That first championship game against San Francisco, they go out there and just get destroyed. So I think that he's better. Also, if you look at those games, especially 2019, all of these games the Packers have seen the Niners this decade, and with Rodgers, San Francisco just runs all over the place. I do think the Packers are better equipped to stop the run this time around. And what I really like about Green Bay, again, if they don't get it done this year, I don't know when they do. Teams go into the playoffs banged up, battle of attrition, just trying to keep guys healthy. The Packers are getting a ton of guys back, offensively and defensively. And defensively, activating Zadarius Smith, a one-time All-Pro, who played 14 snaps for Packers this year. Whitney Merciless, who he got injured. We thought he was done. He's back. You already got a good complement of linebackers, the All-Pro I mentioned, and then third-year guy Rashawn Gary, Preston Smith. So I really do think that the defense is a lot better than the one that they saw a couple years ago. Now, I know you can pick apart stats, and maybe the Packers' defense doesn't rank as high as they would. I'm telling you, from watching these games, every Packer game that I've watched that's been a win has been basically the same. It's been the Packers go up 2 scores. No, the Packers start slow. Okay, Packers start slow, other team scores. Packers maybe don't score in the first quarter. Then they go up. Eventually they're up 2 scores by the end of the third. And then the other team scores once or twice, and they win by 3 or 4. And so if you want to point out the stats the Packers defense doesn't have it, I don't know. I think the defense is good. I think this Packers team is good. I think that they win games when they have to, and I feel really confident about them this weekend.
Bart Winkler, talk show host out of Milwaukee, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Like you said, you are a Packers owner. Now, we all know that the Packers have a very unique relationship with their fan base and the stocks that are sold around Green Bay. Can you tell us how you became an owner or what that process was like? Did you actually buy shares? Were they left to you by an older family member? How do you go about becoming a Green Bay Packers owner after reaching the huge status of morning talk show host?
So what the Packers do is they're like, hey, we want to build renovations to the stadium, but we don't want to go in our coffers for it. Let's drum up a stock sale and see if people will pay $300 for a piece of paper. And then we all rush to do it. And I got mine through my beautiful wife, my fiance at the time. She bought me a piece of stock. So
nice.
I display it elegantly in my house. Actually, I can't even tell you where it is right now. I really don't know. I'm pretty sure it's in my basement, but I just know that I'm an owner. And a lot of people for Christmas this year, they don't do it you can't just always do it. But they do have different stock sales. I think this is the 6th one. They used to do it because they needed to do it. They needed to raise money or they were not going to have an NFL team in Green Bay. Now they just do it to, I think mine helped build seats in the south end zone and stuff like that. But to be able to brag about being an owner and to give me the excuse to say we when I'm talking about them on the radio, it's
totally
more than worth it for me. And what's really cool is a lot of the Packers this time bought in. So Aaron Jones bought some stock, Matt LaFleur bought stock, A.J. Dillon bought stock. So I don't know. It's always nice when it's hey, this team is multi-billionaire and all this is a business and they don't really care and they'll move if they need to. But it's nice when you can at least feel a sense of community with the team that you are desperate for and do anything for. And just an hour ago, I signed my son up. Well, I signed him up last month for a Packers Junior Kids Club, and I paid $25 to get a birthday card. And they sent us mail today, and he opened it. I'm trying to he's 2.5. I'm trying to make him think that this is the greatest thing ever because I want to be a Packer fan so bad. So it's nice that some of that effort feels rewarded,
The indoctrination has begun.
Well, it's hard. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I don't want to press them too hard. I don't want I don't know what to do. It's hard. This is my only kid. I don't know what to do.
He's not making memories yet. It won't matter.
I don't know. He's kind of a savant. I just, there's nothing like even if it's a dumb game on a Sunday, if I can cuddle with him for 10 minutes on a couch watching football as a dad, it's like, this is why you do it.
All right, let's get out of here with this, Bart. If the 49ers win this game, X happened. If the Packers win this game, Y happened. Give me the X, give me the Y.
Well, what will happen in my house is I'll burn my stock and I'll raise my kid a Niners fan. So that's what will happen. If the Packers lose this game, I really am having a hard time even like remotely seeing it occur. But it would have to be Deebo Samuel. It would have to be Deebo Samuel, and it would have to be the Niners score on their first drive, the scripted plays, and they have a beautiful drive, and the Packers never recover. It would have to be like Rodgers looks as old and cold as Brett Favre did in an NFC Championship game so many years ago. One thing that does scare me about the Niners is that they do such a good job of now with Deebo and Eli Mitchell, and you guys know the guys, but when they line up like the same way all the time, and you never know what play is going to happen, and then they all of a sudden they're hitting George Kittle for 20 when you thought they were going to run it to Eli Mitchell for 5. So if they can get the lead early and not let the Packers, if they can just keep them at bay, forcing a turnover would be massive. I think if they intercepted Aaron Rodgers somehow, especially in the first half, then they're in trouble. Because again, the longer you play from behind in the playoffs, the more pressure it is, and the Packers, they know they're not overconfident in any way, but they know that this is probably their chance. And so if you put the pressure on them and the clock starts ticking, then I think that's when things might unravel for the Packers. I don't see that happening, but that's what would happen.
Bart Winkler, out of Milwaukee. Thank you very, very much. Great to talk to you. Enjoy the game tomorrow. We're both going to have easy shows to do on Monday no matter what happens, so good for us.
Hey, what happened to my Warriors last night?
Yeah, not good, right? They just forgot to go out and hit shots. It was terrible.
Pacers are terrible.
Don't let them lose to the Rockets tonight, or we will talk about how we're starting our sons off with teams that are ultimately going to leave you heartbroken. Thank you very much, Bart Winkler here on 95.7 The Game. We got to run real quick. When we come on back, we'll let you know that Brian Baldinger's joining us next hour. We'll get his thoughts on what needs to happen in this game. And since he brought up, hey, do the unthinkable, pick off Aaron Rodgers, when we come on back, I'll tell you what the Packers' record is when you do pick off Aaron Rodgers in the postseason. So stick around for all that. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Has this ever happened to you? I bought football tickets for my husband's birthday, and now I'm in a football bubble. All I see online are articles and ads about football. I hate the feeling of being manipulated. I downloaded DuckDuckGo, and I saw a difference right away. With one download, you can search and browse privately, avoiding trackers, all for free. It's that simple.
Ratto, yours truly, Damon Bruce here, talking about a huge weekend in the NFL. 2 games tomorrow, 2 games on Sunday. Yeah, should be the best weekend of the entire year. Should be more competitive than last weekend was. I know the interest was through the roof with the 49ers and Cowboys ratings. I mean, 49ers and Green Bay Packers is going to be a monster too, especially if that game is close, is in singing distance, shouting distance in the fourth quarter of these teams. It should be very, very interesting. Ray, the Give Props betting contest is back on betql.com/props if you want to sign up. There are 10 new prop bets that are posted each and every week. We've been through a couple of them already this week. The last prop bet they ask you to make is really just a straight up pick 'em. And this week, it's Bills and Chiefs. Ray, no points. No line at all. Who do you like? Bills, Chiefs this weekend. It should be the best game of the weekend.
I want to like the Bills. I think their secondary is very good. Kansas City has not been the Kansas City of old this year. But I think at home, that's too much of an ask. I think the Bills can cover, but that's not the question. I think Kansas City wins, in part because, frankly, I like Harrison Butker better than I like Tyler Bass.
There you go. He's breaking down kickers.
I think it's going to be that close. I think it's going to come down to who can kick the ball.
So go ahead. The most correct picks over at BetQL wins a weekly $2,000 prize. There is a $10,000 prize given to someone who just signs up. Whether you pick them right or wrong, just signing up enters you in the grand prize $10,000 contest. Go to BetQL.com/props right now. Make your picks. BetQL.com/props. And indeed, good luck. I was telling you, Ray, we got an interesting note when it comes to, hey, turn Aaron Rodgers over. Like, go ahead, pick him off. Your chances of winning are, mathematically going to increase if you pick off anybody. Aaron Rodgers, though, it's about the hardest guy in football to pick off. He has where are my notes? I should have pointed this out or circled it before I wanted to go to it. But it's ridiculous. He's basically, however many touchdowns he has this year, is it 38? He's 38-2. Touchdown to interception ratio since week 1. He threw no touchdowns week 1, 2 picks, and he has thrown 38 touchdowns and 2 picks since week 1. The guy is as accurate a quarterback as this league has ever seen. Picking him off is no easy task. Since winning the one Super Bowl he won, though, the Packers are 1-6 in the playoffs when Aaron Rodgers does throw an interception, and they're 6-1 when he doesn't. So when we talk about the things that the 49ers need to do to really win this game, pick off Aaron Rodgers. Intercept that guy. They're going to have to, I think, Ray, I know we're setting it up for a little bit later on, our Packers hit list, things that must happen to win. The 49ers cannot lose a turnover battle in Green Bay and win this game. I believe that in my heart. They can turn the ball over, but they need to then steal a possession somehow, some way. They just have to, I think.
I think the key here, since Aaron Rodgers does not throw interceptions, is the forced fumbles. And by that I mean Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon. I mean, make that be the point. I mean, you're going to try to get a turnover wherever you can, but I think their chances are better, hoping that in that kind of weather that it'll be harder to get handoff exchanges done. Because if Aaron Rodgers throws the ball, if nothing else, Devontae Adams does not allow people to pick him off. I mean, he's that strong and that big. So really, it seems to me that it's not so much win the turnover game, win the fumble game. Because I think that's the higher percentage play. That's not what you try to do, but that makes more sense to me than waiting for Aaron Rodgers to throw a bad ball.
A.J. Dillon, Aaron Jones, both of these guys are over 1,000 yards from the line of scrimmage They are dual threats, the both of them. And if they are going to beat the Green Bay Packers, you cannot let those guys go off for chunk plays. You can't let the running back be flipping the field along with the quarterback. And yeah, find a turnover out of one of them. It's probably an easier thing to do than thinking you're going to go ahead and pick Aaron Rodgers off, especially with the limited secondary that we know the 49ers have. Here is the good piece of news that I officially have for you today, and I'm sure you've already seen it. As we suspected, based on his full participation in practice yesterday, Nick Bosa, his name is not on the injury report anymore. He is ready to go. He is starting this football game, and that is a good thing for the 49ers. You know, Ray, we were talking to Bart Winkler about how frustrated Aaron Rodgers made him, and it's funny. Someone from the 925 on the Comcast Business text line said, you know, most football fans love Rodgers because of what a pure quarterback he is, and only super liberal nerds hate on him. I don't think Bart is a super liberal nerd. I think people who don't like hypocrites and liars came out and saying, you know, Aaron Rodgers is a supreme own brand of fart sniffer. We keep on coming back to that example. He really loves his own brand. He thinks his thoughts trump scientific progress. I mean, it's just, there's no other way to look at it. He is a weird dude. He is a saboteur of relationships close to him, around him. He has not stopped complaining about a Green Bay front office that has done nothing but deliver him wildly wonderful chances to win it all in the last 3 years. I mean, it's there's no making that guy happy. He's you know what, Ray? He's a little bit like you. I think he loves to be miserable. I think he does. I think Aaron Rodgers is an I'm happier when I'm unhappier guy than the kind of guy who likes to dance and have a fun day, and that's just who he is. He's happy when he's miserable.
I'm not sure that's true, and the reason I say that, despite the fact that I don't know him at all, is that Kevin Van Valkenburg had a phone conversation with him earlier this week for ESPN and wrote about it today. And the thing that came across more than anything else is that he just likes to mess with people. I think that's the turn on for him. You know, what he believes or doesn't believe, who knows at this point. But when you read that story, what you come across with as your takeaway is that he likes to lead people astray. Oh, you think you know me? Ha 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 ha. I mean, there was a big thing when he did an interview and he had a copy of Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, and then said to Van Valkenburg later, because after there was a huge hue and cry about that, and then later said, I just grabbed it because it was the thickest book in my library. I've never read it. And if that's true, I think he just likes messing with people. And he likes it almost too much. But I don't know if he likes being miserable as much as he likes making other people agitated.
You know, in France, it's called agent provocateur. Someone who doesn't mind being provocative. Over here, we call it douchebag. He's a douchebag. That's what it is. I'm going to be the guy who's just going to intentionally say something or play something in the background just to distract you. Like, oh, he's trolling America. Isn't he clever and cute? No, he's not. He's not. Like, if you think about anyone who is that conscious about the background behind them and then claims to be unaffected by what everyone thinks about him, there's the lie right there. You can't tell me I don't care what you think about me while you're also goosing your own bookshelf behind you with the thickest books you got. So obviously you care on some level.
Yeah, no, I think he cares on a lot. I think it's all theater with him. But when you spend that much time trying to do theater to make other people be wrong about you, you're spending too much time standing outside yourself looking at yourself. That said, the texter is right. As a quarterback, he's beyond exemplary.
He's phenomenal.
So that's why I don't choose to use him as a guide to, what I believe or how I behave. On Sundays, I care. The rest of the week, he's irrelevant to me.
And I'm very much in the same boat. I mean, I'm not sitting around worrying about Aaron Rodgers unless the Chicago Bears are playing Aaron Rodgers or the San Francisco 49ers are playing Aaron Rodgers. He's not our problem. I know he's a Cal guy, but he's not even a Cal guy, even though he's a Cal guy. Again, he can't have any healthy relationship. He wants to sort of ruin every relationship he has. That's the kind of guy he is. The thing about Aaron Rodgers is, as a quarterback, he's deadly. I mean, there's just no other way to look at it. He is a deadly quarterback, and even though Bart Winkler said, there's the Green Bay Packers, they got to come out and win kind of the same way all the time. I mean, their way of winning is to eventually overwhelm you with quarterbacking mastery. I mean, they're a good defense. They're not great. You want to talk about an optical illusion? When you start looking at the Packers' run defense, that's a little bit of an optical illusion. They are right outside of the top 10 in terms of season yardage given up, but they're at the bottom of the league in terms of average yards per rush. The reason why people don't have bigger, robust rushing days against their defense is because you're usually chasing Aaron Rodgers on a scoreboard, and you got to do that with your quarterback's arms more than you do it with the running back's legs. When we start going over, Ray, the list of things that has to happen, an early start. You cannot be chasing Aaron Rodgers on a scoreboard. You just can't. It's the single easiest way to lose to the Green Bay Packers, not just for the 49ers, for anyone.
No, the 49ers were lucky to get back in that game in week 3. Let's be honest. When Aaron Rodgers has a 17-0 lead wherever he's playing, that game is pretty much done and dusted. That one wasn't. But I don't think that's the way to play this one. I think the 49ers have to have a lead and an early one so that they can establish pace and tone. Because that's how they win. When they have the ball and they can grind clock. It's not really that complicated. I mean, I know this gets into the other segment you're talking about for later, but the 49ers need to have the ball for 35 minutes, minimum.
I would agree. I would agree. I would agree so thoroughly. I even think I said we can't even use that as one of our things. We've been so thoroughly over that. There are a few magic numbers. 30 carries. That's one of them. Got to have it. Got to have the 30 carries. That's obvious. We'll get into the other things a little bit later on. And oh, by the way, I want to welcome everyone to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Having said all that about Aaron Rodgers, there is absolutely no doubt that had there been a deal done between the 49ers and Aaron Rodgers, if Aaron Rodgers, Ray, were the Green Bay Packers quarterback, they're Super Bowl champions. If Aaron Rodgers were the 49ers quarterback, they're Super Bowl champions. You put that guy on this team with this coach and that offensive line and this defensive line. I mean, it's maybe the Titans scare you a little bit now that Derrick Henry's back. That might be it. Okay. I see you, Kansas City. I see you, Buffalo. But that's it. I mean, that is the list of teams that might beat you out of the AFC. And with Aaron Rodgers, I'm less worried than I could humanly be. Now, we know that there was an attempt because there used to be a friendship between LaFleur and Shanahan, which got tested by that. We saw the two of them have an icy exchange throughout their Week 3 game. In other games, there is an awful lot of LaFleur giving the evil eye to Shanahan. They're not friends over this now. They're competitors, obviously. But, God, you put Aaron Rodgers on this football team, COVID, no COVID, you wouldn't care because again he might be the bad guy, but he'd be your bad guy, and it's easy to root for the bad guy when he's your bad guy doing good things for your team. Aaron, can you imagine what this team would look like this year with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I'm not convinced they could beat Tampa because I think Tampa's defense is better than San Francisco's.
Maybe.
And Brady is Brady.
Right.
And he's got as many targets to throw to there as Aaron Rodgers would here.
Well, I mean, but for the single greatest quarterback who ever lived on a pretty good team and a defending Super Bowl champ, though. You like your chances, though, right?
Oh, no. You'd be disappointed if you didn't get to the conference championship. But if you made me pick right now who's going to win the NFC, I'd still say Tampa. Even in lousy weather, I'd say Tampa. Because I just think they're that much better at the things that matter the most, which is defense and, catching a quarterback's pass. I mean, I'd love them even more if they had Chris Godwin, but they don't. All they have is Mike Evans, who's superb, and Rob Gronkowski, who is probably the best postseason tight end ever.
So you're talking about the weather, right? And you would think bad weather, that's a demerit for a passing offense, and it's a merit, it's a credit to a team with a superior ground game. I mean, it's just like on the surface an easy thing to conclude. Phil Simms was with our morning roast this morning, and he actually said the opposite. He thinks that it's easier to throw the ball in bad weather games than most do. Here's Phil Simms.
Well, I think it's a passing situation. Receiver knows where he's going. The defensive back doesn't. And that when you're telling me footing is like that, defensive linemen got to dig those 300-pound bodies into the ground and push. So I don't like their chances either. I think you can pass protect if the field's a little slippery or whatever. Makes it easier there. So I think it's a big advantage for the receivers and the quarterbacks, and that'll affect play calling too, for sure.
I mean, if Phil Simms is right about that, the other thing that the 49ers you'd think would have going for them is, unlike the Packers, who want to take those shot plays downfield with one receiver in particular built to do that, two or three though, really when it's all said and done. The 49ers are a 10 yards and underneath kind of team. And if there's a wind condition going on there too, maybe the short passing game will benefit the Niners more than Aaron Rodgers trying to make the big play. But by the way, if you want to lose a football game, doubt Aaron Rodgers' ability to make that big play. It's a good way to go about it.
Yeah. No, I read something in Boardroom today that breaks down games that are played in 10 degrees or below. Offenses do not produce fewer points. The only problem with weather, as it turns out, and this is a study over, I think, 22 years, the only problem with weather is when it's windy, because then you can't throw the ball, which we saw when New England beat Buffalo. And Bill Belichick said, we're going to throw the ball 3 times. Have a nice day. But if it's just cold, you still generate as much points. The only difference is that your passing yardage decreases by about 5%, which is not huge, but accuracy only decreases by 2% until you factor in the wind. And the wind, as it's currently listed in weather.com, is only supposed to be about 7 miles an hour. So that's well doable. So I'm not surprised that Simms would say that, and the data backs him up.
So it's like the opposite of a dry heat. It's going to be an almost windless cold. Okay, maybe that does help him out. And look, Phil Simms knows more about how to play football than you and I could ever pretend to. He's been out there calling the plays, seeing how guys respond to elements for years and years and years and years. So he would know about these things. Forget about what we think of Jimmy Garoppolo as a quarterback. Here's what Phil Simms told Bonte and Butcher Boy about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy Garoppolo has played well, and I thought he played tough as heck against the Cowboys, but it is true. Maybe it's a cliche. I apologized to him weeks ago because he was playing great, and I'd kind of beat him up a few times early in the year. But there's going to be 2 passes a game or somewhere, which happens to a lot of quarterbacks, where the ball's going to get away from you. And a good example was the interception. That was a layup throw for him, got in his own way, threw the ball, threw it high, And, you know, when you overthrow in the NFL, especially, well, that was outside, but over the middle, it's usually trouble. If he can just avoid losing control of the ball like that, it's going to give the 49ers a great chance.
So, again, hold your breath, a couple of passes, but we know that's who Jimmy is at this point. And Jimmy is who he is, who he is, who he is. If you think he's going to go play this game in Green Bay without you holding your breath at least 2 or 3 times, you haven't been paying any attention at all. This is who he is. There will be a and then what happens after you take that breath maybe determines who wins this game. If that ball just falls harmlessly incomplete, you're good. If it's around a Green Bay Packer, if it's dropping into a green jersey, that's bad. That's bad. We're going to be talking about how the 49ers win this game with our pal Brian Baldinger coming up here in just a little bit. And, oh, by the way, if you're looking for the best 49ers content, just text the word 49ers to where's the actual, there it is, 20357. That's it. Text 49ers to 20357. You hit the subscribe button. And then anything we do 49ers is just funneled right there for you, and you don't have to worry about us talking about how the hell did the Warriors lose last night to a JV Indiana Pacers team, because you just want to hear about football. So go ahead and text 49ers to 20357, and everything we do, you can find it right there. From the Comcast Business text line, Damon, I wonder if your opinion on Aaron Rodgers would change if he was on the 49ers. No. I mean, when someone shows you who they really are, believe them. I believe he has gone about showing us who he really is. He's a great quarterback. I mean, I'd be able to compartmentalize the two. If I can cover Barry Bonds with no prejudice or bias, I could certainly cover Aaron Rodgers. Somebody also says here, Damon, don't jinx the 49ers in the future like you did with KD. What do you mean, like I did with KD? You think I ran him out of town? That guy didn't want to be around the Golden State Warriors and Steve Kerr. And
you
Steph
blew
Curry.
out his Achilles.
Yeah, that was me. That was me who ran him out of town.
You bastard.
Sorry about that, everyone. Look, I did tell you that he's one of those only happy when he's miserable guys. He is. I know these people. I work with these people. I'm working with one right now.
Bite me.
See? I know. I can spot people. I can spot personalities. I'm a people person. Look, Aaron Rodgers is really, really good at what he does. Really good. From the 510, Damon, you said that Aaron Rodgers is the most dangerous quarterback we're going to face. A 38-2 interception ratio since week 1. Yeah, that's insane. If we pull this off and beat Aaron Rodgers, do you think we could beat the rest of the top-tier quarterbacks if you've already faced the best? That's Troy and Hayward. Thank you very much, Troy, for listening and for the question. Here's the deal. You can't beat an elite quarterback without beating him up. That's how you do it. You make him uncomfortable. You make him unhappy. You make him squint at his offensive coordinator, his offensive line, his wide receivers, and you make him wince because you're hitting him all day long, which is also a more difficult thing to do now more than ever without a flag being thrown at you. So how do you hit a guy you're basically not allowed to hit? It's a hard thing to do. It's a tough balancing act. You see it. You see teams fall off that balancing act all the time. Every single weekend in football. Using the greatest quarterback of all time as your test subject, here you go. Here's how important it is to hit quarterbacks. Starting with the greatest of all time, which is not Aaron Rodgers, but Tom Brady. Tom Brady's record as the Buccaneers quarterback by times being sacked. When you sack Tom Brady 3 or more times, he's 4-6. When you sack Tom Brady 3 times or less, he's 25-3. You got to make elite quarterbacks uncomfortable. We're going to talk about this, how the 49ers are going to go about doing that with Bosa and company, with our pal Brian Baldinger. He's right around the corner here on 95.7 The Game. In the meantime, Damon and Ray, we are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit, and by the Xfinity Sports Zone, which is going to sponsor Warriors Live starting at 5:30 tonight. It's the ultimate hub for all things sports with live game shows, news, and highlights all in one place. Xfinity Sports Zone.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new
Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
A big old football Friday for you here on 95.7 The Game. The topic, pretty much 49ers Packers from here till 5:30. That's when Ray and I will have Warriors Live ready to go against the Houston Rockets tonight. Certainly more ready, hopefully, than the Warriors were last night in an upsetting loss in overtime to the Indiana Pacers, I guess I should say. Not the Indianapolis Pacers. It's the Indianapolis Colts who got in my mind there for a second, and I don't need to think about them again because they didn't make it to the playoffs, but the Niners did. And, you know, we love having Brian Baldinger on. His experience covering the league, playing in the league, talking to everyone around the league each and every week as he travels the league. The man knows the sport very well. That's why when he publicly said, I think the 49ers are going to beat the Dallas Cowboys, it mattered. The guy knows football, and it's not something that he just told us to, work the local crowd over. He went on NFL Network with that, and you were proven right, Brian Baldinger. Do you, as you look at the 49er and Packer game, let's just jump right in. Same confidence? Less confidence? Are you going to make any bold predictions about the 49ers winning at Lambeau Field?
Well, good evening, Damon and Ray. I'm not ready to make that statement this week. It's a different opponent than Dallas. Dallas had been struggling just to get the ball to their playmakers, but just struggling in general over the last half of the season. I don't see that from Green Bay, but it's not that they're not beatable. I would say that here's the key figure. At 11:30 tomorrow night East Coast time, 8:30 your time, when you look at the stat sheet, if the 49ers have 35 runs or more, then this thing's going down to the wire or they're going to win it. I mean, that's really the figure. Because if they're running it that many times, that means that the game is close or they're winning, that they're controlling the game, and that they're having success running it. And the game is either close or they're winning. And so that's the magical number right there. 35 or more runs. He had 38 last week against Dallas. That was enough to do it. We have seen them run the ball effective in the postseason against the Packers, different defensive coordinator, some different personnel. But that's what they did 2 years ago, and that's what they're capable of doing tomorrow night.
Is there, other than that metric, are there any off-brand numbers that jump out at you as sort of predictors or likely predictors of how this game's going to play out?
Well, I heard your conversation, Ray, with Damon before I came on.
Oh, sorry.
So, no. It was perfect because if you're saying, okay, is there another metric? Well, they've basically won 2 playoff games back-to-back. They hit Matt Stafford 13 times. They sacked him 5 times. They hit Dak Prescott 14 times and sacked him 5 times. I mean, if they hit Aaron Rodgers double-digit times, he's not going to throw the ball like he did back in Week 3 against him, where it was just one spray fade or go route to Allen Lazard or, Scantling or to, Devontae Adams. I mean, the ball went deep all night, all day long there. If he's getting hit, he's not taking those kind of shots, and he's not connecting on those kind of shots.
Baldy, the Packers are getting healthier right in front of our eyes. David Bakhtiari's back. Jair Alexander is back. They could also see Zadarius Smith and Merciless back this week as well. How good is the Packers defense? How much of it is built on the illusion of just every team usually has to chase Aaron Rodgers and they abandon a running game, and this isn't the run defense that has a top 10 run defense. This is a run defense that gives up one of the worst averages in football.
Well, let me take the first part first. All the guys you said that are coming back. I respect David Bakhtiari and Zadarius. Zadarius Smith, I had predicted 2 years ago will one day lead the NFL in sacks. He might have this year if he didn't get hurt. He's that good. But none of these guys have played. And so when you all of a sudden throw in, Bakhtiari, and if you just think he's going to go back and play at some, elite level, I don't know that's going to happen. I just don't know. I mean, it might, but if you haven't played at that speed, like you saw the difference in the speed last weekend between how the 49ers were playing and how the Cowboys were playing. Cowboys were playing at a speed that you play at during a regular season. The 49ers were just vibrating at a completely different frequency. So I don't know if just magically putting those guys in if they just get that much better. The second point, the run defense, it's been an issue. They like to play a dime defense, one linebacker. They'll go to two if you're running the ball better. They like to play 6 defensive backs. Because it's a passing league and you can defend the pass better with 6 defensive backs. But you can run them out of it if you have success. The 49ers have run the ball well against the Packers in the past. I expect that they can again this time if they can convert on third downs like they did on the opening drive and they did on the first 2 drives where they stayed on the field. And they got to try a variety of runs and see which ones were working and, kind of get those guys off balance like they did. I mean, Micah Parsons is as good as any defensive player in this league, and he didn't know which way he was getting hit last Sunday. And he was catching blocks instead of, defeating blocks. And same thing can happen to the Packers because nobody can duplicate what the 49ers do in the run game.
What defensively, you talked about their run defense. Is their secondary something the 49ers should avoid for more reasons than they just like to run? Or are they exploitable there?
Well, I think they're exploitable. It's interesting, Ray, because, Jair Alexander is a top flight corner. He's 5'10", but he's a top flight player. He missed a lot of the season. They picked up Rasul Douglas, who bounced around the league. He started in Philadelphia, played in Carolina, he was out of football. He comes to Green Bay, and he magically he either has 4 or 5 interceptions, and he has 2 pick sixes. And he locked down the right cornerback position, but he's strictly his own corner. If he tries to play press man coverage, any one of those 49er receivers is going to run right by him. But off the ball, he's really good. And their safeties, Darnell Savage, they're good players, really good players. I think it's a solid secondary. They had a rookie starting this year. I don't know if he's going to start tomorrow night. Out of Georgia, depends on where Jair and Rasul is. I have a feeling those 2 will start. But the rookie will play. So I think they're solid. I think they're a really good secondary. But Rasul Douglas, I think he shocked everybody. I know Rasul. He played at West Virginia. He was in Philadelphia. He was getting beat a lot because they were trying to play press man. He wasn't good at that. But he was playing a style that he was comfortable with, and he was good.
Brian, we got Bosa cleared to go. It looks like Fred Warner's going after shoulder and thumb concerns. Garoppolo is going. So here it is. This is win or go home time for absolutely everyone. For Jimmy Garoppolo, is this game his last game? Is a question that we have asked way too many times this year to even pretend to come up with the right answer at this point in time. We're getting asked an awful lot. If there's any chance this game dictates whether Garoppolo is or isn't back next year, I'm all done predicting what it might be, but I don't think that decision is based on the results of a single game, not even a game this big.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. I don't think they make the move of what they did. I don't know all the different people inside the organization that were on the Trey Lance train, John Lynch, Jordan Peters. I don't know all the guys that were on board. But when you make that move, you're drafting the future. And the fact is that you try to win on rookie contracts. And so here's the first year is up, and the clock is ticking. You got 4 more years max to get Trey Lance on a rookie contract. At some point, you got to let him go do it. It's not a knock on Jimmy. It's the economics of the game. It's the reality of the game. I don't think Jimmy can save it outside of winning a Super Bowl. I'd say that'd be the only way that they might consider bringing him back. But I think he knows that. I think he's out there putting his resume out there for anybody else. Washington, pick a team that might need a quarterback. I think he's putting his resume out there right now.
Conversely, is there a place for Aaron Rodgers after this year that is better than Green Bay? And I'm not talking about financially. I'm talking about how the team is constructed and basically his place in it.
So week 4, Ray, I was doing the Steelers-Green Bay game in Green Bay. So, we're talking about 2 iconic franchises, great tailgating communities. And and it was funny because I'm walking down Lombardi Drive and I'm just trying to take in all the atmosphere. And the Steeler fans are badgering the Packer fans, telling them that they're going to steal their quarterback. And I started thinking, like, if you put Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh with Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, Freiermuth, Najee Harris, and you upgraded the offensive line a little bit, and you had some of those monsters on defense that they have, could Aaron Rodgers do what he's doing in Green Bay in Pittsburgh? And I kind of tend he could do it. I kind of tend that'd be an organization that he could probably get to the playoffs with, probably win the division for sure, and who knows what would happen in the postseason. I think Pittsburgh's a team right off the bat where I think he could possibly duplicate what he's been doing.
Our pal Brian Baldinger, I know this is the time of the year where you usually put on your London fog trench coat and do a little work with Sky Sports and some analysis across the pond about what's going on in the NFL playoffs. Let's ask you what you think is about to happen beyond the 49ers game at Lambeau Field, because Derrick Henry is back for the Titans. And I know you just said that, you can't take time off and come back the same player that just left. He has been out since week 8, but he's also Derrick Henry. So what do you think he does to change the Titans' chances of reaching a Super Bowl? They start with Cincinnati this weekend.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, obviously, there is no other player that, really can compare to Derrick Henry. I mean, just from his physical size, top flight speed. However, they were as effective with Dante Foreman and Dontrell Hilliard and some of the other guys that ran. I mean, they continued, winning ways. I mean, at one point this year, they beat, in successive weeks, they beat Buffalo, Kansas City, Indianapolis, and Los Angeles Rams in 4 successive weeks. And they beat Kansas City to a pulp. And, they just... Their offensive line stayed healthy. They played really good up front. But the one thing I'd say about Derrick Henry is what makes, as opposed to Dante Foreman, who averaged the exact same yards per carry as Derrick Henry did when he was in there. But the thing that was different with Henry is he can literally hit a home run on any given play. We've seen him, go 99 yards in games. So if he breaks through the middle layer, I mean, your free safety doesn't get him to the ground, he's going to be in the end zone dancing. So that's the one thing about him that, and the more carries he gets, the stronger he gets. So, and I got to believe that he's got to feel really fresh. He hasn't been hit in over 2 months. So I got to believe he's really fresh. And I think he's going to look fresh tomorrow or on Sunday.
Who's better on a neutral field, Buffalo or Kansas City? And given what your first answer is, how much of a home field advantage does Kansas City have?
I don't think it's much of a home field, Ray. I mean, I've been there this year and last year when they lost to the Chargers twice. They lost to Buffalo. I mean, they this year pretty badly at home. As loud as, it gets there, and it gets loud. They got this silly meter that they put up on the Diamond Vision boards, and they see if they can break these world records of how loud they can get. But it doesn't seem to really make that much of a difference, to be honest with you. I mean, I think Josh Allen could play in an octagon, and he'd be great. Like, I don't think it bothers him. I don't think it bothers their team. So I don't think it's that. And I know it sounds like that's heresy, saying that there's not much of a home field advantage, but I've seen him lose a lot of games at home over the last 2 years. And that place is, it's as loud as any place you go to.
Having said all that, would you take the Bills over the Chiefs this weekend?
Well, I just would never bet against Patrick Mahomes, Damon. Like, if Patrick Mahomes was in a three-point shooting contest, I might take Patrick Mahomes. If he was in a home run hitting derby, I think I would take Mahomes. I'm just not betting against him in the postseason. And look, Buffalo was absolutely perfect last Saturday night. I mean, they didn't have they had 54 offensive snaps. They didn't have one play, not one, that went for negative yardage. 7 drives, 7 touchdowns. He tried to throw the ball in the back of the end zone the opening drive of the game, and it ended up being a touchdown. Now, you can't play any more perfect than they played. But it's just going to be hard for me to go against Mahomes and what he's capable of doing in the way that he competes, as good as Buffalo looked last week.
Okay, then the last one. that sort of sticks out is Rams-Bucks. Does that look as lopsided to you as it does to me, or are there things that the Rams can do to Tampa Bay that they've sort of kept under wraps?
Well, I think OBJ has made a big difference for the Rams. I think that we'll see how their offensive line, I don't think they can run the ball like they did Monday night against Arizona. They got a short week, had to come across the country. But, they're built, Ray, on their stars. And, this is a game where a lot of weeks, Jalen Ramsey is the best corner in football. But there's some weeks where he looks like that 7-year-old playing T-ball, and he's playing in right field, and he's just picking weeds. He's bored. But, he's going to see Mike Evans this weekend on Sunday afternoon. That will make Jalen Ramsey play at a peak level, going up, and if he gets that opportunity to take on Mike Evans. And if you either eliminate Mike Evans, the way, say, the New Orleans Saints do almost every time they play him with Marshawn Lattimore, if you kind of take Mike Evans out of the game plan to a degree, you got a good chance of slowing the Bucs down. And so I think you're going to see that. And then offensively, Matt Stafford just has to play at an elite level. And he's capable of doing it. We don't see it every week for sure. If he turns it over twice, the Rams have no chance. But if he plays at an elite level, and that's what he's there to do, then I think the Rams can go into Tampa and win that game.
If rings are your tiebreaker, I guess the amount of coaches that you'd be betting on in this postseason it's just one guy. I mean, Andy Reid is the only. Oh no, Bruce Arians has got a ring too, for goodness sakes. So there you go. Bruce Arians and Andy Reid are the guys who have won it before. Would you rather cast your die with their experience having won a ring, or do you think that the best coach remaining in the playoffs could be one of the young wonderkins, whether it be Shanahan, McVay, or LaFleur?
Oh, I think the three that you just mentioned are very capable. I think Mike Vrabel's an excellent coach. And I think, I don't think this is a fluke that they're the number one seed in the AFC. I think we certainly have seen Kyle get to the brink. So we know he's capable of getting there. Can he get him over the hump? And so he needs to have, if he goes to Green Bay and the 49ers find a way to win, that might be like USA Hockey in 1980 beating the Russians. You don't remember who they beat in the finals. That might be just that big. That, for the next 20 years, you talk about 49ers going to Green Bay and knocking off Aaron Rodgers and the number one seed. I mean, that might be just that big.
It's been shown that in games that are played at 10 degrees or lower, that the passing game is not really impacted if the wind isn't awful. Can the same be said of a running game? Can the cold weather affect the way that goes? Or is the cold weather just something that we're going to be fascinated with but won't really impact the game?
Well, Josh Allen played in minus 6 degree weather the other day, and he didn't miss a throw. He was unstoppable. I've seen Tom Brady on a week where the Boston Harbor froze for the first time in 100 years, play Tennessee in minus 40 degree weather, and he literally didn't miss a throw. I think the one thing that bothers athletes, football players more than anything, is just wind. Wind is what bothers football games. I don't think the temperature bothers at all, Ray. The run game won't be affected. But I think windy conditions, it's hard to hear. It's hard to judge a ball. It's hard to throw a ball. It's hard to kick. The wind is what bothers, NFL playoff games.
So let me ask you about the conditions of hot yoga, because I'm seeing hot yoga videos pop up on your timeline, Baldy. What is the benefit of doing hot yoga as opposed to room temperature yoga?
Well, it just gets the viscosity of the muscles just moving
viscosity.
A lot better.
Ooh, great
yeah,
word.
The viscosity of the muscles just move a lot better. You can bend and mold your body into positions and shapes that you couldn't do in a room temperature room. And so the heat just gets inside the muscle fibers and inside the the ligaments and the tendons, and they just stretch a lot more, and you just opens the body up a great deal more. The spine, the vertebra in the spine just opens up a lot more, and you just bend better.
Well, I tell you what, keep it loose, keep it hot, and thank you so much for keeping coming on with us whenever we give you a call on a Friday afternoon. Baldy, we appreciate your time as always.
I hope we can talk about this game next weekend, guys. I really do.
I do too. Means an easier week of work around here if the Niners can actually reach the NFC Championship game. There is no doubt about it. Brian Baldinger here on us on 95.7 The Game. Always good to have him join us, man. Really appreciate all the football that guy has seen and the way he turns it around. He's got some breakdown. I mean it. There is a Brian Baldinger offensive line breakdown from just a play that gained 7-8 yards. It was an Eli Mitchell run up the middle, but the way that he breaks this film down, looking at how all these blocks got on the man that they needed to block, how Trent Williams is basically blocking a guy with the top half of his body, with his hip and his butt as well, the way the front end seals it, the way the back end seals it off, the way Laken Tomlinson goes out and finds a weak side linebacker, like the way that he just breaks it all down makes you more interested in how the 49ers end up running the football. I mean, it really is a coordinated ballet that Shanahan probably does better than anybody else. And it's got to click going to Green Bay. Eli Mitchell, Ray, he needs 100 yards again this week, I think, for the 49ers to win this game. Deebo Samuel, combined for 150 at least. I mean, I don't think that you can have one of those, we did get those 30 runs in, but didn't do much with those runs, even though that is the trigger and the indicator. I think that they just got to pound the Packers on the ground.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking now after listening to Baldinger that 30 might not be enough. It might have to be like 35 and 140 between Mitchell and Samuel.
It's got to be a monster afternoon for the 49ers offensive line. I mean, they can't take a single play off.
Well, I think that's one of the things you could probably rely on. I don't see them getting overwhelmed by Green Bay's defensive line and linebackers. I think they'll be able to open running holes. I think they'll be able to do what they've done most of the year. But they have to be in a position where the play calls allow them to do that. And that's going to be determined by time and score.
It's Packers, it's Niners, it's NFL royalty, and it's two fan bases who have come pretty close to the prize, but have yet to actually bring it home with them. It's been a little frustrating for two teams that are trying to get back to yet another NFC title game. It's amazing how the anxiety of other things around these football teams have crept into football seasons, which for the Niners now for 2 of the last 3 years have been pretty successful. For the Green Bay Packers, the success is off the charts, yet still you got a miserable quarterback half the time. Very, very odd. Very odd. We got to talk about that. And Ray and I worked on our Packers hit list in honor of Charles Martin, who used to tell you who he was going to knock out of the game right there on his towel. No hiding that in public. We'll tell you all about that. We'll go through our hit list, what the Niners need to hit to get out of Green Bay with a win. That's coming up in just a moment here. Damon and Ratto, 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Garoppolo.
How does that feel?
Feels great, baby.
Jimmy. Rodgers.
RELAX.
Niners.
Deebo Samuel with the touchdown.
Packers.
Rodgers fires over the middle. Caught Adams.
We're all over it.
Are you guys ready? Yeah, Coach, we're ready.
Warriors to 20357. You hit the subscribe button after you do that. And then anything that is Golden State Warriors centric will appear poof right out of thin air for you. Wherever you get your podcast download, you'll find it all there. That's what you need to do. And if you want Warriors, you're going to get plenty of it with Warriors Live starting at 5:30 tonight. Ray and I have an awful lot to say about what happened last night, what needs to happen tonight. And we're going to say hello to Jim Barnett for the first time in a long time. He'll be joining us around 5:40 this evening as we get you ready for Warriors basketball on a Friday night. But that is being punted until 5:30 because we're talking pretty much nothing but football between now and the end of our show around 5:30 this evening, getting you set for Warriors Live. Before, Ray, we really dive deep into it, a couple things here on the Comcast business text line. We'll start with the thing that's apropos of nothing, but an interesting enough question to where I do want to answer it. Hey, what are people in the industry saying about NBC deciding not to send announcers to China for the Olympics? Nothing. No one's saying anything about the Olympics at all, which NBC's got to be wildly concerned with. Ray, you cannot find a less buzz, less build-up, less properly marketed, less casual fan leaning into an Olympics, which is going to start in about a month from now. Nobody cares about this Winter Olympics. I'm talking about even the Winter Olympics can't pretend to care about the Winter Olympics. It's going the way of horse racing and boxing quickly.
It's not going quickly, but that's the direction it's going. There is less. It's not about buzz either. I think an Olympics that's played 11 hours away is always going to be problematic here. I think NBC has been trying to ram the Olympics down your throat since they got the property 20 years ago. And I don't get the sense that that's resonating. I mean, they got their own dedicated Olympic channel that I'm not sure anybody watches. You know, I don't see.
I don't even know if they have that anymore. Like the gold, silver, and bronze networks. I don't even think they got that anymore. Maybe they're putting some stuff up on Peacock, but just
they might be phasing the Olympic channel out, but I still think it exists. I still think it's on the board. NBCSN is gone.
Here's the thing: I like the Olympics. I'm the one guy who actually tunes in for stupid things like luge contests and ski jumping and all that stuff. I still like the Olympics. I care less than I have ever cared about the Olympics before. There's just no doubt about it. And if I'm starting to care less, it's got to be bad across the board. People got a bigger problem with NBC, local NBC, not sending broadcasters to away NBA games than to the Olympics. We'll have more on that next week. But since it was asked, I just wanted to answer it. Here's something football related. Damon, what happens if Jimmy Garoppolo wins the Super Bowl, but he's still not the reason we won it after? I know where this question's going. Thank you very much, Gil, for listening and writing in. Another question right after that is, so let's say the 49ers win the NFC Championship game. They get to the Super Bowl. Does Jimmy have to do that to stay a Niner? Does he have to win the divisional round? Would that be enough? Does he have to win the title game? Does he have to win the Super Bowl? Under what circumstances does he return? Well, Brian Baldinger just basically said he thinks it's Super Bowl or bust due to the economics that are built into any decision to bring in a rookie quarterback the way that they brought in Trey Lance, and he's right about that. But I think, Ray, more than anything else, these two questions will answer whether or not Jimmy is back next year more than did he win this weekend in Lambeau, did he win the next weekend, did he win the Super Bowl. Did someone offer a number one pick for Jimmy Garoppolo? You and I were talking yesterday about how are we going to cover the 49ers first round of the draft next year? They don't have a draft pick. And you're like, well, of course they're going to have a first round draft pick. They're going to get in. They're going to figure out a way to get into the first round some way, somehow. And I agree with you. It's probably what they're going to do. There may be no vehicle that delivers them faster to the first round or higher into the first round than maybe Jimmy. So I think that is a bigger piece of the puzzle than a win at Lambeau. I also think the question, is Trey Lance ready in Kyle's eyes, has to be answered an affirmative yes before any talk of Garoppolo departing happens. So I don't know if we're there on that front either. I think I'm officially out of the predicting what Jimmy's got coming up next business. We haven't been right really once yet.
Well, speak for yourself. I've been saying it's Garoppolo's job to lose all year. And he hasn't lost it. In large part because I don't think that Kyle Shanahan perceives Lance as a useful counter yet. I mean, he didn't get into games even after Shanahan said he was going to use him in games. So there's clearly something about Lance's development that is also at play here. But I think there's a third thing. And I don't know how big a thing this is. But if they beat Green Bay and they get to the conference final, I wonder how much the attitude of the rest of the locker room weighs into this. Because I think they've fully bought in to the Garoppolo experience, however you define it. And if he gets them to the conference final, I wonder if changing quarterbacks might not be a bit of a jarring experience for those guys. I mean, I don't know, but I wonder if Kyle Shanahan would factor that into his decision-making. Because the hard money decision is easy to make, but he hasn't made it yet.
Right. Am I going to piss off my locker room with this choice?
Yeah, and I think that's some of it, because I haven't yet heard anybody on that team even hedge a single bet about Garoppolo. And either they're very well trained never to say the wrong thing, or they simply believe.
I think it's both. I think you got a combination of both there. I think they do believe in Jimmy. I think they admire Jimmy. I think they respect the way he's handled a difficult situation. But more importantly than the way he's handled the situation, I think they respect the way he handles a huddle. And he's got house credit in that locker room. But obviously it didn't extend to the general manager and the head coach, who made a consequence-filled decision about his future already. So there's also that to operate from. It is never ending until it ends. It's a stunning situation that they're now in, and they find themselves in. They're equally enamored with him and can't say no to him and can't stop playing him. And they also got to be completely fascinated by what is next, all at the same time.
Well, they might be fascinated by what's next when it's time to worry about next. But I think, based on this year, that the tie will go to the incumbent. That Lance is going to have to outright win the job, which he did not do this year. And I think that's a huge part of it. Because while Peter King has been derided for this, I don't think he's entirely wrong when he says your backup quarterback might be the 12th most important guy on your team. Because if you get rid of one guy and you're going with just we got one clear leader and he gets hurt, you're screwed. And I think the 49ers have huge decisions to make about whether they have the kind of depth at quarterback that would allow them to let Garoppolo leave. See, I think there's so many moving parts here that Shanahan has been lucky that he can put the decision off. And the reason why he can put the decision off is because they're not 7-10, they're 11-7.
Right. I just think more than anything else that the decision on Garoppolo will not be tied to a singular game outcome.
Oh no, I don't think that either. He can make it impossible for them to get rid of him if he runs the table.
Yes.
If they win the Super Bowl, then this conversation is over. I mean, Jed York won't let it happen. Even if Kyle Shanahan, in a benighted moment of psychosis, wanted it to. Jed York would say, no thanks, I've been fighting for this day and we're not ruining it. That's when Jed York will get involved. Up until that point, I think it's Shanahan's call. And if they get to the Super Bowl, I wouldn't be surprised if he just says, we're going to keep him because he's done stuff that we know he can do and that we don't know that Lance can do.
If he gets to the Super Bowl, he's your week one starter. But after that, well, let's find out how close the kid gets in practice. If he wins the Super Bowl. If he loses the Super Bowl, then maybe he's back, but there's an open competition in training camp.
Maybe. I mean, again, people have been trying to guess when Kyle Shanahan is going to try to justify that draft choice. And he's shown that at least for 1 year, he's decided he doesn't have to.
No, he ain't too worried about justifying it. That is,
and that's the
sure.
proper way to play that. Because the draft choice, you can't worry about your legacy while you're still constructing it. The job for the moment is win the game. And Garoppolo clearly gives them a better chance to win the game than Lance does.
This Packers team's looking to head to its third straight NFC title game. And they're miserable. You got the 49ers looking to go to a second NFC title game in 3 years, and so many people around here have been miserable dealing with this team. This is what makes sports different in my adulthood than as a childhood. It was like, I think it's the fantasy aspect of it all, where you're more enamored with a collection of stats than you are just a win or a loss. And when the stats aren't sexy, when the win is not overwhelming, you get frustrated in it. I think that's a part of it. No team since the 49ers in the Jim Harbaugh era has played in 3 straight conference title games. This is the first team. I couldn't believe this, Ray. I mean, if you can tell me I got this one wrong, you look it up and tell me I got it wrong. The Green Bay Packers are the first team ever to win 13-plus games in 3 straight seasons? Ever?
I think that's correct. I mean, the asterisk being that they got an extra game this year, but I don't think that anybody has done that.
That feels bigger. That feels it didn't get enough attention for something as big as that.
No, everybody was focused on Curry breaking a record we all knew he was going to break.
Or, what Aaron Rodgers is doing with his hair this week, or what book might be on a bookshelf behind him.
Yeah, it's never happened to the Patriots in the Belichick era. And that would be the obvious,
Right. Go there for all your dominant factoids. Find the Patriots. What they do.
The Patriots haven't done it, then it probably hasn't been done.
Matt LaFleur, the first head coach to ever win 39 games over his first 3 seasons. It's hard to do if you're playing Madden and not resetting, games where you throw an interception in the first drive. Aaron Rodgers needs 1 touchdown pass to pass Joe Montana for the second most postseason touchdowns all time. I think you all know who number 1 is. Meanwhile, the 49ers, again, a win away from their second NFC title game in 3 seasons. Like, when you say that out loud, it's really, really impressive. But, boy, it has been such a headache underneath the surface of just that. Like, you'd think, man, those last 3 seasons must have been fun, stress-free victory more often than not. Frustration has been born out of maximum football, maybe more than anything else. Oh, I will spare you a maximum football sounder, but I do have to welcome everyone to 5 o'clock.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified. I think the whole notion of what makes you happy is undercut by the fact that people talk about this stuff endlessly now. They not only imagine that they're a general manager, which means that today is not as important as tomorrow, which is lunacy, but 2, that because everything is dissected, you start finding out, that's a nasty looking polyp there. We're 17th in long snapper stats. It's not as...
That's a weakness. That's a weakness.
It's everybody imagines that the champion is flawless. And champions are never flawless. I mean, Tampa Bay was not flawless last year. I mean, they were 11-5 and won the Super Bowl. Well, at least 5 times their flaws were exposed. I just think that, our fascination with trying to see how the engine works means that we're spending a lot of time trying to clean the gears instead of watching how they work.
Right. People used to be very, how about this? People were properly prepared to handle the news because they were only dealing with news between the hours of 6 and 7 p.m. They'd watch a half an hour of local news and get a half an hour of national news. And so ended the news portion of the day. And I'm not even criticizing streaming 24-hour cable news channels. We are inundated, bombarded with so much information that you just start hating and resenting all of it. And we're like that in the news cycle. We're like that in our sports news cycle. And the psychosis is deep and thick and real. But It's a different level of psychosis. Back in the day, they used to have a level of psychosis, but it was a level of psychosis where someone would tell you, I'm going to kick your ass, and then they would come and tell you, and they would kick your ass. There was absolutely no passive-aggressive way to go about trolling someone in the NFL that I grew up watching. I want to tell you about Charles Martin. How many people listening in the audience know who Charles Martin is? Raise your hand. Put it right out your car window there. I'll be able to see it. Not a lot of hands going up. We have a wildly young audience, Ray. The kids love you. They keep on coming back for more Ray Ratto every single day.
Stop it.
So Charles Martin was a defensive lineman for the Green Bay Packers who had a quarterback hit list that he kept on his towel that he would hang from his belt on his jersey, on his pants. He would write a quarterback's number down, and when he would eliminate that quarterback with either a clean or dirty hit, he didn't care. Neither did Chuck Cecil, really. Look him up too, kids. The Green Bay Packers were dirty, 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 dirty. Those two guys may be more dirty than any other Green Bay Packers. And Charles Martin would come and knock your quarterback out of the game, go over to the sideline, grab a Sharpie, and cross the quarterback's number off his hit list. That actually happened. Ray, tell the kids that was true, that happened. So I don't think I'm making it up.
Got suspended for 2 games because of it.
Suspended for his hit list, which he bragged about. He basically ended Jim McMahon's career with one of the single most dirty quarterback hits in the history of the sport.
Yes, I mean,
it was gorgeous. It was horrific and gorgeous all at the same time.
It did not get the same attention that Greg Williams' bounty list got when he was the defensive coordinator in New Orleans. But it was the same principle. It's that you're not here to win the game. You're here to hurt a guy.
Right. Affect the head. Yeah. Whatever it takes to knock him out, whether it be clean or unclean, does not matter. The quarterback must go down hard and leave the game, was the rule book.
The whistle is a suggestion, not a rule.
Exactly. So in honor of one of the dirtiest players of all time, Charles Martin, Ray, myself, and the studio, which means Grandy and Lucas thought about this too. And I had to explain to Grandy and Lucas, they're both such young, innocent boys, who Charles Martin was. It's time for our Packer hit list, Ray. A couple of things, a couple of stats that the 49ers need to cross off of their towel to find themselves in the NFC title game. Would you like to go first?
No, you go ahead.
All right. I knew you'd say that. So the rule was nothing too obvious. Like we have talked about the minimum 30 carries things enough to where you just know that is rote. We need that out of the 49ers. What are the other things? I got 4 things. Number 1, steal a possession. I don't care how you do it. I don't care if it's an interception. I don't care if it's a fumble recovery that leaves you +1. A fake field goal or punt situation, which either gets you into the end zone or brings up another sequence of downs. You got to steal a possession somehow, some way. It feels like special teams helping this week would be such a major add over what they normally do in a 49ers game, which is the opposite of helping them win. It's helping them lose. Go ahead. Steal a possession. I don't care how you do it, but I think you got to do it in order to win. And if you are -1, just -1 in the turnover margin, you probably lost. The Packers were +13 this year, 3rd best in football. The Niners were -4. That's the 22nd worst in football. So, Green Bay recorded 18 interceptions without Jair Alexander. He's been out most this year. He'll be back this week. Aaron Rodgers, 37-2 touchdown to interception ratio since week 1. He's got 20 touchdowns, no interceptions in his last 7 games. Turn him over. It's going to be hard to do, but you got to do it. We had the stat earlier about how bad Aaron Rodgers is since winning a Super Bowl when he turns the ball over. The Packers are 1-6 in the playoffs when Aaron Rodgers throws an interception and 6-1 when he doesn't. But you were right earlier, Ray, when you said, make one of the running backs cough it up. Doesn't even matter. A.J. Dillon, Aaron Jones, you got to steal a possession somehow, some way.
See, and I would say they got to steal 2. I don't think one gets it done.
You might be right.
I think you either win the turnover battle 2-0 or 3-1. But you've got to take away, you have to steal 2 possessions from them. Another thing on my list, make Aaron Rodgers throw the ball 40 times.
One-dimensional.
I mean, well, it seems counterintuitive to say make him throw the ball more often to Devontae Adams. But in the postseason, when you throw the ball that much, you tend to lose because you tend to be behind. And I think that's on the 49er defense to basically make Aaron Rodgers have to be Aaron Rodgers' team savior. The Packers are better off if they get 100-plus yards from Dillon and Jones combined on the ground. That's another thing I listed. You keep them under 80 as a group.
I got the same thing, Ray. I listed that too. No quick start for Green Bay's rushing attack. Avoiding Aaron Rodgers getting going is hard enough to do. You cannot survive this afternoon if you're getting chunk plays out of A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones. If the Packers are flipping the field and field position with their running backs, that just feels like it's too much to overcome. So keeping them in check. Just making sure they have an honest day's work, but nothing extraordinary, I think, goes into the gumbo, too.
Yeah. And the third one I mentioned, because I only wrote 3, the other ones are too, esoteric to matter. Neutralize Rashawn Gary and Preston Smith. They're their most dynamic of their front 7. I mean, they can pressure the quarterback. They can plug the run. Make sure that they're not mentioned very much. I don't know that it's easy to get both of them, but I think the difference between the Packers when they're operating well and the 49ers when they're operating well is wide enough that you need to take care of both of them.
I think so too. I got another like watch out for that guy name, but it's not from that side of the ball, and it's not who you're even thinking about. Watch out for Randall Cobb. That is Aaron Rodgers' hand-selected honorary Rob Gronkowski. That's the guy that he wanted back in the room that the Packers front office brought to him for him. So how much have they gotten out of him this year? The answer is not much. He's only got 28 catches. 5 touchdowns in those 28 catches, though. I think if Randall Cobb is getting targeted, he's getting targeted in the red zone. Look out for Randall Cobb. That is Aaron Rodgers is stubborn enough to want to prove how right he was about him being on the team by having him have a big playoff game. So look out for Randall Cobb. And I got this one too, Ray. I wrote down 4 specifically. No quick start for the rushing attack. Steal a possession somewhere. Look out for Randall Cobb. And maybe most important of all, look and feel like the best defense on that field immediately. This is what Brian Baldinger was talking about he saw in that Dallas game. Cowboys were playing at regular season speed. The 49ers were at postseason speed first snap of that game. They're going to need to be at postseason speed first snap of this game, and maybe you get the Packers a little bit flat-footed since they haven't played since really 3 weeks ago. I mean, that last game against Detroit was a mulligan game for them. They didn't care at all. So you got to go back, the week before that even to find a game where they were into it. Be a defense to be feared quickly in this game. The 49ers have the 3rd best defense in football. I know it doesn't feel like that all the time, but they do. Yards per game. 310.8. That's the 3rd fewest entire NFL. The Packers, they got a top 10 defense too. 9th. Points surrendered, they're right there with the 49ers. 49ers give up 21.5 points per game. The Packers give up 21.8 points per game. The Packers' run defense, though, this is where there's a little bit of an illusion on their side of the ball. There is no illusion to the 49ers' defense. They're very good. They're very good against the run. It's the pass where you got to be worried. Hopefully that pass rush takes care of that. 49ers have run the ball for 150 yards in 6 of their last 10 games, and that's good because the Packers' run defense, it's ranked 11th, which is pretty good. But they also give up 4.7 yards per carry, which is 30th in football. Their 11th ranked run defense, Ray, is generated by the fact that teams are chasing them on the scoreboard all the time. That's why that number is nice for them. But they do give it up when you run it at them. The Niners have to have the best defense immediately, and that running game has to take advantage of that little statistical anomaly about their run defense. There you go. There's my 4 ways, my hit list to beat the Packers.
Fair enough. What about the children?
Lucas? Grandy?
What do you got? Grandy's speaking for us today.
Grandy.
All right, I got a couple for you. First of all, I think the Niners need at least 3 sacks from players not named Nick Bosa. We know Nick Bosa is going to be playing. He officially came off of the protocol today, and he's going into tomorrow without any injury designation, so he will play.
Give me an Armstead. Give me a Arden Key. Give me a DJ Jones.
Yeah, last week, Armstead, Omenihu, DJ Jones, Kevin Givens, and Samson Ebukam, they combined for 4.5 sacks. Non-Bosa players also combined for 4.5 against the Rams 2 weeks ago. The Packers' offensive line is getting healthier. Bakhtiari is back, but they're going to need to put pressure on Rodgers, and they're going to try to take away Bosa as best they can, so I think the others need to step up to help pressure Rodgers. I think 3 sacks from non-Bosa players is a way to get a win.
I like it. Sounds like part and parcel of the formula that the 49ers better show up with tomorrow. What time we got for kickoff tomorrow again? That's right. It is 5:15. 49ers at Packers on Fox. Your early game is Bengals at Titans. That's on CBS at 1:30. What else, Grandy?
I think this might be more of an obvious one, but you guys haven't touched on it yet. I think you got to hold Davante Adams under 100 receiving yards. He's going to get some. He's at least going to get, you would think, 70, but if they can hold him under 100 receiving yards, that's going to be big for the 49ers. It's happened 8 times this year that Davante Adams hasn't hit the century mark. The Packers are 5-3 in those 8 games. That's still above 500, but considering the Packers went 12-4 in the 16 games he has played this season, it's a pretty big factor. Look at it this way. In the 8 games he didn't hit 100 yards, the 8 games he did hit 100 yards, the Packers went 7-1. So that's kind of, their breaking point. If you keep him under 100 yards, you got a chance, but if you don't, you're probably going to lose to him, and that happened in Week 3. Davante Adams was well over 100 yards in that Packers win.
Davante Adams right now in Las Vegas, the number that they got on his receiving yards is 92.5. Yeah, you want to go about beating the Packers? Keep that in the under. I think he hits the over. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be looking for him all damn day, just like he did at Levi's Stadium. I'd be surprised if they are able to hold him under 100 yards, Ray. I'd be stunned.
I don't think they have much of a shot at that. But you know what they can do? They can keep Alan Lazard from hurting him, and Randall Cobb, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling. If they get a second guy who even gets as much as 50, then they're screwed.
Marquez Valdez-Scantling is doubtful, by the way, Ray. Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off there.
Then they've already succeeded. Another victory for them. But no, if they get hit by a second guy, I don't know how they win the game, because Davante Adams is getting his. I don't think he'll get it at the same pace that he did in Week 3 when they targeted him 18 times and he had 12 receptions. But he's going to get 100. I mean, that over-under number is basically his average per game for the year. So, yeah, bank on him getting 100. Now, what do you do about Lazard and Cobb?
You got to make the Packers play left-handed. I mean, it's to take away Davante Adams is maybe asking for too much right there. But yeah, you cannot get beat. You can't get beat by him or the other guys. So good luck. I love a good prop bet when you get a little combined sports. What will be higher, Aaron Rodgers' pass attempts or Giannis points versus Kings? What'd you say, 40 was the magic number, Ray?
I think I like Giannis there.
Kings don't have an answer.
Actually, you know what, though? Now that I think of it, they're playing tonight, I believe. Or Milwaukee's playing tonight, so it would be a back-to-back. I have to rethink that.
Huh. We'll have to look at that. How about this? What will be higher? Is Steph Curry 3-pointers made against the Jazz or Deebo Samuel receptions? It's tough, isn't it?
I wish it was rushes, because then I cheerfully bet Samuel.
Yeah, I would too, but it's catches. And we see when he's used out of the backfield, his participation in the passing game drops.
I think I'd still take Samuel.
Deebo total yards. What'll be higher? Deebo total yards or Devontae Adams receiving yards? How about this? The answer to who has more is probably the same answer to who won this game, because both those guys are going to be featured predominantly in these offenses. Grandy, you said you had one more for the Packers hit list.
I do. I think it's kind of similar to the discussion you guys are having in terms of the Packers receivers, but I think it's key the Niners cannot commit no more than 2 defensive pass interference penalties. They've been much better at this recently, but you go back to week 3 when the Packers and Niners played, that was maybe the worst week of Niners defensive pass interference penalties, and a large part of that was Devontae Adams. Of course, back in week 3, it was Josh Norman and Diamador Lenore guarding him for the most part. That's not going to happen this week, but you cannot give them big chunky yardage via penalty, and I think 2 is the max. If you can stay 2 or under, you got a shot.
Yeah, no hidden yardage. You cannot help them get down the field. You're right about that. Grandy, I tell you what, if you got the food report open, ready to go, I've been promising this for a day or two. I want to squeeze it in before the end of the game. Plus, this woman is wired the kind of way that we need people wired in the Bay Area if you're going to go off and win at Lambeau Field. We need this kind of intensity. We'll get to all that in just a second. Ray, looking at this game, would you, under any circumstances, pick the 49ers to win it? I'm not talking points. I'm talking straight up.
No.
Now, is that because
let me
you
put
are
it this
Mr.
way. When
Negative?
I say no,
yeah.
I mean, I believe they have a less than 1 in 3 chance of winning the game.
I think that's fair. I think that's yeah. I mean, I would give them about a 25% chance.
Yeah, I mean, their margin for error is smaller, and the Packers are a better team. You know, you dress this up any way you want. The Packers are not so much worse defensively that the 49ers can dominate that side of the ball. And the Packers have a much more dynamic offense that can score more quickly than the 49ers can.
They've also got that, like Bart Winkler, our guest at 3:30 from Milwaukee, was saying, there was, if not now, when? I mean, they're very much operating like that. It feels like tomorrow is more promise than today for the 49ers, where there is no tomorrow for this Packers team, apparently. So it's now or never, which I think is going to make it really hard for the 49ers to win this game. I think that they got their playoff pelt twice already. I mean, they really did. That Rams game, I don't care if it was Week 18. That was a playoff game for them. They won it. Now they got the win over the Cowboys. I just can't see them winning more than 2 playoff games, even though one of them wasn't really a playoff game. It was for them. I hate to do it, Ray. Packers 31, 49ers 24. I think that's the way this... If the Niners win this game, it will be one of the best days of Kyle Shanahan's entire life. There's no doubt in my mind that he knows that they're not well positioned. But they got enough of a nasty football team to maybe where that carries the day. But if skill level, quarterbacking acumen, if that's what carries the day, the Niners are in trouble. if big bad brass knuckles and punching the other dude in the face carries you in the day, that's great. That's great. Someone's like, not as dynamic as Debo. Debo is one slice of dynamic offense.
He's two slices.
I hope he shows up. Yeah, well, he's two slices. You're right. You get served a slice two different ways. But that's one. I don't know if I can count on Debo and Kittle both having a huge game because it feels like that hasn't happened yet. So if they're both to have monster games at the same time, or if anyone is to join Debo in a monster game at the same time, not named Eli Mitchell, yeah, that'll go a long way to getting the 49ers there. That and about 7 sacks of Aaron Rodgers.
7's a ridiculously high number, so I don't see that happening. But I'll say this. They have a better chance of beating the Packers than they do of beating the Bucs.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Real quick food report. Go.
Hungry?
What the did you put in that sauce?
Oh,
yeah. Dry and tasteless.
Soft, bland, rubbery.
Oh, yeah.
Super duper weenie in Connecticut.
Cream free, cafeteria free. You've only gone and given me a rancid scallop.
It's time for the Damon Bruce Food Report.
Cafeteria free.
So, there's been a lot of great eaters from Northern California, no one more famous than Joey Chestnut, but we have a young woman named Danielle Shapiro. The 24-year-old wanted to get her money's worth at a $50 all-you-can-eat sushi buffet at Sushi 85 in Mountain View, California. So there's a nice plug for you, Sushi 85. She ate a little too much, Ray. She had to go to the hospital after consuming 32 rolls of sushi. 31, she would have been fine. 32, got to go to the hospital. Believe it or not, she had gastrointestinal issues after consuming so much raw fish. Do you look at this woman with disgust or admiration?
Not admiration. I don't know if it's disgust, but I don't know that eating 32 pieces of sushi is a real triumph for the human spirit. And one, it's not in competition. 2, it just sounds like, hey, watch me overeat.
I think this is the kind of aggressive behavior the 49ers need when they get to Lambeau Field. This is the kind of personal sacrifice that I admire greatly. It wasn't a competition, but she said, watch me. I'll be a winner today. Danielle Shapiro, we're with you. We stand with you. We want to party with you. 11.3 million views on TikTok, Ray. She's more famous than either of us will ever be. Congratulations to her. We're coming back with Warriors Live and Jim Barnett in just a moment here on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Mimecast. Safeguard your organization against phishing, business email compromise, and risks of ransomware. Visit mimecast.com, mimecast.com. Warriors Live is next.
Did you know your ugly, cracked, stained, embarrassing driveway, patio, or walkway can actually earn you money? I'm Larry Green, CEO of System Pavers, America's #1 design.
Carries. We got 99 problems and a Mitch ain't one.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Listen, Klay Thompson's a Hall of Fame player. He's hurting him right now. He's hurting him in a big way.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
It was in the room, let's just say. You know, something borrowed, something blue, something old, something new, something Hoosier, something Big Ten, something Bobby Knight, something Steve Alford.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. It's a critical season for the Warriors.
It's a really good group, and they're unselfish. They like to move the ball, and so it's fun to watch.
With new faces.
The Golden State Warriors select Jonathan Kuminga. The Golden State Warriors select Moses Moody.
Old friends.
Strip by Andre. Loose ball. It's out of bounds. Andre Iguodala with a huge defensive play.
And the reigning NBA scoring champion.
Curry takes another three. It's up and good. He's got 62.
Welcome to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Welcome. Damon and Ray with you here on Warriors Live, getting you ready for a little Warriors and Houston Rockets coming up tonight from Chase Center. Good luck to the 49ers, but we're all done talking about them this afternoon. We're concentrating on this basketball team. Over the next 60 minutes here, we're going to have Jim Barnett join us in about 10 minutes, and then Tim Roy will join you with Network pregame around 6:30 this evening. At 7 o'clock, you'll get tip-off from Chase Center tonight. Not chasing wins, Ray. Not chasing wins last year. That upset people. You know what upset Warriors fans last night? Them chasing a win and still not being able to actually catch it. It was ugly. Curry played 44 minutes and into overtime, and it was all for naught because a junior varsity Indiana Pacers team, they were without their top 5 scorers last night, came in here and gave the Warriors everything they wanted and a little bit more. And you know what? Credit to those guys who are trying to make a name for themselves in this league and prove that they belong. They gave the Warriors everything they wanted. And unfortunately for the Warriors, they were sloppy, they were undisciplined, and they continued to not hit any shots. And that's a real hard way to win a basketball game.
They were in a hurry to finish this off. They couldn't get clear of the Pacers. And in the end, it wasn't so much the minutes they played. They clearly wanted this game. I mean, it's, you know, they had Thompson, they had Iguodala. This was the game they aimed for. So they played to win it. Their failure was they still haven't figured out what to do about their offense. And it's now been, as I say, 25 games that this has been a bottom 5 offense, you know, just across the board. And the fact that it's taken this long for them without fixing it is the biggest problem they've got. Because it's not just shooting, it's the way they're going through possessions.
Well, and I want to start with the feature that we normally say for the back half of the show, but I'm going to do it right here. The Who's Cooking segment, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. And right now, the correct answer is no one. No one's cooking. And that's a problem. Like, we need a volunteer. We need a tribute. We need somebody wearing a Warriors uniform to step to the plate and start hitting big shots and wide open shots. Somebody needs to have a good night. Not just a good night, a good week. They got to put a couple of good games back together and back to back. And that's who's cooking. But no run right now. We need someone who has a game that is worthy of being mentioned in this segment right now. And Steph Curry he's carrying his end of the piano to the best of his ability, but it's not as securely in his hands as it used to be. He's not even shooting his normal career splits. So wake up, Golden State Warriors. And that's who's cooking. Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in the Bay in Pleasant Hill today to see a full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. And again, for those who want to say, hey, what are you picking on Steph Curry for? Guy had 39 last night. And you can't waste a scoring night like that. And I'm not even talking about his 39. I'm talking about Looney having 13. Kevon Looney, 13 points, 15 rebounds last night. You don't want to waste nights like that out of Kevon Looney. Look, Curry last night was no great shakes. He was 12 of 27 from the floor. He made a couple spectacular plays. A few, wow, I got to go tweet about those layups and a couple of shots. But he missed the widest of open reload threes when the Warriors needed him to hit it the most. And missing wide open shots defines this whole team.
It does indeed define the whole team. Andrew Wiggins, who has not been bad, was not good last night. But Jordan Poole, who they've been relying on to deliver some shooting, he's not been good at all in the last 20 games. He's very much like way below what people thought he was going to be based on his start.
Jordan Poole is now playing like the guy they sent to the G League to get right.
Yeah, I mean, it's, and it's not like he's shooting too much, but he's not shooting in what looks like a comfortable rhythm. And I'm not Johnny Shot Doctor, but he looks like one of the people I'm talking about when I say this is somebody who's rushing, and this is somebody who is getting the first thing that they see rather than trying to run the offense till they get, the difference between the good shot and the great shot.
21 turnovers against a team without almost anyone that matters. All things factored in, this was a much worse loss than getting drilled by Milwaukee. And it might be the hardest loss to justify of the entire season so far. After the game, you had Steph Curry talking about dead possessions. You could hear the frustration in his delivery. You could see the frustration boil over onto the actual court where he's punching, field goal stanchions and sort of yelling in the direction of his bench and maybe directly at, it looked like Gary Payton II there for a minute last night. And somebody said, man, Gary Payton II, Damon, he's cooking with those dunks on the Comcast business text line. And yeah, he has been. Gary Payton probably could have qualified for who's cooking, but dunks are dunks are dunks. We need shots. Somebody's got to hit shots. Put Jim Barnett and some penny loafers in the corner. He's going to knock down open shots. The Warriors need to get back down to just knocking over their open shots, much less the well-defended shots. To talk about all of this, as we told you earlier on, Jim Barnett was going to join us here on Warriors Live, brought to you by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost, no strings attached. Jim Barnett, no strings attached to this. We just thank you for your time as always, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you, and I enjoyed previous hour when you're talking about the 49ers and stuff. I'm definitely not going to miss that, and it's going to be a good game.
Thank you so much, man. We're tickled pink that you'd be listening to us, not just popping in with us whenever we asked you to. Jim, that was bad last night. I mean, there's just no sugarcoating a team that is not constructed of NBA players coming into the Warriors gym and beating them on the second game of a back-to-back, for goodness sakes. That's probably the worst loss of the year, don't you think?
Yes, it has to be because they played against Indiana's second group, and that's what was so disappointing. I mean, they didn't have Sabonis, they didn't have Turner, they didn't have Karis LeVert, they didn't have Malcolm Brogdon. All these scorers and stuff, 60, 70 points are out, and the rebounding too. But you know what? Their defense really suffered, and I'm going to say right from the start here, this is a different team without Draymond Green. And we could talk about him a lot. We can talk about lots of things in lots of areas. But they really missed Draymond because he's the initiator, he's the catalyst, and he does all these things. And he gets lights a fire under everybody else's ass, and they miss him tremendously. I mean, when's the last time Stephen Curry played 44 minutes in a game, by the way, and made 2/3 of the threes? He made 6 threes. The rest of the Warriors only made 3. He scores 39 points, and they lost the game. And Indiana, the Warriors forgot to guard the three-point line. They had 6 players who hit 2 or more threes, and of course Justin Holiday hit the big one because Curry did turn his head and got there late, and Holiday was 4 of 9 from 3. They lost for numerous reasons, but the three-point shooting really hurt them because they didn't make theirs, and Indiana did.
The offense, though, its struggles predate the Green injury. In fact, I went back to when they were 18-2, and their offensive rating is 27th, and that's in 25 games. Right. Other than the shooting, what are the Warriors not doing that they normally do offensively?
I don't know. They're still number 1 in assists, so they're moving the ball around and getting shots and stuff, but they haven't been as productive. There's no question about it. I mean, against Detroit, they score 102 points and only shoot 41%. I don't. They had a big game against Minnesota, January 16th, back on, and that game they were terrific. And that was on the road. So Tim Roy and I were doing that game. I can't explain it. Although Curry, since Christmas time, he's come back in now the last couple of games, but he's been really struggling and so forth. And I also think the return of Klay Thompson, and I haven't added up the number of games, but they look like a different team. He has certainly struggled, obviously, and making 0 for 7 last night from 3. Wiggins was 1 of 6. I think Klay's introduction into the lineup, I know for one person it's really hurt, is Jordan Poole. For some reason, he was doing great, averaging over 18 a game, starting and all that stuff, and everything's great. And now all of a sudden he's forgotten how to play. And I've often said that this game is just as much mental as physical, maybe even more so. To be a pro, night in, night out, year in, year out, you have to be mentally tough. And you know what? You've got to be mentally tough. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. I'm not saying that Jordan Poole is not. I really like him, and I think he can be even better. But he's suffered, I don't know, from Klay's return, and I don't understand. I can't figure out why. I mean, you just got to go in and you're going to get your minutes. You go in and you play the game the right way and let the chips fall where they may. Not worry whether you're starting or not. Andre Iguodala, had to play a lot of minutes last night. I believe he played a lot of minutes. Let's see, how many minutes did he play? Oh, yeah, he played 31 and a half minutes. And he had 4 turnovers. So turnovers hurt him last night, although Indiana gave it away a lot also. But the Warriors, when they turn the ball over this many times, they're where are they in the league now? They're way in turnovers. They might be next to last in turnovers. And,
it feels like, and Jim Barnett joining us here on 95.7 The Game, that the turnovers have been part and parcel of some of the best seasons the Warriors have had as they're currently constructed. So playing on that edge of loose with the ball and a little bit of chaos is something that they've survived. But when those shots are not knocking down, the turnovers feel much worse. How about this for a workload? Steph's 44 minutes last night. Jim, it's the most in a regular season game for Curry since 2015.
Wow. Yeah.
So Steve wanted that last night. They chased it last night, and they still didn't get it because they know they got a back-to-back tonight. So, how long everyone is extended or allowed to go, we do not know this evening. I need to ask you about Jonathan Kuminga. Because here's a guy who, Steve said the other night is going to be the de facto Draymond understudy in the starting lineup for the remainder of this homestand. Yet he only gets 15 minutes last night. And he might have had a bad defensive possession back-to-back, something that upset Steve. But for Steve to abandon him is an option to go back. I just think that that's odd. Like, Steve is trying to get out of a rut. Whenever he sees a team is in the rut, he goes to Juan Toscano Anderson and Damian Lee to change the energy. And I don't know if that's just working anymore. I want more Kuminga.
Well, you know what? So do I. And so do I, just because I think he's a phenomenal talent. But, you know, the last couple of games, he gets in the first quarter, he's picking up fouls. And I say this, you can't take it just literally when I say it. It's a general statement, but he doesn't know how to play yet. You know, he's so inexperienced. He's got such great physical ability like I've never seen. He's the first to the ball. He can rebound the ball. He's a lot like, not built like Moses Malone, but Moses Malone used to do that. Put the ball up on the rim and just go get it. And wasn't worried about whether he made it or not, because he knew he was going to be the first one to the rebound. And he'd get 2 or 3 of those, and I'd finally finish the play. And Kuminga's a lot like that. Now, the only way he scored last night were on free throws. He never had a regular field goal attempt, because every time he was doing that, he got fouled. So he never missed a shot, never made a shot. He's just inexperienced. He's raw, and it's all new to him. And you watch him go. He just goes. He doesn't. I'm not even sure if he sees a defender or not. He's extremely quick. I really like him. I'm high on him. He's going to be really, really good. But and I think in the game last night, I mean, close as it was all the way through, and all the lead changes. How many lead changes they have? About 18 or something. I forgot to look. But he wanted more experience in there, and that's why Iguodala came in and played so many minutes last night himself.
I know it's a cheap gimmick to do this, but do you see similarities between Kuminga this year and Weissman last year?
No, I don't. I was surprised how good James Wiseman was with the ball, coming down the floor with it. He could shoot. He seemed relaxed and everything like that. He plays at a different pace. I'm not saying he's the cure-all and everything, but James Wiseman is somehow, for the lack of experience, I thought he was composed pretty well. Now, he didn't react defensively as he will, you know, when he's more experienced. You know, he would think and then move. By then, it's too late. Couldn't block his man off. What have you? But they don't remind. When I see Kuminga, I don't think of Wiseman. When I see Kuminga, I think of people I've never seen before. Maybe Jumping Johnny Green when he came into the league out of Michigan State, who could fly through the air, and he was the quickest. And I played with him for a year in San Diego with the Rockets, where they were originally. But this Kuminga he just startles me sometimes with his leaping ability and his ability to go get the ball. And I'd like to see him get more minutes too.
If you wanted to look up the working definition of explosion on a basketball court, Kuminga pretty much fits that. Jim Barnett here with us, and I want to wrap up with a quick question about Steve Kerr. But before we do that, you know, you're an Oregon guy. We got another look at Chris Duarte last night. What do you think of that rookie, since we're talking about young players?
He looks like he's been in the league for 5 years. The composure that he has, his ability, I don't think he's lightning quick or anything, but man, he can get his shot. He can a great little fadeaway shot. He can create that. That's a thing that, you know, we used to never see, and he's got that down. Just like Wiggins is doing a much better job on that with this little fadeaway now that he has. I like him a lot, he played 4 years at Oregon. He's 24 years old. And he was surprisingly good. I didn't know he was that good, but when I see him firsthand like that, I was impressed.
Jim, let's wrap up with this. Last night, post-game press conference, Steve Kerr jumped in front of not one but 2 buses, you know, saying this loss is on me. I didn't have my team prepared. I should have fouled up 3. It's something that I subscribed to but didn't do it. I said, you know, his penance should be a full rosary and dinner with Bob Fitzgerald, because I know Fitz is a huge, you know, proponent of fouling when you're up 3 and not letting anyone get the shot off on you. How much does it mean to a team, even one as veteran, Hall of Fame, future-driven as the Golden State Warriors, for a coach to take that bullet publicly?
Well, that's just the way Steve is. And that's why people love to play for him, and that's how he puts things in perspective. And he's not going to overreact to one game. He's not going to, change things, and he's not going to say something that he would regret saying later on, pointing a finger. He's not going to do that. He's diplomatic, and yet I think he's also honest. And I'm with you, by the way. There comes a time I always like to foul. If you're up by 3, I like to foul and win the game by 1. If you do it too early, and I understand that, you do it too early, it becomes a free throw contest, but you've got to make your free throws. And so get the ball in Curry's hands real quickly, and then you have no problem.
Here's the thing. I think with 7 seconds left, he absolutely does that. But 9 seconds, he's thinking, that's a little bit too long of a possession to string out there. I don't know. It was just a weird night.
To me, anything under 10, I would foul. I've just seen too many games being won, and our last night's game go to overtime. And by the way, the Warriors they've got to defend the 3-point line better. They don't have Draymond back there and everything, and I know it's a little more vulnerable going to the basket. Looney rebounded real well, he had a heck of a game except for his turnovers last night also. But this team misses Draymond. They really miss Draymond, and you can see what they've done over the last 7, 8, 9 games, and they've had a little slippage there. And until Draymond is back, they're not going to be as dominant as they were before. And before you let me go, can I say something about the Rockets? This is a team that started 1-16, and since then they're close to 500, and their offense has gone last in the league to 12th in the league, and they're shooting threes better. Their effective field goal percentage is way up, third best over the span of the last couple of weeks, and they've got players that can score the basketball and put it in, so they can't relax. I think they'll come back tonight. I don't know how much the minutes that they played last night, the starters and Curry's minutes and Iguodala's minutes, I don't know how much that'll take a toll on them, but they're going to have to dig deep and be ready to play this team right from the start of the game.
We love talking basketball with you, Jim Barnett. Thanks for talking a little basketball with us, too.
I appreciate you having me on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great stuff. Out of a great NBA broadcaster. He's seen the league once or twice. Yeah, man, I'm still befuddled by the Kuminga decision last night. And Ray, you say that you can see clearly why it happened. I actually texted Anthony Slater this morning saying, before I start flapping my gums today on the radio, did I miss something like on Kuminga last night? Why only the 15 minutes? Did he get hurt? Did he do something so wrong defensively that he needed to be taught a thorough lesson? Like, did I miss it chasing my kid around the living room? And he wrote back, he said, look, he got benched after the Pacers went on a 13-3 run to open the second half. He made a few defensive errors, and Kerr never went back to him. Just simple as that. Okay, I guess I get it, but it's amazing how Damian Lee nor Juan Toscano-Anderson can do anything to fall out of favor. But 2 bad defensive penalties from a 19-year-old rookie, or he was early foul trouble. Hey, 3 fouls do not foul you out of an NBA game. They don't. You got 3 more, as a matter of fact. I just think that Steve needs to let Kuminga get more run, even in the frustrating moments, and allowing him to play through the frustrating moments is going to get a better player out of the young kid.
But the frustrating moments are on things that they've been working on. And the other thing is they let James Wiseman have a lot of run last year, and they didn't get much improvement. And I think they probably let him go too long. And I think the lesson they learned from that is if these guys are going to learn it, they've got to learn it right away. That you're going to have to be more focused than you've been. You're going to have to be more attentive than you've been. And letting them play when they're not attentive only reinforces the lack of attention. So I think the idea of sitting him down and not giving him the run that maybe people want to see is probably their way of saying, we're not going to let details like that get away from us this time.
a little bit more from last night, a whole bunch more on what's coming up tonight at Chase Center as we continue on Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost, no strings attached. Damon, Bruce, Ray Ratto, Warriors Live here on 95.7 The Game.
You're listening to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Forget Jimmy G's injuries and take the points with the 49ers. I'm Aaron Hawksworth here to help you beat the books with BetQL. San Francisco is the biggest underdog this weekend, but they may also be the side with the most value. The BetQL model has 49ers +6 as a 5-star best bet. They think this number should be +4.5. I'm Aaron Hawksworth. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones